HarperCollins presents My Mother the Liar by Anne Troop, read by Jenny Bede. Chapter 1. Rachel's mother had been fond of blanket statements that set others indelibly in their places. Proud of her insights into the characters of others, she had set out her children's traits like a script. As if they were pickles in jars, all three of her daughters had been permanently labelled and preserved by her assertions. Frances was the clever one, Stella was useless, and Rachel was just downright difficult. Did all parents like to define their offspring, leaving their children floundering in typecast? Rachel felt imperfectly moulded by her family, an inconvenient bit-part player in the sometimes drama that had been her life. It had made her bitter. Now, her mother was dead. Valerie was no more, and Rachel wasn't feeling much of anything except antipathy. She would have known about Valerie's death weeks before, but she'd quietly ignored the first letter from Frances, knowing that it couldn't contain good news. The Porters didn't trade in good news. The slanting, deeply etched handwriting on the envelope had said enough. Frances could ooze anger even when writing a simple address. She'd used green ink, which Rachel was inclined to think had been distilled from her sister's bile. It had taken a second letter containing the expected diatribe of accusations and sour grapes to make Rachel finally take notice. She had already missed the funeral. Frances had been brutal and unforgiving about that. Rightly so in Rachel's mind. Missing your own mother's funeral was pretty shabby in anyone's book, even if your mother was Valerie Porter. She might not have gone back at all if she hadn't been required to assist with the application for probate. Without that, she'd have carried on burying her head in the sand and ignored them all forever. It was Valerie Porter's final revenge to force her to go back. When she was sitting on the train, when it was too late to turn back and take refuge again, she allowed herself to think about the consequences of going back, of what she'd have to face, who she'd have to face. There were people more dreadful than Frances who populated the past. While the train took her relentlessly towards home, she pulled out the second letter and reread Frances's words. I am patently aware that you still harbour resentment about the past. However, the house is a joint responsibility, and whatever grudges you still bear, I feel you should put them aside for once and show a little loyalty, Frances' letter baldly stated. Stella is nowhere to be found, and I've been left to deal with this alone. You have a legal obligation to carry out Mother's last wishes at least. I will expect to see you at the soonest opportunity. I shan't say at your convenience, because that would mean waiting forever. Rachel could imagine the gritted teeth and grim expression that had fueled those words. It had been a sense of stale guilt and obligation that got her to Paddington Station, plus curiosity and a strange, unpleasant yearning for something she couldn't define, which had made her get on the train. Since when had Frances ever needed anything from her? With every mile that took her closer to home, she felt an increasing sense of apprehension. Given the circumstance of her departure all those years ago, it was bizarre that Frances would contact her at all, let alone request her help. They both knew that there was no love lost between Valerie and Rachel. They hadn't spoken in years. The only logical conclusion she could draw was that her physical presence was needed to allow the sale of the house, because no connection between sisters, or mothers for that matter, would have driven Frances to write otherwise. Given that for most of Rachel's life Frances hadn't been able to bear being in the same room as her for more than a few minutes, there couldn't be any other reason. Frances wanted the money. Nothing else on earth would have forced her to make contact, not even the truth. That was something none of them could bring themselves to face. By the time Rachel arrived at the house, Frances had already sold everything of any remote value that Valerie hadn't, and had resorted to burning what was left on a large bonfire in the overgrown garden. Things that couldn't be burnt, like the ancient enamelled cooker that their grandmother had bought in 1959, and the 6 broken vacuum cleaners that had languished in the attic for years along with numerous other aged and dishevelled domestic items, were to be taken to the local tip by Sid, the man with a van, and his monosyllabic sidekick, Steve. Sid and Steve were cheap, available, and discreet. Frances valued discretion and economy above most things, including false sentiment. She showed none of that when greeting her sister, merely offered her a pair of rubber gloves and a black bag, and told her to pick a room, any room, and get on with it. Rachel received a warm welcome from Sid. The amiable Sid explained that he and Steve had been at the house for days, repeatedly loading the van and making trips to the local landfill site as Frances steadily forced the large old house to disgorge its contents and bare its mouldering soul. Rachel arrived with barely enough time to salvage Stella's meagre belongings from the purge, and only just managed to stop Steve feeding yet another box of books onto Frances's pyre. They were Stella's books, children's classics that Stella had kept from her own childhood and had read to Rachel during hers. Frances argued that if Stella had wanted the books, she would have taken them with her. Rachel shrugged and said that she was keeping them anyway. One of the rare pleasures of her childhood had been listening to Stella read those stories, so even if Stella didn't want them, she did. Besides, monstrous though Frances could be, what kind of person could burn books? Frances had been so eager to clear the house that she hadn't really left much that Rachel could do, except stand by and wonder at her sister's vigorous enthusiasm for incinerating every last stick the house had ever contained. It felt as if she were only there to witness the destruction. It was Frances's way of punishing her, she supposed. "I spent too many years being oppressed by all this junk," Frances yelled above the crackling bonfire, eyes blazing as bright as the fire as she watched the flames consume yet another chunk of their past. "It's liberating, don't you think?" Sid, standing next to Rachel, shook his head and said, "I dunno. Seems a shame, really. Could have got a few quid for some of that stuff on eBay." "Sacrilege," he added, bemused. He looked back at the house. Must really have been something in its day. They don't build them like that anymore. Rachel followed his gaze and looked back at the mock Tudor sprawl she'd once known as home. "Probably," she said, her voice dull. Not that she could ever remember it being anything other than dark, damp, cold and gloomy. By the time she'd been born, the Limes was already suffering from serious neglect. Valerie had been too mean to heat the rooms they didn't use, and mildew had taken hold, running riot over the walls. The negligence had been an open invitation for rot and decay to come on in and have a ball. Even in winter, it had sometimes been warmer outside than in. A childhood full of blue noses, chilblains, and chipping the ice from the taps had left its mark on Rachel. She still couldn't bear the cold. The house had 8 bedrooms. In Rachel's memory, only 4 had ever been regularly used. Of the 4 bathrooms, they had all shared one, and out of the study, drawing room, morning room, and reception room, they had only ever used the morning room, as it was close to the kitchen and easier to heat. The attics and cellars had been no-go zones for so long that she had almost forgotten they existed, other than as repositories for the things Valerie had been too lazy to throw away. As far as Rachel was concerned, the Limes was a mausoleum that housed a bitter past. If it had ever had a heyday, it was so far back in the midst of time, she would have to squint to imagine it. Much in the way that she needed to squint at Frances through the billowing smoke. She was prodding the fire with the end of a garden hoe, her eyes glinting and flickering with reflected flames, making her look like a reject from the legions of hell. The fire had brought out a demonic glee that made Rachel instinctively shudder, despite the heat that rolled across the neglected lawn. "Right, that's going nicely," Frances called. "Stephen, you come with me and we'll tackle the outbuildings, and Sydney, you can go with Rachel and make sure there's nothing of value left inside." A brief flicker of panic crossed Steve's face as he looked at Sid. Sid had quietly confided to Rachel that both men had fallen foul of Frances's imperious temper over the past few days, and it was considered the short straw if one of them had to work alongside her. "Come on, chop chop," she shouted, clapping her hands as if Steve was a refractory Pekingese. Rachel watched them go. "I suppose we'd better follow orders," she said to Sid, preparing herself to go back into the near-naked house. Free of its clutter, the house was even more cavernous than she remembered, all its strident objections to old age and infirmity amplified by the lack of furnishings. With nothing to soak up the sound and attract the eye, it looked bare and ashamed of itself. Rachel almost felt sorry for it. Nobody loved it, and she couldn't remember anybody ever having been happy there. As a home, its heart had been hollowed out by acrimony, and now it was being finished off by arch indifference. She and Sid ascended the stairs, the bare treads creaking in protest now that they had been stripped of carpet. They checked the bedrooms, finding them damp and empty, until they entered Valerie's room. Their mother's room had always been sacrosanct, an oasis of calm and solitude that Valerie had often retreated to, usually complaining of a headache and clutching a medicinal bottle of sherry. Rachel couldn't recall ever having been allowed inside, and it surprised her that she'd never thought it strange before that moment. Now only a few black sacks stood against the wall ready for Sid's next run to the tip. This first and final ingress into her mother's secret chamber, the room that had been the inner sanctum, the room that had been the container of Valerie's personal misery, was a frank disappointment for Rachel. As a child, she had often spied by squinting through the keyhole like a woebegone urchin, imagining that beyond the locked door lay another realm. The wardrobe in the corner might have been the entrance to another dimension, where Valerie existed differently and found the peace she had so often demanded before shutting the door against the needs of her family. Although in Rachel's imagination, the White Witch had always had much more of a resemblance to Valerie than had been entirely comfortable. Stella's books had stirred some lonely and uncomfortable memories. Though Valerie's presence still echoed in the hollow room, Rachel could not for the life of her imagine what peace of mind her mother had ever found from lying on the bed, staring drunkenly at the blousy roses scrambling across the wallpaper beneath the dust and cobwebs. Those keyhole-shaped memories had suggested something exotically different from the chilly, mildewed reality she now faced. The only piece of furniture not yet consigned to the tip or dispatched to be consumed by the flames of Frances's blaze was the wardrobe. Rachel walked over to it and touched its mirrored door, which opened with an ominous creak. She gave it a wry smile, unsurprised that it wasn't filled with fur coats and melting snow after all. "She said I could have that," Sid said, apparently afraid that Rachel might condemn it to the fire. "I was saving it for when we finished. That way I can put it on the van and take it straight home." The faintest aroma of mothballs belched out as she shut the door. "I'll lock it so it'll be easier to move. You should hang on to the key. They're always better when they still have their keys." The door was a little warped, and she had to shove it hard to make it fit properly, promptly dislodging the prized key in the process. "Bugger," she said. The key had bounced on the bare floorboards and hidden itself underneath the wardrobe. On hands and knees, Rachel peered into the murky spider graveyard that lay beneath. "I can't see it. I'll have to pull the bloody thing out." Sid obliged, and together they coaxed it into a reluctant slide across the wooden boards. As Rachel bent to retrieve the key, something prodded at the edges of her awareness. "I didn't know that was there," she murmured, standing up and looking at a door that had been hidden from view. "Built-in cupboard," Sid pronounced knowledgeably. "What do you need a wardrobe for if there's a built-in cupboard?" Rachel shrugged. "More junk for you to get rid of, I expect," she said, prizing open the cupboard door and cringing as the hinges squealed in protest. The cupboard was surprisingly empty given the rubbish that had always cluttered the rest of the house. A faint flurry of fetid air wafted into their faces as they peered into its dark recesses. On the lone shelf there stood a biscuit tin, and on the floor stood a metal box. Rachel took down the biscuit tin and levered off the lid. Various bits of paper and old photographs nestled there, mostly showing Frances as a young child. The papers proved to be old school reports, all describing Frances's attributes in glowing terms. Rachel couldn't recall Valerie keeping a record of either her or Stella's school records, though Frances probably would have burnt them if she had. As Rachel rifled through, it occurred to her that she had never seen a photograph of herself as a child anywhere in the house, probably because there weren't any to see. Under the photographs was a small red book, the type that had a tiny lock. She took it and the photographs and stuffed them into her back pocket. Maybe Frances would want them, maybe not. The rest she put back in the tin and threw the whole thing into one of the black sacks that flanked the room. Sid grabbed the metal box. "Bloody hell, this is heavy. Hey, perhaps we found the family jewels," he quipped. Rachel responded with a sardonic smile. The box was little bigger than a bread bin, but looked like it weighed a ton. Sid placed it at Rachel's feet, grunting with the effort. "Want to do the honours?" he asked. She shook her head, watching as Sid attempted to release the lid. Though the metal had been galvanized, some substance had affected it, causing rust to scab the edges and eat into the structure. Sid took out a Swiss Army knife and used the screwdriver bit as a lever, giving a satisfied grunt as the orange crust gave way. He lifted the lid, revealing the contents. "It's full of sand," he said, puzzled. "Sand? Hang on. There's something poking out of it." He tugged, dislodging a torrent of dry, gritty matter as the object shifted. It was some kind of parcel, wrapped in dirty cloth. Sid unwound the material, causing more sand and grit to fall and litter the floor as each layer of fabric came away and disintegrated in his hands. "What is it?" Rachel asked, peering over his shoulder at what appeared to be some type of shriveled, leathery doll. Sid didn't speak. His skin had turned a ghastly shade of grey, and all Rachel could see as she peered at his stricken face was his Adam's apple, bobbing up and down like a fishing float as he fought for the words to describe the thing that was now lying on the floor. Francis's scream was so piercing, it rattled the glass in the rotten window frames, buffeting Rachel's eardrums and snapping Sid out of his shocked stupor as effectively as if it had taken tangible form and slapped him in the face. Once the sound receded, everything became horribly quiet, as if there had been a sudden solar eclipse, and the birds had stopped singing in deference to the dark. Time became elastic as seconds extended themselves into blurry, suspended pockets of disbelieving minutes. Sid's mobile phone began to ring, the tinny, incongruent tones of My Way shattering the silence and staring him into action. When he finally answered the thing after fumbling for it in every pocket, Rachel could hear Steve's high-pitched voice. With escalating panic, he told Sid about the scene outside. Rachel doubted that Steve had ever uttered so many words in one hit before, which was probably why he sounded confused. She could have sworn she heard him say that they'd found a dead body in the shed. Chapter 2. Rachel didn't know who to deal with first. The paramedics who had arrived by speeding up the drive, sirens blaring, or the police who were wandering around shouting things into their radios and telling everyone what to do. Sid still didn't look a good colour and was being tended to by a pretty detective constable who had given him a blanket and a cup of tea. Steve wasn't faring much better. He was standing in the middle of the melee, staring at his blood-stained hands like a confused Lady Macbeth. Francis was out cold and was being loaded into the back of an ambulance, and all Rachel felt able to do was watch the barely credible scene unfold. Steve was trying to explain that Francis had taken one look at the contents of the trunk in the shed, had staggered backwards, tripped over a black bag, fallen backwards, and bashed her head with a sickening thud on the edge of the door. Only when he dragged her out and put her in the recovery position had he realized that the blood on his hands was coming from a patch of her exposed skull. He had finally lost the plot when he had spotted a piece of hairy scalp dangling neatly from the latch of the shed door. At that point, he had regurgitated his lunch all over Francis's cashmere sweater. Incongruously, all Rachel could think of was that it was a good thing Francis had been unconscious at the time. She could be a bit obsessive about things like that. Apparently spotting Rachel's bemused demeanour, the DC left Sid and gently led her into the kitchen. "You've had a bit of a shock, love. Let's get you a cup of tea," she said, her voice soft as she took Rachel's trembling hand. Rachel never drank tea, but accepted a cup anyway, and sat there in the tired kitchen staring into the tea's murky depths as if scrying for an improved view of her world. The last time DC Angie Watson had set foot in a house like this had been 10 years before, when her history teacher had dragged a group of them around some National Trust pile. Angie had found the whole thing so stultifying that she couldn't even remember the name of the place now, but she did remember that it had been a lot like this, only bigger and much, much cleaner. The only nod towards the 20th century in the limes was the kettle she had used to make the tea. Everything else in the room was straight out of a museum. Angie's taste in kitchens and furniture leaned more towards IKEA than Antiques Roadshow, and she looked around the room with barely disguised distaste. No wonder these people always appeared to have money. By the looks of it, they never bloody spent any. She had recently taken out a 10 grand bank loan and had used every penny of it to have a new kitchen put in. And if the look of this one was anything to go by, it would be money well spent. There was no way that she would ever stand at an old stone sink doing the washing up and dumping it on a wooden draining board, not when some genius had invented the dishwasher. Finished with critiquing the kitchen, she turned her attention to the woman at the table, who was trying to read her own tea leaves without realizing she had to drink the stuff first. Other than giving her name as Rachel Porter and her date of birth, she hadn't spoken since they'd arrived and had just stood there, staring at everyone as if she was a bit vacant. When they'd got the call, Angie hadn't expected to find herself babysitting a spaced-out, scruffy 40-year-old woman who didn't know what to do with a cup of tea other than stare at it. It was hardly the cutting edge of crime fighting, and for her first foray as a fully fledged DC, she found herself frankly disappointed. This case had all the flavour of Murder, She Wrote, rather than Criminal Minds. Not quite what Angie had had in mind when she'd joined the team. God, she hoped she didn't end up looking like Rachel Porter by the time she was 40. No makeup, shapeless clothes, and hair that hadn't seen the good edge of a pair of scissors for God knows how long. It was a nice colour, though. Brown, the shade of conkers. Those split ends needed to go, she thought, absently running a hand through her own straightened and highlighted hair. She might get the shit jobs, but at least she could look smart while she did them. Rachel was skinny, as if she hadn't had a decent meal in years, which always made women look haggard and drawn in Angie's opinion. This observation made her feel better about her own propensity to gain weight by merely thinking about food. It might at least save her from looking a wreck in years to come. Christ, that was a shallow thought. She was on a case and thinking about the size of her arse in comparison to another woman's. She straightened up and tried to look professional. She supposed that she ought to try to get Rachel talking, but considering that Ratcliffe would be in here any minute, there didn't seem a lot of point. Might as well leave it to the boss to sort out. It was hardly as if she was going to crack the case in 5 minutes flat. Besides, looking at the state of Rachel Porter, the only thing she looked like she was capable of murdering was a good meal. As if on cue, D.S. Ratcliffe strode into the kitchen and sat down on a kitchen chair. Angie pretended not to notice his blush as the chair groaned under his weight. He was well built, her boss. He smiled at Rachel and introduced himself. "Miss Porter, I'm Detective Sergeant Mike Ratcliffe. Would you like a fresh one of those?" He looked hopefully at Angie whilst nodding towards the kettle. Rachel shook her head. "It's gone cold." "I know. Would you like another?" To his obvious disappointment, she shook her head again. He sighed as Angie set the kettle down and shot him a smug look. "Your sister should be fine. We've contacted her husband and he'll meet her at the hospital. I'm sorry you weren't able to go with her, but we do need you to answer some questions." Rachel nodded at him, then turned her gaze back to her tea. If Angie didn't know better, she'd have sworn the woman was stoned. "Do you know how we can contact your other sister, Stella?" Rachel shrugged. "She's gone. She should be here. Stella's always been here." "When was the last time you saw her?" "October 19th, 1996. "That's both very precise and a very long time ago. I'm told that your mother recently died. Did you see your sister at the funeral?" "No, I haven't seen either of them since 96. I didn't go to the funeral." "Why not?" Rachel showed surprise at the boldness of his question. "We had a row. I was excommunicated from the family. It happens. I don't even know what I'm doing here now, to be honest. I should have stuck to my guns and stayed away." "Why are you here now?" Ratcliffe asked. Angie thought it odd and a little mercenary to ignore the funeral but turn up to pick over the family bones. It was more than obvious they'd been clearing the house. Maybe this would turn out to be more interesting than she'd first thought. "Francis asked me to help sort out the house. I wanted to see it again, see if it was as awful as I remembered." She paused and looked around. "It is." Angie had to agree with that. The house was oppressive and gloomy, not exactly a place anyone would want to call home. Ratcliffe wanted to know why they had all fallen out. "Money. Always money, isn't it? My aunt died. She left me her flat and some money. My mother and Francis thought I should share and share alike. I didn't want to, so we fell out." Her answer had been too trite, too neat for Angie's liking. She hoped her boss would pursue it. "What about Stella? What did she think?" Ratcliffe asked. "I can't recall her being given the chance to say what she thought," Rachel replied. "Does any of this have anything to do with the fact that dead bodies seem to be popping up all over the place?" Ratcliffe leaned back in the chair. Angie heard it moan again as the weak joints adjusted to the shift in weight. She could see him thinking and wondered if he shared her thoughts. Her guess would be that Rachel had been a kid when someone had murdered an adult and a baby, covered them in sand, and hidden them away. Still, that didn't quite explain Rachel's flippant and detached response to the situation. "Yes, about that," Ratcliffe said, tapping the table with the tips of his fingers. "The bodies. Do you know who they are?" Rachel wasn't looking too good. Her face was ashen and a slick of sweat was making her forehead shine like oiled alabaster. Angie watched with mounting concern as the frail woman put her head in her hands and said, "I don't know," in a voice that was almost slurring. It looked as if she was physically trying to swallow down the distress and confusion of what was happening. Angie had never seen someone turn so grey so quickly. Without warning, Rachel's eyes rolled back and she slid off the chair onto the floor, where she began to jerk and twitch like a thing possessed. No one had been expecting that. "Get Ferris in here now!" Ratcliffe yelled, a sound that sent Angie scurrying for the door. Angie knew Julia Ferris as a woman more accustomed to dealing with dead bodies than live ones at that stage of her medical career, but she was still a doctor and immediately recognized that Rachel was having an epileptic seizure. "She's having a seizure," she said with her usual cool detachment. "Given that she's wearing a medic alert bracelet, I suspect she suffers from epilepsy." "Aren't you going to do anything?" Angie asked, worried that they'd be sued for negligence if Rachel was injured. They already had one damaged Porter's sister on their hands. "Other than move that chair so she doesn't smash her face on it, no. She'll be out of it in a minute or two. Just let her settle and give her some water. She'll probably be a bit sleepy too, so let her rest if she needs to. You can check with her whether she carries medication and has taken any today. Now, does anybody mind if I get back to the dead guys now?" Ferris said peevishly. Angie knew she would have to get garbed up in another paper suit to go back to the crime scenes, and she'd have been pissed off too in Ferris's shoes. Angie was a little shocked by the doctor's nonchalance, but Ratcliffe just appeared relieved that Rachel wasn't having a stroke or a heart attack. So far, they had 2 dead bodies, 1 witness in hospital, a potential suspect who was fuck knows where, and a second witness who was writhing on the floor like a demented snake. Just as Angie's anxiety was beginning to rise again, the rigours torturing Rachel's thin body started to lessen, and slowly she stopped jerking and grew progressively limp. "Get her some water, will you?" Ratcliffe asked as he bent down to help Rachel sit up. "You had me worried for a minute or two," he said, helping her into a sitting position. Angie watched as Rachel fought to compose herself, shame spreading across her features in the same way that urine had spread across her trousers during the fit. Angie couldn't help but feel for the woman. Rachel took the water and drank it down quickly. "Sorry, that one seemed to come out of nowhere," she said. "I haven't had a fit in ages." "Are you okay? Do you need anything? Can I get your medication?" Angie asked, her heart rate only just beginning to settle back to its normal pace after the drama. She passed Rachel the blanket that had slipped off when she fell, hoping to at least help her preserve some dignity in front of Ratcliffe. She might have encouraged the poor woman to go and change, but the house was practically empty, and it was clear there weren't any clean clothes lying around. Angie watched as Rachel wrapped the blanket around herself. "More water, please. I took my dose this morning," she said, still looking disorientated. Having drunk the second glass straight down, she explained that she suffered from epilepsy and had since she was a child. Though usually well controlled, the fits could be brought on by stress. "I think you would agree that my day has been stressful," she said to them both with a feeble laugh. "Just a bit. Look, if you need to take a break, we can pick this up later," Ratcliffe said, genuine concern showing on his face. "No, I'm fine. I'll be fine," she insisted. "I want to get this over with as soon as possible and get back to my room, please." Ratcliffe looked as doubtful about that as Angie felt, but decided to press on. He helped Rachel back onto the chair and motioned to Angie to put the kettle on. "When your sister saw what was in the trunk in the shed, she called out before she fell. The young man out there said that she called out the name Roy. Does that mean anything to you?" Kettle in hand, Angie watched as Rachel blinked at him for a moment while she absorbed his words. "Roy? Roy was Stella's husband. Are you saying that's him in the shed?" she asked, screwing her eyes up in an attitude of dazed disbelief. "Roy walked out on Stella 30 years ago, just upped and left. Said he was going out to buy cigarettes and never came back. It can't be him." She screwed her face up in what might be disbelief. With the state of her, it was hard to tell. "I'm sorry, but I think I'm having another one," she mumbled before she went down again. It was no good. By the time Rachel came out of the second fit, she was so exhausted they would have been hard-pressed to get her name out of her in any sensible form. The only reasonable thing they could do was get someone to drive her to the hotel she was staying at and call it a day. The only useful information they'd gained from the whole interview was gleaned from Rachel's parting words as she walked wearily out of the door. "By the way, if the body in the shed has a gold tooth, a canine, then it is Roy." Julia Ferris was in the yard discussing the logistics of moving the trunk, complete with sand and body, with the crime scene guys, when Ratcliffe and Angie approached her. "Does our victim have a gold tooth?" he asked. Yeah, a canine. Why? Because I think I know who he is, and given that his wife is missing, I think I can make a conservative guess at who killed him. The deceased may well be one Roy Baxter, husband of the eldest Porter girl. Stella, Angie added for clarity. Ferris frowned. Doesn't mean she killed him, if it is him, which I admit is likely, but we don't actually know yet. What about the baby? Any ideas? Not a clue yet. Anyway, what's with the sand? I don't get it. Ferris stripped off the latex glove she had been wearing and wiped a powdery hand across her forehead. Whoever did this to them attempted a rudimentary form of mummification, by the looks of it. It's sharp sand, the kind builders use, so it contains salt. Salt absorbs the moisture that bodies release as they decompose. It's also a good preservative. Whoever did this didn't do a bad job. The bodies are in pretty good nick. Angie suppressed a shudder. But why mummify them? Why not just dig a hole and bury them? Ferris shrugged. Could be anything. Keeping them as trophies, a la a serial killer maybe, or couldn't be bothered to dig the hole. Let's face it, it's a lot easier to tip sand in a box than it is to dig a grave deep enough to bury a body without risking being seen. Or the body being dug up by a curious dog or an over-enthusiastic gardener. Dunno. You tell me. There's one thing, mummified bodies don't smell so bad, it's why they don't decay. They don't attract flies and bugs, and so don't betray their presence so easily. Ratcliffe nodded thoughtfully. Gruesome, though. Implies a lot of thought. How long do you think they've been there? I'm not sure, but a fair few years. When did your Baxter guy disappear? Quite a long time ago, we think, Angie said. Hopefully the sisters would help them pinpoint the exact time period, and she and Ratcliffe might be able to corroborate it by finding other witnesses. Unfortunately, what the sisters hadn't helped with was the preservation of the crime scene and potential evidence. Anything that might have offered clues to what had happened had more than likely been burned or was now languishing somewhere on 10 acres of landfill site. The clearance guy, Sid, had been more than happy to tell them of Frances's enthusiasm in disposing of her family's belongings. Information that told Angie that Frances wasn't going to be an easy woman to deal with. So far, all they had managed to salvage were a few boxes of Stella's possessions, some kids' books, an old and seriously ugly wardrobe, and some bags of rubbish. With so little to go on, Angie suspected they weren't going to find out anything worth knowing anytime soon. Chapter 3. At 4:30 in the afternoon, when Rachel finally reached her hotel room, she could barely keep her eyes open and flopped, fully dressed, onto the bed. The next time she looked at the clock, it was 8:10. It wasn't until she opened the heavy curtains that she realized she was looking out of the window onto the beginnings of a bright new day, rather than on the quiet twilight she had been expecting. There were two things she liked most about hotels: the anonymity that was afforded by them, and the oodles of hot water that allowed a bath to be drawn in minutes. In the rare moments when she felt as though she might like to rejoin humanity, she would just book a room for the night and pretend she was a tourist. On a whim, she'd walk into a random hotel in London, get a room and spend the time there watching TV, ordering room service and having baths. For a night or two, she could make believe that she wasn't lonely, that she had purpose, that she had a life. It wasn't that Lila's flat didn't have a bath, it did. A huge, deep, claw-footed cast-iron thing that emptied the tank at 5 inches and chilled the water within seconds. Maintaining personal hygiene at the flat was a puritanical experience, akin to self-flagellation with cold water and rough towels. Having the option of a proper soak in hot water was more than a small pleasure. With this in her mind, she opened the taps in the beautifully modern bathroom, perched herself on the edge of her rented bath, and watched the steam rise with comforting anticipation. The epileptic fits of the day before had been an unpleasant surprise. It had been a long time since she'd had to face the humiliation of having a seizure in public, even longer since she'd experienced one so bad that she'd wet herself. The medication she took daily had kept them in check for years, and if she had one at all, it was when her defences were down and she allowed dark thoughts to run riot. More often than not, the fits were transient partial seizures, which to anyone else would look like daydreaming or drunkenness. A full-blown fit was so rare she could remember the exact day the last one had happened, but she didn't want to think about it. Dwelling on that period of her life was something she actively avoided, doing anything she could to distract herself. Coming back had brought some things way too close for comfort already, but questioning herself about why she had come in the first place was pointless. It didn't matter, she was where she was. What did matter was how soon she could get away. Soaking in the bath, she chose not to think about anything other than coffee and food. Fits made her hungry, and she needed caffeine before the headache that had begun to niggle at her turned into a full-blown howler. She bathed quickly and only half-dried her hair before she dressed and went out of the door in search of breakfast. As she wandered up Westgate Street, towards the cathedral and to the only cafe she could remember, she thought of Stella and wondered where she had gone and why. Perhaps Frances had finally managed to drive her out. As an accomplished escape artist herself, Rachel didn't question why her sister had disappeared. Anyone who had known their family would have been able to answer that. However, she was utterly puzzled as to where Stella might have gone. To the best of Rachel's knowledge, Stella had spent the last 19 years looking after Valerie. She didn't have friends or a social life or a bolt hole like the flat. She was hardly the type to reinvent herself in the way that Frances had. Besides, she was the quiet type. Timid, nervy, and not the sort of person who could disappear easily. She was probably avoiding Frances, a motivation that Rachel could entirely understand. Once inside Cafe Milano, she immediately experienced a rush of nostalgia. The place had hardly changed since the days when she and Stella had lingered over their milkshake and coffee, pretending for an hour or so that they didn't have to go home. She took a breath, filling her lungs with the scent of vanilla and fresh ground beans, smiling as she recalled that she had discovered Italian coffee in this place, long before the big chains had flooded the world with their skinny lattes and pretentious chai. There was a seat at the back, half hidden behind a bamboo screen, a perfect place to people-watch without being seen herself. She ordered coffee and a bacon roll, then sat back and looked around at the other customers, soaking in the normality of them and hoping it would rub off a little. Then she saw him, a tall man striding across the room. The way he moved was painfully, heart-stoppingly familiar, and the recognition sent a cold shard of fear slicing through her gut. He was heading straight for her, and her only escape was the bad wiring in her brain and the way it could opt out of trouble whenever it saw fit. He was sure this time. He had caught glimpses before, the turn of a head or the sound of laughter so painfully familiar that it induced a sensation of time grinding to a standstill. His heart flip-flopped and fluttered pointlessly like a moth battering at a light bulb. So many times over the years he'd found that it wasn't her after all, just some woman who thought he was a weirdo freak. Now he was holding up the queue at the cash point as he stared at the cafe door, 100% sure that Rachel had just walked through it. "You asking to be mugged?" a woman said aggressively, pushing in front of him so that she could get to the machine. Charlie had been so rapt by the realization that Rachel was back that he'd forgotten that he was standing in the middle of town with £100 in crisp 20s just sitting in his hand, looking ripe for the picking. "Arsehole," the woman hissed as he moved away, hastily pushing the money into his pocket, ready to launch himself across the road. He got as far as the cafe door before chickening out and turning towards the newsagents instead. If he were going to go in and confront her, he needed to gather his thoughts. He would buy a paper, something to hide behind when he pretended that his being there was just an accident. A lot was at stake. If he had any sense, he would walk away and make himself believe that he hadn't seen her at all. He would pretend it was the same as all the other times he'd felt a faint glimmer of hope, only to see it fade and die as soon as he'd called her name and been given an odd look by a complete stranger. As his mother would say, only one good thing had ever come from dealing with the Porter family, and that was Amy. Everything else that touched them always turned to shit. However, he'd been waiting a long time for this moment, and he was going to have his say now. The woman in the shop wanted to chat, and he just wasn't in the mood. "Comes to something, doesn't it?" she said with a cynical shake of her head. Charlie hated random statements. "Pardon?" "In the paper. Bodies. Here, right on our doorstep, and the woman who did it has gone missing. Not that they're saying that, but it's obvious, isn't it? If she's done a runner, she must have done it. Doesn't bear thinking about," she said, shuddering as she handed him his change. He didn't have a clue what she was talking about, but accepted his change with a tolerant smile and glanced down at the paper. His eyes were immediately drawn to the left-hand column on the front page. The names stood out like two nuns in a brothel. Porter and Baxter. He scanned the article and exhaled slowly. No wonder she was back. Rachel knew that he had come in looking for her. His movements were too purposeful for this to be a coincidence. She ought to have known that this would happen, but had stupidly hoped that she could avoid it. If the police hadn't insisted that she stick around, she would have been back in London by now instead of sitting around and wondering why fate was such a relentless bastard. Of course Charlie had aged, they both had. She just looked old. But on him, greying hair and lines around the eyes had enhanced the air of artless charm he'd always been blessed with. She watched helplessly as he ploughed an inexorable path through the crowded cafe towards her table. Had there been a back door, she would have bolted, but she was trapped. Stomach pitching and rolling, she could do nothing but wait for the moment she had been dreading for 19 years. He had spotted her easily. She was only half hidden behind the bamboo screen, and he was moving towards her like a guided missile. Pushing past the other customers, he made his way to her table and slapped a newspaper down in front of her. "I didn't think anything would bring you back until I read this. It's been a long time, Rachel," he said, his voice rank with bitterness. She forced herself to look down at the paper, the sea of words blurring underneath the stark headline, "Two Dead in Local House of Horror." Until that point, she had almost convinced herself that the events of the previous day had been a surreal nightmare, the kind that lurked and clung long after waking, the kind that left an unpleasant taint that was impossible to ignore. Every word of the headline sent a slug of reality into her brain. Each time a blurred sentence unravelled itself and landed in her grey matter, her senses began to fizz and pop like a damp firework until the whole thing short-circuited and she felt herself going down. The whole cafe held its breath as Rachel hit the floor. Even the hiss of the coffee machine halted for a second or two. As she'd fallen, she'd taken the tablecloth with her, dragging everything with it and sending a mesmerizing cascade of sugar skittering across the floor like a million microscopic diamonds, which were swiftly crushed under Charlie's feet as he rushed to move furniture out of the way. Someone shrieked as Rachel's body began to twitch and jerk, and almost everyone panicked as Charlie dropped to the floor and started to yank at Rachel's neck in an attempt to loosen her scarf. "Oh my God!" the waitress yelled, trying to pull him off. Charlie shouted and shrugged her off. "Get off me, you silly cow, and move the bloody tables out of the way. She's having a fit." All his old, familiar instincts had kicked in as soon as he'd seen the warning in Rachel's eyes, before they had glazed over and rolled back into her head like a couple of milk-white marbles. Adrenaline surged through his body as he struggled to loosen her scarf while trying to ignore the chattering voyeurs. The waitress was twittering on about calling an ambulance, but he told her no, even though she shrieked again as blood began to dribble from Rachel's contorted mouth. "She's bitten herself, it's nothing. She'll be fine in a minute. Just give her some space, will you, and tell those bloody people to stop gawping," he shouted. "Are you a doctor, then?" the terrified girl asked, only to have her question completely ignored. Rachel's body began to relax, and Charlie found himself trembling with relief. He hadn't had to deal with one of her seizures in a long, long time. He sat back, stretched out his legs, and pulled her limp, exhausted body into his lap, propping her head against his chest and stroking the damp hair away from her pallid face. He wasn't sure which one of them was more traumatized. "Can you get us some water, please?" he asked the shock waitress. The girl nodded and scurried off, briefly pausing to turn and ask, "Still or sparkling?" Charlie rolled his eyes. "Tap!" he said impatiently. The girl returned with the water and the proprietor of the cafe in her wake, a sensible-looking woman who offered to pull the screen across and give them some privacy. Charlie accepted gratefully and took the water, holding it to Rachel's mouth and making her drink, though she was still disorientated. The cafe woman ushered the waitress away. "Can I do anything? Should I check her bag, call a relative or something?" Charlie shook his head. "No, thanks, it's fine, I'll look after her." The cafe woman frowned, looking unsure of him. "Not being funny, but do you actually know her?" she asked, shifting her posture to demonstrate that she wasn't to be trifled with if he turned out to be some random weirdo. Charlie closed his eyes for a moment and sighed. He supposed it did look somewhat strange. "You could say that I do." The woman peered at him, suspicion rippling across her face. "Are you a relative?" He looked down at the pale, thin woman who lay against his chest, giving everyone the perfect impression of a limp rag. To this day, he still didn't understand how they'd come to this. All those years, and here she was, still able to hurt him with a single look. "I'm her husband," he said. Chapter 4. When the doorbell rang, Delia Jones peered through the net curtains and smiled with grim satisfaction at the predictability of the police, Since reading the morning paper, she'd been waiting for them to call with as much patience as a woman like her could muster, which wasn't much at all. On opening the door, she smiled at them both, listened as they introduced themselves, and perused their warrant cards with unnecessary scrutiny. When she felt she'd annoyed them enough, she adopted an air of weary disinclination and said, "I suppose you had better come in." Ratcliffe followed Angie into Delia's cluttered sitting room and formed his first impressions while Delia lowered herself into a very fat armchair and took her time settling in. The whole room was stuffed to the gills with cheap china and whimsical little ornaments. It was the kind of room that could send a grown man slowly and steadily crazy over time. He looked at her smirking from her fat chair. Delia Jones struck him as the kind of woman who probably knew that and coveted her collection even more for that reason. "I know why you're here. I read the paper. But if you're looking for my son, he doesn't live here anymore. Besides, whatever you lot think, he's no killer. And Roy Baxter was alive and well long after he was locked up, so you'll be barking up the wrong tree anyway," Delia said, offering the statement with smug satisfaction. So she'd read the papers. Sometimes Ratcliffe hated reporters. They were way too quick off the mark with their speculation. He hadn't even had confirmation that the body was Roy Baxter yet, but the paper had got hold of the name and run the story anyway. "There is nothing that we are aware of that would link your son to this case, Mrs. Jones, but we will need to talk to him at some point. It's you we've come to see," he said. The team had run some checks back at the station and had been surprised to find that there had been another body found at the Limes 30 years before. That one had been fresh, though, not preserved in sand. Her body was still seeping blood when she was found complete with her killer, knife in hand, standing over her body. The victim was Patsy Jones, daughter-in-law of Delia. The case note stated that Patsy had been having an affair with Roy Baxter, an error in judgment that had led to her death. The murder had been committed by Delia's son, who had been found next to his dead wife holding the murder weapon, a kitchen knife, which he'd used to stab Patsy 4 times after he had bashed her over the head with a blunt object that had never been found or identified. It had been an open and shut case. Delia's son had served 10 years of a possible 15 and hadn't come to the attention of the police since. Delia was correct in saying that her son couldn't have had anything to do with at least one of the bodies found the day before, because he had been on remand when Roy Baxter had gone missing. For Ratcliffe, there was no obvious link between the two cases, other than the Limes appearing to be a popular venue for untimely and horrific deaths. But they did need to talk to Delia Jones. She had been the Porter's cleaning woman 30 years before, and was likely to be one person who knew more about them than anyone else. Uniform had completed some preliminary door-to-door inquiries, and from the little information they had gathered, Angie and Ratcliffe had concluded that the Porter family were not neighbourly types. Of those people interviewed who were aware of their existence, most described them as eccentric, standoffish, and weird. The only real contact any of the neighbours had with them was on the odd occasion when someone had plucked up enough courage to complain about the run-down state of the house and the untamed jungle that may have at one time been a garden. All had been given short shrift and had not tried again. Consequently, the only person who might have any useful information on the family regarding the time that Roy Baxter had been a part of it was Delia Jones, an ornery old bird who was busy giving both he and Angie some seriously dirty looks. Scowling at him, she said, "What do you want to talk to me for? I didn't bloody kill him. Though if I had, Charlie wouldn't have had to pay for something he didn't do. If you ask me, Roy Baxter got everything he deserved." Angie stepped in, going for the woman's touch, Ratcliffe guessed. It wouldn't work. Nothing did with Delia's type. "How did you and your son know Mr. Baxter?" she asked. "I would have thought you already knew that. I was their cleaner and Charlie worked for Roy. He was a builder, he gave Charlie work and only did it to piss Valerie off. She wasn't keen on Charlie." "Why not?" Ratcliffe asked. Delia laughed and shook her head. Valerie Porter didn't like anyone much. Ratcliffe didn't buy it. He looked at Angie, and by his guess, neither did she. "What do you mean?" Delia shifted in her seat. She was a bitter woman, a dried-up old stick who liked to make other people miserable when she could. She was always the same, even when she was a kid. A nasty, spiteful bitch who thought she was a cut above everyone else. Put it this way, it takes more than a posh house and a good name to shift a reputation like hers. "She must have liked you. She gave you a job," Angie said. "She gave me the job because I was the only person stupid enough to do it for the lousy money she paid. Liking didn't come into it. Besides, she enjoyed the fact that someone she knew worked for her, made her feel important. Delia said bitterly, obviously still suffering the indignity of her lot. Why stay if she was so unpleasant, paid so little? Angie wanted to know. Delia looked her up and down, obviously taking in the smart suit and the air of self-assurance. I don't suppose a woman like you would know what it's like to be left on your own to bring up a kid. I left school at 14, got married when I was 17, had Charlie when I was 20 and was widowed at 22. I had no money and a roof to pay for. Wasn't quite so easy to go to the social, cap in hand then. I had to work and I had to go somewhere I could take Charlie with me. Needs must, Constable. She paused and pointed a fat finger at Angie. You should be glad the world has changed. If it hadn't, you wouldn't be sitting there in your nice suit calling the shots. You would have been chained to the sink with a load of snotty-nosed kids around your ankles too, just like all the other women I knew back then, so don't judge me, lady. I wasn't too proud to earn my own living, even if it was cleaning up someone else's muck. At least I wasn't raking through it like you lot do. Angie was taken aback by the level of venom in Delia's tone, but Ratcliffe was unfazed by the attack. He liked to think of himself as thick-skinned, like a suit-wearing rhino. Give her time and Angie would be the same. She had potential. He wouldn't have given her the time of day if she didn't. He'd spent his career hearing bullshit from the likes of Delia Jones and he could take it. He had a decent brain on him. Wasn't exactly a people person, but got the job done through determination and stoic patience. Ignoring Delia's defensiveness, he ploughed in. You may have read that there was a second body found. A baby. Can you tell us anything about that? He said, not looking at Delia, but studying her crowded mantelpiece instead. A photograph had caught his attention. A pretty, dark-eyed girl smiled out at him from the confines of a cheap silver frame. She looked familiar. Delia saw where his gaze fell. Well, you're not going to get an answer by looking up there, are you? Sit down, for God's sake. You take up too much space, she said irritably, watching with grim amusement as he perched his big frame on the edge of another fat chair. I don't know anything about a baby, but I wouldn't put anything past that family. They like their secrets, she added enigmatically. What secrets? Angie wanted to know. Well, if I knew that, they wouldn't be secrets, would they? Delia countered with a satisfied smile. Look, I walked out of there the day Patsy died and I never looked back. I don't know anything about what you found there and I've had no contact with any of them since. I can't help you. Ratcliffe glanced back up at the photo. What about Rachel? Did you have contact with her? Delia shrugged. For a while. Couldn't help her family, could she? Anyway, I haven't seen her for getting on for 20 years. She moved away, cut herself off. Didn't even go to the funeral. Did you go to the funeral? Angie asked. Delia pursed her lips. I did. Wanted to make sure the old cow really was dead. Ignoring this comment, Ratcliffe pressed on. Why didn't Rachel go? It was her mother, after all. Delia looked away from him. Her eyes flicked rapidly from side to side before she answered. They fell out. Don't ask me why, because I don't know, but I think it was over money. Valerie's sister-in-law died, left the lot to Rachel, which was when she buggered off to London. Rachel lives in Lila's old flat now, as far as I know. Look, they were a weird lot. Stella wouldn't say boo to a goose. Frances was so far up her own backside she thought her shit didn't stink. And Valerie wasn't much better. She made Maggie Thatcher look like a pussycat. I just worked there. A long time ago. Ratcliffe sighed. This was going nowhere. Is there anyone else you can think of who might have known the family? Delia shrugged again. Not likely. They weren't exactly the kind that had friends. And before you ask, no, I don't know where Stella is. Ratcliffe had called it quits. They were getting nowhere fast with Delia Jones, but they both knew that she was holding back. He could see her now, staring at them through her net curtains as they climbed into the car. Angie rammed the key into the ignition and said, Oh, she was like a breath of rotten air, eh? What now, boss? He gazed out at the windscreen, looking at nothing in particular, while she waited for him to answer. She had fast-tracked through the force on a degree program that meant quick promotion and instant status, but if he was honest, she was a bit out of her depth sometimes, especially around blokes like him. Older male coppers intimidated her. The only way she had learnt to deal with it was to refine a cool, detached persona that she hoped others saw as enigmatic and intelligent, and pepper it with the odd bit of edgy humour. The truth was, she was confused and often struggled to find a way forward, especially in cases like these. Everything she had learned in college flew out of the window when she was faced with someone like Delia Jones. The theory was there. She knew what she was supposed to achieve, but she just hadn't developed the knack of engaging reluctant witnesses. Ratcliffe just plugged away at them like an unstoppable force. He just didn't go away until they gave in. We'll talk to Charlie Jones, then go back and see his mummy, until one of them gives us what they know, but first, we go to the hospital and visit Francis. Chapter 5. The first thing Rachel saw when she woke was Charlie sitting on a chair, feet up on the dressing table, watching the TV with the sound off. She didn't say anything at first, just watched him and tried to accommodate her shame and confusion. The aftermath of a fit was always the same: severe exhaustion and a strange sensation of derealization. She couldn't remember much of what had happened, other than she had been in a cafe and Charlie had walked in. Slowly, she realized that she was back in her hotel room, in bed, stripped down to just her bra, pants, and t-shirt. Charlie must have found her key, brought her back and undressed her. The thought made her wince with more shame, and the wincing made her hurt. Her mouth was sore as hell, and she could taste the slight tang of blood where she had bitten her cheek during the fit. "Feeling better?" Charlie asked. Rachel hadn't noticed that he was looking at her. "Thirsty," she croaked. Charlie pointed to a glass of water standing ready on the bedside table and watched her as she took a long gulp. "How's your mouth?" It was raw, causing her to wince again. "Painful," she said, flopping back against the pillows, unable to make her mind grasp the surreal situation. She felt like a damp sock. "Why are you here?" Charlie didn't say anything. Instead, he took the glass and walked into the bathroom to refill it. By the time he came back into the bedroom, Rachel had gathered herself together and realized that she'd been pretty rude to the man who'd helped her. Though she could argue that he'd triggered the fit by turning up out of the blue and scaring her shitless. But then she'd turned up on him out of the blue too. "Thanks for helping me, but you didn't need to stay," she said. Charlie didn't speak, just sat back in the chair, regarding her with an inscrutable look on his face. Rachel was at a loss. It was as if she'd been placed under a microscope and had been found to be vulnerable and stupid. She'd never been able to stand pointed silences and fought to fill the gap. "How are you?" she asked, immediately feeling idiotic. Charlie gave a wry laugh and glanced heavenward before turning his gaze back to her and stating coolly, "Old, tired, bitter. Some things don't change, Rachel." "I'm sorry," was all she could say, directing the apology towards the room. It would have been impossible to look him in the eye and say it. Charlie was silent for a moment. "That was a bad fit." Rachel watched as he stood and turned towards the window to stare out onto the street below. Anything other than have to show his face to her, even though the ice had been shattered rather than broken. "They're not usually that bad, not these days, but you know how it is, they're stress-related. What with everything that happened yesterday and then seeing you, well..." She trailed off. He'd turned back to face her. His jaw was twitching the way it did when he was angry, tense and upset. It had always unnerved her. "So Roy got killed and stuffed in a box in the shed. What about the other one, Rachel? Has your family found an even more effective way of disposing of their unwanted children, rather than just abandon them without a word, kill them off and hide the bodies? Gruesome but efficient, I must say," he hissed through gritted teeth. Rachel had been bracing herself for this from the minute she saw him walk through the cafe door. She had spent nearly half her life avoiding this moment, because there was no way, no possible way, that she could tell him the truth of why she'd left him. She was saved from making any kind of response by the sound of a single, loud rap on the door. Ratcliffe had drawn a blank with Francis. The bang on the head had turned out to be worse than expected, and she was still in hospital. She had been placed into a medically induced coma while the doctors waited for the hematoma that was pressing on her brain to subside. They had no clear idea of when she would regain consciousness, so Ratcliffe had decided to question Rachel again during the wait. His boss, D.I. Benton, had conveniently extracted herself from the case, leaving him, Angie, and a few others to rake over the ashes of this bizarre and soulless case. No one knew anything, and if they did, they weren't talking. His instinct told him there were hidden agendas, evidenced by the fact that no one cared about the two desiccated bodies that had given him some distinctly disturbing dreams the previous night. No matter how many years policing he had under his belt, there were some things it was impossible to unsee. The tiny, wizened body of the baby would haunt him forever. Despite Francis's predicament, he had managed to speak to her husband, Peter Haynes, a supercilious man in Ratcliffe's opinion. He had been far more concerned with the fact that his good name would be brought into question by the case than he had been about either his injured wife or the fact that 2 bodies had turned up at her former home. Ratcliffe had instinctively disliked the man and looked forward to dragging him into the station to make his statement in due course. In the meantime, some gaps needed filling in. He hadn't bargained that Rachel would have company, so he was completely wrong-footed when a man opened the door. So much so that it took him a moment or two to realise that Rachel's visitor was none other than Charlie Jones. "Well, well, well," he said, pulling out his warrant card and pushing it under Charlie's nose, as if Charlie didn't know exactly who he was already. "It's not often we get to kill 2 birds with 1 stone." The fact that Rachel Porter was sitting up in bed, half-dressed, and Jones was looking decidedly shifty, told him that whatever had been happening in that room wasn't something that they would want to share. For some strange reason, the sight of her like that, dishevelled, half-naked, irked him more than it should. "I don't believe in coincidences, Mr. Jones. Perhaps you'd like to tell me why you're here." Charlie patiently explained that he had bumped into Rachel that morning, that she had had another fit, and that he had helped her get back to the hotel. It was as simple as that. Ratcliffe wasn't buying it. He glanced at Rachel, sitting up in bed, her eyes wide as if she was auditioning for the part of Bambi. "Really? As simple as that? I didn't have you down as the Good Samaritan type, Mr. Jones," he said, his gaze settling once again on the woman in the bed. The fact that Rachel's mouth was swollen bothered him, but he wasn't there to talk about that. "We've been to see your sister, Rachel. She's not well, not at all." If he expected a torrent of concern to flow from Rachel's mouth, he would have been disappointed. Her reaction was to ask what was wrong, nod her head, and reassure him that Frances would no doubt survive the ordeal. "Frances is tough," Rachel said sagely. What was it with these people? Ratcliffe leaned on the edge of the dressing table opposite the bed, forcing Rachel to edge away from him and pull the covers up to her chin. "Rachel, I need to ask you some questions about Stella, but as you are currently indisposed, perhaps you'd like me to give you a few minutes to get dressed?" "If you wouldn't mind," she said with a blush and a look that encompassed Charlie too. Ratcliffe hadn't forgotten him. He was just biding his time to see what would come out of this bizarre situation. Both men stepped outside the room and Ratcliffe heard the lock on the door click into place in their wake. Rachel was taking no chances and he couldn't blame her. "I should go," Charlie said, discomfort rolling off him in waves judging by the way his jaw was twitching, and the fact that he was clenching and unclenching his hands. Ratcliffe was curious. It came across as a big reaction for a Good Samaritan. "Might as well stay. I'd like to talk to you too, so no reason we can't kill 2 birds with 1 stone. For now." Charlie stared at him, tension locking his features into a mask of what looked like impatience. "Whatever," he said. Ratcliffe put his hand up in a gesture of peace. "It's just a chat, nothing formal. Not yet. I wouldn't be here on my own if that was the case." His words didn't do anything to alter the other man's demeanour. Ratcliffe heard the lock click back. Rachel was dressed and standing pensive, but with the door wide open. "Tell me about Stella. What's she like?" Rachel looked from Ratcliffe to Charlie, taking her time in constructing a suitable answer. "Stella is quiet, nondescript and timid, really. She cared for my mother after her stroke, which wasn't an easy task. The fact that she's gone surprises me. She loved the Limes. I didn't think she would ever leave. I don't know what to tell you, really. She might have changed. I'm not sure I would know her at all anymore." "You said, 'my mother.' That's an odd thing to say. What do you mean?" The distinction in her words had sprung out at him. Rachel sighed. "Stella is my half-sister. She's Valerie, my mother's stepchild. Stella's mother died when she was young. Our father married Mother when Stella was 12. She had Frances already, and I came later. The Limes was her birth mother's family home, so Stella always had more of a connection to it than the rest of us, I suppose. I think she felt it was more hers than ours. Our father inherited it when his first wife died, and Mother got it after he went." "So Frances is a half-sister too?" Ratcliffe asked. Rachel nodded, her face tense. He guessed that Frances might be a sore subject. "What happened to your father?" "I never knew him. He died when I was a baby. We didn't talk about him. Mother wouldn't, and Stella wasn't allowed to. The past was always the past with Mother." Ratcliffe turned to Charlie. "Do you remember him?" "Before my time. Never knew him. My mum mentioned him from time to time. She didn't think much of him. Having met Delia Jones, Ratcliffe wasn't surprised at this. Other than her own son, Delia didn't seem to have a high opinion of anyone. He turned back to Rachel. Have you managed to remember anything about where Stella might have gone? Friends or relatives she may have decided to visit? He asked. Rachel shook her head. There are no relatives and no friends. Stella is a shy person, so she never had friends. Our mother didn't encourage friends, but I've not seen them for a long time. Maybe that changed. Despite his questions, Ratcliffe knew more about the family than he was choosing to let on. Angie had done some homework on them. What about the shop? Didn't Stella work in the family business? Might she have met people there? The Porters had owned a haberdashery, closed for years now, but Stella had worked there. I really don't know. I think the shop closed when our mother got ill. I haven't seen them for so long. I don't know. I'm sorry, but I'm really not much help. He turned to Charlie. What about you, Mr. Jones? You knew her. Where do you think she might have gone? Charlie shrugged. Don't ask me. I haven't set eyes on her for 30 years. Neither did I want to. Sorry, Rach, but you know it's true. Ratcliffe knew it was true, too. The last time Charlie Jones had clapped eyes on Stella Baxter was the day she had given evidence against him in court. He sighed. Why the hell did none of these people know anything? Rachel, do you have a photograph of her? Rachel laughed as if surprised by the request. No, we didn't do photos, unless Frances has one. There are pictures of her wedding, I think. Ratcliffe nodded. Typical. Okay, now, can you tell us anything about the body that you found yesterday? The child. It was the first time that Rachel had shown any real emotion in front of him. Her eyes began to fill with tears as she shook her head. I don't know, I really don't. I didn't even know that there was a cupboard there until yesterday. Oh, my God. I can't believe that someone would do that to a baby, she said, her voice trembling. Ratcliffe noticed Charlie's body stiffen at Rachel's words. People are capable of some terrible things, he said, looking straight at Charlie. Charlie looked away. He asked a few more generic questions and got no further forward. Whatever these two were hiding, he wasn't going to get it out of them in the casual confines of a hotel room. Sooner or later, he'd have to call them both in for a formal interview, put them under a bit more pressure. For now, they'd at least given him a few hints as to which direction those formal interviews would take. In Ratcliffe's mind, nothing was ever wasted. As he drove back to the station, he figured that there was no alternative but to get a picture of Stella and give it to the press as soon as possible. Someone would have seen her recently. All they had to do was pick her up when that someone came forward, and they would. They always did. Whatever had gone on in that house over the years, Stella was the one who would know. Ratcliffe was convinced of it. Strangely, it still bugged him that Charlie had been in Rachel's room. The air between them had been crackling with tension when he had walked in, and whatever their agenda was, it was surely loaded with something more than curiosity. It hadn't taken him long to work out that there was more between Charlie Jones and Rachel Porter than met the eye. Charlie's links to the Porter house went further than his past criminal record. The fact that his mother owned a photograph of a girl who was the spit of Rachel had sparked Ratcliffe's instincts, and he'd been more than a little smug when the team had turned up a marriage certificate and a birth certificate. Maybe Rachel and Charlie assumed that he already knew that they were married, but neither of them had volunteered it, and there had been no mention of their child. Though Jones had balked when Rachel got upset about the dead baby. If Rachel was telling the truth about having left years before and having no contact, she had left her kid, too. She came across as a nice woman. Shy, worried, but nice. Could a woman who'd left her own child be called nice? It depended on the circumstances, he supposed, but Charlie Jones had been convicted of murder, and quite frankly, Ratcliffe wouldn't have left Delia Jones in charge of his dog. To leave a baby with those two would be a determinedly odd thing to choose. Rachel Porter needled him. She wasn't what she appeared to be, and there was far more to that situation than met the eye, and he was going to find out what it was. Back in the incident room, he picked up a message to call Ferris. News was in on the bodies. All he wanted at that point was a decent cuppa and time to think, not a visit to the morgue. Why couldn't these forensic people just send a report? He never had understood the necessity of having to be shown the gruesome evidence in all its glory laid out on a slab. What was he supposed to do with the mental images? Chat about them to his wife over dinner? Although it might make an interesting change to Maria Ratcliffe's usual moaning. Not that he could blame her for getting hacked off. She was a good woman who had had to put up with a lot from him over the years. Ferris had completed a basic exam on both victims. Her initial conclusions were that Baxter, whose identity she had confirmed by discovering his wallet still intact inside his rotting clothes, had still been alive when he was placed in the trunk. She showed the detective the feeble scratch marks that scarred the underside of the lid. "I don't think he was alive for long, and I don't think he had much strength left when he made these marks. There is some considerable damage to the skull. I suspect that he was hit repeatedly with something heavy and hard. He would have died from a combination of those injuries and suffocation. There was a substantial amount of sand in his throat. Now that he is out with the sand and out of an airtight box, he's going to deteriorate rapidly, so I needed to find out as much as I could as soon as I could. I also found something clutched in his hand." She held up a bag containing a small gold earring, shaped like a teardrop. "My guess is that it belongs to whoever killed him." Ratcliffe took the bag and examined the earring. It wasn't an uncommon design, nothing special at all. Still, if someone could identify it as belonging to Stella, it might strengthen his thoughts on the case. "What about the baby? Anything there?" Ferris sighed. Hardened as they both were to the nature of their jobs, kids were always a tough call on everyone. "I think he was dead before he was put in the box. It looks like he was stillborn. To be honest, it's difficult to tell. From the skeleton, the size of the skull, and the length of the long bones, it looks like he had congenital problems. We did manage to salvage this, though." She passed him another bag containing several thin strips of material. It was what he was dressed in. Through the clear plastic, Ratcliffe could see a name embroidered on the fabric. "Daniel," he said aloud. "At least the poor little thing had a name. Anyway, I still have tests to do and should be getting more results in soon. I'll let you know as soon as anything comes in," Ferris said, bristling, as if she was far too busy to indulge in such mawkish sentiments. Ratcliffe was relieved to be outside and breathing air that didn't have the rancid aftertaste of decay. No matter how scrupulously clean Ferris's staff tried to be in there, the whole place still stank of death as far as he was concerned. He was puzzled by the assertion that Baxter had been alive when he had been stashed in the trunk. From what they did know about Stella, she was a tiny little thing. Baxter had been 6 foot tall, so how had such a small woman managed to manhandle someone that size into a great big trunk? His only conclusion was that she must have had help, which meant that someone else had known that the body was there. His money was on the mother, the dead and therefore perpetually silent Valerie. They had to find Stella, which meant he had a very good excuse to pay Francis's husband, Peter Haynes, another visit. Chapter 6. In Rachel's room, the atmosphere was thick with negativity. Waves of tension were washing across the room, fixing them both into the moment and forcing an uneasy silence. D.S. Ratcliffe had only just left, but his questions glowed neon bright in Charlie's mind, as if displayed on an imaginary autocue. "How well did you know Stella? What kind of person is she? Did she ever discuss her relationship with her husband with you?" Stella's evidence against him in his trial for Patsy's murder had ensured his conviction. He had spent 10 years in prison because of Stella, the woman who had sworn on the Bible to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but. As if anyone living in the limes even knew what the truth was. Yes, she had walked into the hallway that day and had been open-mouthed with horror to see him kneeling next to Patsy's body, though she had only seen what she wanted to see. She had assumed that because he held a knife in his hand, he was responsible. Charlie was a lot of things, but he'd never been a killer. In his mind's eye, he could see the wounds even now, great, savage rents spewing out torrents of blood. If he closed his eyes, it was still there, red pools of it blossoming on the tiles like a sea of overblown poppies. Blood and more blood soaking into his clothes, clinging to the knife, puddling around his knees, the acrid metallic tang of it still haunting his nose. Only one person had witnessed the truth of what happened that day. A 10-year-old kid who had epilepsy. A child who couldn't be believed. A child who, according to her mother, was a fantasist and a drama queen. The child of a woman who had despised Charlie for years. Valerie had described Rachel as a problem child to the police. A problem child with an inappropriate crush on an older man. Valerie had blamed herself, of course, telling them that it was her fault that Rachel followed Charlie around like a lapdog. As a witness, she had told the jury she hadn't realised it was a problem until Rachel was prepared to bend the truth for him and cover up his crime. To think that it had gone so far that her child was prepared to lie for him. Valerie had turned out an Oscar-winning performance as she told the 12 good citizens that she saw Rachel's weaknesses as an indictment of her own poor parenting. She had testified that Charlie was a devious and charming man, and she had no doubt he had coerced Rachel into falsely defending him. All Rachel had told them was that Charlie had pulled the knife out, not stuck it in, and that he had found Patsy there in the hall after she had been stabbed. The police had said that she would, wouldn't she? The child was terrified of Charlie Jones, so of course she would lie. The jury had shaken their heads at the picture Valerie had painted for them, and had looked at her with a mixture of pity and disdain. Perhaps that was where it all really began for Charlie. That single moment when he'd realised that the only person in the world who truly trusted him had been Rachel, a geeky 10-year-old kid. Now the adult Rachel watched Charlie warily. That muscle in his jaw was tensing. A bad sign that meant he was in a place where no one else was invited. It was difficult for Rachel to remember a time when she hadn't felt some form of love for him. An image of Charlie's smile was one of her oldest memories. Charlie had never brushed her off, never told her to go away, never told her to be quiet and stop pestering. Back then, he had been like a big brother, 14 years her senior and awe-inspiringly estimable in her eyes. When Delia was working in the house, Charlie could often be found in the garden, hacking at the undergrowth in a vain attempt to abate its creeping bid for dominance. Then, in later years, when he had begun working for Roy and had started to bring the lascivious Patsy with him to the limes, he had always, without fail, spared time to say something nice to Rachel. What a pitiful little kid she must have been, so grateful for such meagre crumbs and hero-worshipping the cleaner's boy because he had been kind. Frances had been the one with the real crush, but Charlie either hadn't seen the look she gave him or hadn't noticed the effort she made. Frances had even tried to emulate Patsy, by plastering on makeup and cutting off her skirts, until Valerie had slapped her face and called her a slut. She had backed off then, and had treated Charlie with condescending contempt ever since. His conviction for the murder Rachel knew he hadn't committed had made Valerie's day. Rachel had been the first one into the hall the day Patsy died. She had raced away from Stella, running up the drive and into the house, panting for breath, cheeks rosy from the chill winter air. The hall had been strangely silent, as if time was holding its breath as she had hung her scarf and coat on the hall stand. Only when she had turned towards the kitchen had her mouth sagged open and her feet turned to lead. Patsy had been lying on the floor in a crumpled, bloody heap, a blood-streaked bubble of spit popping on her lipstick-slicked mouth as the life ebbed out of her. Rachel had been transfixed, rooted to the spot. When Charlie had strolled into the hall from the kitchen, immediately issuing a guttural, almost primeval cry at the sight of his broken wife, he had thrown himself down onto the floor, instinctively pulling the knife from her chest, staring in horror as a pool of blood crept silently, still warm, towards his knees. Though she could picture it vividly, Rachel couldn't remember how many minutes the old grandfather clock had marked before Stella walked through the door and something other than death had begun to happen. It had felt like an eon. Charlie maintained that he had walked into the back of the house, having come from the park, using the small gate that gave the residents of the limes private access. However, there were no witnesses. The prosecution postulated that Charlie could have been in the house for any amount of time. No one else was in, so no one could corroborate his story. No one except Rachel, but her evidence was inadmissible and at best purely circumstantial. 10-year-old children were not reliable witnesses. Rachel knew Charlie hadn't stabbed Patsy. She had heard that cry. It echoed in her memory like the sound of nails being dragged slowly down a blackboard, a screeching, penetrating sound that made every fibre of her being sing with pain. Most of all, it was the memory of the hollow devastation in his eyes that assured her of his innocence both then and now. If she told him now, told him the true reason she had walked away from him and Amy, she would see that look again. Not just the shadow of it reflected back at her when she looked into his eyes, but a full-blown recreation of the moment his world had fallen apart for the first time. Patsy, the woman who had brought them together, and the woman who still stood between them. Patsy had been a magical creature, the only person Rachel remembered in colour. On the rare occasion she allowed herself to look back at her childhood, everyone else either appeared in black and white or materialised as a faded, jaded representation of their younger selves. The 70s had been like that, dull and leached of colour. But Patsy had been vibrant and alive, like a bird of paradise among a flock of lesser creatures. When Patsy was in a room, she'd had the effect of magnifying everyone else's mundanity. Stella had become smaller and dowdier. Valerie became more pinched and bitter, and even more like an indignant bird of prey than had been usual. Francis's arrogance became whiningly petulant, and Roy had puffed himself up like the peacock he pretended to be. Rachel had felt even more insignificant in Patsy's presence, like a drab cuckoo chick in a borrowed nest. Only Charlie hadn't changed. Charlie never changed. Rachel's thoughts were still consumed with the memory of Patsy lying on the hall floor like roadkill when Charlie finally broke the silence. "So here we are, pulled together again by your damned family. Like always, eh? And you haven't even asked me about your daughter, remember her? Amy, in case you've forgotten. For what it's worth, she thinks you're dead. I never had the art to put her straight and tell her she wasn't wanted and you walked away towards the money. Her life's been hard enough without having to know her mother is a bitch. I guess you're just like the rest of them." She tried to speak, but the prickling had started in her head again, making her brain feel like an overshaken Coke. "Oh, that's it. Have another fit. Opt out again, why don't you? It's what you do best." The venom in his words was pulsing through her like liquid fire. She deserved every ounce of it. She would take it and take it again rather than tell him the truth. He was hurt enough. "I'm sorry, I can't help it, I'm so sorry," she mumbled, already slurring. When the seizure had abated, and Rachel lay once again in a deep sleep, Charlie rifled through her bag, found her medication, and saw that the day's dose had been taken. He looked in her purse and found a card with the name and contact number of her neurologist and made the call, all the while feeling like an utter bastard for losing it with her. Mr. Parnell, consultant neurologist and Rachel's doctor for the past 19 years, was deeply concerned that her epilepsy had intensified so dramatically. He needed to see her, soon. Could Charlie bring her back to London as soon as possible? Charlie didn't have a choice. There wasn't anyone else who could take her, and he hardly had a solid reputation for dealing with wifely welfare. Besides, everyone was better off if she went back to London, especially Amy. Of all the things that Rachel had brought back with her, memories, regrets, hurt, confusion, the threat to Amy was the worst of them. If she found out that her mother was alive, she would never forgive him or her grandmother. Christ, he'd spent years taking her to a bloody graveyard once a year to put flowers on some complete stranger's grave just to maintain the lie that Rachel had died. Thank God for common names. He should never have allowed the lie to stand, but his mother had convinced him it was for the best. He'd been so angry and so hurt by Rachel leaving, he'd gone along with it. Like an idiot, like a sad and stupid man. He looked down at the sleeping woman, unsure of how he felt now. Guilty, mostly. He had bullied her and caused the fit. But angry, too, still angry. Still confused. Still hurt. Chapter 7. By the time Rachel woke up, groggy and hungover from the overactive neurotransmissions that were determined to destabilize her brain, Charlie had packed her bag, paid her bill, and was waiting, keys in hand, to drive her back to London. She couldn't have looked more relieved if she'd tried. He was relieved too, but her eagerness to leave stung a little. Damn his bloody head. His thoughts were making no sense. The drive to London was silent and strained. Charlie didn't say much, and Rachel spent the journey with her head resting against the window, eyes closed against the overhead lights that blurred and streaked across the evening sky as they sped past. Charlie let her rest, figuring it was better just to keep his thoughts to himself. He didn't want to trigger off another fit, not in the van, and she'd made it clear she wasn't willing to talk about the past. He had debated phoning his mother to tell her he wasn't going to be calling round that night, but two things stopped him. If Delia knew he was with Rachel, she would probably blow a gasket, and the last thing he wanted to have to deal with was his mother having a stroke on top of everything else. Besides, at 52 years of age, it was hardly necessary to call his mother and check in. The second reason was Amy. He just couldn't contemplate having to explain why he'd been such a shit dad and lied to her for her whole life. He'd stayed out before. It needn't be a big deal if he just played it cool. He glanced at Rachel and tried to work out what on earth he was feeling. Any other man would have just walked away and disappeared, but not him. What kind of mug was he? He must be some kind of masochist going back for more. She was the woman who had just about broken him, but she was also the woman who had given him the most precious thing he had, their daughter. Amy was all grown up and looking far too much like Rachel than was good for his mental health, and still believing that her daddy was her hero. Her daddy felt like a coward and knew he was a liar. Not that anyone had ever stated Rachel's supposed death as a fact. It had been something Amy had assumed. There was a vague memory of her asking Delia about it. Amy would have been about 5, had just started school, and she had asked outright if her mummy was dead. Some snotty-nosed kid in her class had said that if she didn't have a mum, it must be because her mum had died. Delia had heard these innocent words and had looked at him, raising her eyebrows as if that unknown kid had presented them with the perfect solution. Then she had soberly lied and told Amy that yes, her mummy was dead. Charlie had never had the guts to disabuse her of the notion. His mother had been right, it had been an easy solution at the time. Even though he'd had to search the county cemetery records to find a grave with the same bloody name when Amy had asked at age 10 if she could take flowers for her mother. It had been excruciating, standing by the grave of some other R. Jones, and watching his little girl put flowers there and tell her mummy what had happened at school that week. He'd felt like the worst scumbag on earth. That was the trouble with lies. They always came back and bit you in the arse eventually. He knew for a fact that over the years Amy had excused his lack of meaningful relationships, his need for solitude, and his moody silences as chronic grief. That was Amy. She could always take something dark and weave it into a bright, shiny ideal just by deciding it was the way things should be. Charlie wished he found it so easy to put such a spin on life. The romantic fantasy that Amy had manifested had satisfied her enough that she hadn't pressed Charlie for details about Rachel. She didn't want to cause him pain. That was his girl. If only she knew, he thought, his face contorting into a wry grimace. Charlie had never had the guts to shatter Amy's illusions about him. An act of cowardice that he was only just beginning to realize had been a huge mistake. There had been other women over the years, he wasn't a monk. He had never taken any of them home, didn't want Amy to meet them, and didn't want them involved with her. So all he had managed was to establish a few brief liaisons that had fizzled out quicker than a damp match. He could honestly say that overall it didn't bother him. It wasn't as if his track record with women would stand up to much scrutiny. Something of the kiss of death had followed him where partners were concerned. Not that Rachel was dead. Far from it. Though there had been times over the years that he'd wished she were. How much simpler it would have been just to grieve her loss in the same way he had grieved Patsy, but from behind the bars of a different kind of prison. Then again, his relationship with Patsy had been much simpler. She had been another one, a woman who couldn't take him as he was, but at least Patsy hadn't felt the need to save him from himself like most women did. Why did they always have a desire to save him when the only thing he'd ever needed saving from was them? Patsy had wanted many things, money mostly. It had taken her death for him to realize that she'd never wanted him at all. Rachel was the only one who had ever accepted him unchanged, or so he'd thought at the time. That was why hers had been the biggest betrayal of them all. He almost laughed aloud, stopping himself before he disturbed Rachel. Any chance that anyone had of saving him was so far in the past they'd need a TARDIS to get to it. Perhaps what those women had always said would prove to be true after all. He would die a lonely old man. If Amy ever found out about Rachel, he was certain of it. Rachel pretended to sleep, trying desperately to relax so that she would look more convincing to Charlie. Anything to avoid having to talk to him. All she wanted to do was to get back to the flat, Lila's flat. Then she could shut the past out again and go back to the half-life where she had hidden safely for years. An impossible feat now that the biggest part of her past was sitting right next to her, about to invade the only sanctuary she had. What would he make of her existence? Maybe he would be shocked to see the way she lived, just a wistful ghost haunting another woman's life. Nothing in the flat had been changed since the day Lila had died. Not a thing. Even the dust just recirculated and settled back exactly where it had come from. Lila's clothes still hung in the wardrobe. Her perfume still sat on the dressing table. Her rings remained on the mantelpiece, all as if she had just stepped out of the room. The furniture was exactly as Lila had placed it, still hiding the bald spots on the rugs and covering the stains. Rachel had preserved it all. Like a more sanitary Miss Havisham, she had conserved Lila's existence in an eternal tableau of fond memories. There was no bitterness in her desire to maintain Lila's home intact, just a need to hang on to something old, familiar and warm. Lila's flat was a home in the way that the Limes never had been, or could have been. Lila had been happy in her London flat, away from her dysfunctional family and all that had come with it. Rachel tried relentlessly to preserve that happiness, constantly hoping that the essence of it would magically transfer itself to her one day. The flat was her bolt hole, her sanity. To someone else it would look precisely the opposite. Hard evidence of her instability, proof of her inability to cope with real life. Would anybody else understand that if you could force time to stand still and preserve a perfect moment of tranquility, that you could step in and out of that place at will? Lila, or strictly speaking Lillian, Porter, had been the polar opposite of her brother. From what little she'd been told about her father, Rachel had deduced that where William had been dull, Lila had been a bright beacon of life. Where he had been mean-spirited, she had been generous to a fault. Where William had resented, Lila had embraced. In Lila's company, everyone felt alive. Even Valerie had grudgingly liked her until Lila had died and had left everything to Rachel. After that, Valerie hadn't liked anyone much. Frances had needled Rachel to sell the flat. It was London real estate worth a small fortune, life-changing in the right hands. Valerie hadn't thought that Rachel's were remotely the right hands. Rachel had measured wealth differently and had hung on to the flat even though her decision had been one of the issues that had permanently damaged the family ties. The other issue she still couldn't and wouldn't talk about. Ever. Chapter 8. Delia tried Charlie's mobile number and listened to the dull, uninspiring voice on the message service for the umpteenth time. There was no point in leaving yet another message. He hadn't bothered to pick up the last 3. Why the bloody hell did people bother having mobile phones if they were always going to leave the bloody thing switched off? In frustration, she slammed her own phone hard on the table, dislodging the battery cover in the process and sending it skipping over the tabletop and onto the floor. "Sod it," she hissed, bending to retrieve it and groaning at the stiffness in her back. She couldn't be bothered to fiddle with it to reattach it to the body of the phone, damned thing. A horrible sensation was unfurling in her gut, an instinct that something was about to go horribly wrong. Charlie was incommunicado and Rachel bloody Porter was back on the scene. Adding 2 and 2 together, she was coming up with nothing other than 4, no matter how hard she tried to make it 5. If she was right and he was with Rachel, they might well have another dead body on their hands by the time she caught up with him and throttled him for his foolishness. She was too old for all of this, and so was Charlie. He was a bloody idiot where that girl was concerned. Always had been, always would be. Delia just had to hope that Rachel wasn't as big an idiot. If she was, then God help them all. By the time Ratcliffe and Angie reached the hospital that evening, having been told that Frances had been woken, she had lost consciousness again. According to her doctor, she hadn't said anything of note during the short time that she had been lucid. Ratcliffe's only conversation had been with Peter Haynes, Frances's rather urbane yet supercilious husband, whose main concern remained the worry that his good name was being linked with something as tawdry as murder. Haynes was adamant that he didn't know where Stella had gone, but had reluctantly agreed to supply a photo of her, though he couldn't guarantee a recent one. He had only conceded to their request because Ratcliffe told him that his wife's purge of the limes had been so meticulous that they had failed to turn up even the remotest clue as to Stella's whereabouts, or her intentions. Even with a photograph and the help of the press, they would be clutching at straws. If a person as nondescript as Stella wanted to disappear, it wasn't particularly difficult to make a thorough job of it. Thwarted by Frances's insentient state, Ratcliffe called it a day and sent Angie home. God knows they all needed a decent night's sleep. This case was getting harder by the minute, and he wanted to face it head-on and fresh in the morning. He'd switched his phone to silent earlier, as per hospital policy, and hadn't thought to check it until he got into his car. He assumed that the message he'd received when it had vibrated in his pocket was from his wife, nagging to know when he would be home. It wasn't. It was from Charlie Jones, informing him that he'd had to take Rachel back to London to see her doctor. As a man, Ratcliffe saw that as a very good idea. The woman was apt to flake out all over the place in his experience, so some medical attention would be a fine thing. As a copper, he saw it as yet more buggeration. He hadn't quite finished with Miss Porter. Having her back in London was going to be an almighty pain in his arse, as if he didn't have enough of those already. Surprisingly, there was a parking space right outside the flat. Instinctively, Charlie reversed in and switched off the engine, only afterwards thinking that he should just drop her and drive away. Just the same as all those times long ago when he stood on this very pavement, looking up at her windows with his courage failing and forcing him to leave things well alone. He had always driven away. "Are you going to come in?" she asked, the tremor in her voice informing him that she was fervently hoping that he wouldn't. Out of stubbornness, he didn't even bother to reply, just got out of the van and followed her up the steps into the building. Inside the flat, he remained silent as the wraith of Lila Porter wrapped itself around him like a stale smell. The past felt almost tangible, and he had the sensation that he was being ripped backwards through time. That nothing had materially changed in the place was weird. That Rachel had never bothered to change it was stranger still. In resistance to his reaction, he tried to put a positive spin on it and thought of Amy. How she would love this place. She would see it as a giant dressing-up box where she could pretend she was someone else entirely. She had always told him that her ultimate fantasy would be to travel back in time. It seemed that her mother had achieved it. Rachel hovered in the kitchen doorway, showing her reluctance to allow him further into her domain. "I can do coffee if you don't mind it black." Charlie glanced around again, glimpsing her existence, finding it wanting and dusty and faded. "Okay." He followed her into the kitchen and sat at the table under the window, keeping her in his line of sight but maintaining a safe distance while he watched her fumble with the kettle. "So what do you do with yourself, then? Are you working?" he asked, as if they were old acquaintances who had just bumped into each other. He felt as banal as the question had sounded. She poured water in the cups and shook her head. "No." "What do you do with yourself, then?" he pressed as she put the cups onto saucers and placed the whole paraphernalia on a tray just to bring it the few yards to the table. Just like her mother would have done, anything to keep up appearances. She put the tray down, immediately silencing the rattling china that had been so effectively serenading her anxiety. "I read a lot, walk, watch the world go by. Time passes, I don't notice it much." He picked up his cup, its dainty fragility looking incongruous in his calloused hand. It almost made him smile. "I half expected to find Stella here." Rachel hovered, seemingly reluctant to pick up her own cup. He noticed that her hands were still trembling. She gave a wry smile and shook her head. She would never come here. Lila scared her. She had too much life for Stella. That a woman long dead yet still so tangibly present had the ability to dismay the living in such an assiduous way scared him a little too. "You know I said that Amy thinks you're dead. She thinks that our relationship is sad and romantic and that I'm tortured by unrequited love and grief." He laughed, the sound of it full of scorn. "I've never had the heart to put her straight. And neither should you. Whatever happens, she needs to be kept out of this." "I suppose it's better for her to think that she was left by someone who didn't choose to go," she said quietly. "But it's going to be hard to stop her reading papers or watching the news. I can't be responsible for that, but she'll never find out from me." Charlie couldn't help it. The bitterness of what Rachel had done had been burning a hole in his gut for years. That she could talk to him so calmly about it just felt like an insult heaped upon injury. "Better than knowing that your own mother dumped you without a word, yeah, I'd say so. Anything would be better than that," he said with potent bitterness, because the truth of her words illustrated a threat that neither of them could control. Lila's kitchen clock ticked loudly, marking the moments that the ugliness of it all hung in the air between them. "Better than knowing why," she said finally. He gripped the cup, almost crushing it in an effort not to hurl it at the wall and watch the jagged shards flail her as they fell. "What about me? I'm not a little girl who needs to be protected from life's shit, Rachel," he hissed, watching her wince at the suppressed violence of his contained rage and not caring. "Don't you think I deserve to know why?" "I didn't love you. I didn't want her. I made a mistake." Even though she closed her eyes when she said it, unable to look him in the eyes, her words sliced at him like a razor, sharp and sure. The extent of the damage would be delayed by the swiftness of the cut, but he would feel it and it would hit bone. He stood, moved towards her slowly, every step an exercise in measured control. He felt drunk, surreal, and incapable of coherent thought. Chapter 9. Peter Haynes stared down at the unconscious form of his wife and wondered if he loved her. Wondered if anyone could truly love a woman like Frances. She was admirable in many ways, cultured, elegant, and formidable. Qualities quite desirable in a partner, but traits that could hardly be termed as lovable. This was the first time he had ever observed her in a state of relaxation, albeit enforced. She looked different, not soft, just less determined than she normally did. It was a strange experience to see a woman you had shared a bed with, shared a life with, transformed into a stranger because of a bump on the head. Quite disturbing, really. Before this, he had always felt proud of her as a wife. She represented him well, even though she could be a little strenuous in her opinions at times, even though her proprietary efficiency was a little forced. She was a good wife, faithful but passionless, Her emotions ran cold and set like stone, only ever emerging as grit-toothed sound bites, and only then when necessary to keep up appearances. Children might have helped. However, they had never come along, and if he were honest, he wouldn't have known what to do if they had. He wasn't a man able to tolerate mess and chaos, so maybe it had been for the best. He had no memory of being a child, couldn't relate to what it was like at all. Even in his mother's house, proudly populated with pictures of decreasingly younger versions of himself, he couldn't make the connection, just felt slightly embarrassed by the tight-lipped, two-dimensional boy that he saw staring back at him from the photographs. Sometimes he was sure that he'd been born old. Despite all that, the one thing he had never, ever anticipated was the prospect of being associated with scandal. Part of the reason that he had chosen Frances for a wife was because her background was good. Her family were a little odd, but of good pedigree, or so he had been led to believe. Never would he have contemplated that they could be capable of the level of depravity that was splashed all over the newspapers. It had come as a shock. In some respects, his other recent discovery had been a greater shock. When Valerie had died, both he and Frances had been relieved. Not only were they free of an unlikable burden, they also stood to inherit a share of the limes. Initially, he had held out hope that Valerie had made a will, cutting out Rachel and favouring Frances above Stella. Typically, she had not. He had assumed that the process of probate would be lengthy but at least straightforward. He'd been wrong. A complication had emerged already. Not only had Valerie not left a will, neither had William, and to top that, there was no evidence that William Porter was actually dead. When Peter had heard from the solicitor that no death certificate was in evidence, he had been incredulous until he had discovered that there was no grave either. No funeral had taken place, no notice had been in the papers. William Porter had simply disappeared into the ether. The only will that had ever decreed ownership of the house was that made by Stella's birth mother. Technically, William still owned the property. For Peter, it was a nightmare situation. One that was costing him £85 an hour every time their solicitor even thought about resolving it. If just one of the bodies found had been William, it would have been far more simple. Distasteful, but simple. Now that he thought about it, the whole thing had been a sham. In selecting him as a husband, Frances had achieved respectability and had managed to disguise herself and her family so that they couldn't be recognised for what they were. He'd been duped. All his assumptions now proved wrong. Stella, the single most ineffectual example of the human condition he'd ever encountered, had been someone to be pitied. Valerie, with all her apparent pride in Frances, had been nothing but guise and guile, all designed to ensnare him and link him to a family of felons and sycophants. As for Rachel, he'd been fortunate enough to never have met her. From what he'd heard, it had been a lucky escape. He couldn't even bear to look at Frances lying there seeming so peaceful and oblivious. She had nothing worse than a head wound while his whole life had been torn apart by her lies. In a fit of pique and disgust, he took the flowers he had bought for her and ran them into the waste bin. He was a decent man, a good man, honourable and upright. He hadn't been equipped for this deceit. Without a backward glance at his wife, he stalked from the ward. Amy was well and truly pissed off. Sent home from her nurse training placement early, she had caught a train home and had been desperately trying to phone her dad since. Only he wasn't answering his phone, and now she would have to catch a bus from the station. She hated buses, especially late buses. They were full of drunks, gobshites, and people with hygiene problems. Some had passengers that combined all three traits. They were the ones who always wanted to sit next to Amy. She had never come home to an empty house, had never been turned down when she had asked for a lift, had never opened the fridge and found it empty of food. Dad was always there, always had been. And now he wasn't. She was more annoyed with him than she wanted to admit. It was his fault she was now standing at a freezing bus stop next to a person who obviously had failed to see the relevance of the I in iTunes. Tinny music was leaking from his earphones and intruding into her already abrasive mood. Where the fuck was her dad? They needed to talk. About what was in the papers. About why he was in the papers. She had been in the office writing up patient notes before handover, when the other student, that supercilious wanker Nick Gribble, had slapped a newspaper down on the desk. Everyone had looked up as he'd said, "Never told us your dad was a criminal, Amy." Mortification hadn't been the word for it. She'd told him to fuck off and had got bollocking from his supervisor and sent home. The prospect of bouncing off the walls in the nurse's home hadn't appealed, so she'd come home, and no one was going to be there. What made her most angry was the fact that if something like a bank had gone out of business and money was at stake, the fucking papers wouldn't have even thought about raking something up that happened over 30 years ago. Money always trumped people in a news story. There was a photograph of Charlie taking up half the page, because a woman who'd gone missing, and who had probably killed her husband and kid, had been a witness at her dad's trial. Didn't put a photograph of her in there, did they? How fair was that? Neither he nor Gran had ever talked about why he'd been in prison. She'd always known he had been, ever since her second day at school when Lee Price, a noxious kid who always had dried snot on his jumper sleeve, had said, "My mum said your dad is a murderer. He chopped your mum into little pieces." She stared at him in disbelief, trying to equate what he had said with her big, strong, lovely dad. She'd been horrified and angry and had yelled, "At least I've got a hanky. I don't want bogies on my clothes." She still felt stupid when she thought about it. Gran had picked her up from school that day and had been shocked to see a bandage on her hand. Lee Price had stabbed her with a pencil over the snot jibe. The story had come out in a tearful torrent, and Gran had told her that it was true that her dad had gone to prison, but that it wasn't true that he'd killed anyone. His first wife had been killed, but not by him. Amy had taken this on her 5-year-old chin because if Gran said it, the it was gospel. She had never since questioned his innocence. Even though on occasion, mostly when she was pissed off with him, like now, she had been haunted by the thought that he did seem to have a habit of marrying people who had suffered untimely deaths. After that, Gran wouldn't discuss it, and Amy had been warned on pain of death to ask her father about it. Even so, the story ate at her. The dead first wife became the antagonist in her nightmares, and she'd had no choice but to find out what had happened. When she was 13, she'd gone to the library and had mastered the mysteries of the microfiche machine, and had read the reports of what her father was supposed to have done. It didn't stand up in her mind. The words frenzied attack in the same sentence as her father's name was so incongruent she had laughed. Still did. In her imagination, she had packed the whole thing away in the same box as her mother's death. It was all in the mental filing cabinet labelled romantic tragedies, along with other things that were too difficult to think about very often. As far as Amy was concerned, the fact that bodies had been found at the Limes proved that her dad was innocent beyond doubt. Whoever had been killing people in that house, it hadn't been him. Whoever the killer was, they had more than likely framed him. Simple. At least that's what she believed on good days. That's what she would tell someone if they asked. On not-so-good days, when the world felt full of impending doom, she saw it differently. She was torn then, between what she wanted to believe and what her logical mind suggested to her. The conviction that her father was incapable of being a frenzied murderer was absolute, but the suspicion that he might be capable of great passion, immense rage, and deep hurt created a worm of doubt that wriggled in her brain from time to time. She knew for a fact that he'd done anger management courses over the years, yet he'd never once lost it with her. All she could base her darker thoughts on were the facts that her father loved her with a devotion that bordered on obsession, and he still loved her mother. If Gran didn't stay with him, he would have locked his child in the house for life just so he could keep her safe. She wouldn't just be wrapped in cotton wool, she would be buried in it. He never had curbed her freedom, but she could tell he wanted to. Only the voice of reason stopped him taking her to a desert island where she would be safe forever. She knew he still loved her mother because he never talked about her, and if anyone asked him, his face would cloud with hurt so intensely that no one dared ask him again. That couldn't be anything else but love, could it? If he had loved the first wife as much, would he have killed her rather than lose her to someone else? Amy knew for a fact that he would kill anyone who threatened her safety. He had said so often enough. A few years before, she had shared her worries with her best friend Kaylee. Kaylee had said that the only way to find out if he had killed the first wife was to ask her via spirit. They had hidden themselves in Gran's bedroom and made a Ouija board out of Scrabble tiles and had invoked the spirit of Patsy. Gran's room had been a good choice of venue. After all, how scary could anything be if it was experienced on a bed of quilted pink satin surrounded by kitten ornaments? Bloody terrifying, as it turned out. They had scared each other shitless. Kaylee had led the proceedings. Her mother owned a deck of tarot cards, and she was familiar with the ritual of such things, having been witness to many a prediction of handsome strangers and sudden windfalls. Kaylee had laid the letters out in a circle and had written yes and no on 2 pieces of paper. On a third, she had written goodbye. She placed them in the circle. In the middle, she put a glass tumbler. They had debated the glass. It had a picture of Blackpool Tower on it and didn't seem a serious enough object to use in the circumstances, But it was all they had to hand, and neither of them thought that any restless spirit would be too concerned about a bit of kitsch. Kaylee had said that any spirit manifesting in Delia's bedroom would have to be oblivious to Tat, otherwise they wouldn't bother coming at all. Amy had laughed with her, but had felt mildly offended all the same. They had both said the Lord's Prayer, just in case, before each putting a tentative digit on the upturned glass. "Is anybody there?" Kaylee had asked, sounding like Boris Karloff in a bad horror film. Amy had nearly fainted when the glass started to move. She'd pulled her finger away, accusing Kaylee of pushing it, which she strenuously denied, saying, "If you're not going to take this seriously, I'm going home." There had been pouting and umbrage taken. Amy had reassured her that she was deadly serious, and they had tried again, watching as the glass propelled itself under their fingers. The first few words it spelt out were nonsense, not even real words. Only when Kaylee asked for Patsy to communicate with them did anything significant happen. "Are you Patsy?" Kaylee asked the air. Amy had shuddered as the glass moved towards the slip of paper bearing the word yes. "Were you murdered?" was the next question. Again, the glass moved to yes. Kaylee had stared at Amy, eyes wide. "Who murdered you?" Amy had been barely able to breathe as the glass had moved around the circle in undecided moves, finally spelling out the words, "Not him." "See," Kaylee had said, pleased with herself. Scared and unconvinced, Amy had asked the question again, but nothing happened. The glass hesitated and quivered under their fingers. "Did my father kill you?" she demanded, desperate for a reiteration that it wasn't him. The glass moved again, sweeping around the circle again and again in dramatic arcs, then stopping abruptly in front of the slip of paper which said, "Goodbye." Unnerved by the experience, they had scooped the letters back into their little bag and shoved them back in the Scrabble box. They screwed up the notes Kaylee had written and threw them into the bin. Kaylee was convinced that Amy had conclusive proof that Charlie was not a murderer. Amy wanted to believe it but wasn't sure. Her logical mind refused to allow her to accept that they had just communicated with a dead woman. But what else could it have been? "What's up? You scared?" Kaylee had asked. "No," she'd lied. "I was just wondering if we could do it again, see if we can talk to my mum." They had agreed to try again the next time they had Gran's house to themselves, probably Tuesday when Delia would be out at bingo again. They did, but absolutely nothing had happened at all. The glass hadn't even attempted to move. Kaylee had explained that it was because Rachel's spirit was at rest. She had passed peacefully and wasn't earthbound like Patsy. Delia had put an end to any further forays into the paranormal. She had found the screwed-up words in her bedroom bin and had instantly worked out what they had been up to. Her attitude towards dabbling with the unknown had been expressed with enough fear and anger to dissuade Amy from trying it again for a very long time, especially when she had insisted that she couldn't sleep soundly in that room afterwards. Amy would never tell Delia whose spirit they had been trying to talk to, and suspected that her Gran's insistence that the bedroom was tainted by their activities was just an excuse to get Charlie to redecorate the other, larger room and move her things in there. Delia had even gone so far as to burn the Scrabble game, just in case it was tainted too. Her Gran could be strange sometimes. Amy hadn't kept in touch with Kaylee, not since they had left school and gone their separate ways. She missed her. There was no one else she could be as open with, or who knew so many of her secrets. However, given her experience with Nick Gribble, maybe that was a good thing. The less people knew about her, the better. The bus finally arrived and she climbed aboard behind the iTunes idiot and found a seat at the back. She tried her dad's number again just to let him know she was on her way home. The call went straight to voicemail. When she finally made it home, she found the house quiet, dark and empty. Her first task was to turn on all the downstairs lights, then switch on the TV and crank up the heating, if only to drive the shadows and dark thoughts away. She had half hoped to find a note from her father explaining where he was, but he hadn't been expecting her home until the weekend. It was an irrational desire on her part, yet she was disappointed. "You are not the centre of the universe, Amy," she said, speaking out loud as if the sound of the words would have a greater chance of admonishing her selfishness than if she'd merely thought them. For one lonely moment she thought about ringing Gran, but would have to explain why she'd been sent home in disgrace. It wasn't worth the hassle. Instead, she wandered out into the kitchen and began to rummage in the cupboards for something to eat. She found a pot noodle lurking at the back of the cupboard, but rejected it on the grounds that, appealing as it was in principle, it would taste of reconstituted cardboard. They always did. Eventually, she settled for a microwave pizza. She picked at it, nibbling at bits of the topping as she watched TV mindlessly, trying to decide whether to have a bath or ring round to see if anyone wanted company. In the end, she decided to work on an essay, a case study on one of the patients at Tyning's, the elderly care unit where she had her placement. Bill had been the wrong patient to choose in a way. She couldn't examine his past as nobody knew about it. He had been a street drinker until the police sectioned him and he was admitted to the unit. Then he had been diagnosed with Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome, an alcohol-induced dementia. Because it was a rare diagnosis, he had seemed like an interesting case to study at the time. Now that she had to produce 15,000 words on the man, it was her worst choice ever. Bill wasn't even a pleasant character. He was dirty, rude, and he gave her the creeps. But it was too late to change now. The essay was due in a week, and she would just have to make the best of it. The doorbell rang, jolting her out of her reverie with the subtlety of a brick. A plump woman with a vaguely familiar face stood on the doorstep. "Sorry to bother you, love. Is Charlie in?" "He's not in at the moment. I can get him to ring you when he gets back," she said politely. If your dad was a builder, it wasn't unusual to have neighbours you didn't know banging on the door because they'd locked themselves out and wanted to borrow a ladder, or they had a leak, a blockage, or some emergency they couldn't fix themselves. "Oh, no, don't worry. I only wanted to drop this off to him, only I thought it might be important." She reached into her pocket and handed a broken SOS bracelet to Amy. "I think your mum must have dropped it when she had that fit in the cafe today, poor woman. I hope she's feeling better now. Quite a thing to see when you're having a quiet coffee of a morning and minding your own business," she said with a laugh. "I didn't find it until after they'd gone, or I would have given it to her then. But I remembered seeing a dad's van parked on the drive, so I thought I would drop it off on my way home. It's lucky, really. I wouldn't have had a clue what to do with it if I hadn't recognised your dad. He did a lovely job on my sister's extension. Anyway, I must be off. Hope your mum is better, love," she said as she waddled off down the drive. "Thanks," Amy said. The word was so quiet it wafted into the night unheard. She shut the door and stared at the bracelet, puzzled. Perhaps the woman had the wrong Charlie Jones. But she couldn't have. She said she'd recognised him. It dawned on her that maybe he did have a girlfriend, one he hadn't told her about, one who had a habit of having fits in public places. Perhaps that was where he was now, in hospital with this sick woman, whoever she was. She pried open the bracelet to get a look at this woman's details. If her dad had met someone, she had a right to know her name at least. She had to look twice at the tiny piece of paper. The name inside the identity bracelet belonged to Rachel Jones, with the Jones crossed out and Porter scribbled in next to it. But it couldn't be. That was the name of her mother, and her mother was dead. This couldn't be right. The truth didn't dawn. It hit her full pelt like a punch, leaving her reeling from the impact. She felt sick. She threw the bracelet across the hall as if it was a toxic, physical lie. Staring at it, she half hoped it would dematerialize and take itself away from her like it had never existed, but it remained on the bottom stair, tauntingly real. The address had said Bayswater. She shook her head and went back into the lounge. She would prove this wrong. At most, this would be a coincidence. Her family couldn't have lied to her about this. It wasn't possible. They weren't that cruel. She had discovered that the internet was a wonderful thing a long time ago. You could find out pretty much anything if you knew where to look, and 192.com was a good place to start. All you needed was a name and a vague idea of location. Then you could find out someone's phone number, address, and even whether they were registered to vote. Rachel Porter had no phone, but she was on the electoral roll. She did exist. Amy still wasn't quite convinced that this Rachel Porter was the same Rachel who had married her father and died in childbirth like the tragic heroine of her fantasies. There would have to be a death certificate, a record of her mother's demise, and she knew exactly where to look. Her dad had a trunk at the end of his bed where he kept his personal things. If the evidence she needed was anywhere, it would be in there. Dispassionately, she headed for the stairs, fully prepared to break into his privacy without a second thought. Most of what she found consisted of old business accounts, copies of VAT returns and the like. There were drawings and Father's Day cards that she had made for him over the years, all wrapped in the shawl she had used as a baby. Before this, she would have thought how sweet he was to cling on to such things, but at that moment in time she was so angry with him she wanted to tear everything to shreds. At the bottom of the trunk was a tin box, its hasp sealed with a small padlock. She had never picked a lock, wouldn't have had a clue how to do it, and didn't fancy spending hours pissing about with a hair grip and getting nowhere. Neither was she prepared to waste time looking for the key. Her father was a security-conscious man and had spent too long in the company of felons not to be, so wherever the key might be, she would be unlikely to find it easily. Instead, she ran down to the garage, taking the box with her, and broke it open with a pickaxe, the contents exploding all over the concrete floor on the third blow. The box was ruined and she couldn't have cared less. She was only interested in the contents. Sure enough, she found her own birth certificate and his and Rachel's marriage certificate. No death certificate, just a pile of letters addressed to HM Prison, Dartmoor. She opened one and realised that they were the letters her mother had sent to him in prison. She opened more, scanning the handwriting and seeing that some were from her gran, too. Only one envelope stood out from the others. It was stiff and large, addressed to their house, so more recent than the rest. It was from a London solicitor, from Rachel's solicitor, warning Charlie not to contact or visit, or they would have no alternative but to apply for an injunction against him. "My client has no wish for further contact with you," she read. The letter was dated 15 years ago when Amy had been 5. Rachel had been alive and hadn't wanted to see them. Hadn't wanted to know her own daughter. The woman had gone so far as to threaten legal action if Charlie even tried. If Amy's mood had been angry before, this discovery only served to fuel the flames. Now she was incandescent. Her mother was alive, and it looked like she was a complete bitch. What kind of woman walked away from her own child? Anger gave way to a swathe of hurt that scythed through her and nearly took her off her feet. Mind reeling, she tried to absorb what it all meant, what it said about her, Amy, the child her mother didn't want. The sensation of abject sorrow was too much to bear, and she had to shut the feeling away and cling onto the anger. Not that she knew who it was for yet. The mother she'd believed was dead, her father for the lie, or her gran. But you didn't get angry with Gran. Life wasn't worth living if you got on her wrong side. As much as she was loving and kind, she could turn, and when she turned nasty. No, Gran wasn't the one she could run to, not about this. Not about anything that challenged her cozy world. Now that she had locked the emotions down, she could be rational and work out what she needed to do, because she had to do something. Rachel's address was etched into her mind. It was simple. She would go there and confront the woman who had faked her own death to abandon her family. Amy wanted to know why, and she wanted to know now. Back in the house, it took only moments to look up train times and find that if she was quick, she could be on a train in 45 minutes and in London an hour and a half after that. She took the letters and stuffed them in her backpack. She also took her father's secret stash of cash, £500 rolled up and secured with an elastic band and kept hidden in a piece of spare waste pipe in the back of the sink unit cupboard. He thought she didn't know about this, but she had watched him many a time unscrew the dummy pipe and store his money. He owed her for all this, so she wasn't going to feel bad about taking it. As she headed across the sitting room towards the door, she looked towards the mantelpiece and saw the photograph of her father holding her. She had been about 4 and was sitting on his shoulders, and they were both grinning at the camera. It was a mutual favourite picture, and she couldn't remember a time when it hadn't been on display somewhere in the house. The sight of it stirred the feeling she was trying so hard to suppress. She picked up the picture and hurled it against the wall, wincing as the image shattered, littering the floor with tiny shards of glass. She was sick of it. It wasn't real. None of it had been real. Not this house, not her dad, not this life. For good measure, she followed the picture with the plate of cold pizza, watching in satisfaction as it slid slowly down the wall, leaving a trail of cold, congealed gunk in its wake. Satisfied, she stalked from the house, slamming the front door so hard that the glass pane at the top cracked from the impact. Chapter 10. For a moment or two, Rachel thought that Charlie might hit her. She would have let him. It would be well deserved. He was breathing hard, gritting his jaw and biting down against all the things he so obviously wanted to say. He was clenching his fists, and it looked to Rachel as if he was barely stopping himself from tearing the place apart and leaving her life in as many tatters as she'd once left his. She watched him, warily, fighting the urge to shift away from him and run for the door. Tell me about Amy. What's she like? And I know I don't deserve to know. The desire to know something of her child fought gamely with her fear of his anger, and she hoped that thoughts of Amy would divert his brewing rage. He sighed, the tension rapidly ebbing away, leaving him deflated, exhausted, done. Shaking his head as if to fling off the last shreds of his temper, he said, "She's like you to look at." Rachel was disappointed at this. She didn't want her daughter to be anything like her. She wanted to hear that Amy was brave, intelligent, capable, and full of life. Does she have friends? Is she happy? She's happy enough. She's at college, training to be a nurse. There are plenty of friends, no boyfriends, or at least none that I know of. Not that she would tell me. She's a good kid. You always were good at scaring off unwanted boyfriends, she said, a sad smile turning up the corners of her mouth. He jammed his hands in his pockets and gritted his teeth again. Let's not attempt small talk, eh? She saw that he knew exactly what she was talking about. With a look telling her that he was in no mood for gentle reminiscing, he walked away from her, out into the hallway and into the sitting room. Lila's presence in the flat was stronger than Rachel's, even though Lila had been dead for 20 years. Rachel watched him come under the spell as he touched the spines of her books, peered at photographs and breathed in the scent of the undead past. He still wore his wedding ring. She hadn't kept hers. She'd left it behind on Delia's kitchen table the day she'd left. It was a bid to help him to hate her, help him move on, have a life. Nevertheless, here he was, waiting for her to tell him the truth. It wasn't going to happen. The truth was a story no one should ever have to know. But she owed him something, and she needed him to leave and never come back. After I had Amy, the fits got worse. You know that. I was scared I would hurt her, drop her, harm her, I don't know, but I couldn't cope. I thought she would be better off without me. You both would. I was a liability, she said, unable to look at his face. Charlie didn't say anything for a moment, just looked at her, standing in her mausoleum of a flat, looking like some gawky kid and expecting him to believe everything she said. She ought to have known him better than that, but she'd had to try. He shook his head and gave a wry laugh. Bullshit. Rachel was floundering. She needed him to leave. Look, you only married me because I was pregnant with Amy, then you realised you couldn't even leave me on my own with her. What kind of life was that for any of us? I was grateful you took me on, but I grew up and realised it was never going to work. That's it. It's all there is to say. You should thank me. I did us all a favour. Charlie's jaw fell in disbelief. Christ, you're just like the rest of them. What is this, the Porter curse or something? He shouted, throwing his hands into the air. She flinched away from him, which only served to make him even angrier. He strode towards the door. Do us both a real favour, Rachel. Don't come back, not ever. Okay. Rachel winced as the door slammed. One of Lila's bone china plates wobbled and fell off the dresser, smashing irretrievably on the kitchen floor. When she was sure Charlie wasn't coming back, she bent to pick up the pieces, struggling to breathe as the knot of pain in her chest started to unravel, releasing 19 years of grief and anguish as it unfurled. The pain of it made her gasp. She grasped one of the slivers of broken china, squeezing it hard, hoping that the sharp, cutting sensation would cancel out the choking emotional agony. White light shot through her brain as the pain hit, shorting out the capacity for further thought as an almighty seizure took hold and brought her down. Charlie gunned the van, screeching away from the building like a man possessed, and frightening the living crap out of a gang of drunks who were serenading the neighbourhood on their way home. He didn't care if the police pulled him over. He didn't care if he lost control and went crashing into the nearest lamppost. All he knew at that moment was that Rachel was right. She had done them all a favour. His temper was still white-hot when he reached the M4. Amy's train had come to a complete standstill, literally grinding to a halt in what appeared to be the middle of nowhere. All she could see when she tried to peer out of the window was her own face staring back at her, the glass a mirror in the pitch-black night. The carriage was almost empty, just a few passengers staring at each other and shrugging with confusion at the delay. Amy had 2 seats to herself and was glad she wasn't opposite anyone who might want to engage her in conversation. Just in case, she stared at the floor in a deliberate attempt to avoid potential eye contact. Had the station shop been open, she would have bought a magazine and hidden behind that, but everything had been closed when she got there. Even her ticket had come out of a machine. Hers was the last train, so not even a buffet car. She was stuck. Then she remembered the letters. Fate had presented her with an opportunity to look through them before she got to London. Knowledge was power, and if she intended to confront her mother, a little power wouldn't go amiss. She rummaged in her bag for the bundle of letters just as an announcement came over the speakers, telling them all that there was a delay up ahead and that the train would be moving again as soon as they could resolve the problem. She opened the first letter to the chorus of grumblings and sighs from her fellow passengers. To her disappointment, the letter was from her gran, but its contents were quite interesting. Rachel comes to see me most days, calls in after school. I can't say I blame her not wanting to go home to those nutcases, although she seems a bit brighter now Roy has gone. I still can't get over that, him just up and leaving like he did. I thought he would hang in there until the bitter end. Still, given what he was up to with poor Patsy, I can't say I'm sorry he's gone, even though it should be him behind bars and not you. Anyway, little Rachel sends her love, poor kid. The rest of the letter was of no interest to Amy, just her gran wittering on about the price of meat and what colour she was going to paint the lounge. Some things never changed. The date was interesting, though. 14th of April, 1978. She pulled out the marriage certificate and checked Rachel's date of birth. When the letter was written, her mother would have been 11 years old. Until this point, Amy hadn't known that her mother was one of the Porter family. She hadn't connected the dots and hadn't realised that Rachel had been entangled with what had happened to Charlie. How stupid she'd been. Never asking any questions, just blithely going through life thinking that everything was just tragic and lovely, and that everyone in it was fundamentally okay. All this time and she'd not even been curious. What the hell was that about? Was she an idiot? She tore open the next letter, this time dated 1979, and scanned the page looking for a mention of Rachel in the mundane ramblings of her grand scrawl. Rachel still visits. She's growing up fast, and I don't suppose you would even recognise her now. Still, she sends her love, always asks after you. And so they went on, letter after letter, marking the years of her father's incarceration with nothing more than a few flimsy pages. Rachel was made to sound wonderful. A girl who blossomed over the years, who was sweet, charming, and kind. This Rachel did not sound like the type of person who would abandon her child. Wonderful, lovely Rachel growing up delightful despite her monster family. Then the last letter, when Rachel was 18. I can't tell you how upset I am. Rachel came today. It had been raining, came down in bloody buckets, so by the time she got here she was soaked to her skin. Well, I don't think I've ever seen anyone that wet, so, like you do, I got her to strip off her wet things. Well, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but I'm that upset I have to tell someone. Anyway, I made her take her blouse off, and you never seen anything like it. That bloody bitch of a woman has been beating her with a belt. That poor kid has scars all over her back. You can see the buckle marks where the skin is broken. I couldn't believe it. I knew Valerie Porter was a bitter woman, but I never thought she would do that to a kid. I tell you, it was all I could do to stop myself going round there and taking the belt to the old bitch myself. Amy stopped reading, her head full of the picture that her gran had described. Then she turned the page, only to find that the prison censor had blocked the words out in a heavy black ink. The whole page had obviously been screwed up at some point and then smoothed back out. She guessed that was her father's doing. He must have read it and lost his cool, being stuck in a cell where he could do nothing about it. There were no more letters because in 10 years he'd only kept those that mentioned Rachel. Amy didn't want to dwell on it. Something about a grown man, her own father, being that fascinated by a kid bothered her. She stuffed the letters back in her bag and stared back at the window, trying to look beyond her own frowning face. If she did the maths, her dad was 15 years older than Rachel. That would be like her going out with Chris Hemsworth or Sam Worthington. It didn't seem quite so perverse when she thought about it like that. Plenty of girls went out with older blokes. One of the girls in college was knocking off a lecture, and if looks were anything to go by, her dad had a good 10 years on him. Still, she wasn't related to them. What did it matter anyway? It wasn't the reason Rachel had abandoned her, and it wasn't the reason her gran and Charlie had lied to her. The only thing that was clear was that her gran had loved Rachel, and so had her dad. So God knows what had gone so wrong that they would rather pretend she was dead. As soon as the damn train got moving, she would be closer to finding out what it was, straight from the horse's mouth. Chapter 11. Mary Hammond sat down, sighed heavily, and kicked off her shoes under the desk. If time were on her side, she'd get a glance at the morning paper before the day shift got in. Although she would be lucky. The patients had been buzzing all night. God knows what got into them all sometimes. One would start, then the rest had to get on the bandwagon too. When she'd taken the job as night sister on the unit, she'd hoped it would be an easy ride, but this lot were like night owls, perking up as soon as the sun went down. Lunatic was the right word, all lively when the moon was out. She had only just managed to get Bill Smith back in his bed, and to manage that she'd had to ply him with Ovaltine and force a couple of sleeping tablets down his neck. Something was upsetting him. Usually he was the least of her worries on nights, but referring to his nose, she saw that he hadn't been much better during the day lately either. What with that and the students kicking off at each other, things weren't particularly rosy in the workplace. That was one thing about regular nights. No snot-nosed students to deal with. She'd met the lad Nick, who was a bit of an arsehole in her opinion. Thought he was God's gift to nursing and had all the answers, she thought with a smug smile on her face. Give him a couple of years and he'd know the score. There were no cures in this game. She'd met kids like him before. Secretly, they'd wanted to be doctors but hadn't made the grade or didn't have the stamina. So they'd try their hands at nursing, throw their weight about and call the shots. Mary had a good cure for uppity students. She'd send them around the wall with a trolley full of enemas, then send them back half an hour later with the bedpans to deal with the fallout. That usually shut them up. It gave a whole new meaning to a shit day at work, she thought with a chuckle. The girl student, Amy, was all right. Worked hard and she was willing to learn. What a shame that she was the one sent home. No one would have missed the cocky boy. Christ, her back was aching. If she'd changed one wet bed that night, she'd changed a dozen. What with that and Bill wandering up and down all night babbling rubbish, she'd just about had enough. Stroll on home time. Still, she had better write up the case notes while she had the chance. It didn't look like she was going to get to the paper after all. The trouble with trying to get your brain to work at 5 in the morning was that it always wanted to wander off and think about things that weren't relevant to what you were trying to do. Despite the fact that he was now securely in his bed, Bill Smith kept on walking into her head. She could remember the first time she had ever met him on the day he had arrived at the unit. He had been a street drinker, living for years in doorways and derelict hovels. He had stunk to high heaven and was as mad as a box of frogs. The official diagnosis was the Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome, but the thing that had always puzzled everyone was his voice. Regardless of the content of his bizarre ramblings, his voice had the cultured lilt of an educated man. It jarred on Mary's worldview that an educated person should end up on the streets. She was of the liberal persuasion that a good education cured all social ills. The police had brought him in. He was sectioned because he posed a risk to both himself and others, having acquired the habit of launching himself in front of oncoming cars and occasionally harassing young women, believing them to be his relatives. It was Mary's impression that the police had been hoping that one of the cars would have finished him off and solved their problem, but fate had not chosen to dispose of Bill so neatly. So the NHS was stuck with him. The man with no past and certainly no future. A mystery. So much so that they weren't even sure that Bill Smith was an accurate name. The William bit was right. He'd responded to that, but the Smith part had been adopted by the police as a convenient way of filling in all the boxes on the paperwork. Bill had been with them for 5 years now. The scourge of the unit, constantly disturbed by thoughts he couldn't articulate, constantly offensive to those who tried to care for him. Sometimes, Mary thought, we keep people alive for far too long. With a long sigh, she completed the last of the entries in the notes, writing that her patients had slept well, had their bowels open +++, had a disturbed night, PRN meds had been administered, and so on. It was all so unerringly routine, she wondered why she bothered. She might as well have had a rubber stamp made for all the originality in her nightly entries. All was quiet in the unit, so she finally took a look at last night's late edition of the paper. She was curious to see if there was anything more about the murders that had caught everyone's attention. Always fascinated by the macabre, she scanned the pages looking for something new. Given that the most gruesome thing she ever got to see these days was the aftermath of a dose of laxatives, she figured she could be forgiven for taking an indecorous interest in murder cases. The newspaper was critical, reporting a lack of progress in the case. Though DNA material had been found with the body of the man, which might lead to the identification of the killer, the investigation was lacking, the reporter had written. That was the trouble these days. People watched too much TV. Everyone was forensic savvy thanks to shows like CSI and Silent Witness, even the criminals. The thought of it all gave Mary a quiet thrill. On the next page was a grainy photograph of the missing woman, Stella Baxter. A picture so old it would be hard to identify anyone from it, but Mary studied it carefully nonetheless. Stella was mousy and nondescript, hardly the face of a callous murderer in Mary's opinion, but then again, it was always the quiet ones you had to watch. A side story caught her attention. Of course, the row between the students. Mary had been told that Amy's father had been tied up with the case in some way. She couldn't believe that such a juicy morsel of scandal had escaped her attention. Just went to show how tired she was. There was a small picture of the house where the bodies had been found. The paper was calling it the House of Horror. Too right. If walls had ears, that place would be screaming out loud. Some places just attracted misery and devastation. She should know. She had started her nurse training in one of the old asylums. 700 beds, all full of mad, sad, and bad people, shut away in a red brick Victorian monstrosity. There had been a motto carved in stone over the main door. She couldn't remember exactly what it had said now, but in her memory it was always, "Abandon hope, all ye who enter here." It gave her a shudder to think of it now, that building, all those corridors and dark corners, all those rooms that had soaked up the torment of their inhabitants over the years. There was no doubt in her mind that buildings had an influence on people, and that place, the Limes, had a particularly malevolent one. She had to feel sorry for Amy, though. Couldn't have been nice finding out your own father was a killer. No wonder the kid had chosen psychiatry as a career. She was probably desperate to stay on the right side of the sanity fence. She glanced at the clock. Nearly time for the day shift to arrive. Reluctantly, she eased on her shoes, ready to make her final round of the night. Chapter 12. Amy's train had been stuck for hours. So long, in fact, that the other passengers gave a small cheer when it finally started moving again. She had overheard that some idiot had driven a van off the motorway and had rolled it down a bank onto the railway line. The driver was dead, so it had taken a ridiculous amount of time to clear the line. Amy barely registered the awful news about the van and its driver. She was so numb. All she wanted to do was get to London and sort her own mess out. She didn't even bother to look out of the window as the train pulled slowly past the charred and battered mess of the white builder's van. By the time the train reached Paddington, she was starving and knackered. So much so she didn't know which to deal with first. Something about the crashed van was niggling at her conscience. She had been so absorbed in her own dilemma she hadn't considered that someone had lost their life that night. In the cold morning light, that fact injected some perspective into her own situation, and she found herself alone in the huge station, feeling more than a little foolish and like a nasty, selfish bitch for not considering what had happened to the van driver. This wasn't the person she wanted to be. Then again, she hadn't thought she was living a lie, hadn't considered that the people who were supposed to care about her most had hidden something so earth-shattering from her. Perhaps this was what secrets and lies did, they made you mean. Well, she was there now. She might as well go and get some answers. Mike Ratcliffe got to the office early that day. Stella's picture had been published in the late edition of yesterday's papers and was all over the morning news. Today he was going to get a result. He was sure of it. Ferris had come through with more forensic evidence. Strands of hair had been found clutched in Roy Baxter's desiccated hand, still in good enough condition for them to get some decent DNA from it. Once Stella had been located, all he needed to do was tie up a few loose ends and close the case. Sorted, he thought with satisfaction. Frances Haynes had regained consciousness too, but was still not fit for interview. She remained in hospital, heavily sedated until the swelling around her brain subsided. Ratcliffe had to pity her, really. Nutcase family and a cold fish husband, not a lot there to motivate her to pull through. Still, he fervently hoped she would. She was his only hope of finally making some sense out of this odd case. He still needed to find out about the baby, Daniel. Even though it didn't appear that the child had been murdered, someone had concealed the body and someone needed to answer for it. Pondering this issue, he rifled through the papers on his desk. DC Angie Watson had come up with some interesting stuff on the Porter clan. On seeing the copy of Charlie and Rachel's marriage certificate, Ratcliffe thought that perhaps there was some nobility in Charlie Jones after all. Must be if he'd made an honest woman of Rachel. He'd married her when she was pregnant with their kid. The whole thing must have stuck badly in her family's throat, though. The youngest daughter marrying a convicted murderer, having his child. He had never quite believed Rachel's story of a row over money, so the undesirable marriage and the pregnancy gave him a much better idea of why she had been rejected by her family. Strange that she would come back after the mother's death, though. Still, the prospect of an inheritance brought all sorts out of the woodwork. He found himself quite disappointed in her, much to his puzzlement. Angie had also managed to unearth the fact that there was no record of William Porter's death. Not that it had any bearing on the Baxter case. Porter had been long gone by the time Roy Baxter was killed. But if they could find him, he might know something about the dead baby. However, that wasn't a priority, which in a way was a relief. Tracking down people who didn't want to be found was a tedious process at the best of times. He put the documents to one side, a little guilty that he had made Angie trawl through the process of finding them when they had shed so little light on the case. It had kept her busy and out of his hair for the day. Not that he minded working with her, she was a good kid, just a little overzealous sometimes. Still, with Stella's picture out there, he was upbeat and positive. Today would be a good day. He could feel it in his water. Delia was worried sick. Charlie still didn't have his phone switched on. There was no choice. She would just have to go round to the house and find out what the hell was going on. As she trudged the half-mile to his house, she grumbled to herself. She was too old for all this. Her legs couldn't take it, and her heart couldn't take it either. You spent your whole life worrying about your kids, assuming once they grew up the bother would be over. Not for Delia. With Charlie, the bother just kept getting worse. There was no doubt in her mind that his lack of communication had something to do with Rachel. No doubt at all. Not that Rachel was likely to spill the beans, but Delia couldn't be too careful. Better to be safe than sorry. As she reached the gate, she fumbled in her bag for her key. Charlie's van wasn't on the drive. Typical. He was obviously avoiding her. Well, she would just sit tight until he came back home. Her first thought was that the house had been burgled with all the smashed glass and food down the walls. She had her hand on the phone, ready to dial 999 when she noticed the bracelet, instantly recognizing it as the one Charlie had bought for Rachel when Amy was born. When she looked around the room again, it was clear that nothing was missing, so not burglars. The computer was on. Delia was not au fait with technology, but knew if she clicked the mouse thing, something would happen. It did. The screen flickered into life and showed her Rachel's address in London. Had he lost the plot and gone chasing up there again? Next to the computer, the answer machine was flashing. She pressed the button, expecting to hear the usual work inquiries. As Amy's voice filled the room, she had to press her hand to her mouth as 2 and 2 clumped together into a great big 4 in her mind. Amy had been here. She had come home. It wasn't Charlie who had gone looking for Rachel. It was Amy. "Oh, my God. What am I going to do?" she said, aloud into the empty room. Charlie would kill someone for this. It had been her idea to allow Amy to believe Rachel was dead. The child had asked the question, and it had all been simple at the time. Better than trying to tell her some other lie about why her mother had left. Simpler for Charlie, too. It closed the door, meant he wouldn't have a good reason for chasing after the impossible anymore. Delia knew better than anyone that any relationship with Rachel was impossible for all their sakes. It was why she had helped her to leave, had taken Amy for her, had kept her wedding ring to prove to Charlie she had gone for good. It was for the best. It was the only way, but this? Amy going up there would ruin everything. Neither of them would ever forgive her. For the first time in more years than she could remember, Delia wanted to cry. Chapter 13. Mary was knackered. All she wanted to do was get through the handover, go home, have a quick bath, and go to bed. So the fact that Laurel was reading her paper while she was talking was really pissing her off. "So," she said loudly, "Bill had a really unsettled night. I gave him Zopiclone PRN, and he's been settled since. Am I boring you, Laurel?" Laurel was frowning. She must have heard Mary speak, but apparently hadn't registered that the words were aimed at her. The sudden silence drew her attention. "Huh?" Everyone was looking at her. Sorry, just something in the paper caught my eye. Sorry, Mary, carry on." "Thank you so much," Mary said, her weary tone loaded with sarcasm. "As I was saying, someone needs to have a word with the doc about Maisie. Get him to change her script, will you? That laxative needs to be given in the morning, not at night. We've got enough to do on nights without having to bath her at 2 a.m. because she's covered in shit. Right, I'm done. I'm going home. You can keep the paper, Laurel, as it's a source of so much fascination to you." Laurel was frowning. "Sorry, it's just this photo. Here, Morrison, do you reckon it looks like that woman who's been visiting Bill?" She threw the paper to her colleague, while Mary impatiently struggled into her coat. "Could be. Difficult to say, this is an old photo, but there is a vague resemblance. To be honest, I haven't paid too much attention to her." The others crowded round him, peering over his shoulder at the picture of Stella. The consensus was that Stella Baxter, wanted for questioning over her husband's murder, was Bill Smith's mystery visitor. Mary took her coat off. Knackered or not, she wasn't going home until this little drama had been resolved. "I'll call the head of nursing, hand it over to him, and you lot, not a word about this to anyone till we know what we've got to do." Something was nudging at the edges of Charlie's consciousness, hauling him up from under the thick blanket of sleep he was so warmly wrapped in. He opened one eye, wincing against the sharp intrusion of light and shielding himself from it with his hand. Someone was banging on the window. Everything in him revolted against the requirement to move, but he needed the banging to stop. Fumbling, he wound down the window and squinted out. "Bloody hell, mate, I was beginning to think you died in your sleep. You okay?" the stranger said, sounding far livelier than anyone had a right to at that time of the morning. Charlie squeezed his eyes shut, as if the action would make it easier for him to open them again and face the day. "Sorry to wake you, mate, but you're on my pitch. I need to get the snack bar set up," the man said, giving a vague wave to the patch of lay-by where Charlie had parked. "Shit, sorry. Give me a minute and I'll shift," Charlie said, shaking himself awake and trying to ignore the cramping stiffness that was threatening to cripple his movements. "Any chance of a cup of tea when you get set up?" he called. His mouth felt like the bottom of a budgie's cage. He fumbled for the keys, then used the side of his hand to clear the condensation from the inside of the windscreen, hoping that his senses would gather themselves into some semblance of reactivity. He was exhausted. Bad sleep was almost worse than no sleep. He had given the trip up as a bad job as soon as the motorway signs had started to say accident ahead. Figuring that the combination of foul mood and tiredness was a good indicator to pull off and take a break, he'd parked up in the nearest lay-by off the motorway and had intended to shut his eyes for half an hour and give himself the chance to catch up and calm down. He hadn't expected that he would still be there in the morning. He must look like hell. Yesterday alone had aged him 10 years. With the salt and pepper stubble that had invaded his face overnight, he must look like an absolute wreck. No wonder he had been mistaken for a corpse. Right then he needed a pee more than anything else, so he shunted the van forward a few yards, got out and made good use of the grass verge. It took 10 minutes to get his tea, a strange, strong orange concoction only available from roadside snack bars, but fundamentally life-giving to a knackered, desperate man. "Nasty accident last night a few miles up. Van ended up on the railway line, caused a 5-car pile-up on the motorway. I reckon you made a wise move keeping in your van, mate," the snack bar man said as he laid out fatty strips of bacon on a greasy, unsavoury-looking griddle. "Bacon bap to go with that." Charlie shook his head. The man shrugged and threw a handful of cheap sausages into a deep fat fryer. The sight of it made Charlie's stomach lurch. "So what's up then? You in the doghouse with the missus? What did you do to deserve that then?" the man quipped. Charlie put his empty mug on the counter. "Nothing much, just married her in the first place." The man laughed heartily, pointing a fish slice at Charlie as he bellowed. "That's a good one, that. I like it." Charlie smiled and moved away from the van just as a lorry pulled into the lay-by. He needed to get home, have a shower, do some work, and get Rachel out of his head for a few hours. He still wasn't in the best of moods when he finally got there, so the last thing he needed was to see his mother sitting on the sofa with her arms crossed, looking just about ready to explode. Neither was he too chuffed to see half his belongings strewn across the floor, not to mention the remains of God knows what stuck to the wall. "Where in the hell have you been? I've been worried sick!" Delia yelled before he'd even had a chance to put his keys down. "Don't start. I'm a grown man and where I've been is my business," he shot back as his eyes took in the scene in front of him. "What the hell happened here?" Delia was on her feet now. "You might well ask." He spotted Amy's bag on the floor. "Oh my God, where's Amy? What happened? Where is she? Is she all right?" he demanded, adrenaline surging through his system and making his heart cringe with fear. "How should I know? This whole bloody mess is all your fault," Delia cried, hurling Rachel's SOS bracelet at him so that it hit him square in his chest. "She could be anywhere thanks to you, you stupid sod." Charlie bent to pick up the bracelet. "Where did you get this?" His voice was a hoarse, tight whisper. "I found it on your coffee table, and before you ask, I don't know where Amy got it from, but I'm pretty damn sure she worked out who it was and who it belongs to. Look on the computer, she found out where Rachel lives," Delia said desperately. "She's been in your box upstairs too. I found this in the garage." She showed him the ravaged tin, empty of its contents. Realization dawned on Charlie, draining the colour from his face and robbing the strength from his legs. "Fuck, she's gone to look for her, hasn't she?" he said, staggering towards the sofa and collapsing onto it. Glass crunched under his feet. He picked up the shattered picture frame. Oh, God, everything was in that tin. Letters, the marriage certificate, Rachel's ring, everything. She knows we lied. Oh, God. Well, he isn't going to be much good to us, is he? Delia said, her anger ebbing away like the tide, leaving her looking like the tired old woman she really was. Charlie leapt to his feet and lurched towards the kitchen, where he flung open the cupboard door and saw the false pipe hanging loose. "What the hell are you doing now?" Delia called. "She's got 500 quid in cash. She's gone to London," he said, already back in the lounge searching for his keys. "I'm going to get her." You think she's going to want to see you after this? Delia demanded, waving her hand across the room, framing the chaos for him as if he hadn't noticed the significance of it himself. I'm not prepared to give her the choice. Besides, it was you who told her Rachel was dead, not me. I didn't have a choice but to go along with it, did I? Delia set her mouth into a grim line. It was for the best, she said defensively. Charlie slammed on the door with his fist. What, so she could find out like this? Did you honestly think Rachel would stay away forever, that one day it wouldn't all come out? He yelled, making Delia jump. Don't you bloody well blame me for this mess. All I did was help make the best of a bad job. Clear up after yet another of your balls-ups. She agreed. The day she left, she agreed Amy should think she was dead. It was the best way, the only way. If it were up to her, she would never have come back, but you had to keep pushing it, going up there, pushing her and pushing her. You're like some filthy dog, having to go back again and again to smell your own shit. Charlie stared at her, confused. What did you say? The day she left? What about the day she left? Delia looked away from him. Her temper had got the better of her and she had said too much. Charlie leapt across the room, grabbing her by the arm, pinching the loose flesh and shaking her. You saw her, didn't you? He yelled. Delia closed her eyes and tried to pull away from him. He dropped her arm and turned away from her, a look of disgust on his face. He clutched at his head as if it were a bomb about to explode. 19 years, Mum. 19 years you've let me believe that she dumped my daughter on your doorstep and walked away. Why would you do that? Why would you let me despise her for something she didn't do? You talked to her, you saw her, and you let her go. He was shaking his head in anguish. Delia couldn't answer him. Grief and regret were overwhelming her, causing her whole body to tremble. Her world was falling apart and she didn't know what to do to stop it. I'm sorry. So sorry, was all she could say. Tell me what happened, Charlie demanded through gritted teeth. Delia shook her head, having to hug herself to stop the shaking. I didn't know what else to do. She came round with Amy and she was in such a state, she was in bits. She told me to tell you she'd abandoned her. She knew you would never let her go if you didn't have a reason to hate her. Damn right I wouldn't have let her go. She and Amy were everything to me, my whole world. We would have been okay, we would have coped. Once I got her away from that damn family, she wouldn't have had the fits anyway, you know that. She was always all right when she was away from them. I know she was scared, but we would have been okay. So what was it, Mum? Did she come to you for help? Did you talk her out of staying, so damn glad to see the back of her that you persuaded her to go? Tell me how it was. Tell me what you thought was better about letting her go and destroying our lives. He spat. She had never seen him so angry. Delia was in bits herself now. Everything she had tried so hard to hold together was slipping away. Amy had run away and her son could do nothing but look at her with hate in his eyes. All she had ever done was do her best to protect him, protect all of them. That day there had been no choice. To tell him the truth would have destroyed him completely. What she had done had been the lesser evil, the choice with the least collateral damage attached. He needed to know that. He needed to hear the facts, and then he would know that she had never done anything other than shelter him and Amy. She took a breath. All right. I'll tell you how it was, but you're not going to like what you hear, so we'd better both sit down and pull ourselves together. Charlie dropped heavily into a chair and stared at her, waiting, his jaw twitching with rage. Delia lowered herself wearily onto the sofa. Yes, you can look at me like that and blame me for everything that's gone wrong for you. Why change the habit of a lifetime? Always someone else, isn't it? Everyone always out to get you, aren't they? Well, son, did it ever occur to you that this whole vile mess all comes back to you? She looked at the expression on his face. Yes, Charlie Jones, you. And believe me, it is a vile mess too. She paused. As for Rachel, I loved that girl like she was my own. I would never have hurt her, not in a million years. But you hurt her deeper than anyone ever could have, and you didn't even know it because you were so wrapped up in yourself. If anyone has a right to be bitter and hard, it's that poor girl, and she was the one left alone to shoulder the lot, while you screwed your life up feeling sorry for yourself. She shook her head in a gesture of weary resignation. Charlie sighed. Are you ever going to get to the point, or would you just like to carry on digging at me? Delia rounded on him. Shut up, you arrogant sod. You have no idea what you're asking me to tell you here, so shut up and have the decency to hear me out, or by God, I will slap that look off your face once and for all. I'm 77 years of age and about to tell you about the hardest thing I've ever had to do in my life, so show me some damn respect, you little shit. You might be the big man in your own mind, Charlie Jones, but you're still a kid in mine. She took a breath and crossed her arms. That day Rachel had gone back to the house to tell them that you and her were married, that Amy was yours, and that she was leaving for good. You knew that. You were the one who wanted her to do it. Stand up to them, remember? Yes? So don't sit there looking all innocent. Anyway, I got a visitor that day. Her ladyship herself deigned to call, and she had something very interesting to say. Oh, yes. Valerie came round. Got your attention now, have I? Good. She took another deep breath, her face creasing in distaste as she went on. She had a tale to tell, all right, quite a tale. You see, Charlie boy, it turns out that she isn't Rachel's mother after all. Frances is. Yes, Frances. Your little playmate way back then. Pregnant at 14. Of course, Valerie couldn't face the shame of it, so she took Frances away and came back telling the world that the baby was hers. Remember that? Yeah, thought you might. No one was any the wiser, were they? Charlie looked bemused. Yeah, a bit of a shocker, admittedly, but what does it have to do with Rachel leaving? He asked with a shrug. Makes no difference to me who her mother is. The fact that it's not Valerie is a bonus in my mind. Delia shook her head from side to side several times. See, there he goes with the arrogance again, she said, looking heavenward. So how do you think she reacted when she found out who her father was, eh? What the hell are you on about, Mum? Get to the point, will you? He said, his tone laden with exasperation. Delia stood up. She didn't want to be sitting down when she said the next words. Put it this way. How do you think Rachel felt when she heard that she and Amy have the same father? Nothing happened for a minute or so. No sound intruded save the ticking of the clock. Nothing stirred except the shifting look of horror that crossed Charlie's face again and again. His stomach erupted, sending a torrent of thick, yellow bile up into his throat until he had no choice but to spew it out onto the carpet, until he was empty and there was nothing but spasms of pain in his gut. I'm sorry, son. I never wanted to tell you, but you gave me no choice. Perhaps now you'll understand why she left, Delia said eventually. Charlie, head hanging over the side of the chair and gulping in air to stop the retching, turned to her. I was a 14-year-old kid, Mum, he gasped. I know. Doesn't make it any less the truth, she said sadly, a look of extrinsic shame on her face. Charlie gripped the arms of the chair, anchoring himself to its structure because it felt so much more solid to him than his own body did. Truth? Truth? I can't remember the last time I heard a word of that from anyone's mouth. Are you telling me you actually believe what that poisonous old bitch told you? That I had got Frances pregnant? He felt feverish, he felt weak. The implications of what he had just heard were bombarding his brain like a swarm of angry hornets. Sweat beaded his forehead, and a sense of panic was wrapping itself around him like a straitjacket. Delia didn't speak. Like I said, I was a kid. 14. He was running it through his head, the past, going over it again and again just to make sure he had it right. Could he have forgotten something like that? Could a man forget his first sexual experience? No. Without a doubt, no. It never happened. She was lying. If you want to know the truth, Patsy was the first, and I didn't meet her until I was 17. Christ, at 14 he had barely discovered that you could do anything else but piss through it. Delia just stood there, blinking like a dumb animal caught in the beam of a torch. He started to laugh in a dull, almost baying howl. It's ironic, isn't it? You never believed I was capable of murder. You stood by me through all of that. But ask if a man is capable of keeping it in his pants and you don't believe a word of it. Thanks, Mother. Thanks a lot. No one would lie about that. Surely, Delia said, seemingly not even to him, but to the ether as if it could give her a more convincing answer. They lied about murder, why not that? Charlie reasoned, still bitter. Then he roared in frustration. How many years of my life does that family want? How many pounds of my flesh? Delia started to shudder again. She looked defeated, and he could see every one of her years hanging off her bones like lead weights. In that moment he could feel nothing but disgust for her. He stood up, watching her flinch away from him as he moved across the room. "I'm going for a shower. I need to think. When I come out, I want you gone." "What are you going to do?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "Go and find my daughter and my wife and fix this mess." Chapter 14. Of all the calls from people claiming they had seen Stella Baxter, only one warranted a follow-up in Mike Ratcliffe's opinion. Putting anything in the papers always brought the cranks and the hoaxers out of the woodwork, but a phone call from the NHS didn't fit that category. There was a chance he might have caught two birds with one stone. He had a reasonable suspicion that he had tracked down William Porter too, only he was known as Bill Smith now. Which was odd, as Ratcliffe remembered Bill as a sozzled old tramp who'd been just one of the banes of his life when he'd been in uniform. The old vagrant hadn't crossed his mind in years, yet Ratcliffe could picture him now as clearly as if he'd seen him yesterday. Ferris had completed her workup on Roy Baxter and was currently awaiting the DNA results on the hair that was found on his body. With a bit of luck, they'd be able to close the file soon, and he could get D.I. Benton off his back and take a bit of time off. A fishing trip, alone and away from home, might be a good idea. A beatific smile came to his lips at the thought. "Looking smug, boss? What's making you so happy?" Angie asked, placing a mug of tea down in front of him. Ratcliffe grinned at her. "Nothing more gratifying than a plan coming together, Ange. We all sorted for this afternoon?" "All ready to go. Apparently our woman always visits at 2 o'clock. We'll be in place well before then. We need to set off from here by 10 at the latest." Ratcliffe leaned forward and rubbed his hands together in fervent anticipation. "Bring it on, D.C. Watson, bring it on." "I contacted Roy Baxter's sister about the body being released for burial," Angie said, perching on the edge of his desk and then standing again quickly when he raised his eyebrows at her. "And?" "Didn't want to know. In fact, her exact words were, 'You can shove him in a bin bag and stick him on the local tip for all I care.'" "Nice woman," she added with a wry grin. "I think we can safely say that he was not a popular man then. Better contact the relevant authorities and get them to sort it." "What about the baby? Doesn't seem like anyone wants to sort that out either." "Same goes," Ratcliffe said with a resigned shrug. Angie nodded, though putting an innocent child into an unmarked mass grave didn't seem right to either of them, judging by the look on her face. The director of nursing didn't want either his staff or his patients involved in the arrest of the suspect. He insisted that whatever intervention the police were planning, it must take place outside the unit. Given that the unit couldn't be accessed without a key code, it wasn't likely that they would miss Stella, if she was Stella, when she arrived. The plan was to intercept her calmly as she made her way to the building. 2 officers would be inside the building just in case, and uniformed units were stationed discreetly at all exit points. As they were dealing with a small, nondescript, middle-aged woman, Ratcliffe didn't anticipate too many problems. After all, she was hardly likely to pull a gun on them and start shooting, but it was best to be prepared because you never knew what was going to pan out. It always paid to be one step ahead of the game. The staff on the unit informed him that her habit was to arrive at around 2 o'clock. She always signed herself in as Barbara Smith, never engaged in conversation with the staff, and left promptly an hour later. The biggest risk of the day was that she would have seen the media coverage and would know that she was likely to have been recognised by someone. Ergo, she wouldn't turn up, and Ratcliffe would have to justify some expensive policing to the powers that be. But the unit staff had said she looked very similar to the photograph, just older, so it didn't seem that she had gone to any great lengths to disguise herself. Having arrived early, they had attempted to interview Bill Smith, but had been unable to get any sense out of him at all. He hadn't even remembered that he'd had a visitor, let alone who she was. Peter Haynes had told them that William Porter died in 1970, leaving his family practically destitute, having lost the family money through bad management and ill temper. Their only means of support was the income from the haberdashery shop run by Stella. It had been closed down when Valerie Porter had suffered a stroke and needed Stella to care for her. Peter had urged them to sell the house and put Valerie into a nursing home, but Stella had refused to budge on the issue. Even Francis had been surprisingly reluctant, according to Peter, who'd explained that his wife hadn't been close to her mother. Of course, it was now apparent that if Bill Smith were, in fact, William Porter, then the house couldn't have been legitimately sold, notwithstanding the fact that someone had concealed dead bodies on the premises. Given that information, Ratcliffe felt he could safely conclude that Stella knew her father was still alive. Had she bolted from the house after Valerie's death because she knew the game was finally up? Sitting there in the car park, waiting for his first glimpse of her, Ratcliffe was impatient for answers. "Do you know what I don't get?" Angie said as they scanned the area. How come no one ever questioned that Baxter or Porter had disappeared? Ratcliffe thought it was a fair point and something he had been giving a good deal of thought to. Well, the way I see it is that someone would have to give a shit about you to notice you were gone. As we've established, there are no friends, no relatives who give a damn, no work colleagues, not even a bloody milkman, hence no one to notice and no one to make a report. Porter was a recluse and Baxter was a bastard, so it was good riddance to Baxter. And Porter who? No one missed him, except Stella. He knew Angie had to agree. She had done most of the interviews with the neighbours and had the misfortune of meeting Baxter's sister, Maureen. None of the neighbours could remember William Porter, as all of them had moved in after 1970. Besides, not many of those big detached houses were private homes anymore. Not many people could afford them. The house next door had been a dentist surgery for the past 30 years. The house opposite had been converted into bedsits in the 1980s and had an ever-shifting population, most of whom were too busy trying to avoid the landlord to be paying any attention to anyone else. Another was a bail hostel, one a residential home for the elderly, another owned by an elderly woman who had fallen foul of Valerie Porter somewhere back in the annals of history, and as a result had stoically ignored her existence ever since. Nobody knew, and nobody cared. Even the family GP had to get the medical notes out of long-term storage, and couldn't recall ever having seen any of them. His predecessor was the one who had treated Rachel's epilepsy, and there was no mention of any maternity care for any of them. Stella had done all the shopping, banking, and paying of bills, and she had been so faceless that people had struggled to place her at all. As for Roy Baxter's family, they had a good riddance to bad rubbish attitude. He had left home at 16 and hadn't kept contact since. The few people Angie had managed to track down and talk with who had known him as an adult had all repeated the same story, that he had left his mousy little wife for pastures new and no news was good news. One or two people still claimed he owed them money, so they had figured this no-show was par for the course. In any case, he had never been a popular man. Angie had said that she found it hard to believe that people could live like that, almost completely devoid of contact with others. The only ones who appeared remotely normal were Francis and Peter. They had successfully distanced themselves from the rest of the family right up until Valerie's death. From what Ratcliffe could surmise, they'd only got involved then because Haynes had thought the house would be worth money, but he was being solidly unhelpful since he'd found out that William Porter might still be alive. Ratcliffe was sure that Rachel knew more than she was letting on too. It was a bit too convenient that she sparked out every time the questions got tough. The radio crackled into life, breaking into his thoughts. One of the other units had spotted Stella Baxter. "Come on, kid, we're on," he said to Angie, as he launched himself out of the car ready to intercept Bill Smith's mystery visitor. Chapter 15. By rights, Charlie shouldn't have been driving. He was knackered and probably more distracted than he would have been if he'd downed a bottle of scotch before getting in the van. Sick of trying to work out how he felt, he had mentally extracted himself from the emotional melee and was busy trying to work out how many bricks he would need to build a one extension on the back of a 3-bed semi. Anything to rein in his thoughts. He would have recited his 12 times table out loud if he thought it might help. Memory was playing tricks on him. He knew that he had never touched Francis, yet now it had been suggested to him. The vision of it kept nudging at him, insistently inviting him to give it credence. Could he have? Did he? Had he blocked it out? No one would lie about such a thing. They had to think it for a reason. Unable to accept that anyone could indict him like that, his mind could only make sense of it by trying to make it real. But it wasn't. He knew it for a fact. Patsy had been the first and an event in his life that he would always remember. So indelibly was the humiliation of it carved on his psyche. Oh, sure, she'd been sympathetic when he'd only managed to last 2 minutes, but he would never forget the sly smile that had gone with it, or the sigh of tolerance when she had told him it was okay. No, his mind could play as many tricks as it liked. He had never touched Francis Porter. Not that she hadn't wanted him to. In fact, he distinctly recalled her calling him a filthy cretin when he turned her down. She had treated him with the utmost contempt ever since. She and Valerie were bloody twin souls. To the best of his knowledge, the only child he had ever fathered was Amy. Although the marriage to Patsy had only come about because she'd claimed to be pregnant, no wonder his mother had been so ready to believe the Porters. Patsy's baby had never materialized. She had claimed a miscarriage. He'd pitied her at the time, married for only a month and losing their baby. Hindsight had often made him question whether there ever had been a baby at all, or whether she'd just wanted a ring on her finger as an excuse to leave home. Her mother had died years before, and Patsy hated being her father's skivvy and having to be nice to his frequent, ever-changing girlfriends. Maybe she'd just wanted a home and a family of her own, just not with him, it seemed. He had known when Patsy died that she was going to leave him. That knowledge had been one of the things that had sealed his fate that day, that and being stupid enough to pull the knife out of her. The papers had called it a crime of passion, but he'd be hard-pressed to remember any passion in their relationship. From the minute they got married, she treated him like an inconvenient stray dog. Her affair with Roy Baxter had probably started at the wedding reception, but Roy had been his boss, and back then, Charlie hadn't had the balls to challenge it. In fact, he'd been relieved when she told him she was leaving. Patsy had let him off the hook. Marrying her had been a huge mistake, and he'd known it before the cake had been cut. Not that anyone had wanted to believe that. Being found next to her body with a knife in his hand had obscured any objective views. Patsy had been beautiful, and he'd been in awe of her. He'd mistaken it for love, but not for long. Not everything that glitters is gold, and Patsy had been pure brass. There was only one woman he genuinely loved, and he had brought her nothing but misery. He didn't even want to imagine what it must have been like for her all these years, having to believe that disgusting lie. Even thinking about it made him want to rage and roar and break the world. It must have been like 10 kinds of hell for Rachel. She would have blamed herself, sucked up the responsibility of it and worn it like a hair shirt. The whole woebegone Miss Havisham setup in the flat began to make sense. It was her idea of penance. Change nothing, affect nothing. He had spent all these years feeling so sorry for himself he'd forgotten to wonder what it might have been like for her. Why had she believed them? Why had she listened to a word Valerie said? A memory of her sprang into his mind. She'd had her back to him, her flesh bare, the light from the bedside lamp washing over her skin, highlighting the scars left by Valerie's weapon of choice, a thin leather belt. Of course Rachel had believed it. She would have been too afraid not to. The only time in his life he had ever felt capable of cold-blooded murder was the day he had first set eyes on those marks. If Valerie had been standing in front of him at that moment, he could swear now that he'd have ripped her heart out with his bare hands and spat in the hole he'd left. He had not long been out of prison, a few weeks at most, paroled to his mother's house. On the walk from his weekly visit to the probation office, it had started to rain so heavily that he'd had to shelter in an alley. As he'd waited for the downpour to ease, he'd spotted Rachel, running up the road with her boyfriend in tow. He hadn't taken to the boyfriend, had him down as an obnoxious little shit the first time he clapped eyes on him. The kid had been yelling at Rachel to hurry up, dragging her along the road, yanking at her arm. She'd stumbled, gone down on her knees, and the arsehole had lost the plot with her. Hauling her to her feet, the little shit had screamed obscenities into her face and had shaken her like a rag doll. She had started to seize. Charlie saw her head go back and her body stiffen as the guy dropped her right into the gutter. He'd wanted to move then, instinct taking over. It wasn't the first time Charlie had had to deal with her having a fit. When she'd been a little kid, he had often been the one who'd had to see her through it. If Stella wasn't around, no one else had cared. The boyfriend didn't. He'd looked around, checking to see that no one was watching before he'd kicked her in the ribs. Something primal had risen inside Charlie's head. 10 years in prison, and an ingrained abhorrence of injustice took over and propelled him across the street, balled his hand into a fist, and sent it smashing into that pompous, evil, spotty, arrogant little face. The kid had gone down like a sack of shit, and Charlie had warned him with his fist an inch from his busted nose that if he ever went near Rachel again, he, Charlie Jones, the convicted killer, would personally rip his head off and crap down the hole. The kid had threatened him with the police. Charlie had said, "Bring it on, kid. I've already done one stretch for murder, another won't make much difference." If it hadn't been so wet from the rain, he could have sworn that the kid had pissed himself. All those long, boring days inside with not much else to do other than fool around in the prison gym had made him twice the man he had been in every sense. The kid had been scared witless and had scurried away like the rat he was. Rachel had been a mess. She had cracked her head on the curb when she fell and was covered in muck and God knows what else from the wet gutter. She was fuzzy after the fit, and he'd had to pretty much carry her back to his mum's house. Delia had been out at the time, so he'd had no choice but to try to sort her out himself. He probably should have taken her to A&E, but reality had kicked in and he'd started to feel panicky about hitting the kid and the prospect of being arrested again. Rachel had been in shock, teeth chattering, unable to speak, unable to look at him properly. He'd run her a bath. She'd been filthy and freezing, her clothes soaked. She'd sat in that bath for an age. Probably would have stayed in there if he hadn't knocked on the door, bringing a towel and some dry clothes. He'd given her an old t-shirt and a pair of jogging trousers of his own. The only alternative had been one of Delia's frilly dressing gowns. It hadn't been an occasion for frills. When she'd come out of the bathroom, he'd asked her to show him where the kid had kicked her. She was moving awkwardly, and he reckoned she had a busted rib. She'd sat on the edge of his bed and lifted up the top. Purple spots of bruising had already started to pepper her skin. He'd told her they should strap her ribs, so he'd dosed her with paracetamol and ripped up an old sheet for long bandages. He'd had to strap his own ribs a few times over the years, so he knew what he was doing. She couldn't hold the t-shirt up, it hurt too much, so he'd helped her to ease it off, looking away as she blushed and tried to cover her breasts. He'd told her to turn around and lift her arm. It was then that he first saw the scars. His mother had written to him ages before and told him that Valerie had hit her, but he thought Delia had been exaggerating. She had a habit of it, making the nice too nice and the dramas into crises. Rachel's scars were old, but still red and raised where they hadn't healed well. He'd touched one and she'd flinched away from it, gasping in pain from her injured ribs. He'd strapped her up and helped her put the t-shirt back on. Then he'd made her get into the bed and he'd brought her a cup of tea. The memory was so vivid he felt as though he could step back into it as if his recall was a time machine. "Why did she do it?" he'd asked. Rachel had looked at the wall when she answered, her damp hair hanging in strands and covering her face. "'Cause I wouldn't shut up about you. I kept telling them you hadn't hurt Patsy, but no one would listen. She said if I didn't shut up about it, she would shut me up so she'd get the belt. But the scars, she must have nearly killed you." She hadn't said anything more for a long time. She'd just sipped at her tea. She rubbed salt in when they got infected. He hadn't been able to believe what he'd heard. The thought of the pain she must have been in still made him feel nauseous, all because she defended him when nobody else would. He remembered wanting to cry at that moment. Rachel had noticed and told him she was sorry for upsetting him. The irony of it had made him laugh. Then she'd put her arm around him and laid her head on his shoulder, and he'd pulled her onto his lap and started to rock her because he couldn't think of anything else to do. It had begun there, on that day, when he'd first realized she wasn't a little girl anymore. Nothing happened between them, not then anyway, but he'd thought about it. She'd been in his bed, curled up against him, her face tensing every now and again with the passing flicker of bad dreams. It was a woman's body that he'd held, but he couldn't shake off the memories of the little girl. He'd felt bad, perverse, warped even, and he'd wondered if the years inside had twisted him in some way, as if the essence of immorality that pervaded the prison air had seeped into his being and left him diseased. When she'd woken up, he'd fed her toast and made her drink more tea, and had asked about the boyfriend. "Mother likes him. She approves. His father is a bank manager," she'd said, as if it explained everything. She'd said they had met in the shop where Rachel had been working with Stella since leaving school. He'd been okay at first, given her excuse to be away from the house sometimes. She'd welcomed that. Charlie had wanted to know when the violence had started. "You know me, I get things wrong. I annoy people," she'd said with a shrug, as if it were normal to be beaten up. What had she got wrong that day? She wouldn't agree to sell Lila's flat and hand over the money. The boy, Simon, had asked her to marry him and she'd said no. Everybody had been annoyed. Charlie had liked Lila, not least because she had always been kind to Rachel. The only person in the family who had ever given her a break, in fact. Lila had died a month before from several cancers that she'd kept a secret until they had finally consumed her. Lila had lived a vivacious single life well away from her extended family. She had never settled for marriage, preferring the company and support of other women's husbands from what Charlie knew. Given her background, Charlie didn't blame her. He didn't think Lila had ever worked. There had been some kind of benefactor who had given her independence and a flat in Bayswater. When she died, leaving everything to Rachel, it turned out she had owned the whole building. She had conducted her fiscal affairs with the kind of business acumen that through some genetic fluke had completely bypassed her brother William. Rachel had become a wealthy woman overnight. Valerie had nearly succumbed to an apoplectic fit when she'd heard the news and had immediately challenged the will. Lila had been a shrewd woman and the will was watertight, so Lillian Porter had the last laugh on her greedy, needy sister-in-law. Valerie had given Rachel an ultimatum. Sell the property and release the money to the family, or leave. Rachel had chosen to leave. Simon had sided with Valerie, had made his move, even bought a ring. He hadn't been a lad who took rejection well, and that day had been dragging Rachel back to her mother's house to talk some sense into her. He had never coped well with her epilepsy, and had called her a retard. She hadn't argued with him, Rachel didn't do arguments, but she had stuck to her guns about her intentions. "So what are you going to do?" Charlie had asked after hearing the story unfold. "I don't know. I don't think I could cope with London. There are too many people. It scares me. I don't really know what to do." He'd told her she could stay with him and his mother until she'd made up her mind. Anyway, Delia was out most of the time. She'd met a bloke, Howard, and was half shacked up with him in his 3-bed semi across town. So Rachel had stayed. He'd let her have his room, sleeping instead in his mother's garish boudoir under her pink nylon sheets, with the smell of her perfume preventing restful sleep. He'd blamed the constant insomnia on that, though the truth was that his nights were dominated by thoughts of the girl in the next room. He would lie there every night, hemmed in by Delia's kitsch, a row of sinister-looking china dolls on a shelf peering down at him like some Toy Town jewelry, their chubby china fingers pointing and their glassy goggle eyes full of accusation. The memory of them made him shudder. He had never once bought Amy a doll. Though his mother had foisted a few on her, Delia had argued that it was normal for little girls to have dolls. He hadn't dared to tell her that it wasn't normal for grown women to have them. His mother could be strange at times, happy, loving, and the soul of kindness one minute, and the shortest of fuses the next. He'd learned over the years that it was better to just keep her happy and let her have her way. If it looked like a happy family, it was a happy family in Delia's mind. Charlie just wanted a quiet life. Looking back, he saw that he and Rachel had been the same back then, 2 prisoners released into a world they weren't equipped for. They had naturally gravitated towards each other, finding comforting traits of institutionalized behavior that felt less gauche and less insane if they stuck together. Nights in front of the TV, eating food that came in tins, drinking copious amounts of tea, going to bed at 10:30. Lights out. Neither of them went out unless they had to, Rachel almost never. She didn't want anyone to know where she was. Charlie stayed home because he didn't know where else to be, despite his probation officer pushing him to look for work. They existed like that for weeks. Rachel bought new clothes, ordered from Delia's catalogue and paid for with Lila's money, but mostly she slopped about the house in Charlie's old T-shirts. She'd said that it was like wearing a comfort blanket. He had been secretly chuffed, though he'd told her she looked like a reject from a concentration camp in his oversized shirts. Things got near the knuckle one night when they had been watching some ridiculous old horror film. Like bookends, they had been sitting at either end of the sofa, nursing mugs of tea and sharing a packet of custard creams. As the atmosphere of the film grew more tense, she had edged her way towards him, curled into a tight ball, and watched the film from almost behind him, clinging to his arm and peering out from time to time. Eventually, he had to turn around very slowly and scared her half witless by yelling, "Boo!" reducing her to a screaming heap of hysterical laughter. She'd clung to him, tears streaming out of her eyes. He'd been about to kiss her, had her face in his hands, an inch away from giving in to the moment. Then his mother had walked through the front door and they had sprung apart. But Delia hadn't missed the look on his face or the blush on Rachel's. She'd frowned at him and cornered him in the kitchen after Rachel had gone to bed. "What's going on with you and her, then?" she had demanded. "While the cat's away, the mice will play." There was a meanness to her tone that surprised him. He'd always thought she was fond of Rachel. "Don't be stupid, Mum. Nothing's going on. We were just having a laugh watching the film, that's all." "I believe you. Thousands wouldn't," she said, her lips pursed with doubt and disapproval. Delia stayed home that night and he'd been relegated to the sofa. At least there'd been no accusatory doll eyes to disturb his peace. The cushion he'd laid his head on had smelled of Rachel, and that was enough to make for a very uncomfortable night. His mother left again the next day, the law of her social life greater than the pull of her conscience. "Watch yourself, she's half your age," she said in the hallway as she'd put on her coat. "Not quite, Mum, she's a grown woman." Delia had looked at him for a long moment, a hard frown creasing her brow. "It's your funeral," she'd said. "Just remember what she comes from. I don't want any more of these messes, Charlie Jones. I like things just the way they are." He knew she meant it. Delia didn't like things she hadn't engineered, but she also knew he could be stubborn and would do as he wanted. That night he'd gone out for the first time since he'd left prison. He hadn't explained, had just told Rachel he was going to the pub, and had ignored the look of disappointment on her face. He'd stood in the bar, grinding his teeth, wondering when the foul-tasting beer he'd been drinking would kick in and make him relax. It was surprising how vile alcohol tasted when you hadn't had any for a long time. A woman had come up to him, vaguely familiar, wearing too much makeup and too few clothes. "Charlie Jones, as I live and breathe," she'd said, hands on her hips, shaking her head from side to side in a slow appraisal of him. "You're looking well. Very well indeed." "You too," he'd said, bemused. He hadn't a clue who she was. She had laughed at him. "You don't remember me, do you? Sadie. Sadie Phelps. We went to school together. You used to give me wagon wheels if I showed you my knickers behind the bike shed." She had laughed again at his blush of embarrassment. "Bloody hell, don't worry about it. We were only kids. You going to buy me a drink then, or what?" He had bought her a drink, Cinzano and lemonade, as he recalled. "I'd heard you come out. It was in the papers," she'd said, putting a slim hand with long red nails onto his arms. "Yeah, well, ancient history," he'd said, tense again. "Still, we don't have to talk about that, do we?" she'd said, squeezing his arm and stepping closer. They had ended up back at her flat, where she paid her babysitter and poured him a whiskey before wedging herself next to him on the sofa and kissing him. She'd tasted of lipstick, fags and booze, but he had kissed her back, determined to exercise his sexual demons. It hadn't worked. She had been down to her bra, her skirt up around her waist, had started to undo his belt. His shirt was already off. Then a kid had started crying. "Jesus fucking kids," she'd said. "Won't be long." By the time she got back, he was fully dressed. Left alone in the lounge, he had looked around him, taken in his surroundings, noticed that his shirt was lying on a dirty carpet that had emitted a faint but pervasive odour, an offensive mixture of ammonia, grease, and dirt. The walls were stained yellow from nicotine, and on the coffee table sat an overflowing ashtray and a rolled-up, dirty, disposable nappy. "Now where were we?" she'd said with a voice full of promise, her face dropping as she'd realised the game had changed. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just got to get back home," he'd said, his gaze dropping to the dirty nappy. "I see," she'd said, her tone taking on a tinge of spite. "So I've got kids, not a crime, is it?" "I've got to go. Thanks for the drink," he'd said, striding towards the door. He didn't quite hear what she yelled as he shut the door behind him, but it sounded like she'd called him a fucking arsehole. She was right. He was. Back at the house, he had let himself in and had headed straight for the shower. He'd wanted the scent of Sadie Phelps off his skin and the image of her in her dirty flat out of his head. She'd been another Patsy, or who Patsy might have become if she'd have lived. The thought of touching her made his skin crawl, and he'd scrubbed himself raw with Delia's loofah to rid himself of the sensation. When he was done, he'd wrapped himself in a towel and crept downstairs. He'd sat on the edge of the sofa in the dark, looking at the shifting shadows that played across the walls. Then he had started to cry. He didn't know where it had come from, but he couldn't stop. He'd pressed his fists into his eyes to make it end, had fought against the racking sobs that were making him shake like a fool. Cool hands had taken his face, wiping away the tears, pulling him in. "Shh, it's all right, she'd said, and he'd believed her and let her kiss him. He'd kissed her back and had completely forgotten himself. It had happened then, and he'd been lost in her from that moment. He had never come back. The best part of him was still somewhere inside Rachel. Ugh! Chapter 16. The previous evening, Miss Lucille Barnes-Harmon had nearly jumped out of her skin when the door had slammed upstairs and Miffy, her aged bison frise, had started to bark with such vigour that her little feet left the floor with the exertion of it. Scooping her up, Lucille had gone to the window, and though she was not a curtain twitcher under ordinary circumstances, she had allowed herself the minor indignity of observing the door-banger leave the building. That man again. She had observed him many times over the years, standing across the street, staring up at Miss Porter's windows, but not for a long time now, so she had been mildly surprised to see him again. Secretly, she had always thought him to be a rather fine-looking man, and had never understood Miss Porter's absolute refusal to have anything to do with him. Emotional dysfunction appeared to be the mainstay of modern relationships. The mere thought of the energy required to sustain such animosity exhausted Lucille. So much less draining to own a dog on which to lavish your affection. Miss Porter was a strange sort at the best of times. Too quiet, too timid even for someone of Lucille's sensibilities. It had been hard to get much more than a quietly civil good morning out of the girl for the last 20 years. Not that Lucille would have encouraged more. She had always preferred the company of dogs to that of people, but it was disappointing to be faced with someone even more socially inept than oneself. However, they had been good neighbours, happy and comfortable to leave each other alone. This suited Lucille well. Even the rent, which gratifyingly had never increased since Lillian's death, was still paid monthly to the solicitor. So all in all, no meaningful contact was strictly necessary. Had a visitor of the rather less urbane Mr. Samuels, the tenant of the third-floor flat, slammed the door, Lucille would almost certainly have complained about the disturbance. However, he was away, and even when he wasn't, his visitors were rare and usually civilized sorts. Though she did have a suspicion that he might be homosexual, which wasn't a subject she allowed herself to dwell on for any length of time. Much too confusing for someone who had barely come to terms with her own sexual being. She wasn't entirely convinced she'd ever possessed one. The door-slamming incident had disturbed her equilibrium to the extent that she had needed to resort to a small sherry in order to settle her nerves. Miffy had remained excitable all night, and had persisted in whimpering by the door for several hours afterwards, until Lucille had raised her voice to her and shut her in the lounge. After all the ruckus, she'd had no choice but to attempt to sleep with earplugs in. Miffy was still unhappy when Lucille got up, and had scratched the paintwork on the door in her efforts to get out. Most unlike her, she was usually such a docile little thing. Lucille had found herself quite upset by the change in her little pet. Miffy had even urinated on the kitchen floor, an event previously unknown and something that came as a most unpleasant shock, and would necessitate the purchase of new carpet slippers. Even then it hadn't occurred to her that something might be wrong. Not until she had dressed herself and had Miffy on her leash ready for their morning walk did she realize that the dog had sensed a problem. Not even then until Miffy had tried to run up the stairs, rather to the front door. In a fit of relief that her mistress had finally acknowledged her distress, Miffy had pulled herself free of Lucille's grip and hurtled up the stairs, trailing her lead, barking and whimpering in the most annoying turns. When Lucille reached the top of the stairs, the dog had disappeared inside Miss Porter's flat. The door stood ajar, the latch set. Confused, Lucille called out to Miffy, who came running out, tail wagging, tongue lolling, jumping up at her skirt. "Down, Miffy!" she commanded, annoyed that the dog's paws had marked her dry-clean-only tweed. She brushed at the marks, then stared in horror at her hand. She looked at the floor, where Miffy was excitedly turning circles, leaving perfect blood-red paw prints all over the parquet. Amy took a taxi to Glengarry Terrace, realising £7.50 too late that she could have walked it from Paddington in a matter of minutes. She gave the cabbie a tenner and told him to keep the change. It was her dad's money, what did she care? She was still livid with him. But now that she stood outside Rachel's flat, the wind was fast dropping out of her sails. There was a small cafe opposite, so she went in and ordered herself a coffee, glad of the cheery atmosphere that smelt of normality and bacon. She found a seat by the window so that she could watch the flat. Maybe her mother would come out and she would at least be able to get a look at her before whatever. A plump, friendly, Mediterranean-looking woman brought over her latte and followed her gaze through the window to the building across the road. "There you go, love," she said, putting the drink down. "Right old to-do over there this morning. I only just got my pinny on when this old dear comes running out of there yelling her head off, covered in blood." The woman shook her head as if to tell Amy that she didn't know what the world was coming to. "Turns out some woman who lives there was attacked or something. Course I called 999 and all hell broke loose. Police, ambulances, you name it. I wouldn't have been surprised if the bloody Coast Guard had turned up just for good measure," she added with a cheery laugh. "Poor old dear that found her was in a right old state, though. Kept babbling on about some bloke turning up last night in a white van, banging doors. Reckon he'd done the woman in. Mind you, there was a heck of a lot of blood. Had the police over here going through my CCTV tape. Gotta have it these days, see, there's some rough sorts up Queensway. And sure enough, there he is, bold as brass, on camera, screeching off in his van. On my CCTV, can you believe it? Tell you what, love, you see it all round here. Never a dull moment." The cogs in Amy's brain started to click and whir. "What kind of van was it?" she asked, heart lurching. "Well, put it this way, the bloke won't get far. It was a builder's van, had his name plastered all over it. Bloody fool, C. Jones, General Builder, even had the bloody phone number. Might as well have left a calling card. Hey, you all right, love? You don't look so good." Chapter 17. Apprehending Stella Baxter had gone like a dream. So smoothly, in fact, that there had been a frisson of disappointment among the team. Some had been hoping for something a little more exciting. But Stella had just come quietly. So quietly she hadn't said a word since. Inside the interview room, Ratcliffe took a long look at the benign little woman who sat opposite him. She came across as comfortable in her own skin, calm and resigned, not what he had expected at all. He reminded her of her rights. She sighed, examined the back of her left hand, then turned it over and examined the palm. "Do you understand, Mrs. Baxter?" "Stella," he said, sharing a weary, wary glance with Angie Watson. Stella sighed again. "Yes, I understand, and no, I do not wish to seek legal representation or take legal advice. I have done nothing wrong. I am aware of my rights, and I am happy to answer your questions." Well, that took the wind out of my sails, Ratcliffe thought, loosening his tie and shifting in his seat. He cleared his throat. "Okay, let's begin with an explanation of your whereabouts for the last week." Stella nodded. "I've been staying in the flat above the shop." He could feel Angie staring at him, and he knew exactly what she was thinking. Shit. No one had thought to ask if there was a flat above the old family shop. They would need to check it out, and soon. Embarrassed, he nodded to the amused-looking WPC who was standing by the door and told the tape that Officer Harper had stepped out of the room. Nothing more was said until she came back in, when he announced to the tape that the interview would continue. "Were you aware of the discovery of 2 sets of human remains at your old home, the Limes?" Stella gave him a wan smile. "I would have to be deaf, dumb, and blind not to be. I have read the newspapers." "So you were aware that we were searching for you?" "I wasn't very far. You could have found me easily enough," she said with a nonchalant shrug. "Why didn't you hand yourself in when you knew we were looking for you?" "Because I was wanted for murdering my husband, which I didn't do. And I had things I wanted to sort out." Ratcliffe chose to ignore her assertion of innocence for the time being. "What things?" "I had affairs to settle. People I wanted to see." "William Smith?" "Yes." "How long have you known or suspected that William Smith was your father?" She laughed. "I've known he was my father since I was born, Detective Sergeant. And before you ask, yes, I knew he was alive. I have always known that. Who do you think has been financially supporting him all this time?" She paused. "Look, why don't I just tell you everything I know and you can ask me questions when you feel it's necessary?" It wasn't the kind of process Ratcliffe was used to. Though he much preferred to play the nice cop in these situations, he wasn't used to being told how his interviews were going to be conducted. "Why don't you do just that, Mrs. Baxter?" he said, folding his arms and settling back into his chair. This would be interesting. Stella had been anticipating this moment for days. She'd even rehearsed what she might say. Now that the time had come, she felt a sense of relief. "I'd like to start by explaining my background to you. I know you may already have this information in factual form, but it's important to me that you understand how things were for us as a family. Facts do not explain context. My own mother died when I was very young. She suffered from tuberculosis and spent a great deal of time away from home in a sanatorium. No one told me when she died. I was allowed to continue to believe that she was getting better in some clinic. In fact, I didn't find out she wasn't coming back until my father married again." She paused, checking their faces for a response. Ratcliffe nodded. "Go on." "I was sent to stay in London with my Aunt Lillian. When I came home, my father had married some local slut. I had a new sister who I hated, and my world had changed beyond all recognition. My father was never a man who found it easy to take responsibility, and by then he preferred to view the world through the bottom of a bottle. I went to a small private prep school. I was happy there. It was the one constant in my life, but there wasn't much money, and Frances was considered brighter than me, so she took my place. I was 8 years old." She checked their reactions. "Please, don't misunderstand me. I'm not looking for pity. I just want to paint a picture of what life was like in that house. My father was too busy messing up his business and losing all the family money to be too worried about me. And his new wife was not a happy woman. She hadn't realized things were such a mess. I think she felt she'd been cheated, and she became bitter. Very bitter. I think she blamed me to some extent, or at least she took it out on me. I think the only person she cared about was Frances. You see, I was small and plain and too much like my mother, and I don't think Valerie could tolerate any of those things. She despised my father for letting her down. He had promised her a better life, and she'd ended up worse off. Anyway, in order to save money, she persuaded my father to sell his stocks and shares and bought the shop. It never occurred to her that the shares were worth more. The house was mostly shut up to save on bills, and we had a pretty meagre existence, but she still managed to find the money to pay a cleaner, she said, still bitter herself. Delia Jones, Watson interjected. Yes, Delia. Anyway, I will spare you the details, but life was not pleasant at home. I left school at 16 and worked in the shop. I wasn't considered much good for anything else, and it saved on wages. Frances stayed on at school. Delia's son Charlie went to the same school as me, and he used to spend the holidays at the house. Valerie hated him. I don't know why, but she absolutely despised him. There wasn't a lot she could do about it, though, because she needed Delia, and nobody else would have been willing to work for us, not for the money she got anyway. We weren't exactly a conventional family. To be honest, I think she resented Charlie because she had always wanted a son. I think she had a couple of miscarriages when I was younger. Eventually she had a hysterectomy and it sent her a bit strange. She blamed my father for it. In fact, I think she had a bit of a breakdown. Could I have some water, please? Angie passed her a glass of water, while Ratcliffe asked, "What about Rachel? You haven't mentioned her yet." Stella sipped her water. "Rachel wasn't born at that time. But you said Valerie had a hysterectomy," Angie said, confused. "Yes, she did. Valerie wasn't Rachel's mother." Ratcliffe leaned forward. "Sorry?" "Valerie wasn't Rachel's mother." "Then who was?" Watson asked. Stella sighed and cast her gaze around the steel-grey walls of the interview room. Then she inspected her hand again, both sides, like Lady Macbeth. Finally she answered, "I am. Rachel is mine." Mike Ratcliffe and Angie Watson were sitting in his car outside her house, trying to come to terms with one of the oddest days either of them had ever experienced. "You want to come in for a drink, boss?" Angie asked, undoing her seatbelt. He glanced at his watch. It had been a long day, and the wife would complain that he was late again. "Sure, why not? But don't call me boss." "Okay, Gov," she said with a grin. He laughed. She could be quite funny when she wasn't being overzealous. Inside, she offered him a beer, deftly cracking off the cap on the side of the sink. He was impressed. "Party trick?" She shook her head. "No, I lost the bottle opener." "Cheers," she said, raising her bottle to her mouth and taking a good long slug. Ratcliffe grinned and followed suit. "So here we are, drinking beer in your kitchen." He was sure he shouldn't be. He should have been going home to Maria and at least attempting to be a decent husband. But if he was honest, Angie was better company, and Maria would have made him drink the beer from a glass. Angie shrugged. "You can drink it in the lounge if you want. I have chairs." He followed her through and perched himself on the edge of a large leather sofa. "Nice place." "Thanks. Is it me, or have we just had a bloody strange day?" "Oddest I've ever known. Mind if I recap? You can correct me if I'm wrong." "Fire away, Gov, fire away." "Okay, let me see if I've got this right. The mother was barking, lost the plot. The father is a drunk, a waste of space. Frances is a spoilt bitch. Stella is the Cinderella character, right?" Angie nodded and handed him another beer. "Porter had been interfering with Stella for years, and the mother turns a blind eye to it. There has been one pregnancy when Stella was 13, which explains our dead baby. Ferris says stillborn. Stella said smothered at birth by Valerie. The clothes he was found in were the clothes intended for Valerie's child, the one she miscarried. When Stella is 16, there's another baby, Rachel. Stella leaves school, ends up working in the shop behind the scenes so no one knows she's pregnant, and the stepmother, takes the kid on and passes her off as her own. Have I got this right?" "That's the way I heard it, boss," Angie said with a shudder. "Right, so Valerie's had enough of the old man's shenanigans when she finds out he's having a go at Francis, so she boots him out and pretends he's dead. But Stella looks out for him, gives him money, takes him food, lets him live in the flat above the shop until he takes to the streets. By the way, we have some explaining to do to D.I. Benton about the fact we missed the flat above the shop. She is not going to like that one bit." "Fuck Benton, we did our best. What I don't get is how Stella could look after the guy when he'd done that to her. Her own father, for Christ's sake, makes me want to vomit," Angie said, with another shudder. She had seen the man in the psychiatric unit, a filthy old drunk. In her private and unprofessional opinion, he should be shot, and she'd said as much to Ratcliffe more than once that day. I know, difficult to stomach. The only thing I can think of is that he was the only one left out of her old life. Let's face it, she is one seriously fucked up individual. Whatever the truth, we aren't going to get a conviction out of this, so she'll be going to Broadmoor." "Well, at least we know what happened to the baby, poor little sod. I don't know about you, but I don't believe that Valerie smothered him. I think Ferris is right. Besides, if Valerie wanted a boy, she would have kept him and smothered Rachel, right? And why did she keep Rachel?" Ratcliffe pulled a face. "Don't suppose we'll ever know. Besides, it's all semantics, really. Even if Stella is telling the truth, there isn't anyone to bring to book." "What about Roy Baxter? Do you buy her version of events there?" Angie wanted to know. Ratcliffe rubbed his forehead and exhaled slowly.
Don't know, but she's still the prime suspect even though she insists it wasn't her. I kind of want to believe her, though, he said, looking at Angie for affirmation of his instincts. Angie scoffed. What? You want to believe all that about him having a fling with Charlie Jones' wife and planning to leave and her being relieved? I mean, come on. She claims that Valerie practically sold her to Baxter with the promise of money he soon found out didn't exist. I can accept it was a loveless marriage and all, but her story isn't exactly an alibi. In fact, it's more of a motive than anything else. I think she genuinely believed that he left her. She hated him, all right, and I can't say I blame her, but if she is a killer, why not kill Valerie? She made her life more of a misery than Baxter ever did. Angie threw herself back in the chair, defeated. I don't know, Gov. I can't make head or tail of any of it. It's the weirdest story I've ever heard, that's a fact. You're not wrong there, kid. Got any more of that beer going? Yeah, but you're driving, aren't you? He gave her a sly grin. Thought I might commandeer your sofa tonight. Angie shook her head and fetched him another drink. No wonder your wife doesn't bloody understand you. Stella contemplated the meal the custody sergeant had just deposited in front of her. A shriveled beef burger, some congealed beans and a scoop of mashed potato, all served unceremoniously on a paper plate. He handed her a plastic knife and fork and she thanked him. Though it was possibly the most unappetizing food she had ever been faced with, she ate it anyway. Better to force it down than stay hungry. She had a morbid fear of hunger. Withdrawing food had been one of Valerie's favourite punishments. After she had eaten and placed the plastic cutlery neatly on top of the plate on the shelf near the cell door, she lay on the hard bunk, rolling up the blanket to make a pillow. They had taken her shoes, her coat, and her belt, anything that she might have used to hurt herself with. Curling herself into a tight, fetal ball, she went back over what she had told the police that day. She had told them the truth. Of course, they were shocked about her relationship with her father. Nevertheless, she loved him. Despite all his faults, she loved him. And he loved her, though now he didn't even know who she was. Was it so wrong to seek comfort in the people one loved? By the looks on their faces, it was. She had always known that other people wouldn't understand. Her father had told her that. They would impose wrongness on it, he said. He was right. They had. Valerie had never prevented it, but she must have known. Wasn't it her jealousy of it that had driven her to do the things she did? It must have been, or she would never have taken the babies the way she had. The first one had been a shock. She had known that something was happening to her body. She was getting fat, which was hard in a house where food was a bargaining chip. No one had noticed, not until the pains had started, and she thought she was going to die. Valerie had made Frances hold a rag in her mouth to stop her screaming during the birth, and there had been a lot of pain and a lot of blood. She had never seen the baby. It had never cried, and neither should she. She didn't even know it was a boy until she had read the paper. She had cried then, had whispered it into her father's ear the next time she saw him, but he had just stared at her, his eyes blank. Rachel had been different. She had known then what was happening, had hidden it too, but had known what was making her belly swell. Valerie had noticed more quickly that time, had pulled her out of school, had fed her and made her rest, and then taken the baby for her own, stealing her away in the night and keeping her for herself. They were such hazy memories now. She often wondered if any of it had happened at all. Her father had not been pleased. He had turned away from her and wouldn't look at her. He just drank. He wouldn't speak to anyone, only Frances. Stella had hated Frances even more for that. She hadn't been allowed to touch the baby, and she wasn't allowed to see her father. Then Valerie threw him out because she had found him in Frances's room. He had stayed in the flat for a while, taking her money, eating the food she took for him, drinking the brandy she'd left by the door. But he didn't love her anymore. Wouldn't even look at her. Valerie had found out about the flat and had made him leave. He'd lived on the streets then, but she'd still looked after him. Until he disappeared. It had taken her years to find out where he'd gone, but she'd gone to him as soon as she'd found out. They hadn't believed her about Roy, she knew that for sure. They still thought that she'd killed him. It wasn't true, though she had thought about it a few times. Valerie had made her marry him because he'd thought they had money. Valerie had thought vice versa. She was easily taken in by a well-cut suit and a flash car, but that was all there was to Roy. Just a car, some clothes, and a temper. He had been a builder, had taken Charlie Jones on as his little acolyte, enjoying the role of teacher and mentor, enjoying the fact that he could seduce Charlie's girlfriend with practiced ease. Patsy hadn't been the first, and she wasn't the only one either. Even Frances had chased after him like a lovesick puppy, giving Stella snide glances as she flirted with him. She'd flirted with Charlie, too. It hadn't bothered Stella, as long as they all left her alone. She had stood in court and given evidence against Charlie Jones, not just because it was the right thing to do. She had seen him kneeling by Patsy's body holding the knife, after all. No, it hadn't been just that. She had been angry, too. Roy had been planning to leave with Patsy, and she had wanted that, wanted to be free of him. And in killing Patsy, Charlie had robbed her of that freedom. It was only fair that she played her part in robbing him of his. Only fair. Life was as fair as you made it, Valerie had always said. When Roy disappeared a few months later, she had felt nothing but relief. She had never questioned his leaving. In the weeks after Patsy's death, he had been a mess, showing a depth of grief that had surprised her. She hadn't realized he was capable of love, or the kind of cruelty the loss of it had brought out in him. When he had gone, the space he'd occupied in their lives had closed subtly and succinctly. It was as if he had never existed. No one talked about him, and no one grieved his absence. Not even Frances, who had been his biggest fan. Life had consisted of the shop, of home, of Rachel, of keeping her father alive, of tolerating Valerie, of avoiding Frances whenever possible, of being civil to Frances's pompous fiancé Peter, and being rude to Rachel's nasty little boyfriend. Then Lila had died. Valerie had smelled money, and Rachel had run away. It had broke her heart when she found out that Rachel had married Charlie Jones and that she would never see her again. It was only a few years ago that she had found out what Valerie had done to drive Rachel away. Valerie had been particularly unpleasant to deal with. Her health was failing and she was eaten up with bitterness. She would goad, push, and poke at Stella at every opportunity. The best strategy with Valerie was never to bite, never to acknowledge the sting of her words. Stella had tried to walk away that day, but Valerie liked to win and had played her trump card, spewing out the lie she had told that had sent Rachel away. Then she had laughed in Stella's face. She could see Valerie now in her mind's eye, cackling like a witch, head thrown back, showing her rotten yellow teeth, pointing her skinny, crooked finger and crowing. It had felt like a piece of elastic had snapped in her brain. A sharp, painful twang that had released her from the quiet reason she had always known. Something unfamiliar and liberating had sent her across the room towards that hideous, gaping hole of a mouth. It had forced her to pick up a cushion and press it with all her might against the source of that torturous noise. She had kept it there until the skinny arms had stopped clawing at her and had sagged to the old woman's sides. Only then did she take the cushion away so that she could spit in the face that had caused her so much misery. Valerie hadn't died, but she'd had a stroke. Her face had collapsed in a horror mask of shock and disbelief. Stella had watched dispassionately as her tormentor had fought to get out of the chair, her face creasing with confusion as her body and her voice refused to do her bidding. When she was sure that Valerie wasn't going to regain her speech, Stella had called an ambulance. It was a day later, she thought. She couldn't be sure. She had spent such a long time watching. She hadn't told the police about the cushion or the lie, just that Valerie had a stroke and that she had closed the shop to care for her. And care for her she had in that mouldering old house. Just the two of them. Valerie silent at last with just her own thoughts for company. Stella at peace with her world, though it was decaying around her ears. It was surprising how little money two people could survive on, especially when Valerie ate so little. Just porridge, twice a day, every day. Cheap and nutritious. At least that had been what Valerie had told Stella when she'd fed it to her as a child. If you economized on one person, the other could have more. Stella had whatever she wanted and ate it in front of Valerie. She had learned a lot from Valerie over the years. Everything she knew about looking after those less fortunate than herself had come from her stepmother's example. Valerie had died all on her own. Another stroke. And Stella had been free for a little while. She had walked out of the house the day of the funeral, after Frances and Peter had left. She knew there would be trouble as soon as Peter found out there would be no inheritance, not then anyway. There had been no reason to stay. So she had gone to the flat and sought out her father to tell him the good news. Then her face had been in the newspaper. She had read the article and come to the quiet conclusion that there was no peace for the wicked. After all, hadn't her whole life been just such a cliché? Ratcliffe lay on Angie's sofa, zipped uncomfortably into a too-warm sleeping bag and wearing just his underpants. He had phoned Maria and left a message telling her he would not be home that night. She was used to it. So used to it she didn't even bother to stay home and wait for him anymore. God knows where she was when he'd rung. Probably at some Pilates class or at her book group. After the day he'd had, even Angie's sofa had more appeal than a night in front of the TV with a microwave meal in his own company. Even when Maria did come home, she would just shake her head at him over the mess he'd made, then take herself off up to bed in the spare room where she would spend the night banging on the wall to interrupt his snoring. He didn't know why he stayed, really, or why she did, for that matter. He guessed that neither of them had anywhere better to be. Either that or it didn't occur to them to look. He didn't want to think about Maria anymore. He always felt so guilty when he did. He turned his thoughts back to the case. When he thought about the Porter clan, he figured he ought to count himself lucky. His lackluster marriage was a walk in the park compared to that melting pot of iniquity. The story that Stella had told beggared belief and left him in a difficult situation. She had accused her father of incest, but the man was old and sick, hardly able to withstand arrest, let alone trial. Besides, though she had made the claim, she didn't see it as the real crime of her past. In Stella's mind, Valerie had been the real abuser. The whole business left a sour taste in Ratcliffe's mouth, and for the first time since he had worked for her, he had to concur that his boss's instincts about this case had been good. D.I. Benton had steered well clear of it. However, Stella still hadn't confessed to the murder of her husband. They couldn't legitimately hold her much longer without charging her, so either way, confession or not, he would have to charge her the next day. He glanced up at the clock and saw that it was already the next day. Chapter 18. Amy sat on the steps of the building where her mother lived, aware that the woman in the cafe was sending surreptitious glances at her from across the road. In less than 24 hours, everything that Amy had ever been certain of had turned on its head, and she didn't know what to do. The door behind her clicked open and a small, elderly woman made her way down the steps, towing an excitable little dog. She gave Amy a disapproving glance as she passed. "Come along, Miffy. We shall go for our walk in the park where there are benches for people to sit on," the woman said loudly as she made off down the road, her raised chin showing an indignant profile. Amy glanced backwards and noticed that the door was still easing shut. Without thinking, she hurtled up the steps and caught it a fraction of a second before it closed. Without looking behind her, she slipped quietly into the building and found herself in a large hallway. The house was immensely quiet after the busy rush of the London street, and now that she was inside, she was undecided about her next move. She walked along the silent passageway, noting the number of the first door. Her mother's flat must be upstairs. Like a thief, she made her way up the stairs, expecting that at any moment someone would leap out and start yelling at her. But the hushed house presented no unpleasant surprises, except for the dried blood on the landing floor, smeared and dirty from many feet. The door to her mother's flat stood ajar. A thin strip of crime scene tape had been stuck across the doorframe, as if it would actually keep anyone out. Checking once more to be sure that some silent, stealthy witness wasn't observing her, Amy ducked under the tape and walked into the flat. Opposite the front door was a kitchen, the floor of which was thickly covered in trampled, congealing blood. She stared at it for a long time, unable to establish the name of any emotion she could attach to the scene. The blood looked so incongruous, juxtaposed as it was against a backdrop of faded 1950s domesticity. All china and chintz, it looked like a murder scene from a ropey Agatha Christie film. It occurred to her that a pool of blood on the floor would never look congruent, no matter what the setting. She wandered through to the sitting room, which was furnished like a Rococo boudoir. Everything was ornate, all scrolled and fussy, and not what she'd expected at all. It painted a picture of some femme fatale, dressed to kill and sporting a martini. There was even a cocktail cabinet to prove the point. It wasn't the picture of her mother that she'd had in her mind all these years. From the one or two photos she had ever seen, Rachel did not look like someone who would drape fringed silk shawls over lampshades. This didn't fit. She was trying to imagine her father here last night attacking her mother. It just didn't fit. Though her heart told her he couldn't have done it, logic told her he must have. Rachel had been attacked. He had been here, and his van was on CCTV. And it hadn't been the first time. A butterfly of fear unfurled its wings in her gut and fluttered painfully through her chest. No one was who they pretended to be. Not him. Not the mother who was supposed to be dead. Not her grandmother. If they weren't who they were supposed to be, who was she? So, she was the child of a violent misogynist and a nostalgia-freak hooker, plus the grandchild of a liar. The thought made her want to laugh and cry at the same time. She put her hand across her mouth to stifle a sob and sank down miserably onto a faded chaise longue. She didn't hear Charlie come into the room. "Amy?" The sound of his voice sent a frisson of panic through her. She scrambled backwards and screamed. "Don't come near me!" she shrieked. He stepped towards her, confused. "Amy, what's going on? What happened? Where's Rachel? Are you all right?" She wedged herself into the corner of the chaise, shaking. "You tell me. You're the one who was here last night. You're the one who attacked her." Charlie's face contorted into a mask of confusion. "What? Look, I know you're upset, but I can explain." Amy stared at him in disbelief. "I don't want to hear it. There's blood all over the place, and you want me to listen to you explain. You've lost the plot." Her voice was wavering. Charlie opened his mouth to speak, but didn't get the chance. At least 4 policemen had run into the flat, bawling at him to get down on the floor. Amy watched as he just stood there for a moment, blinking at her, until the mechanical click of a taser being primed brought him to his senses, and he dropped to his knees. The look on his face broke her heart. She found herself dissolving into the worst kind of hysteria, blubbing like an idiot, covering her head with her hands and curling herself into a pathetic little ball on the chaise longue as her father was dragged out of the flat in handcuffs and loaded into the back of a police van. He was calling her name over and over, and it was like being slashed with a sharp blade. When she was brought out, still shaking, her arm held in the firm grip of a huge policeman who looked as if he was geared up for a riot, she saw the woman from the cafe and the lady with the dog staring across at her, their expressions loaded with concern. Out of shame, she looked away. Rachel's head felt like a lead weight, and she was vaguely aware that pain was travelling through her right leg and all the way up into her right arm, where it throbbed and peaked into a searing heat in her hand. She tried to sit up, but the effort of it became diverted, and it came out of her mouth as a feeble groan instead. Opening her eyes, she ascertained from the glimpse of faded green curtains and whiteness that she must be in a hospital. She managed to turn her head to the left and saw a bag of blood hanging from a drip stand, feeding itself steadily into her left arm. She had been bound almost from head to foot in bandages, and the sensation of it on her limbs made her feel as though she'd been mummified. A nurse came into view and fiddled with something on the line and smiled. "You're back with us, then? Good, I'll fetch the doctor." A few minutes later, a balding middle-aged man wearing baggy scrubs appeared at her bedside, gave her a transient insipid smile, and began to flick through a brown folder. She watched as he scribbled something down. "Narrow escape, I should say, Miss Porter," he said with another insipid smile. Rachel blinked at him. "A narrow escape from what?" "Yes, you've had several pints of our very valuable blood today." "Why?" she rasped. Her mouth felt like she had been force-fed dry cream crackers. "I'll get the nurse to bring you some water, but take it easy. We could do without you being sick." Again, the smile. Did he think he was being amusing? "I imagine you will need to stay with us for a while. You'll be taken up to the ward as soon as we are happy that everything is stable. We've managed to repair the damage to the blood vessels in your leg, but it will be a painful recovery, and I expect you'll have some extensive scarring from the wound. Your hand has been stitched, your blood has been topped up, and in a few days you should feel much better. I am told that there are 2 police officers waiting to talk to you, so when you are feeling up to it, let the nursing staff know and they'll send them in. I'll be along to check on you later." He gave her a curt nod and moved away. Leg? Blood? Police? What the hell had happened? Detective Sergeant Sally Morgan was a tired-looking woman, with dry hair and a cheap polyester suit. Her young apprentice, D.C. Matt Bulmore, was an altogether smarter proposition. He stood at the end of Rachel's bed looking deadly serious, legs apart, feet firmly planted on the floor. His hands were loosely clasped in front of him, and he looked like he should be wearing mirrored shades and be guarding a president. Rachel's fuddled mind invited her to laugh, but she bit the urge back. Everything hurt too much. D.S. Morgan pulled a chair up to the bed and sat down. "How are you feeling?" Sore, confused. What happened to me? "We were hoping you'd be able to tell us. Do you remember anything at all?" Rachel raked back through her memory. "I cut my hand on a broken plate. I was upset, I think." "Who had upset you?" "I'd had a bad day," she said simply. She didn't have the energy to explain. "Do you remember Charles Jones being in your flat last night?" Yes, he brought me home. I wasn't well, I have epilepsy. How did the plate get broken? Rachel screwed her eyes up, concentrating on recalling what had happened. We argued. He slammed the door and it fell off the shelf. Did Mr. Jones cause your injuries? Rachel stared at her. What, Charlie? No, of course not. So how do you explain your injuries? D.S. Morgan asked wearily, as if she were tired of stupid females covering up for violent men. I don't know. I know I cut my hand, but Charlie didn't do anything. He'd gone by then. So how do you explain the bruising to your face and the stab wound to your leg? Rachel was starting to feel mildly panicked. I don't know. I must have done it myself. Had a fit or something, but it wasn't Charlie. Honestly. How can you be sure? It would be difficult to inflict those kinds of injuries on yourself. You are aware that Mr. Jones has a history of violent attacks on women. She made it sound like he was some kind of serial rapist. What exactly is the nature of your current relationship with Mr. Jones? She pressed. We are married, but have been separated for a long time. Our records show that you took an injunction out against Mr. Jones some time ago on grounds of harassment. That injunction had a power of arrest attached. It would appear that you have some fear of your husband. Oh, God, this was turning into a nightmare. It wasn't like that. It wasn't for violence. Charlie has never hurt me, she said, beginning to panic. How could she possibly explain this without opening a whole can of worms? Why would you take an injunction out against someone who posed no risk to you? Rachel was floundering, but was saved from answering by Mr. FBI's phone ringing. He left the ward to take the call, beckoning to D.S. Morgan to follow. While they were gone, she tried to gather her scrambled thoughts. There had to be a simple solution to this. D.S. Morgan and Mr. FBI came back into the ward and placed themselves back by her bed. Mr. FBI stationed at the end, Morgan in a chair. Right, where were we? Morgan said, looking moderately annoyed. If I state that I was not attacked by Charlie, you can't do anything, can you? Rachel asked. Morgan sighed and then leaned forward, clasping her hands together and resting her forearms on her knees. She looked at Rachel from beneath her frizzy fringe. I'm afraid that's not the case anymore. If we have grounds to believe that Mr. Jones caused your injuries, we can prosecute him with or without your testimony. Domestic violence is a serious matter. Besides, I have just been informed that Mr. Jones has been taken into custody. He was witness breaking into your flat a few hours ago. I don't believe you, Rachel said instinctively. D.S. Morgan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Mr. FBI. Nevertheless, Mr. Jones is currently sitting in a cell awaiting an interview. It would help if we could understand exactly what happened last night. Rachel tried desperately to stop her thoughts from spitting and popping like fireworks, determined that the tingling sensation that fizzed through her nerves would not result in a fit. The last thing she could remember seeing was Mr. FBI's face contorting as her eyes started to roll back into her head. Chapter 19. Amy had never cried so much in her life. Before this, there had never been much to cry about. It made her realize how cushioned she had been by her family, and just how much Charlie and Delia had done to protect her from everything that might hurt her. As a consequence, she had just wandered blithely through her life, expecting it to be a smooth ride. Now that she was sitting in a side room in the police station, being fed cheap coffee and handed rough tissues by a female PC who looked as if she would rather be sticking pins in her eyes than babysitting an overwrought girl, Amy realized that she had been spoilt. Her burgeoning resentment told her that they had protected themselves more than they had ever cushioned her. Look at her now, fallen at the first hurdle. Another female PC came into the room and whispered something to Amy's sentinel. Your dad's being released without charge, she said coolly, when the other had left the room, her tone indicating that she would like to charge them both with wasting police time. Can I see him? I'll take you through to reception and you can wait for him there. Amy gave a tear-stained smile. Thanks. She received a grudging nod in return. When Charlie finally came through the security door, he looked like he had aged 10 years in the last 24 hours. Amy was shocked. He had always looked good for his age. To see him like this, unshaven, exhausted, defeated, felt like a smack in the face. Dad? He didn't speak to her, just closed his eyes for a moment and took in a deep, deep breath. Outside, he walked ahead of her. He had never done that, never ignored her before. She didn't like it. "Dad, where are you going?" He didn't stop walking, just spoke to her over his shoulder. "To get the van." He stuck his hand out and flagged down a passing taxi. He didn't even hold the door for her, so she had to scramble in after him like an afterthought. Inside, she looked at him tentatively, genuinely afraid of him for the first time. She had never known him like this. He laid his head on the back of the seat, closed his eyes, and let out the long breath he had taken a few minutes before. "Dad?" she said, the tears threatening her composure yet again. He didn't open his eyes. "Look, Amy, I know you're upset and confused, but I can't talk to you now. I'm sorry. I haven't slept in 24 hours. I've had a pretty shit day, and to be honest with you, I just need you to give me a break for a bit, okay? We'll talk about it later, promise. For now, just a bit of peace, eh?" He had never spoken to her like that, not once. She had always been his little princess, and it came as a jolt to find that he wasn't putting her first for once. She bit her lip and tried not to start bawling again. He didn't speak to her for the rest of the journey, just kept his eyes shut the whole time. Once back outside Rachel's flat, she was surprised to see him feeding the parking meter instead of getting into the van. It already had a ticket on it, but he ripped it off the windscreen and put it in his pocket. Then he stalked around the corner and walked into the first hotel he came to and booked a room. She wouldn't have said it was seedy. At £150 a night, it couldn't have been that bad, but from the snide looks the young male receptionist kept giving them, she figured it wasn't exactly the Savoy. Under normal circumstances, she would have countered his sly looks with a haughty, "I'm his daughter, actually," but today she just wanted to disappear into the nearest hole. Besides, she could see his point. An older bloke, looking a bit rough around the edges, booking one room with a young woman in tow. It would have looked bad to most people. The receptionist returned Charlie's credit card and glanced self-importantly over the counter. "Any bags, sir?" he asked with barely disguised disdain. Charlie didn't bother to reply, just snatched the keycard out of his hand and stalked towards the lift, Amy following shamefaced in his wake. Inside the room, Charlie took off his jacket and threw it onto the chair. Then he took off his boots and flung them unceremoniously onto the floor. "I need to sleep. I can't think straight. Wake me up in 4 hours, and if you can't wake me, go and shove some more money in that damn meter, will you?" With that, he lay on the bed and turned his back to her. He was snoring within seconds. Amy sat on the chair for a few minutes, listening to the rise and fall of his breathing. She had never felt this bad in her life. Ringing Gran was a thought, but knew she would only end up dealing with Delia's misery over the whole thing. There were her mates, of course, but they would have too many questions. The same ones she had, so what would be the point? The only person she needed right now was the man on the bed doing a fantastic impression of a foghorn. But even if he was awake, he didn't want to talk to her. In a way, she couldn't blame him. All her shrieking when the police had turned up hadn't exactly helped the situation. They were half convinced he had tried to attack her, and by the looks of him now, they hadn't given him an easy time of it. Not that they had beaten him up or anything, but they dragged him into the back of a van as if he was a sack of potatoes. They had cuffed him, too. She shouldn't have gone off like that, but the whole scene in the flat had freaked her out, what with the blood everywhere and the news that Rachel had been taken to hospital. It had taken some talking to convince the police that he hadn't hurt her, and even to persuade them that she was his daughter. Fortunately, she remembered that she had had her birth certificate in her bag, along with the letters and the marriage certificate. Only when she'd shown them that had they believed she hadn't been the victim of something terrible. They'd grilled her about what she was doing in the flat and why she thought he'd come back. She couldn't answer for him, but told him she'd guessed he'd come to find her. But that only made sense in the context of her having run off to find her mother in the first place. One of them had said that if the whole tale had been a plot on EastEnders, they would never have screened it. They were probably right. There was no way she could sit there for the next 4 hours doing nothing. Her head would explode. She was knackered herself, but any chance of sleep was impossible. Notwithstanding the questions that were whirling around in her head, the snoring alone would have stopped Rip Van Winkle from nodding off. There was only one thing she could do. Finish what she had started and go to find her mother. Just in case he should wake up, she left him a note. "Gone to find Rachel. I'll be back, don't worry. Kiss." She set the bedside alarm to go off in 3.5 hours just to be on the safe side. She hoped she would be back by then, but she had to find Rachel first. After the seizure, they had given Rachel some pretty heavy sedatives. She had been sleeping for hours and woke in a darkened side room that she didn't recognize and which disorientated her for a moment. Everything was hurting more than it had before, which she discovered to her cost when she tried to sit up and failed miserably. The last thing she could recall was the frizzy-haired policewoman telling her that Charlie had attacked her. Anything could have happened in the hours she had been sleeping, and her immediate thoughts, other than how much everything hurt, was for Charlie. He mustn't be allowed to take responsibility for this. The call bell for the nurse was on her right side. She tried to reach across with her good hand, but the pressure on her leg as her weight shifted caused her so much pain that she nearly passed out with the effort. There was no choice. She would just have to sit it out and wait for someone to come in. As she lay there with the twilight sending creeping shadows across the bland walls, she wished that they hadn't found her at all and that she had just faded away on the kitchen floor. Then they might have tried to say that Charlie had killed her. Oh, God, would it never end? No matter what she did, trouble just kept coming. Even in death, Valerie was having the last laugh. She should never have gone back. Should have ripped up Francis's letters without ever having read them. Everything would have just gone on as it had before, and she wouldn't have hurt anyone again. Maybe she had grown complacent over the years. Curious, even. It had been so long since she had seen Francis. There had been a strange compulsion in her to go back and study her. Work out why she had been cast off by her and given to Valerie. Maybe she had been looking for redemption, though she should have known she would never get it from Francis. When she had arrived at the house and Francis had been purging the place, there had been no acknowledgement of the albatross around Rachel's neck. Francis had just greeted her as a feckless younger sister who needed to share the load. Then other things had taken over, had muddied the waters, had led them to this. A point where for anything to change, the truth had to be told. The door swung open. "Look at this. Let's put the light on, shall we? We don't want you lying here all on your own in the dark, do we?" the nurse said, flicking the light switch and forcing Rachel to screw up her eyes against the sudden intrusion of light. "Just come to do your checks," the nurse added, wrapping a tight cuff around Rachel's arm and sticking an electronic thermometer into her ear. The cuff on her arm began to inflate, to the point where it was causing her more discomfort than the injuries. "That all seems fine." "What happened to the police? Are they still here?" "Oh, no, love, they're long gone. Hasn't anyone been in to tell you?" Rachel shook her head. "Oh, right. Well, never mind. No, they went after they'd spoken to Mr. Parnell, her neurologist." "What did they say to him? What did he tell them?" "Well, from what I can gather, he seems to think you might have done this to yourself. He spoke to the surgeon who patched up your leg, and he seems to agree that it didn't look like the kind of thing someone else might have done to you. It looked to him like you'd managed to lacerate yourself during one of your seizures." Rachel gave a huge sigh of relief. "Did the police believe him?" "I don't know. Must have done, I suppose. They haven't been back, anyway." "So, what happens now?" "Well, Mr. Parnell has completely reviewed your medication, and we're trying you on a new regime. You'll be allowed home as soon as we know it's working and you're up and around on that leg. Did yourself quite a bit of damage there." "It must have been the broken plate. When the seizure started, I had it in my hand. I must have gone down and managed to ram it into my leg," Rachel mused. The nurse paused what she was doing and looked down at her. "Look, I know it's not my place to say, and I'm not saying that their explanation isn't possible, but I've seen the marks on your back, and you've got bruises, old ones and new ones. If you are in a violent relationship, there are always ways of getting out. I'll bring you some leaflets, put them in your bedside drawer. You can have a read and give it some thought, eh?" she said, patting Rachel's hand. Why was it that people thought the cruel ones were always men? The scars on her back had healed a long time ago, as with the one on her leg. The wounds in her mind had never healed, and no man had caused them. There were so many hospitals in London. Amy had almost used up her minutes for that month ringing hospitals to find out where Rachel had been admitted. After she had finally managed to track her down, she felt mildly stupid when realizing that St. Mary's was only a stone's throw away. Outside Rachel's room, she hesitated, unsure of what she would find when she went inside. She had an ominous sense that she could be about to make a bad day considerably worse. There was hardly a clearly defined etiquette for visiting your injured, estranged mother. Bracing herself, she pushed open the door, walked in, and regarded the woman who was propped up in the bed with her eyes closed. How could everybody manage to sleep through this horrendous situation? This is my mother. This hollowed-out, fragile, injured woman is my mother. There was something about hospital beds, drips, and machines with displays and alarms that had the effect of reducing people to a shadow of their real selves. It was something Amy had noticed during her nurse training. Illness and dependency diminished people. The woman in the bed was just that, an older, diminished version of herself. Looking at Rachel's careworn face, she realised how few of her father's features her own face held. People had often said that she must look like her mother, but until now she'd only had a few old photographs for comparison. To be confronted with this faded version of herself was a shock. "I am not like you," she told herself. "I would never walk away from my child." Rachel was aware of another presence in the room. She could smell perfume, so knew it wasn't a nurse. Whoever was there wasn't moving, but she could feel their eyes on her, sense the appraisal. She opened her eyes and turned her head towards the visitor. "Amy." The girl looked surprised. "You know who I am?" At a disadvantage, Rachel tried to prop herself up further, but her left hand was hampered by the drip. "Of course," she said breathlessly, finally managing to find purchase on the crisp sheets by using her elbows. She knew that this might happen one day. On good days she had fantasized about it, a wonderful reunion where the past had no meaning. On most days, the bad days, she had dreaded it. "They told me you were dead," Amy said, still standing, her bag held in front of her like a shield, as if Rachel might leap out of the bed and do something untoward. "I know. They arrested my dad today. They thought he attacked you." "Yes, that the police came. He didn't do anything. Is he all right?" "Like you care." Rachel looked down at her bandaged hands, at the tube that was still slowly dripping blood back into her body. It was hard to imagine why people would go to such lengths to keep her alive. If she were a dog, they would have let her die. "They let him go," Amy said finally. "I went to your flat. Someone found your bracelet. I found out you were still alive and I went to your flat." Rachel closed her eyes, trying to imagine what her home must look like to someone like Amy, an ordinary girl with a normal life. "It was my aunt's flat." "What kind of person lives like that? Surrounded by all that junk?" Amy said spitefully. "Does it matter how I live?" "It explains a lot. Tells me what kind of person you are. It tells me you don't care." "Care about what? Who I am, where I live, how I live?" I don't, Rachel thought. But she couldn't say that. She owed this child, her child, more. "I never got around to changing it," she said, knowing that it sounded lame. Amy moved to the end of the bed, braver now that she knew Rachel wasn't going to fight back. "Why did you come back? If you hadn't come back, none of this would have happened," she said, gripping the bed rail, her knuckles white. "My mother died. There were things to sort out. I'm sorry, I never meant you to find out about me like this." Rachel saw the girl's emotions shift a little, thrown off by the revelation of a death. "Well, I'm sorry about your mum." "Don't be. No one else is. She wasn't much of a mother. It seems to be a family trait," Rachel said with a wry laugh. Amy looked defeated, as if she had expected something quite different to this. She looked incredibly sad, and it tore at Rachel's already bruised heart. There was a chair by the bed. Amy dragged herself over to it and flopped down. "I don't know why I'm here. I don't know what I expected to find. I want to hate you, but look at you lying there looking like you've been hit by a truck. I don't know what I'm supposed to feel." Rachel regarded her daughter and denied herself the rush of regret that would threaten them both, Amy most of all. "You want to know why I left? Well, this is why," she said, indicating her battered body. "Last night I had a seizure. I had a piece of broken china in my hand. I managed to mutilate my own leg, and I didn't have any control over it. Imagine someone capable of that in charge of a baby. What might have happened to you if I'd stayed?" Amy shook her head. "No, that's not it. You had help. My gran, Dad, they would have helped you. No, it's more than that." Rachel plucked at the cotton blanket, ignoring the discomfort in her hand from the big needle that insistently dripped life into her veins. "It's hard to explain because I don't know how much you know about your dad's past." "If you mean that he was in prison for bumping off his first wife, yeah, I know," Amy said dryly. "Right, well, what you might not know, because he doesn't talk about it, or didn't used to, was that I was there when Patsy was found. I saw what happened, and I know your dad didn't do it." "So why did he go to prison then?" Amy demanded, looking surprised that the subject had got in this direction. Rachel sighed. "It's complicated. I was only 10 when it happened. I was a kid who had fits and no one believed me. See, your dad had the knife in his hand. I was the one who had witnessed him find Patsy like that. She had been having an affair with my sister's husband, so he had a motive. Lots of people gave evidence against him, my family included. Look, I know he was innocent. Anyone who actually knows him would say the same. I know, but that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to explain the background. We got together not long after he came out. I suppose we gravitated towards each other, like we were the only friendly faces each other could see. I'd stayed in touch with your gran, and she was a good friend. My family aren't decent people. Yeah, I gathered. I read the papers. Quite. Anyway, I was lonely and unhappy. So was your dad, so we just drifted together for the wrong reasons. I doubt it would ever have worked, and for the reasons I've given you, I couldn't take you with me. I thought the only option I had was to leave, for good, and give you all a chance of a decent life. My family would never have left us alone. It's difficult for me to explain to you what they were like, but they knew I'd been left some money, and they would never have left us alone until they got hold of it. I'm not saying I did the right thing, but I did what I thought was right at the time, Rachel explained, knowing that elements of it were true, but as an explanation, it was so full of holes it could give a colander a run for its money. At best, it would leave Amy despising her, but not asking her to say any more. So you came into money and buggered off, leaving your family behind, and you want me to believe it was a noble gesture, Amy said, already on her feet. I don't know why I came here. I wish I could just wipe out the last few days and have gone on thinking you were dead. Well, I hope you enjoyed your freedom, because I can tell you now that none of us have. My dad never got over you leaving us, never. He doesn't trust anyone anymore, not even me now, because of you. You did that to him. She was shouting now. Rachel looked towards the door, afraid that the staff would hear. So thanks a lot, you selfish cow. Take a good look before I go, because you won't be setting eyes on any of us again, I promise you that, Amy yelled, barging towards the door and pushing past an astonished nurse who had come to see what the problem was. What was all that about? Are you all right? The nurse asked, peering down the corridor to observe the girl's hasty flight. I'm okay, it's okay. She's just a bit overwrought, that's all, Rachel said, still shaking and desperately trying to hang on to her senses. The nurse fussed with her bedding and pulled up her pillows. You're telling me? We could hear the shouting at the other end of the ward. Are you sure you're all right? Rachel nodded. Just tired. The nurse frowned. Okay, well, we'll be round with the medication in a minute. I'll get someone to bring you a cup of tea, too, then you can get some rest. Rachel gave her a weak smile and sank back onto her pillows. It was all for the best, really. Better that Amy despise her than know the truth. Even so, it had been harder to do than she had thought. One of the hardest, other than walking away in the first place. If she could get out of the damn bed, she would do that now, walk away. Make her way down to the embankment, stand on a bridge and contemplate throwing herself into the Thames. It had been a favourite pastime over the years, Blackfriars Bridge at 5 a.m. always being the favourite. But the fact that Amy already thought she was dead had always stopped her. That and the thought of the poor person who would find her body. The same with the underground, an overdose, hanging, all of it. She had weighed the options so many times. Someone would always have to suffer for her actions. There had never been an easy way out. Chapter 20. Charlie was roused from a deep, deep sleep by the screeching insistence of an alarm he hadn't set. For a moment he had forgotten where he was, the sight of the unfamiliar surroundings catching him off guard and bringing him instantly upright on the bed and instinctively alert. Irritated, he fumbled with the alarm in a vain attempt to switch it off, eventually resorting to pulling the plug out of the wall. Though his brain told him he was awake, his body didn't seem to want to follow suit. Still exhausted, he rubbed his face and looked around the room. His mind was telling him that something important was missing. He fumbled in his thoughts for what it could be. Amy. Energized by an abrupt shot of anger, he leapt to his feet looking for his shoes. Only when he went to retrieve his jacket did he see her note. Oh, for God's sake, he said out loud, dropping back onto the bed, then, fuck, the bloody van. What was it with kids that they could never just do what they were told? Why did they always think that they could go one better with their insatiable need for instant gratification? He was still champing on his temper when he reached the van, figuring he had better move it before it was clamped or towed away. While fumbling for his keys, he realized that he was being watched. Someone was peering at him from behind a net curtain in the flat below Rachel's. He could hear a dog frantically barking from somewhere inside. He gave the voyeur a wan smile and a half-hearted wave. Immediately, the curtain was dropped and the face disappeared. Shrugging, he got into the van and drove it around the block until he found an empty parking space. Then he went back to the flats and rang the doorbell. Anyone else who owned a building in London would have had some kind of security system fitted, but not Rachel. The front door was solid, but anyone could have got in if they'd had half a mind to. Besides, both he and Amy had been able to walk into the flat that morning. Not even the police had thought to release the latch on Rachel's front door. He rang the bell again and saw a dim light through the glass. Someone was coming, but they didn't open the door. "If you do not leave immediately, I will have no choice but to telephone the police," came a tremulous yet imperious voice from behind the door. "Please, I need to speak with you about—" "What happened?" "I need to explain," he called loudly, both to penetrate the glass of the door and to rise above the persistent yapping of the dog. "Please leave immediately," the woman shrieked. "Dad, what are you doing?" Amy was at the bottom of the steps, peering up at him. He gave up on trying to persuade the woman to let him in. He was getting nowhere. "I was trying to get her to let me in. Someone needs to clear up that mess upstairs." Amy looked aghast. "You're what? I don't believe you. After all that woman's done, you want to go in and clean her kitchen." Charlie reached the bottom of the steps and sighed. "You don't understand. There isn't anyone else to do it, and I can't let her come back to that," he said. "Oh, my God. You're honestly telling me that after everything, you still care about her? Are you mad?" Amy said, incredulity written all over her face. Charlie felt his anger flare again. "Don't you dare speak to me like that. You don't have a clue about what's going on, so don't even pretend to have a valid opinion on my actions." Amy blinked in surprise. He hardly ever raised his voice to her. "She pretended to be dead. You lied to me, and now you don't think I have a right to be upset." Charlie's anger fizzled out like a cheap indoor firework. Okay. I think we both need to calm down a bit. I know you need an explanation. We need to talk. But I need some food first. I'm absolutely bloody starving, and it's making me irritable. There's a Burger King round the corner. We could get takeaway. Go back to the room. That's the best thing I've heard all day. Come on, but you'll have to pay. I put the last of my money in the parking meter, he said, finally relenting and putting his arm around her shoulder. No problem, I'm loaded. I nicked your stash from under the sink. I know. You're not supposed to know about that. Anyway, what the hell are you doing wandering around London with that kind of money on you? Anything could have happened. Christ, Dad, look at the state of me. Any would-be mugger would probably take pity on me, not rob me. They were at the door of the burger bar. What you having, the usual? They took their food back to the room, past the suspicious gaze of the hotel receptionist, and ate it sitting on the bed. Charlie propped against the headboard, Amy sitting cross-legged at his feet. Why does crap food always taste so nice? She asked, cramming the last mouthful of burger into her mouth, mayonnaise dribbling down her chin. Because you've had to survive my cooking for 20 years. It was true. At best, his culinary style could be described as rustic. Was she a good cook? Amy asked. It was a good inn, he thought. They needed to get to the subject of Rachel sooner or later. He laughed. Rachel? Cook? She was abysmal. She could burn water. Amy tried to smile, but it wouldn't happen. I saw her earlier. I went to the hospital. Charlie nodded. I got your note. What did she say to you? That she couldn't cope, that you and her would never have lasted because you were together for all the wrong reasons. Charlie frowned and nodded slowly. We didn't deliberately lie to you about her. It was just an untruth that was more convenient than it ought to have been. I'm sorry, I should never have let it go on so long. I get it. It's okay. Better than growing up knowing your own mother didn't want you, I guess. He raised his eyebrows. If that's what she told you, she was lying. What else could it be? Yeah, sure, I know the story, the epilepsy and all, but if she loved us at all, she would have stayed. I mean, life wasn't easy for you, but you didn't bail out on me when it got tough. You're wrong. She left because she did love us, believe me. You don't know her. She would never have gone if she hadn't had a really good reason to think it was for the best. He didn't want to tell her the truth, but he couldn't see another way. If he lied, she would hate Rachel forever, and that wasn't fair. If he told the truth, he would open up a whole new wound full of confusion and hurt. Lies had brought them to this. The truth might hurt, but at least there was a chance. What possible excuse could anyone have for doing something so selfish? Amy asked, her tone heavy with derision. Charlie exhaled slowly and leaned forward. A pretty good one, as it happens. And I only found out about it myself this morning, so don't fly off the handle with me and think I've been keeping things from you again. It's kind of hard for me to tell you this because there is a lot of history behind it, but bear with me, okay? He told her what Delia had told him that morning, and watched as a melee of emotions clashed on her face, twisting her features into 100 kinds of shock. Oh my God! That's disgusting! No, it's worse than that. I can't find a word for it. It's evil! She was tumbling over her reactions and stumbling over her words. How? Why would anyone do that? Lie about something so awful? What was wrong with that woman that she would say something so vile? No wonder she went back after the bitch died. Probably checking that the coffin lid was nailed shut just in case. She gasped as the true horror of what she'd been told started to take hold. That's just sick. It's twisted. It's foul. Well, given what they've just found in the house, it's not surprising. Even I didn't think Valerie Porter was capable of something like that, and I've seen her at her worst, Charlie said, unsure of whether he had his own mind around the implications of it. Dad, don't take this the wrong way, but it's not true, is it? No, it's not true, I swear. But doesn't it give you some idea of how fragile she was that she believed it? Rachel had been kicked when she was down, was still being kicked now. Amy put her hand to her mouth. Oh, Dad, I was really, really horrible to her today. Really spiteful. A sob caught in her throat. Charlie reached out and patted her knee. It'll be okay. She can handle awful, she's used to it. It's nice she can't handle. She told me that you two only got together because of circumstances. Is that true? No, I don't think so. Not for me, anyway. I loved her. I still do. I always have, and I probably always will. Whatever else happened, you came out of it, and I wouldn't change that for anything. God, Dad, don't go soppy on me. I'm really trying not to cry here. Charlie ruffled her hair, and she batted him away. Seriously, though, you have to tell her the truth. You can't let her go on believing that filth. Christ, if it'd been me, I think I'd have topped myself. He shook his head. Not Rachel. She would think it was selfish to do that. No, she will have just sucked it up and carried it on her own. Though his tone was casual, the pain of his statement was so acute it sent an agonizing tremor of distress right through his heart. So much so it skipped a beat or two. That flat. The way she lives, it's as if she's an intruder in someone else's life. At first I just thought she had tacky taste, like Gran, but it's not that, is it? Charlie had to smile at the insult to Delia. No, it's not that. She has money, in fact she's loaded. I think that's the reason Valerie did what she did. I think she never changed the flat, never made it her own home, because without you it meant nothing to her. Home is where the heart is, and her heart was always with you. I think it's why I kept going back, trying to make sense of what she'd done. I could understand why she left me, but never why she left you. Okay, I've heard the epilepsy excuse a million times, but I never bought it. I mean, we could have paid someone to help care for you. It's never made sense. Amy nodded in agreement. And it would have meant contact with you. Under the circumstances, I suppose she couldn't risk that. I think she really loved you. Oh, God, her life must have been absolute hell. Tears filled her eyes. Oh, Dad, I don't think I've ever felt so sad in my life. She began to cry. Charlie eased himself towards her and started to rub her back. She was right. He had never felt so sad either. But he would mend it. The very next day he would mend it once and for all. Chapter 21. Lucille Barnes-Harmon had had enough. If that man persisted on ringing her doorbell one more time, she would take a stick to him herself. Just because the police couldn't be bothered to deal with his type effectively didn't mean that elderly women should be terrorized in their own homes. She would tell him one more time, and that was that. If he carried on, the worm would turn. She marched resolutely towards the front door, clutching in her trembling hand a large marble rolling pin, the nearest thing to a stick she'd been able to find. Miffy gambolled excitedly at her heels, eager for action. "I've told you before, go away! I have to warn you the police are on their way and I am armed!" she called down the hallway, brandishing the rolling pin in a wild act of bravado. "Miss Barnes-Harmon, it's me, Rachel. Can you let me in, please? I don't have my keys." Lucille stared at the door in disbelief. It couldn't be. Rachel had been carried out on a stretcher. There had been too much blood. It was impossible that she had recovered enough to be allowed home. In fact, Lucille was having a hard time coming to terms with the reality that Rachel had survived her ordeal at all. Typical of the NHS, sending people home who were barely alive. She had always favoured private medicine. A much more civilised system in her opinion. Though it was true of all life, really. You only ever got what you paid for. Fortunately, she had always functioned with the best of health and some good British stoicism. That and a fundamental mistrust of men who were far too handsome for anybody's good, like the one who had attacked Miss Porter. The doorbell rang again. "Are you there? Please open the door. I really don't feel too good. Miss Barnes-Harmon?" Shaken from her reverie by the fragile tone in Rachel's voice, Lucille plonked the rolling pin on the hall table and made for the door, and was shocked at what she found when she opened it. Rachel was leaning against the wall of the porch, her face drained of colour, her hair stuck to her face by the glaze of sweat that clung to her pallid skin. Instinctively, Lucille put out her arm to help the girl inside. Rachel clung to her gratefully and hauled herself through the door. She was limping badly. "Good grief, Miss Porter! Look at you, I can't believe they've allowed you to come home in this state." Lucille was genuinely shocked. Rachel was wearing a blood-stained T-shirt, the same one she had been wearing when Lucille had found her, and a pair of blue cotton trousers, the kind that surgeons wore. Both her hands sported dressings, and on her feet she wore only slippers. She looked like death warmed up. "Oh, I'm fine, just a bit sore. They needed the bed, you know how it is," Rachel lied. In fact, she had just had an unholy row with the on-call doctor who had point-blank refused to agree to discharge her. In the end, she had threatened to walk out wearing nothing else but her hospital gown. The doctor had grudgingly relented and had signed a prescription for her medication, telling the nurse in charge to give her some clothes to wear. He had made her sign a detailed disclaimer, absolving the hospital of all responsibility for her welfare. The A&E staff had cut off her trousers, but fortunately there was still a £20 note in the pocket, a little blood-stained but still legal tender. The cabbie had been happy to take it when he realised that he was going to get to keep the change. He hadn't helped to get her out of the cab, though, and had just driven off, leaving her to haul herself painfully up the steps to her house. Despite her gung-ho attitude in the hospital, she really did feel like death. "I'm sorry to have disturbed you, but I didn't have my keys," she said wanly, trying to reassure the frightened old lady. "My dear child, let me get you inside properly," she said, supporting Rachel's weight on her thin shoulders and half carrying her to the stairs, muttering all the while about gross neglect and abject negligence. She wanted to help Rachel into the flat, but Rachel refused, insisting that she would be all right. Both stoically ignored the rust-brown blood that still stained the floor, though Miffy sniffed at it and licked it with unreserved interest. Rachel thanked Lucille profusely for her help, and remained clinging to the doorframe until she heard the door to the downstairs flat click shut. Once alone, she hobbled into the flat, just about ready to pass out. They had given her painkillers and stronger anticonvulsants, and she needed to take both. Unable to face the mess in the kitchen, she hauled herself into the bathroom and took the drugs with handfuls of water from the cold tap, clinging all the while to the edge of the basin for support. Unable to move another step, she sank down onto the toilet, straightening out her injured leg, which was stiff and swollen, the sutures pulling painfully with every movement. Only then did she dare to breathe and let her mask slip, allowing her face to crumple into a contorted agony as her desperate tears began to flow. When the tablets kicked in, she would pack a bag. Now that Amy had been and she was exposed, she had no choice but to leave. She didn't have a clue where she would go. One of the other flats, perhaps. Lila had owned quite a few. She was sure that one or two would be empty. She'd have to call her solicitor and find out who he was using as an agent these days. In the meantime, there was always the hotel option. One with a huge walk-in shower, preferably, where she could wash away the tide of guilt that was threatening to make her smash her head into the bathroom tiles with the next wave. Angie woke her boss and presented him with a cup of coffee. She was already washed and dressed, having spent a sleepless night spent wondering what the hell she was doing, getting her boss drunk and letting him spend the night on her sofa. It was dangerous ground, and she knew it. At the station, it was common knowledge that his marriage was a farce. Angie had never met his wife, but he had heard on the grapevine that the woman was a harridan. But it wasn't an excuse for letting him stay. Not that there was anything in it other than a bit of mutual liking, but it wouldn't look good if anyone at work found out. The thing was, she did like him. He was a decent bloke and a good copper, even if he was a bit burnt out. This case had taken it out of them both. Stella Baxter's interview had run like a bad film plot. Wicked stepmothers, incest, insanity, the lot. It left them with the possibility that they wouldn't get a prosecution based on the suspect's blatant instability. To be honest, she would be glad when the whole thing was done and dusted. Then they could go back to dealing with normal felons, the type who didn't sleep with their fathers and hoard mummified corpses. "There's a new toothbrush in the cupboard in the bathroom and some razors and shaving gel on the shelf. That's if you don't mind smelling of mountain flowers instead of Old Spice," she called from the kitchen, determined to avoid seeing Ratcliffe in his underpants. Once she heard him unzip the sleeping bag and stumble up the stairs, she went into the lounge and removed all traces of his presence. Folding up the bedding, throwing out the beer bottles, spraying the room with air freshener. No evidence here, she thought quietly, as she heard him empty the sink and flush the toilet. They drove in together, but Ratcliffe dropped her off a street away from the station, just so they could arrive at the office separately. The cold light of day had filtered some sense into him, too. There was a message on her desk from the hospital. Francis Haynes was fully conscious. Also, a message from the Met. Charlie Jones had been arrested the day before for a suspected attack on Rachel Porter. She was in hospital and he had been released without charge. Angie showed Ratcliffe the messages, adding, "What the hell is it with these people?" Ratcliffe had said nothing. He was too busy trying to get an extension on the length of time they could hold Stella Baxter without charge, and he was trying to get a psych report done on her. In the meantime, he told Angie to grab one of the other officers and get down to the hospital to get a statement from Francis Haynes. Angie took one look at Francis, propped up regally in her hospital bed, and decided that she didn't like her. There was something gratingly theatrical in the woman's pose that smacked of someone milking their disadvantaged position to the max. As Angie sat down, Francis gamely struggled up on her pillows and asked her for a glass of water, which she grudgingly poured and waited patiently for her to drink, watching with mounting irritation as the woman fell back onto her pillows with a wan sigh and said, "I'm not sure how much I'll be able to tell you. It's all such a blur." "We just need a statement of what happened on that day," Angie repeated, reluctant to engage in whatever game Francis Hayes wanted her to play. The woman gave a stifled sob, holding her hand over her mouth and waving her apology at Angie. Angie and the other officer exchanged glances. "I'm sorry, it's all just so terribly upsetting, but I'll do my best. Right, here goes," she said, taking an exaggerated breath. "I was at my former family home, clearing it after my mother's recent death. My sister, Rachel, was inside the house, and I was outside with one of the men I had employed to help. Having done the bulk of the work in the house, I decided to tackle the outbuildings. I knew it was going to be a long job, as no one had been in them for years. I went in first and started to hand things out to the man. Eventually I uncovered a large tin trunk. Assuming that it was full of old junk, I asked my helper to pull it out and assist me to open it. We were surprised to find that it was extremely heavy. It's difficult to recall what happened next. It's still all quite a blur, I'm afraid, but I know we managed to get the lid up. All I can remember is seeing a hand. A human hand. I think it was then that I must have staggered backwards and hit my head on the door. That's it. That's all I remember," she said with an apologetic smile. Angie waited until her colleague had finished writing and handed over the paperwork, and then she read Francis's words back to her, asked her to read it, and then asked her if it was an accurate account of the events on that day. Francis agreed that it was, and put her signature to the page. "Is that all?" she asked. "Yes, thank you," Angie said, getting to her feet. "We'll be in touch if there's anything else we need from you. I'm sure we'll have more questions." "Well, that's all there is to tell, I'm afraid. My husband tells me you found Stella. How is she?" Francis said, a pained expression on her face. "Mrs. Baxter is currently helping us with our inquiries," Angie said, a little more curtly than perhaps she should have. "But how is she bearing up? She's never been a terribly capable sort, if you know what I mean. I must admit I find it hard to believe my own sister capable of such a thing," she said, stifling another sob. "I'm afraid I'm unable to discuss the details of the case at this stage. We'll be in touch, Mrs. Haynes." With that, she turned to leave, not even bothering to say goodbye. Back in the car, she turned to her colleague. "What did you make of that, then?" He shrugged. "Not for me to speculate, really, but I reckon it was worth at least a BAFTA, if not an Oscar." "Yeah, that's exactly what I thought too," Angie said, wondering how a woman who had been in a coma for 3 days could have rehearsed a statement so thoroughly, when the subject of her account had been the discovery of her deceased brother-in-law, crudely mummified in a tin trunk. Back at the office, she compared Francis's statement with the one taken from the workman Steve Budd on the day the bodies had been discovered. They tied up, except for the fact that Steve had reported that Francis had called out the word "Roy" when the trunk had been opened, just before she had knocked herself senseless. What DC Angie Watson wanted to know was how Francis could have identified her brother-in-law from the mere sight of a mummified hand. The finding of an intact wallet in the presence of a gold canine tooth had identified Roy Baxter's body. From the glimpse that Angie got of his remains, the only thing she could have identified him on that day would have been a man-sized piece of beef jerky. Where was Ratcliffe? They needed to talk. Ratcliffe was once again standing in Julia Ferris's office, hovering in the doorway as usual, ever reluctant to venture into the domain of the dead. "You wanted to see me?" Julia peered at him over her glasses and treated him to an amused smile. "I did indeed. I have some interesting news for you." She picked up a small plastic jar and swirled the contents. Ratcliffe could see something unpleasant floating in the liquid. No doubt it was some body part that had been pickled by Dr. Death. His face betraying his revulsion, he asked, "What is it?" Julia smiled, looking at the sample fondly. "It's a piece of skin. Well, scalp, actually. I recovered it from the shed door at the Limes. It's from Francis Haynes." Ratcliffe was nonplussed, and... She looked as if she was savouring the moment. Making him come down and look at things that revolted him was one of her favourite pastimes. He was sure that it amused her to see him squirm. At a guess, he'd say it was because she'd found out his nickname for her and was enjoying the punishment. "I tested it. The DNA matches with the hair that was found on Baxter, gene for gene, so to speak," she said, waiting for him to react. "I only ran the test for the sake of being thorough. After all, we were looking for Stella Baxter's DNA, but I've run her sample and there is no match." Ratcliffe's face fell. "Methinks you have the wrong sister," Ferris said. Ratcliffe's mind was processing 19 to the dozen, but like every good computer, he was able to convert it to a background activity. "What about the baby? Does Stella's DNA check out with that?" Julia shook her head. Not able to get a sample, he was too far gone. There's not a lot on a baby that would withstand the process he was exposed to, or would last that length of time. But I ran Rachel's sample against Stella's, and there is a match. It's not complete, though, and to be honest, it's a bit confusing. It proves they're related, but not that Stella is Rachel's mother. So my guess is she could be telling the truth about the baby, but there's no way of proving it, I'm afraid. And what about the father? Do you have any idea how much all these tests cost, Ratcliffe? Or more to the point, do you care? Well, Benton does, and she's after your hide for all this. But in answer to your question, William Porter is Stella's father, but is not Rachel's. I took the liberty of requesting Stella's biological mother's medical records. She didn't die of TB, she died of syphilis. By the way, I've not met Stella Baxter, and I only have her DNA on a slide, not a blood sample. Tell me, is there anything odd about her eyes and the way she moves? Now he came to think about it, Ratcliffe supposed there was. Well, she kind of shuffles around a bit, like her joints are stiff, and she squints a bit, but I'd put it down to probably needing glasses. Why? She could have syphilis too, but I'd need to do other tests to be sure. She's 56 years old. Surely it would have come to light by now. Julia shook her head. Not necessarily. She could have inherited a latent tertiary form of the disease from her mother, which can take up to 50 years to manifest symptoms. If her joints and her eyes are affected, my opinion would be that it has been slowly taking over for some time now. Are there any personality changes? I don't know about changes, but she's fucking barking, if that's any help. Not really, it's a rather subjective view, Ratcliffe. Julia said scornfully. Surely Porter would have it too, so how come he's not being treated for it? Well, I pulled his records too, just to square the circle. He was a street drinker, I believe, and there is a rather tenuous diagnosis of Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome. Put it this way, I would stake a bit of money on the fact that it's not WKS at all, but the late stages of latent syphilis. But surely the unit would have tested for that, and his own doctor would have found it. Julia sighed. He's an old man in an underfunded psych unit. They don't run tests unless they have to. All they ever did was a blood count, which showed him to be nutritionally deficient, which is consistent with chronic alcoholism, and liver function tests, which show cirrhosis. All typical. You only look for a disease if you suspect it's there. The WKS diagnosis didn't come about through clinical evidence, merely by a psych speculation based on the history and the presentation. You do well to remember that everything comes down to budgets, Ratcliffe. Joking apart, he'd figured that the Porter clan were rotten to the core. Now he had proof. And they seemed such a nice family, he quipped. What about Rachel Porter? What's her clap status? Julia shook her head in despair. You're getting your STDs in a twist. The clap is gonorrhea. I think it's the pox that you are so ineptly alluding to. As for Rachel, I don't know. It's unlikely because, despite Stella's claims, there's not enough evidence to suggest that they're mother and daughter. Ratcliffe noticed that she was still holding the jar that contained a piece of Francis Haynes' scalp, waving it around as she spoke. There was no doubt about it. Julia Ferris profoundly unnerved him. So if Stella or Valerie weren't Rachel's mother, who was? Well, I'm sure you've got better things to do than get a lecture in sexual health and semantics from me, Ferris said, turning to her desk and starting to rifle through the mound of files and papers that were strewn there. Summarily dismissed, Ratcliffe made his way back to the office. He needed to get Angie and go and see Francis Haynes, but most of all he needed to stay out of Benton's way until the case was resolved. He barreled into Angie just as she turned the same corner from the opposite direction, knocking the file she was carrying out of her hand. "Been looking for you," he said breathlessly as she scrabbled on the floor to retrieve the contents of the file. "Funny you should say that," she said, looking unamused by the fact that he just stood there watching as she grovelled on the floor. By the time he'd cottoned on, she'd picked everything up. "Yeah, been to see Ferris." He explained what Ferris had told him. "Funny you should say that," she repeated, handing him the file he had made her drop. Her statement doesn't add up. She knew it was Baxter in the trunk, but at that point only his hand was showing. "Right, I think we need to go and see her, don't you?" "Do we need a warrant?" "Probably, but that would involve Benton," he said pensively. "Oh, yeah, I meant to tell you. She's on the warpath." For a moment, Ratcliffe toyed with the idea of arresting Francis without a warrant so that he could avoid his boss. However, that move could have implications. He had no doubt that her snide husband would have a lawyer in there quicker than he could blink. He had no choice. He had to do things by the book. He had to go and see Benton. After wiping the floor with him for wasting time and resources, an approach that he particularly resented as it came from someone who looked young enough to be his daughter, and in terms of years of experience on the job was practically a fetus in comparison to him, Benton finally agreed to authorize a warrant. She wanted the case closed, she wanted it off her desk, and she wanted his head on a plate if it didn't happen soon. By the time he got out of her office, all Ratcliffe wanted was a cup of tea, a good rant, and a change of career. While waiting for the warrant to come through, he fantasized about winning the lottery and telling Benton exactly where she could shove her bright, shiny, fast-track degree. The image in his head involved a distinct lack of sunshine and an unmentionable act involving a certain orifice. By the time he'd finished his tea, he felt better. Much better. Chapter 22. Charlie had slept badly. His neck was stiff and his back crunched like it was made of gravel when he tried to move. Amy was still curled up comfortably in the double bed, emitting gentle, girlish snores. Charlie had spent the night wedged into a small tub chair, with his feet up on the bed and only his jacket to cover him. He was getting too old for all this. The clock told him it was time to move the van again. He woke Amy and told her he would be back soon and to meet him in the breakfast room. After moving the van a few spaces and feeding yet more money into a parking meter, he found his phone, switched it on and dialed his mother's number. She picked up on the third ring. "Charlie? Is that you?" She sounded worried, even a bit frightened. "Yeah, it's me," he said. the full extent of how guilty he felt making him sag against the van. "Look, I'm sorry about what I said yesterday." "It's all right, love. You had every right to be angry, but you understand why I kept quiet, don't you?" He guessed he did, but it still irked him that she had believed it. Yeah, we'll talk about it another time, okay? I found Amy, and before you ask, she's all right, but she went to see Rachel." He explained that Rachel was in hospital and that Amy had visited her there. He left out the part about being arrested. He'd had enough grief already. She didn't say anything for a moment. "What about you? Have you seen her?" "Not yet. I'm going this morning." He heard her take a sharp intake of breath. "I have to tell her, Ma, you know that." "Think about it, Charlie. She's lived with that knowledge for nigh on 20 years. It ruined her life. She lost you, she lost Amy, she lost everything. How do you think she's going to take it? It could tip her over the edge. Imagine what it would have been like for you if you'd had to live with that knowledge for all that time. It would have driven you mad. Don't you think it would be better to leave things just as they are?" Her words stymied him for a moment. He had been so clear about her need to hear the truth, about his need to set things straight. Maybe his mother had a point. He knew from personal experience the damage that could be done by a lie. He had spent 10 years in prison as an innocent man over lies. How much worse would it have been if he'd have spent those years thinking he had committed a crime, enduring the knowledge of it, and then had found out it had all been a mistake? His mother was right. He would have gone out of his mind. Would the truth make Rachel's life easier or worse? "Okay, Ma, I take your point. I'll think on it. We'll be home later. Oh, by the way, would you clean up the mess in the house? I don't want Amy to feel bad when she gets home." "Okay, love, I will. Be careful, won't you? Don't do anything stupid." Charlie took a walk around the block. He needed to think. Last night, when he'd been trying to get off to sleep in that damned chair, he had indulged himself in some vague fantasy that once he told Rachel the truth, everything would be all right. "And we would all live happily ever after," he said aloud, to the surprise of a passing jogger, who gave him a wary look and an extra-wide berth. Perhaps the kindest thing to do would be to leave Rachel alone. If he saw her at all, he could tell her that it was over, that he wouldn't ever bother her again. Perhaps she would find more peace in that. Perhaps it was his turn to carry the load and protect her. Though the thought of it made his heart feel hollow. Over breakfast, he tried to explain it to Amy. "You are joking, right?" she said, aghast, a piece of toast half buttered in her hand. "You can't do that. You have to tell her the truth." Charlie propped his head in his hands to contain his frustration. "You've seen the state of her, how she lives because of this. What if she can't take it? What if it's the final straw?" "And what about the truth setting you free?" Amy argued, the toast still suspended mid-air. "Do you really think it's up to you to choose who gets to know the truth and who doesn't? Isn't that playing God?" "I'm only trying to protect her from more harm, Amy." "Yeah, and that's what she thought she was doing for you. Look where it got her. And you, for that matter." "What do you mean?" he said, taking his head out of his hands. "Well, it's like 20 years ago someone hit the pause button on both your lives. You've both spent all this time going through the motions, neither of you actually living. You just exist. All because of that terrible lie. You don't have a choice. You have to tell her," Amy said, waving her toast as if it were the gavel that would decide the matter. "When did you get to be so wise?" he asked, amused. "I watch a lot of old Dr. Phil," she said with a cheeky smile. Seriously, though, she has to know. "If you don't tell her, I will," she threatened, pointing at him with the toast. Charlie threw his hands up. Okay, I get it, I'll tell her." But he didn't have a clue how. "Now, will you please do something with that bloody toast before you have my eye out?" He smiled as he said it, but he was faking. There was nothing to smile about. They walked to the hospital. Amy had agreed to wait in reception and sit tight while he saw Rachel. She told him to take his time and kissed him on the cheek for luck. He wished he had her conviction that he was doing the right thing. Amy had told him which room to go to, but when he reached it, the bed was empty and freshly made. He went to the nurse's station and asked for Rachel, irritated that the woman behind the desk didn't even look up at him when he spoke. "Rachel Porter? Oh, she discharged herself last night," the woman said, continuing to tap away at her keyboard. "Pardon?" Charlie said. "She discharged herself. She's not here. Now, if you don't mind. He did mind. He minded a lot. So much so that she threatened to call security if he didn't calm down. He calmed down and asked to speak to a doctor. The woman grudgingly paged the senior house officer, who grudgingly arrived 20 minutes later and equally grudgingly repeated what Charlie already knew. Rachel had discharged herself against medical advice. He knew the extent of her injuries since the police had taken great delight in describing them in graphic detail when they had believed he had inflicted them. Charlie couldn't believe she would do something so stupid. Then again, she was a woman who believed she had married her own father and given birth to her sister, hardly the recipe for a strong streak of self-preservation. He ran down the stairs, too impatient to wait for the lift. He was puffed out when he reached the bottom. As he approached Amy, she looked up at him, her expression hopeful. "How did it go? Is she okay?" "She's gone," he said breathlessly, bending forward, hands on his knees to support the effort of getting his words out. "She discharged herself last night." Amy was horrified. She had seen the state that Rachel was in. "Oh my God, we have to find her. Make her come back." Charlie nodded, dragging air into his lungs as if he could store it up. Given the reception he'd got from the downstairs neighbour the night before, Charlie decided to loiter around the corner while Amy went up to the house. She had agreed to ring him once she got inside the building, so she could let him in without the old biddy calling the police again. When Amy finally rang, he was practically at the door before he could answer, but her words halted him instantly. "She's not here, she's gone. She got into a taxi about an hour ago with a bag. The old lady doesn't know where, but she said she looked really ill. What are we going to do?" Charlie didn't have a clue. Chapter 23. Stella was curled up on her hard bunk, her back to the door. She had been staring for a long time at a small sample of graffiti that someone had managed to carve into the wall, with some implement of destruction that the custody sergeant had missed. Someone had left those words for her, she was sure. It was a message, just like the others. For some time now there had been signs, small communications from a higher power. Even here in the police station they were everywhere. Yesterday, when they had led her down the corridor to her cell, there had been a message written on the floor, disguised as a pattern in the tiles. SOS in Morse code, 3 dots, 3 dashes, 3 dots repeatedly. As she had walked, the floor had spoken to her. Yesterday the floor had said, "Save our souls." Today the wall said, "Peccavi peccavisti." I have sinned, you have sinned. It was literally the writing on the wall, the final instruction indicating a course of action that had been spelling itself out for months now. As she finally figured it out, she heard a sigh of relief from outside the door. They must be pleased that she finally had it right. This was confirmed for her a short time later, when the cell door opened and she was told that she was free to go. All those months trying to decipher the meaning of the messages, the days of consternation when she had consistently had it wrong, the derision hissed in her ear for her failure. The presenter on the local evening news had been the most aggressive, staring straight at her every night as her colleague delivered the daily epistle, turning away in disgust when Stella just hadn't understood. How tired they must have been of her lackluster efforts. Of course, they had checked up on her, whispering outside her door at night, sending men to watch her in such paltry disguises. Come to read the meter, indeed, as if a fool would believe that. She had been cautious not to speak too loudly in the hall after that, sure that the spy in uniform, with the obviously faked ID, had used that strange gadget he had brought with him to program the electric meter to record her every word. The pressure had mounted after that, the communication subtle but relentless. Examples were set on a daily basis. In fact, every time she turned on the television, opened a newspaper, or looked at a magazine, someone was trying to show her what she had done and what she had to do about it. Now that she had a solution, she could have kicked herself for being so stupid. It had been happening for years and she hadn't grasped the message. Shouldn't it have been obvious when the daughter in EastEnders found out that her sister was her mother? Or in that other soap, when a man's wife had killed him for sexually abusing their daughter? It went on day after day. In stories, in magazines, my husband tried to kill me, my ordeal at the hands of my mother, my secret love child. All messages, all for her. Hadn't Jeremy Kyle yelled her sin at her every morning for years now? The newspapers had been battling with her stupidity for months, but they'd worked out that subtlety didn't work with stupid Stella. Finally, they had published her picture to make sure she finally understood. The headline had spelled it out in black and white. Is this the inconspicuous face of evil? When the police had found her, she had almost rejoiced. Yes, I am the inconspicuous face of evil. That's why she had sought out her father, to check with him that she had interpreted the messages correctly. He hadn't made much sense, had refused to know her for a time. Not that she blamed him. Then one day he had looked her square in the face, his eyes clear with recognition, and he had said those words, Peccavi, peccavisti. Now that she finally understood, everyone was being nice to her. The policewoman who returned her belongings smiled and held the door for her. The man who had told her he was a doctor smiled at her and wished her luck, told her that he would arrange for her to have a check-up with a consultant for the following week. He was pleasant about it, but there was a clear warning there. They would be checking up on her. No room for mistakes this time. After leaving the police station, she had wondered where she should go. She thought about the flat above the shop, but it wasn't the right place to do what she needed to do. She knew that she was being followed. People were looking at her. Until she took the road that led to the limes. Then she was alone. No followers, no disapproving whispers. All alone. She knew that this was the right place to go. Home. Everything had already been prepared for her. The police had left signs telling other people not to enter. The house was empty, cleaned of its contents so that there were no distractions for her. She was angry with herself. She should have worked it all out weeks ago. But no matter, she was here now. The sense that everything was finally going to be solved was a balm to soothe her soul. Stella felt peaceful, serene and serendipitous, and very far from stupid. Chapter 24. Diana Lovell had been surprised to find Rachel waiting for her when she got home from the library that day. Even more surprised to see the state of the girl. She had dropped her books and lurched forward to catch her just as the expression on Rachel's face had mutated from relief at Diana's arrival to pallid dread as her legs gave way. Diana had managed to get her inside the house and into a chair. She'd wanted to call an ambulance or at least a doctor, but Rachel had insisted and told her she had just been discharged from hospital the night before, that she had medication but just needed someone to help her out for a few days. Would Diana let her stay? Diana had instantly agreed. There was no way the girl could cope on her own, and Diana knew that there was no one else to look after her. After she had tucked her up under a quilt on the sofa, made sure she had taken her medication and waited with her until she fell asleep, Diana contemplated the nature of their friendship. She had first met Rachel on Blackfriars Bridge, on a cold and foggy February morning 5 years before. Diana had always loved the London of early morning, when the city was magnificent and quiet, its dirty beauty unhampered by the bustle of the day and unsullied by the hordes that swarmed its streets like voracious termites. Just after dawn was the only time Diana could almost guarantee she would not hear a police siren, a scream, or a cacophony of arguing voices. So that was when she walked. The few people she did see on her dawn constitutionals she ignored, and they ignored her. They were either too busy getting where they wanted to go, or still too drunk from the night before to be bothered with the niceties of being polite to strangers. At first, she had walked past the girl on the bridge. Though Rachel was 40 now, she'd always been a girl to Diana. Something had drawn her back, as if an invisible thread had caught onto her clothes and halted her progress. She had paused a few feet away and followed the girl's gaze to the water below. Tempting sometimes, isn't it? She'd said. Never quite tempting enough, Rachel had said, taking a step backwards away from the balustrade that edged the bridge. Did you know that, years ago, there were people specifically employed to dredge this river for bodies? I've always thought that it must have been a particularly oppressive occupation, Diana had mused. There was something peculiarly compelling about this lost soul. I was just about to treat myself to a full-fat latte macchiato, my pre-breakfast tipple. Would you care to join me? Rachel had glanced behind her briefly, as if Diana had been issuing the invitation to someone else. There's a rather pleasant little cafe just over the bridge in Southwark. It opens early, just me and a few of the more discerning cabbies, usually, she added, as if the extra information would act as some kind of inducement. Rachel had looked at her dubiously. Diana had smiled and flapped her hand. Oh, ignore the dog collar. I'm not trying to save you. Just offering to buy you a cup of coffee. In fact, to be honest with you, I'm having rather a crisis of faith at the moment. God and I aren't seeing eye to eye. Then I'm the last person you should be talking to, Rachel had said. But she had accompanied her anyway. And over the years they had become friends of sorts. Diana had developed a great deal of affection for Rachel, mainly because Rachel demanded so little from her, had no questions that demanded answers beyond Diana's knowledge, wanted nothing in exchange for her company. In fact, the request for help and shelter was the first thing Rachel had ever asked for, yet she had given Diana so much, though she would never acknowledge it. That first morning, as they sipped their coffee, Rachel had asked, "Are you a vicar?" Diane had shaken her head. "No, merely a curate. A part-timer, I'm afraid, though I am sometimes trusted to collect the hymn books," she'd quipped. Rachel had given her half a smile. "What about you?" Diana had asked, hoping that it sounded casual. "Me? Oh, I'm nothing much. A bit of a curate's egg, if you like," Rachel had replied, with the other half of the smile. "I'm all bad, but you'll be too polite to say so." Diana had never found out which bit of Rachel was bad. She'd had to assume that it must mean the epilepsy, but knew that it was not. Rachel held a belief that she was inherently bad, but always refused to explain her conviction. The girl was not a talker, and that was part of her appeal. The pieces of her history that Diana had managed to glean had been information Rachel had accidentally released in occasional lapses. The rest of Diana's impressions were the profits of guesswork, that and an innate talent for jigsaw puzzles. Though Rachel was the type of puzzle where there were so many pieces missing that only a vague impression of the finished article could be formed, Diana had assembled enough of the picture to establish that there had been a difficult childhood, an early trauma, and a bad relationship. She had the shapes, but no detail. It both frustrated and intrigued her. In her experience, Rachel had always been unstintingly generous, almost single-handedly funding the women's centre that Diana ran. In fact, she had been there supporting the centre from its original inception. The idea had been needling away at Diana's conscience way before she met Rachel. In her role as curate of an impoverished parish in the East End, she had hoped to be able to provide something more than a poorly attended service on a Sunday. She had wanted to be active in the community and give something to the people, particularly the women. The church, or more specifically the bishop, whose incumbents were somewhat of a burden to him, had not supported her ideas or her efforts. After that, Diana had left the church, realizing that her crisis of faith had been with the church, not God. At her lowest ebb, God had provided. He had sent Rachel to her. Not only did Rachel financially support the centre, but through her property portfolio she had provided good quality housing for many women who had suffered domestic violence or were just down on their luck with no way out. As far as Diana was concerned, Rachel was a saint, and she didn't see her nearly often enough. To see her so pale and ill was heartbreaking in the extreme. It was impossible to imagine what it must be like to suffer from an illness that could cause so much direct harm. It was equally impossible to know what she could do to help. But Diana's home was Rachel's home for as long as it was needed. In fact, as Rachel owned the house, it needed no consideration at all. Though Diana knew where Rachel lived, she had never visited. Rachel's privacy was sacrosanct, as was Diana's faith. It was an unspoken rule and mutually unquestioned that neither would ever cross the line. However, it didn't stop Diana from being curious and wanting to complete the picture. As she prepared vegetable soup for them both, Diana pondered on the circumstances of Rachel's injuries. Something must have triggered the fit. Rachel's epilepsy was erratic, but rarely that bad. It was one of the few subjects that Rachel was prepared to talk about, so Diana was well versed in the path of the illness. For instance, she knew that stress was a major trigger for Rachel. To an extent, it was pointless to speculate. Rachel wouldn't tell her. In fact, it would be hard enough to get her to have the soup, let alone disclose her secrets. Diana had never known someone so indifferent to food. In her world, there were two great comforts in life: faith in God and a good dinner. "Rachel, I brought you some soup," she said, placing the tray on the coffee table before gently shaking Rachel's shoulder. Rachel uttered, her reactions bleary. I'm not hungry, but thank you." "I don't care whether you're hungry or not, you're going to have the damn soup. Now sit up and eat," Diana demanded in a tone that brooked no argument. Rachel looked as if she knew when she was beaten and took the soup. Diana wished the girl would tell her all the things that had happened in the last few days, but she knew that she was Rachel's only friend and she dreaded alienating her by pushing too hard. So she swallowed the wish down with her own bowl of soup. Amy was distraught, adamant that they had to find Rachel. "I have no idea where to start, Amy. What do you want me to do?" Charlie pleaded, completely at a loss. He was worried too, but Rachel had always been a law unto herself. She could be anywhere. There were close to 9 million people in London, and Amy's expectation was that he could just wander through the morass of the city and pluck her out of the crowd.
Someone must know where she's gone. She must have friends, contacts, something. We can't just not know where she is. You didn't see her, Dad. She was a mess. It's all my fault. If something happens to her, it will be my fault, she cried, tears bulging in her eyes. That did it for Charlie. He never could stand seeing her upset. Okay, we'll try, all right? We'll try. Amy wiped her face and sniffed loudly. We could ask in the local shops and stuff. Someone's bound to know her. Charlie nodded. If he knew Rachel as well as he thought he did, it would be a dead end, but if it kept Amy happy, they could try. Amy attacked the task with unbridled enthusiasm, waltzing in and out of the shops in Queensway, hoping to find someone who knew her mother. No one did. She soon concluded that no one knew anyone in a place like this, especially when the person in question didn't want to be known. Charlie had trailed after her with an apologetic look on his face when she bombarded people with questions. You're not exactly trying very hard, Amy told him outside yet another shop where she'd had no luck. Charlie shrugged. Look, why don't we take a break from it? Get a coffee or something and rethink tactics. Amy looked as if she was going to argue just for a second or two. Then she agreed. Charlie led her into the nearest cafe, a seedy place that smelled of old grease and burnt spices. At the counter he ordered their coffee and paid, then loitered impatiently. As it was, he wasn't that fussed about the coffee, but his feet ached from trudging the streets and he just wanted to sit down. It wasn't possible to just grab a coffee these days, not even in a greasy spoon joint like this. Waiters were now baristas who had to turn the simple act of producing a hot drink into a virtuoso performance. He tapped his fingers on the edge of the sticky counter and looked around. Next to him on the wall was a cork notice board with a variety of yellowed business cards and curling notices attached. Minicabs, locksmiths, masseurs, French lessons, all the usual. A letter of thanks for a fundraising effort was pinned there. It didn't seem like the kind of place where charitable efforts were rife, so the letter caught his attention. Apparently, the cafe had raised £452 for a woman's centre in Southwark. It struck Charlie as odd that a Bayswater cafe would be raising money for a charity in Southwark. As he absently scanned the page, he noticed a familiar name in the small print, right at the bottom of the page. The chairman of the charity was none other than R.L. Porter. Gotcha, he said, to the surprise of the man who was trying to present him with 2 cups of milky froth. When the man had disappeared behind a grubby bead curtain, Charlie looked around, saw that no one was paying him any attention, and ripped the letter off the board. He shoved it into his jacket pocket, grabbed the coffee, and made his way over to Amy. Chapter 25. Ratcliffe and Angie arrived at the hospital with 2 uniformed officers. Just as Peter Haynes was helping Frances into her coat, the ward sister told Ratcliffe that Mrs. Haynes had just been discharged. That made his task even easier. He made his way down the ward with an air of gusto, a sardonic smile on his face as he spied his prey. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Haynes," he said, watching the look of consternation that flickered briefly across her sharp features. "Was there something else you needed? Only I've been discharged. We're about to go home," she said, her face now suffused with an expression of helpful concern. "Yes, as a matter of fact, there is. We have a few more questions that we would like to ask you. Would you mind coming down to the station with us?" Frances glanced at her husband. "As I told your colleagues earlier, I really have nothing else to add to my statement. I really don't see how I can be of any help." "Oh, I think you can help us a great deal, Mrs. Haynes," Ratcliffe said, extending his arm as if to usher her out. "Now, look here," Peter Haynes interjected angrily. "My wife is going nowhere except home. She has just been discharged from hospital, and she is in no fit state to be interrogated about something she has no knowledge of." Ratcliffe glanced at Angie and raised his eyebrows. "I have spoken to the doctor, and he assures me that there is no reason why your wife can't accompany us. I would prefer it if you agreed to come voluntarily." Underneath the thin veneer of pleasantry, Frances was as imperious as her husband. "And if I refuse?" "Then I will have no alternative but to arrest you." The gasp of shock came from Peter, not Frances. She just stood there, swaying slightly. "On what grounds?" Peter demanded, aware that every pair of eyes on the ward were turned to him. "I think we should discuss that outside. Don't you, sir?" Ratcliffe said, banking on the fact that Peter Haynes was a man who liked to keep up appearances. Peter looked around him. People were staring, whispering. He swallowed and turned to his wife. "Do as they say, we don't want a scene," he hissed.
Francis looked at him with a mixture of dismay and disgust. What? Just go before this turns into a debacle. I'll get Nigel Latimer to come. Just don't say anything stupid before he gets there. In fact, don't say anything at all. But I haven't done anything, Peter, she said. That doesn't matter. Just don't say anything until I get there. With that, he left, leaving his wife to face the music alone. This way, Mrs. Haynes, Ratcliffe said, indicating the direction in which her husband had just fled. Frances set her jaw, raised her head and walked out of the hospital with an air of what was, under the circumstances, admirable hauteur. Ratcliffe observed her demeanour and was concerned to see certain similarities between Francis and his wife Marie. The aura of indignation and specious innocence was tangibly familiar, so much so that it sent an unpleasant thrill through his gut. Not that he would have considered Marie capable of murder, but it occurred to him in that radical moment of truth that his wife was an exceedingly unpleasant woman too. When Frances had been safely confined to the back of the patrol car, Angie turned to her boss. What's up? Ratcliffe rubbed his eyes wearily. Nothing. Any chance I can hijack your sofa for a few nights? Angie frowned. Why, is something wrong? Far from it. In fact, everything is great. Just having a little epiphany, that's all. Okay, if you say so. Should we discuss this later, perhaps, after we've dealt with Francis Haynes? His phone began to ring. He took the call and turned towards her. Detour, was all he said. Francis would keep. A few hours sitting in an interview room on her own would do her no harm at all. Curling, toxic plumes of smoke billowed down the drive of the limes, making the firefighters into masters of the disappearing act as their forms were blurred by thick clouds of the stuff. Both Ratcliffe and Angie had to squint and cover their mouths as soon as they got out of the car. Angie managed to locate a spare fireman. She showed him her warrant card and asked him what the deal was. Difficult to say what caused it yet. The chief is thinking it was deliberate. It started inside anyway, and given the pattern of combustion, I'd say he's right. But no way of knowing till we get in there, and we're a way off that. We've broken the back of it, but it'd be a while before it's completely under control. Angie's eyes were streaming, the acrid air burning her throat. Anyone in there? No one that we managed to get out, anyway, he said, more casually than perhaps he should have. Put it this way, if there is anyone in there, they won't have survived. We'll let you know. Ratcliffe emerged from nowhere as if he were walking out of a fog. Call came in from the dental surgery next door, he said, before coughing heartily into a handkerchief. Come on, let's go. Angie wasn't going to argue with him. All they were doing was cluttering up the place. Do you think Stella was in there? She asked when they were back in the car. More than likely. She gave this place as her home address when she was released. I think she probably caused it. They didn't talk again after that, not until they got back to the station. Angie couldn't speak for him, of course, but she wondered if he was feeling the same sense of creeping guilt that was crawling through her conscience. They should have sectioned Stella Baxter. She had been unstable and unreliable. They should have used the Mental Health Act and taken her to a hospital. Perhaps then the limes would still be standing, and they wouldn't be waiting for a call to tell them that Stella had been inside. Peter Haynes was waiting for them, antsy in the company of his solicitor. I'd like to take my wife home now. You have no right to keep her here, and since taking legal advice, we have decided that she will not be giving you an informal interview, he said, his weak chin jutting forward. Ratcliffe signed. Okay, Mr. Haynes. Take a seat while I talk to Mr. Latimer for a moment. Peter looked nonplussed, undecided whether to sit down as instructed or stand his ground. He sat down. Ratcliffe took the solicitor to one side while Angie hovered within earshot. I'm going to arrest her. On what grounds? Nigel Latimer asked. The murder of Roy Baxter. We've got DNA evidence, he said wearily. Do you want to talk to her again before we see her? You know I'm going to advise her to make no comment, don't you? Of course he was. They always did. And they would have to sit in a room going through the motions for hours on end because of it. You do your job. I'll do mine. Angie felt quite proud of him. Latimer nodded. Okay, just so as we know where we stand. By the way, I hope you're going to change that suit before we go in. You smell like a barbecue. Ratcliffe sniffed his jacket sleeve. It was rank with acrid smoke. Yeah, you might like to inform Mr. Haynes there that his inheritance has just gone up in smoke. Pardon? The limes, the family pile. They're still trying to put it out. Latimer rolled his eyes as if this was all he needed. As long as he has enough to cover my fee, he said. Angie was pissed off. She had done a lot of the donkey work on this case, and now Benton had breezed in at the last minute and insisted on doing the interview with Ratcliffe. It wouldn't do her much good. Angie had seen clams with looser lips than Francis Haynes. Not that it mattered, since they could safely leave this one to the court to decide. All the evidence they needed for a conviction had been found clutched in the stiff, dead hand of Roy Baxter. There would be some backup work, of course. That was no problem. She enjoyed that part. Better than sitting in an interview room for hours on end, listening to some dodgy bitch repeatedly say no comment. Nah, D.I. Benton could carry on driving her desk. It would be Angie and Ratcliffe who got this one sorted, despite how it would look on paper. It was unfortunate that Stella was out of the picture, and given that a body had been found in the charred shell of the limes, she was pretty sure that was the case. Not that Stella would have been much help in a courtroom. It would have been like throwing a pork chop to a bunch of hungry dogs. But she would have been useful for background. Not like Frances or the other one, Rachel. She didn't relish having to talk to Rachel Porter again, not after the last time. All that thrashing about and foaming at the mouth. She felt like she would be better off approaching the woman with a first aid kit and a portable defibrillator just in case. That was pending being able to track her down. God, this family were good at disappearing. If they weren't missing, they were uncontactable. It was as if no one had told them they were living in the 21st century, where normal people had mobile phones, emails, and addresses where they could be found in residence. Rachel Porter didn't even have a landline. Angie was sure they had told her to let them know what her movements would be. But all she had managed to do so far was to contact a particularly unhelpful neighbour, who spoke as if she had a gobful of plums, only to be told that Rachel Porter was away. Not only did she have all that on her plate, but there was also the prospect of Mike Ratcliffe taking up residence on her sofa. Finding Rachel Porter was a much more appealing prospect than dealing with her boss in his midlife crisis. It was obvious that he was going to bail out on his wife, but why he had to choose Angie as a repository for his marital misery was beyond her. She was too nice for her own good sometimes. Chapter 26. Amy was bouncing around like a ping-pong ball in a bingo machine. Since discovering that there might be a way to find Rachel, she had become like a thing possessed, all of which was completely unnerving for Charlie. He sat in the back of the taxi, arms folded, watching her as she harangued the driver to get a move on. Too much time spent with his mother, he supposed. That and youth, which was full of expectations and the need for instant gratification. He knew she meant well. She wanted to find Rachel and make everything better. So did he. Even if they did track her down, they had every chance of just making things worse. All they had was a name on a piece of paper, and there was a good chance that there was more than one R.L. Porter in London. He was inclined to think that his mother was right. Finding out the truth might make Rachel's life difficult, but not knowing it would leave it just the same. Miserable, lonely, and irretrievable. Rachel had been trapped and pinned by a lie. Like a butterfly on a board, she'd been held ransom to a moment in time that she couldn't move forward from. All through malice. Charlie had been stuck too, but his life had redeeming features. The lively girl next to him, for one, even though her current behaviour was a mite embarrassing. Rachel might fall apart at realising her life had been a mockery, but it might give her a chance of building a relationship with Amy. That had to be something on their side at least. There could be no going back for him and Rachel. How did two people move on from something like this? She was hardly going to welcome him with open arms and say, well, that's a relief, where were we? Besides, she had told Amy that their relationship had been founded on desperation. He had never seen it like that, but if she did, it had been wrong from the beginning. Charlie shook his head and ran his hand over his face, as if the cobwebs of the past could be so easily wiped away. Maudlin thoughts about things that could not be undone would get him nowhere. He had to focus on the present, work out what could be changed. "We're here, Dad," Amy called, launching herself out of the cab and leaving him to pay the fare. "You do realise that this may be nothing to do with her, and I might have just spent 25 quid on a wild goose chase," he said as they stood outside the women's centre. "You can be wrong, Dad. Sometimes. Honest." Diana was faced with a dilemma. Two people she had never heard of were looking for Rachel. Unfortunately, one of the volunteers had already told them that Rachel had links to the centre, so denying all knowledge wasn't an option. She needed to run another session on confidentiality because the message clearly wasn't getting through. Looking through the glass panel in her office door, she surreptitiously surveyed the pair of them. A young girl who looked like she needed a decent night's sleep, and a man whose appearance told her that he'd forgotten what a decent night's sleep was. From his manner, he came across as pensive and unwilling to give anything away. Not the usual type of man who turned up at the centre. They were usually demanding their rights and shouting the odds. The lack of bluster made her wary. Bracing herself, she walked into the office. "Hello, I'm Diana Lovell. How can I help?" she said, not offering to shake their hands, but sitting behind her desk and smiling helpfully. It was the girl who spoke first. "We're looking for Rachel Porter. The woman out there said you would be able to help?" Diana kept smiling and folded her hands on the desk. "Might I ask who you are?" The girl looked anxious and glanced at the man. His expression was still inscrutable. "I'm Amy Jones, and this is my father, Charlie," she said, as if it was supposed to mean something to Diana. Diana sighed and put her hands flat on the desk. "I get a lot of people here asking for the whereabouts of certain women, as you can imagine. Given the nature of what we do here, I'm not in the habit of disclosing much." The man unfolded his arms and leaned forward. "We understand that. We're concerned about Rachel. She had an accident and discharged herself from hospital. We just want to know if she's safe." "I'm sorry, Mr. Jones, but I don't know you from Adam. Even if I did know you're Rachel, I wouldn't be able to discuss anything with you." "But the woman out there said that you did know her," the girl said, showing her distress. "I'm sorry, but I can't really help you," Diana said, starting to rise. "You don't understand. This is really important," the girl cried. Diana felt sorry for her. She was genuinely upset, but what could Diana do? Charlie Jones put a hand on his daughter's arm. "It's okay, Amy, don't get upset. We're putting Miss Lovell in a very difficult situation here," he said reasonably. "I realise that you might not be able to talk to us about this, but that doesn't prevent you from listening, does it? If I were to explain our situation, you might at least be able to take a message. Is that possible?" Diana was curious now and settled back in her seat. "I'm happy to listen." Charlie took a breath. His daughter reached out and held his hand, a brave little smile on her face. "Rachel is my wife, and Amy is our daughter. A few weeks ago, Rachel's mother died, and certain events came to light as a result of the family home being cleared. It appears that Rachel's brother-in-law had been murdered, and his remains were found in the house where she grew up. As well as that, she saw me. We have been separated for a long time, and it was a bit of a shock to her, which resulted in her having several epileptic fits. I'm trying to cut a very long story short here, so please bear with me. Anyway, one of those fits resulted in quite severe injury and landed Rachel in hospital. She discharged herself, has disappeared from her home, and is in no fit state to look after herself. We are both very concerned about her welfare and only want to know if she's safe." "And there is something really important we have to tell her," Amy added eagerly. Diana sat back in her chair and studied the two of them. It would be a bizarre coincidence that the Rachel they were looking for had epilepsy and had been in hospital. Stranger things had happened. She felt sorry for them. They were genuinely concerned. "I'm very, very sorry. I can see how upset you both are, but I really don't see how I can help. I think you have the wrong place. There is a Rachel Porter who is a patron of the charity, but I don't think she's the same person you're looking for," she said apologetically. The girl looked crestfallen. The man just frowned. "This has to be the right place," the girl said. "She lives in flat 2, number 12 Glengarry Gardens, Bayswater," Charlie said, pulling out his wallet and extracting something from inside. "This is a photograph of her. It's old, but she hasn't changed much." He handed it to Diana. She took the picture and studied it. A young Rachel holding a small baby, smiling. Rachel smiling was not a familiar sight, but it was definitely her. Diana's mind was reeling with possible and impossible explanations. She handed the photograph back. "Would you mind giving me the long version of your story? I think I might need to hear it." Charlie told her everything except that Rachel thought he was her father. As Diana had said, they didn't know each other from Adam. "Well, Diana said when Charlie had finished. She paused. The tale he had told certainly filled in the blank that was Rachel's history. It had even explained her reticence, but only so far. There was more to this, Diana was sure of it. Whether she had a right to know was a different matter. I can understand your predicament, but I am still not able to discuss this with you. The fact that she has not made contact since Amy's visit to the hospital suggests that Rachel has made a conscious choice not to communicate. Much as it might be difficult, I think you have to respect her decision. The only thing I can do is to assure you that she is well and is being cared for. Amy lurched forward in her chair. So you know where she is? Diana hoped that her face looked impassive. Charlie stood up and took Amy's arm. Come on, Amy. We've done everything we can. Amy pulled her arm away. No, we have to see her. You have to tell her the truth. She turned to Diana. You've got to tell us where she is. Mrs. Lovell doesn't have to do anything, Amy. Pull yourself together, Charlie said, his voice firm. Amy's eyes flashed. Then she'll have to tell her for us. She turned to Diana, mouth open, ready to speak. Charlie's voice stopped her in her tracks. Enough! He shouted, making both women jump. It's not yours to tell, Amy, he said quietly, a heavy warning in his voice. Amy opened her mouth to argue, but he silenced her with just a look. He turned to Diana. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it, even if my daughter doesn't. I wonder if you, see Rachel, could you please pass on a message? Just tell her it's not true. If she wants to contact me, she knows how. Diana nodded. Of course. With that, he led his daughter out of the office and out through the building. After they had gone, Diana sat back in her chair and stared at the door for a long time. Whatever it was that wasn't true, it was the something that was holding Rachel back. Finally, Diana gathered her things ready to go home. It might be a very long evening. She sent up a little prayer as she left the building, just in case. Amy was fuming. How could he? They had been in a prime position to track Rachel down, and he had blown it. Bad enough that she had been denied her mother for 20 years already. Now he had taken her away for a second time. At that moment, she hated him. He was nothing but a selfish, stubborn pig sometimes. Unable to vent at him, she sat in silence as their cab made its way back to Bayswater through the heavy traffic. She would never forgive him for this. That woman wasn't going to pass any message on to Rachel. She had made that patently clear. Well, Rachel had to go back home sometime, didn't she? And when she did, Amy would find her and sort this mess out once and for all. Charlie could sense Amy's temper. It was coming off her in waves, emanating like an emotional sonar and showing him up as the tangible object of her displeasure. He knew he was right and that she was wrong. He also knew that there was no point in trying to argue it. She would calm down soon enough. Charlie was nothing if not a patient man, at least in his own mind. His phone rang. Startled for a moment, he answered it. Hello? Hello, Mr. Jones, this is DC Angie Watson. I'm trying to track down Rachel Porter. Is she still with you? No, she's not. In fact, I don't know where she is. It's crucial that we contact her. Do you have any idea where we might find her? None, I'm afraid. Has something happened? There was a pause. Yes, look, I don't know if you're telling me the truth or not, but I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. We need to speak to her urgently. If she doesn't contact me on this number in the next 2 hours, I'm going to have to report her as missing. If it's in her interest to contact us, Mr. Jones. Charlie pondered for a moment. Okay, I hear you. I'll do my best. He guessed the game had changed. DC Watson rang off. He turned to the taxi driver. Change your plan, mate. Can you take us back to Southwark? The cabbie mumbled something unintelligible, but by his tone it was unpleasant, and he turned sharply down a side street, throwing Amy across the seat against Charlie. What's going on? She said huffily, pulling away from him quickly. He told her what Angie Watson had just said. Oh, so we have to find her now since the police want her. Well, that's just great, isn't it? Don't worry about what your daughter wants, but the police say jump and you jump, she said sulkily. Charlie had to smile. That's about the size of it. She'd learn. The cab finally dropped them outside an internet cafe. Initially, they had gone back to the women's centre, but had found it closed. Charlie had asked the very disgruntled cabbie to drop them at the nearest internet cafe. He didn't know this part of London at all well, but the 10-minute drive was spitting distance from the centre. He supposed it was what you got for hacking off your driver around here. A backstreet mystery tour and a hefty bill.
"Now what are you doing?"
Amy asked temperamentally.
"Taking a leaf out of your book. Finding out where Diana Lovell lives."
"Do you think she's there?"
80% sure.
Inside they found a free computer and logged on. It was shockingly easy to find people. Diana Lovell was, and they had her address in minutes. The next task was a map search for Diana's street in relation to their location.
"It's miles away, Dad,"
Amy protested, but Charlie insisted he wasn't going to get in another cab again that day. Besides, he was starving and wasn't going anywhere else with an empty stomach. The offerings in the internet cafe were none too appealing, so Amy went to pay for their session while Charlie went outside to suss out a decent place to eat. While she was waiting for the man behind the counter to work out what they owed, she glanced up at the TV he had been watching. 24-hour Sky News. There was no sound, just a reporter standing in front of a burned-out house, firemen still wandering around in the background. People in white paper suits and blue plastic shoe covers could be seen in the distance, but it was the moving headline that caught her attention. Further tragedy at the Limes. She handed over the money to the man, telling him to keep the change. Outside, Charlie had beaten her to it. He was standing outside the newsagents next door, staring at the latest news that was scrawled in black marker pen behind the mesh of the A-board outside. This one was more graphic. Another gruesome death in House of Horror. He held a newspaper in his hand, a late edition hot off the press. Now they knew why the police wanted to speak to Rachel so urgently. Amy scanned the article over his shoulder. It told them nothing except that the house had been burned down, a body had been found, and that Francis had been arrested in a shocking twist.
"Who do you think it was in the fire?"
"Stella," Charlie said unequivocally. A shiver had run down his spine when he had spotted the headline. It had triggered a memory long buried. A passing comment made years ago after a particularly vitriolic exchange between Valerie and Roy. They had been arguing about the house as usual. Roy had wanted her to mortgage it and release the equity. She had refused. Stella had been caught between them as usual. Charlie had been hovering in the kitchen, keeping out of the way when Stella had come in. She had walked over to the sink and gripped its porcelain edge, her knuckles white from the effort. He had asked her if she was all right.
"One day I'm going to take a torch to this place, with me in it. Then neither of them will have it,"
she had said. He'd laughed at the time and told her he wouldn't blame her. Diana let herself into the house quietly, closing the front door with the merest hint of a click. She hoped that Rachel would be sleeping, or at least getting some badly needed rest. In the hallway, she hung up her coat and debated how she would approach the subject of her visitors that day. It would expose Rachel, peel away her defences, and Diana didn't know where that would leave them. Didn't know if their relationship could stand that level of knowledge. She was half tempted to say nothing, but an economy of truth was equal to a lie. Diana never lied. A single episode of a soap opera told you all you needed to know about the injurious nature of lies. "I didn't hear you come in. Want a cup of tea?" Rachel's voice startled her. "Oh, I thought you might be asleep. In fact, why are you in the kitchen when you should be resting?" she said, her maternal switch instantly flicking into the on position. "Because I'm feeling a lot better. Go and sit down, I'll make the tea." "And how are you going to carry it, Hopalong?" Rachel looked down at her duff leg and smiled. "Fair point. I'll make it. You carry it." Diana followed her into the kitchen and watched pensively as Rachel limped about. "How was the centre? Manic, as usual?" Rachel asked as she set out 2 mugs. "Might as well get straight to the point." "Not too bad, actually. I had a couple of unusual visitors." "Yeah?" She waited until Rachel had put the kettle down. She didn't want a scald added to her list of injuries. "Charlie and Amy Jones. They were looking for you." Rachel paused, a spoonful of sugar suspended in midair. "Did you tell them I was here?" "Of course not. But they were worried about you." "So, you know who they are, then?" Rachel said, depositing the sugar in the mug with more precision than Diana had expected. Charlie explained the situation. He would. "Can you bring these? I think we should sit down." Diana picked up the mugs and carried them through to the lounge. She waited until Rachel was settled on the sofa and passed her the tea. "How did they trace me to you?" "From a letter. He said it was pinned up in a cafe. One of our fundraiser thank you notes. Your name is on the bottom. Rachel nodded slowly. What else did they say? That they were worried about you? That you had discharged yourself from hospital. Diana noted the flush of shame that swept Rachel's cheeks. And that there was something important you needed to know. What? She hadn't looked at Diana directly since Charlie and Amy had been mentioned. Her tone was defensive, and Diana could see the walls going up with every second that passed. I don't know what it means to you, but he said to tell you. It's not true. He insisted it was important, Diana said, wondering what Rachel's response would be. Rachel just shrugged. No idea what it means either. So, how do you feel now, knowing that I kept the truth from you, that I abandoned my husband and my child? Diana looked at her friend and felt a rush of sorrow for her. Rachel, this is me you're talking to. I don't judge, you know that. I spend my life with women who make difficult decisions because of difficult circumstances every day. Of all people, I know that everyone has their reasons for what they do. I respect your privacy just as much as I ever did. Yes, I have questions, but I'm not going to ask them. Yes, I'm concerned for you, but I'm not going to force the issue. The thing I'm most upset about is knowing that you jeopardized your safety by leaving hospital too soon. It hurts me that you care so little about yourself. Rachel stared into her tea. I know, and I'm sorry. I had my reasons for all of it. They sat in silence for a while. Diana knew that Rachel had no intention of elaborating on Charlie's story, knew that there was good chance she would be out of the door as soon as her back was turned. Desperate women did such predictably self-destructive things. Have you eaten anything since I left? Diana finally asked. She knew when to leave things alone. I'm not hungry, Rachel said. Diana resolved to feed her anyway. Food was the only thing she could impose on her. Just as she got into the hallway, the doorbell rang. I'll get it, she called. Her face dropped as soon as she opened the door. This really is a step too far, she said sharply, instantly shutting the door and finding it blocked by Charlie's outstretched hand. Wait, please, it's not what you think, he called. What I think seems to have no impression on you at all, Mr. Jones. Now, please take your hand away from the door. This is harassment. It wasn't the first time she'd had to deal with an upset male in pursuit of a missing spouse, though it wasn't often that they cornered her on her own territory. But just in case, she kept 2 items behind the front door, a baseball bat and a panic button. She braced her foot against the door and reached for the bat. She was just about to press the button, which would summon the police, when he called out again, Something's happened. The police are trying to contact Rachel. They phoned me and the only thing I could think of was to find you. It's urgent. Please. Something in his voice made her relax her grip on the bat and pull her finger away from the button. She glanced back towards the lounge. Rachel was standing in the doorway. Diana raised her eyebrows and nodded towards the front door. Rachel frowned and nodded back. Let them in, she said quietly. Diana took her foot away from the door and opened it. Thank you, Charlie said. He looked stressed. Amy stood behind him, chewing on a fingernail. Diana realised how much she looked like Rachel now that her young face bore the marks of anxiety. I really am sorry to bother you at home, but I didn't know what else to do. I didn't explain properly before, but the police need to speak to Rachel urgently about the murder case. There have been some events that she really needs to know about. Do you know where she is? Diana held the door wide. You'd better come in. No, it's fine. If you know where she is, I'll just give you the number of the officer in charge and you could pass it on. I don't want to bother you any more than I have done already. He was reaching inside his jacket to get the number. There's no need, Rachel's here. She stood back to let them in, watching as Amy surged forward, the anxiety in her face quickly replaced with eagerness as she realised that her mother was inside. Charlie let her pass and gave Diana a weary smile. Thank you, he said, as she closed the door behind him. Amy was already in the lounge. She ran up to Rachel and flung her arms around her neck, nearly knocking her off her already unsteady feet. Oh, God, I'm so glad we found you. I've been so worried. I'm so sorry for the things I said to you. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it, she babbled, clinging onto her mother like a large, hysterical monkey. Chapter 27. Rachel felt tears that were not her own on her face. This sudden onslaught of human contact caught her completely off guard, and she froze for a moment, unable to respond, unable even to breathe. A cacophony of emotions jostled for space in her mind, and her body was suffused with a rising panic. She felt sure that the pounding in her chest would deafen the girl. Then some instinct took over, some bizarre primal response that took her by surprise. She found herself putting her arms around this other human being and holding her in return. Some untapped part of herself was intuitively murmuring words of comfort into her daughter's hair. Her good hand began to rub the girl's back, and her body started to rock gently. Both she and Amy clung on until the taut emotions started to ebb, and Rachel could command herself again. Charlie must have noticed the shock and confusion on her face. This was all too much for her. He reached out and gently pulled his sobbing daughter into his own arms. "Come on, love, let's sit down. Your mum's not too steady yet, remember?" he said, as Amy buried her face in his jacket and sobbed uncontrollably. Rachel stood trembling, her mouth silently forming the word mum, as if it were utterly foreign and she was searching for its meaning. She started to sway. Diana shot forward, catching her by the arm and guiding her to the sofa. "Let's get you sat down before you fall down." Amy pulled herself away from Charlie, wiped her face on her sleeve and glanced sheepishly at Rachel. "Sorry." "Amy, why don't you come with me? I'll find you some tissues and we'll get you and your dad a cup of tea," Diana said, before the emotions in the room reached critical mass again. Charlie gave Diana a grateful smile and gently pushed Amy towards her. When they had gone, he took the chair opposite Rachel. "You okay?" She could see that he was searching her face for signs of the fugue state that always presaged a fit. She felt dazed, but she didn't have the kind of vacancy in her senses that he had been searching for in her features. "Rachel?" She shook her head, as if fending off a cloud of annoying insects. "I'm okay, I just wasn't expecting that," she said. "I'm not sure Amy was either. She'll be mortified that she showed herself up," he quipped. "She called me Mum," Rachel said absently. "Well, that's what you are." She shot him an unexpectedly cold look, and then turned her head away from him. "You told Diana the police needed to talk to me. What did they want?" "D.S. Watson phoned me earlier. There have been some developments. Have you seen the news?" Rachel shook her head. She didn't own a TV, didn't read papers. Life was oppressive enough without the media piling on the misery. "No. Why?" He took a breath. "They've arrested Frances. I don't know the details, but it seems there is some new evidence that links her to what happened to Roy." He paused, waiting for her reaction. Rachel raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Frances?" "Yeah. Like I said, I don't know the details. And there's something else." He took another breath and told her about the Limes and Stella. "No one has confirmed it's her," he added, but they both knew it couldn't be anyone else. Rachel pushed her fist into her mouth to stop herself from crying out. Stella was the only one she had ever cared about, the only one she had ever felt guilty about leaving in that bloody house. "Oh, God. Stella!" she groaned, her gut wrenching with grief and regret. Charlie put his hand out to touch her arm, offer his support, but she recoiled from him as if he had given her an electric shock. "Don't. I'm okay," she said sharply, instantly back in control. Charlie sat back in his chair. She was holding her arm where his fingers had brushed her skin, and there was a battle going on in her head. He had to tell her. He couldn't stand to watch her like this anymore. Diana couldn't have passed on the message, or she would already know. There's one more thing," he said, praying that Diana would have the prescience to keep Amy in the kitchen. "There's something I need to tell you. I know why you left, and it's not true." She was still holding herself and staring at him with abject confusion on her face. "It's not true, Rachel. It was a lie. Valerie lied." She pulled her head back, her brow creasing with uncertainty. "What are you saying? I don't know what you're trying to tell me," she said, sounding irritated. "I'm not your father, Rachel. They lied. Frances, Valerie, they lied. It's not true." Her face contorted as his words sank in. He could see the pain it was causing her, and it squeezed his heart. His own reaction had been gross, but this, what the knowledge was doing to Rachel, was torturous. The colour had drained out of her face, and she looked as though she was about to vomit. He shot forward, just in time to stop her falling as the inevitable happened, and she descended into another fit. When she came to, it was to find Diana at her side, ready with the water. Rachel tried to speak, but Diana hushed her. "It's all right. Let's drink this. Give yourself a minute, then I need you to take your meds." Rachel did as she was told, swallowing the water, then the drugs, and settling back onto the cushions of the sofa with a deep sigh. "I know what happened. Amy told me. I think she needed to tell someone, so don't get angry," Diana said, as Rachel turned her face away from her. "You have an awful lot to come to terms with now, but it can wait. No one is expecting anything of you right now. Except the police, I'm afraid. They're insisting that you go back." Rachel knew that she had to, but she could handle that. "It's fine. I'll get the train," she mumbled, trying to sit up, aware that she was utterly drained of energy. She didn't think she could make it to the front door, let alone to the station. "Don't be absurd. You have just had a massive fit, and I have just spent God knows how long arguing with some uppity little madam in the police station, trying to convince her that you're in no fit state to go anywhere. But since when has the police been reasonable? Anyway, the upshot is that Charlie is going to drive you there, and Amy and I are going to get a train. They've gone to get his van now." She put her hand up to silence the protest that Rachel was about to make. "No arguments. It's all arranged. The safest way to get you there is with Charlie. He knows exactly what to do if you have another seizure. Amy and I are going by train, and we will meet you at Charlie's house when you get there. We are both going to stay there until the police are done with you. One of us will be with you, whatever happens. You can protest all you like, but this is how it's going to be, so like it or lump it," Diana stated. She was being deliberately obtuse, but for all the right reasons. Rachel flopped back on the cushions again, too weak and too tired to argue. She didn't care what any of them did. She just needed to close her eyes. The nightmares of sleep were preferable to the ones she had to face if she stayed awake. Rachel was bundled uncomfortably into Charlie's van, wrapped in a blanket and nursing a hot water bottle and a thermos full of soup. Diana was a great believer in soup as a salve for the savage soul. She was tired and confused, her mind flicking between shock over Francis's arrest, grief for Stella, and the unutterable truth of her existence for the past 20 years. She didn't want to think about any of it. She just wanted to shut her mind down completely and zone out from reality. Now that she had been told she had to stay with Charlie and Amy while the police completed their inquiries, there was no escape from any of it. She would have cried, but all capacity to weep had escaped her a long time ago. The reactions she should have been having had gathered themselves into a big knot of misery which choked out everything else except one question. Why? Her childhood had been full of acrimony and dysfunction, a poverty of spirit that had sapped everything. But to tell a lie of such vitriolic magnitude, to have so much hatred of something, to find the will to invent such a monstrous perjury was inconceivable to her. Whatever possessed her family, whichever demon, it was hell-bent on destruction and had achieved its aims. Francis had killed a man. Stella had committed suicide in the worst possible way, and they had all ruined Rachel's life irretrievably. All because Valerie Porter had been disappointed with her lot in life. Hard to believe. Rachel could only conclude that something much more malign was at work in their lives. It occurred to her that Stella must have thought the same thing. That maybe burning down the house was her solution to end it. Though everyone kept telling her that it might not be Stella who had set light to the house, that it might not be her charred remains that had been found, Rachel was certain. Who else could it be? Everyone else who had been touched by the malevolent force that ruled their lives was accounted for. Amy and Charlie were with her. Francis was in a cell somewhere, and Valerie, Roy, and Patsy were dead. Only Delia remained, a woman who had done her best and believed just as strongly as Rachel had. Over the years, Rachel had lost count of the times that she had relived those moments in Delia's kitchen, when she had been told of Valerie's visit and heard what had been said. The pivotal moment, when everything had toppled the wrong way and drowned them all in the fallout. Charlie glanced across at her. "Are you okay?" he asked, knowing what a ridiculous question it was, but not knowing what else to say. Everything he said, everything he did, diminished her even more. It was painful to watch. All he got in response was a weary nod. He didn't know what else he expected from her. Part of him felt that if anything else happened, she would just disappear before his eyes, fade out in a blink, finally consumed by it all. Maybe when this nightmare was over, she could pick up the pieces and move on. She had Amy now. She had him too, if she wanted. He didn't think she would. Bizarrely, that fact still hurt, after all these years of living with it. Even in the light of the truth, she would think that too much damage had been done. The worst part was that she would be able to walk out of his life even more effectively this time around. Once everything had been resolved, there would be no more reason for her to stay. Chapter 28. Delia Jones wasn't happy. She wasn't happy at all. She had just put the phone down after a call from Amy and had been informed that Charlie was on his way back, and he had Rachel with him. That could mean only one thing. Trouble. The news that Francis had been arrested was a bit of a shock. Delia hadn't anticipated that, expecting that Stella would be firmly in the frame for what had happened to Roy. Just went to prove what came up when a shoddy job was done. Still, there wasn't much else she could do about it now. It had been a long day. She was tired and she was getting too old for all of this. Whatever was going to happen next would have to wait until tomorrow. Besides, she had visitors. She needed to turn down the beds in the spare room and spit on a few bloody graves. Rachel slept pretty much all the way back, only waking when Charlie pulled up onto the drive. It was twilight and the house was in shadow. Not that she would have recognised it anyway. The house had been bought long after she left. They'd lived with Delia. It looked nice, a family home. "I don't know if this is such a good idea," she said to Charlie as he opened the van door ready to help her out. "What do you propose as an alternative? You're in no fit state to go to a hotel and you don't have anyone else you can stay with," he said, shouldering her weight as she clambered out. "Come on, we can argue about it inside." The leg was agony. It felt as if it was on fire. 2.5 hours of complete immobility has rendered it almost useless, and she struggled to let it take her weight. Inside, Charlie led her to the sofa and lowered her down. "I think we should take a look at that. When did you last change the dressing?" She hadn't. In fact, she didn't even know how bad it was. There hadn't been a chance to look. She waved him away. "Christ, Rachel, are you absolutely determined to kill yourself through self-neglect?" he snapped. "Take your trousers off. Let me see." She hesitated for a moment, then saw the look in his face. She had almost forgotten that things had changed, that she didn't have to be wary of him anymore. She undid her trousers and slowly peeled them down, revealing a large dressing, soaked through with watery blood and pus from the wound. Charlie winced. "Stay there, put your leg up. I'll be back in a minute." Rachel hauled her leg onto the sofa. She could feel the stitches pulling with every move. The whole rigmarole made her cringe against the pain, not to mention how stupid she felt lying there in just her knickers. Charlie came back in with a towel, a bowl of warm water, and a first aid kit. "Always prepared? Were you ever in the Scouts?" she said in a feeble attempt to bring some humour into the situation. He smiled as he fed the towel underneath her leg. "I'm always prepared where you're concerned. In fact, I'm half tempted to arrange for an ambulance to be on standby. Brace yourself, this is going to hurt." The dressing was welded to her skin. He soaked it and pulled it away millimetre by millimetre. It hurt like a bastard, but Rachel refused to make a sound. Underneath the dressing, the skin was red and hot, swelling around the stitches and oozing an unpleasant yellow-green gunge. She grimaced as he began to clean it, wondering how the hell she had managed to give herself a 6-inch, jagged gash that had obviously gone deep. Imagining what she must have done to herself made her feel queasy. A shard of thin china, gripped in a rigid hand, repeatedly gouging and stabbing as the fit took hold. It didn't bear thinking about. Few things that had happened in recent days did. After he had cleaned and dressed her leg, he took her hand and redressed that. The cut there wasn't nearly so bad. "Better?" he asked when he'd finished. "Yes, thanks," she said, starting to sit up. "Whoa, where do you think you're going? You stay right there and don't put any more strain on that leg or those stitches are going to burst. The scar is going to be bad enough as it is." Rachel didn't care about the scar. "Can you at least give me a blanket, then? I'm feeling a bit exposed and Amy might walk in any minute." "Fair point. Charlie said. He kept a patchwork quilt behind the sofa for the times when he didn't want to spend a night in bed alone. It was old and well used. He shook it out and spread it over her. "Where are the meds they gave you at the hospital?" "In my bag." He rifled through, finding the antibiotics she hadn't bothered to take. He shook the box accusingly in her face. "Take 2, now." Dutifully, she swallowed the pills and took the anticonvulsants that he had also retrieved from her bag. He pulled out the single change of clothes that she had taken to Diana's. "Not planning to stay anywhere long, then," he said, holding up a worn T-shirt and a faded pair of combat trousers. "With all that money, you could at least buy yourself some new clothes. I could have sworn you had that T-shirt when Amy was born." Rachel lay back and closed her eyes. What did it matter what clothes she wore? The money was still an issue for him. When she had left a check for him. Enough to buy a house just like this, one for him and Amy. He had never cashed it. A while ago, she had invested the money in a trust fund for Amy. It would mature when she was 21. Her solicitor had written to Charlie to tell him, but had never had a response. That was before she'd known that her daughter thought she was dead. It might have been easier to give it to Amy if she had been. There was a good chance Amy didn't even know that on her 21st birthday she would have enough cash to buy her own house outright. Other than that, the money just kept accumulating. Rachel had always let the solicitor deal with it. Apparently, she had a stockbroker who she'd never met, an accountant who she knew by name only, and a London property portfolio that could needle the Duke of Westminster if he'd known about it. Rachel saw it as a giant game of Monopoly. As a child, when she and Stella had played the game, Rachel had always favoured the cheap streets, buying up Whitechapel and the Old Kent Road and building tiny houses on them. Frances used to scoff at her, and said she'd never win if she played the game that way. It had turned out that the cheap streets were where it was at. They weren't cheap anymore. She opened her eyes to find Charlie standing over her, a mug of tea held out in his hand. "You should eat something too," he said. It was pointless to argue. Even her diet was to be dictated. "As long as it's not bloody soup, I feel like I'm awash with it. I never did like soup much." She didn't like tea either, but drank it anyway. He made her a sandwich. The bread was dry, so was the cheese, but she ate it just to keep him happy. "This is a nice house. Very homey," she said. "It's a house. Amy does the choosing of things, I just pay for it." "You know she's going to get the money on her birthday." He didn't speak, but picked up her plate and took it into the kitchen. That bridge could be crossed some other time. His phone rang. He went out into the hall to answer it, shutting the door behind him so that she couldn't hear what was being said. While he was gone, Rachel looked around the room. On the mantelpiece there was a photo of him and a tiny Amy. The glass was missing, and she didn't want to look at it for long because it was opening a chasm in her heart and she was afraid that she would fall into it. He made her jump when she came back into the room. She wasn't used to all this movement. It was hard to adjust and be around people so much. "Change of plan. Amy and Diana are going straight to Mum's. They're going to stay there tonight." Rachel felt a flutter of panic. "Why?" "I only have 2 bedrooms. Amy has decided you should sleep in hers tonight." "I'm okay here, on the sofa," she protested, the panic beginning to take a more solid shape. "No, she's right. You need a proper night's sleep in a decent bed. It's going to be a tough day tomorrow." "Please, it's okay. I'll stay here," she pleaded, her voice cracking. It felt like the final straw. How could she explain the need to avoid it? Amy's room, her things, her memories, her personality displayed all over the walls, her clothes, her books, maybe even her old toys. She had coped with what had happened at the house. She had managed seeing Charlie again, absorbed what he had told her. She could even contain the impact of what Stella had done and Frances's arrest. But being forced to digest everything she had left behind, everything she should have been a part of, everything she had been deprived of by being immersed in Amy's space, would be too much. It was bad enough just being in this nice little house, in this family home. Since she had come through the door, she had been looking at it, subliminally trying to find a Rachel-shaped space so that she could see if she was missing from the picture. It wasn't there, because she had never been there. Hot tears prickled and stung her eyes. "Don't make me do this," she said, her voice cracking with the grief of it all. It hit Charlie like a brick in the face. He'd been so relieved at Amy's change of heart, so relieved to find Rachel in one piece and so determined to get her where he could look after her. He hadn't spared a thought for how it might feel to be here, looking at where you'd never been, Desperate to relieve her of the burden of the lie, he had forgotten his initial reservations. "I'm sorry, I didn't think. Amy didn't think. I expect she wanted to make you welcome, make a gesture." Rachel was shaking. "I know, I don't think I can face it." Charlie pulled a tissue out of the box on the table, knelt by the sofa and took her hand. "Here, wipe your eyes." He was nervous of touching her, of offering something more than wound management, unsure of how she might take it. "You can have my room. I'll go in the princess's parlour tonight." She pulled her hand away instantly. "It's okay. There's nothing up there but a bed and a wardrobe, no knickknacks, no trinkets, no memories that you don't share. It's just a room with a bed." She still didn't look like she believed him. "Look, you need to rest that leg properly. You can't do that on a sofa. If you rip those stitches, you're going to end up back in hospital." Eventually she nodded. "I know it sounds stupid, but I've had to put certain things out of my mind. My instinct is to run, but I can't, so I have to hide. I have spent all her life trying not to imagine what she was doing, how she was feeling, trying not to look in shop windows and imagine the things she would like. I shut her out because I had to. I shut you out too. Please, just let me deal with it a bit at a time. That's all I'm asking." He'd forgotten she hadn't been fighting for them all these years, just fighting to stay away. "Okay, one step at a time. The first of which is to get you upstairs and into bed." He had to half carry her up. She didn't seem able to put much weight on the leg at all. He got her into the bedroom. "See, nothing here. Just a room." He sat her down on the bed. "Don't bend it, keep it straight." "I don't have any nightclothes with me. I didn't think," she said. He opened a drawer, picked out a t-shirt, passed it to her, thinking about the one he kept in the chest at the bottom of the bed, the one she had worn on that very first night. "You get sorted, I'll fetch your antibiotics. You need to take a couple more in a few hours." "Can you help me into the bathroom?" Once inside, she locked the door, keeping her eyes firmly focused on the sink, ignoring the personal things that littered the room. She managed to rudimentarily clean her teeth using her finger and wash her face with her hands. The towel smelled of Charlie. The room smelled of Amy. Out on the landing, she gasped for air and limped back to the bedroom, shoulder against the wall for support. She dare not breathe them in and make them a part of herself again. She would be undone. Charlie was right. The room that was his was a blank canvas, just a room. No ghosts, no fodder for the imagination. She eased herself onto the bed and under the cover, hoping that the bed would smell of washing powder, just like the t-shirt. To her relief, it did. He knocked, surprising her. "Okay?" she called. It wouldn't have felt right to give him permission to come into his own bedroom. He made her take another handful of tablets. "Any mogadon in there?" she asked in a lame attempt at humour. "Worried you might not sleep?" It was a stupid question. How could she sleep with all that had happened washing around in her head? He sat himself down on the end of the bed and she shifted herself away from him, only slightly, but enough for him to realise that no bridges had been built yet. "What do you do with yourself up in London?" She didn't want to talk about it, really, but it was as hard as ever to refuse him. "I walk, mostly. Look at things, hang about in the museums, libraries. I help Diana out at the centre sometimes." It was an approximation of the truth. She did all of those things, but mostly she studied other people, constantly trying to figure out the traits that made them normal, functional human beings. What she had gathered was that normal people did not live in flats that were like an ark to someone else's past. They did not wear their clothes until they fell apart, or by the first thing that fitted in the first shop they found. They did not live on packet sandwiches and takeaway coffee. They did not avoid eye contact because they were sure that everyone would be able to see their secrets. They did not marry their fathers and bear them children. But then again, their lives were based on some semblance of the truth. Charlie was watching her. "I have to ask, why did you believe it? Why did you think I would have done such a thing and never told you?" Rachel sighed, massaged her brow with the fingers of her good hand. She could see so much pain in his face. "Why wouldn't I? Is it the kind of thing anyone would lie about? And would you really have told me you'd slept with my sister? Don't think I haven't been over it a million times, but no one's mother, even a pretend mother, would lie about a thing like that. More specifically, his mother would never lie a thing about that. Valerie might have, but not Delia. Delia cared. Charlie got it. Even now, she still believed that Valerie wouldn't have stooped that low. He supposed he could understand. His own mother had believed it, enough to keep it from him all that time, and she'd known Valerie better than any of them. I'm so sorry, Charlie. I was in an impossible situation. I couldn't stay. I couldn't take Amy. I knew how much you loved us. The only thing I could think of was to protect you from it and give you at least something that you could build a future with. If I'd told you the truth, or what I thought was the truth, then all our lives would have been ruined. I know I hurt you, but it was the lesser of two evils. Charlie almost laughed. The irony was pitiful. Don't go. Charlie was at the door. You need to sleep, to rest. But I'm not going to, and we both know it. What am I supposed to tell them tomorrow? How can I possibly explain how things were? He shut the door and walked back to the bed and lay next to her on top of the covers, his arms behind his head. Answer their questions, tell them what you know. I don't know what I know, since everything I knew is gone. Undone by one lie after another, I thought Valerie was my mother, I thought Frances was my sister. Then that changed, and now I don't know anything. Is Frances my mother? It might not have been you who got her pregnant, but did someone else? If she did have me, why has she always treated me as if I'm an offensive smell under her nose? Why does she bring me back here if she hates me so much? If she is my mother and knew what I had been told, why risk this situation and the truth coming out? Actually, that last was a fair point. Charlie had already puzzled over Rachel's sudden reappearance. It was as if Frances didn't know why Rachel had left. I've been thinking about that. I figured she needed you back to do something about the house, sell it or whatever. I don't know, but you're right, it doesn't make sense. Do you think she did kill Roy? No idea. I was in prison at the time, remember? You were there, what do you think? It came out with more grit than he had intended. Rachel turned her head away and bit her lip. Sorry, I didn't mean that to come out the way it did. I meant, what do you remember about when Roy went missing? He had a hair trigger where the past was concerned, and his manner always ran away with his mouth. The answer was, not a lot. One day he was there, the next he was gone. After... She hesitated. Well, after Patsy, he kind of lost the plot. I suppose I just figured he'd left. Let's face it, no one was sorry to see him go. He wasn't missed, I never questioned it. You know what it was like in that house. No one asked questions, we just made the best of it. She turned her head towards him. He'd fallen asleep while she'd been talking. Charlie? That was all it had ever taken for him. His head on a pillow for a few minutes. Was that how sleep happened for people with a clear conscience? Chapter 29. Diana didn't like Delia Jones. Fact, it had taken just a few seconds for her to form her first impression of the woman, and it hadn't gone well. First, Diana didn't hold with kitsch. Delia's house was full of it, and she had the distinct impression that it was a front. There was so much junk in the house that every item jostled with the next, clamouring for attention. On first sight, Diana had noticed a hard streak in Delia Jones, which clashed with the way she presented herself, as if the little trinkets and ornaments that cluttered every surface were a distraction from the woman's real nature. Diana was an excellent judge of character. She had to be. She dealt with difficult people on a daily basis and had honed her ability to sum people up into a fine art. Delia Jones did not pass muster. Second, Diana noticed that Delia was instantly wary of her, and didn't appear to like the fact that Rachel had an ally. She had gushed a little too strenuously about how pleased she was that Rachel had found friends in London. Third, Delia served cheap tea, made from cheap tea bags in chunky china mugs. Anathema to Diana, who would rather drink pond water from a jam jar than tolerate a poor-quality tea bag. It was an idiosyncratic thing, and she would normally have let it go. But in this instance, it sealed her opinion of Delia, who was relegated to the category of all fake fur coat and no knickers. Given that Diana was a guest in the woman's house, it did not bode well for the stay. a fact categorically confirmed by Delia's decision to put her in the peach and grey-themed bedroom, which sported a very soft and noisy bed, which had been made up with slightly damp nylon sheets. The combination of the colours in the room and the sensation of the bedding against her skin put Diana's teeth firmly on edge all night. Consequently, she did not sleep well and was uncharacteristically grumpy in the morning. Delia's idea of breakfast was a cup of the abysmal tea and 3 Benson and Hedges. Amy had helped herself to sliced white toast with margarine and offered some to Diana, who refused, claiming that she wasn't a breakfast person, though she could have murdered a cup of Earl Grey and a bowl of All-Bran. Not that she considered herself a snob, well, not much of one. It was just that she felt that it was important to appreciate good quality food. It was doubly ridiculous to her that a child died of starvation every 3 seconds somewhere in the world, so that the people of the West could eat sliced white fluff spread with copious quantities of axle grease. "So, Di, how do you think Rachel will bear up today when the police start questioning her?" Delia asked, while slowly exhaling a stream of smoke that hung like toxic fog over the table. "It's Diana. I'm hoping she'll cope well. After all, it's not as if she hadn't had considerable practice at managing stress," she replied with forced politeness, battling the urge to wave her hand like a fan and clear the air. "So that's why you're here, is it? To support her?" "Yes, that's right. I think she needs people in a corner, don't you?" Amy was looking from one to the other, a piece of limp toast poised in her hand. Diana surmised that she might have picked up some of the thinly veiled animosity that was prickling the air between herself and Delia. "In fact, I think I'd like to get round there and see her as soon as possible. Are you coming, Amy?" Delia raised an eyebrow and took another puff on her cigarette. Diana was up, gathering her things, whilst Amy crammed toast in her mouth and tried to catch up. "Thank you so much for letting me stay. It was very kind of you," Diana said, with as much grace as she could manage on an empty stomach. "Any time," Delia said, stubbing out her cigarette and immediately lighting another one, much to Diana's disgust. Amy ran upstairs to collect her bag, leaving Diana waiting impatiently by the door, basic etiquette dictating that she couldn't leave and wait outside. Delia pointed her cigarette at her. "Just a word of warning, Di. I've known Rachel a long time. She has her problems. She doesn't, well, how can I put it, always see things the way they are. I suspect it's to do with her having fits and that. Must do something to your head over time." Diana narrowed her eyes and frowned. "What exactly are you saying?" "Just that things aren't always as they seem, that's all," Delia said with a shrug, just as Amy came down the stairs. "Right, I'm ready," Amy said, hauling her bag onto her shoulder and heading for the door. "See you later, Gran. Thanks for letting us stay." Delia smiled at her granddaughter, but her cold stare was directed straight at Diana. Diana could only conclude that Delia had spotted something in her, some quality that she didn't like. Probably the fact that Diana had made no secret of the fact that she wasn't falling for the sweet old granny act. Delia Jones might be a lot of things, but sweet old granny she wasn't. Since the moment they had met, each had instinctively been testing the other's mettle. One thing Diana was sure about was that Delia Jones was not concerned about Rachel's welfare, and she had more than a vested interest in the outcome of the girl's return. Diana had met many Delias over the years. They were hard women who had lived hard lives. They were a breed apart, and their motivations weren't always immediately clear. From what she'd been able to gather, Delia's history was closely woven with Rachel's and that of her family. Amy had told her a lot on the train journey yesterday, but not enough for Diana to have a completely accurate picture of what had led Rachel and her family to this point. Besides, it had been the Delia version. Amy had stressed that Charlie never talked about the past. According to Amy, her grandmother had been the single stable influence in the dysfunctional Porter family, her loyalty and hard work being the only things that had kept the household functioning at all. Valerie had been a neurotic drunk, Stella a mental case, Frances a prima donna of delusional proportions, and Rachel a poor victim of all their machinations. Amy explained that her grandmother had agreed to work for Valerie as a favour, an act of support for an old childhood friend who was down on her luck. She had stayed because she was worried what might happen if she left. Charlie had just been sucked into the family as a matter of course, and Delia had painted herself as the old family retainer who had been ill-paid for her efforts. Diana didn't buy it. There was much more to Delia Jones's involvement with the Porters than can be explained by a glib memoir recounted to a loyal grandchild. For instance, why on earth had Delia maintained links with the family after Charlie's conviction? Surely no amount of loyalty to an old friend or concern for Rachel could have withstood the betrayal of her own child. Then there was Charlie. Diana had developed good instincts about dangerous men. She had dealt with the fallout of domestic violence for enough years to spot an arsehole a mile off. Charlie was not a dangerous man. Definitely not a killer, though she was reserving judgment on whether or not he was an arsehole. No, there was something very dark at the centre of this situation. If only for Rachel's sake, Diana was going to find out what it was. D.S. Ratcliffe and D.C. Watson got out of the car and approached the two uniformed officers who stood outside the haberdashery shop that belonged to the Porter family. A strip of crime scene tape fluttered delicately across the open doorway. The smell of petrol was overwhelming. "So," Ratcliffe said, holding his hand over his mouth. He never had been able to stand the smell of petrol. "Attempted arson attack by the looks of it, sir. Someone poured petrol through the letterbox, but the fire never took hold. It seems there might have been a water leak of some kind recently. Everything that side of the door was too wet to burn, so the fire just fizzled out. Lucky, really," one of the officers volunteered. Angie pointed up to a CCTV camera that was aimed directly at the doorway. "Anything on that?" The other officer shook her head. "Not even connected, just here for show, I'm afraid." "And no one saw anything," Angie added. "We're still checking, but nothing so far. You might want to take a look upstairs in the flat." Ratcliffe ducked under the tape and held it up for Angie to follow him. They walked past the fire-scarred door and practically paddled up the hallway to the stairs, their feet squelching on the sodden carpet. The mingled smell of petrol and damp was nauseating, and Ratcliffe anticipated the second coming of his breakfast if it kept up. The report of the attempted arson attack on the shop had been on his desk first thing that morning, along with a note from Ferris that the body at the Limes had been confirmed to be that of Stella Baxter. It stood to reason that if Stella had set fire to the Limes, she might have had a go at the shop too. What didn't stack up was the fact that the house fire had taken place during daylight, the shop later. After all, the shop was on the high street, this side door just off it. It was unlikely that a burning door would have attracted the attention of at least one member of the public. The fire brigade hadn't even been called. The flames were all out by the time the milk delivery driver had noticed the damage and had told the manager of the next-door mini-mart whilst handing him a tray of semi-skimmed. The owner of the mini-mart was a conscientious man and had reported it to the police immediately. As soon as the operator in the call centre had typed in the details of the incident into her computer, the machine had done its magic and cross-referenced the address with their case. He'd been meaning to investigate the place anyway. It just pissed him off that incidents kept happening before he'd had a chance to look into things. It made him seem incompetent. He was beginning to think that someone involved with the Porter mess had it in for him. Wondering what other little surprises were in store for him that day, he led the way upstairs to the flat above the shop, where a couple of sockos were already busy about their work, looking like diligent, white-clad gnomes. At first glance, the sitting room looked like a typical crack house. Filthy, squalid, neglected, vile. But there was no drug paraphernalia. "What's the deal?" Ratcliffe asked one of the sockos. "Not much. Looks like somebody's been in residence fairly recently. We've found traces of food that aren't too old. Also some women's clothes." "Stella?" Angie asked. Ratcliffe nodded. "That would be my guess." He stepped carefully across the room and glanced into a rancid kitchen full of mouse droppings and the fetid remains of meals recently eaten, all mixed and mingled with the wrappings the food had come in. It made him want to gag. Angie had gone towards the bedroom. He heard her gasp. "Come and have a look at this," she called. Ratcliffe joined her and neither of them spoke as they looked around the room. It had been decorated as a nursery. Lambs and ducklings gamboled across the walls on a pastel-coloured background. A crib, draped with lace and frills, sat in the middle of the room next to a nursing chair. A cobwebbed mobile dangled forlornly from the ceiling. Everything was damp and mouldering, so that the little yellow ducks had a green tinge to their feathers, and the lambs already had a smattering of mint sauce. It would have been just sad, a depressing little scene, one to tug at the heartstrings, if it hadn't been for the dolls. There were hundreds of dolls, naked, mutilated dolls. They sat around the walls, all their little china and plastic hands pointing into the room towards the nursing chair, their little fingers extended, accusing, pleading, beckoning. It was difficult to tell. Angie shuddered. "Look at their eyes." Ratcliffe was looking. The room was dim, but he could see well enough to tell that every eye in every little head had been poked out. A countless battalion of sightless, sinister little effigies surrounded them. Revulsion rippled across his senses. Jesus, It was the only word he could think of, and he wasn't sure if it was a reaction or a plea. Angie shivered again. "Do you think Stella did this because of the dead baby?" she asked. God knows. Maybe it's ghoulish, though. That was one word for it, Ratcliffe thought. He could think of others. Macabre, grisly, gruesome, morbid, ghastly. The list went on. "Shall we get out of here now?" he said. It was going to be hard enough to shake off this little tableau without having it permanently engraved on his mind. Hold on, there's something else. Angie pulled a small maglite out of her pocket and aimed the beam at the chest of one of the dolls. Its empty eye sockets looked even more menacing, half lit by the thin beam of light. It was like Play School meets the Blair Witch, Ratcliffe thought with grim humour. It didn't help lighten the situation. "What have you found?" "Something's been written on the chests." She swung the beam around, randomly illuminating the tiny bare torsos. Ratcliffe squinted. "What does it say?" "I'm not sure. I think it says Peccavisti. What the hell does..."
Allow yourself a moment of stillness, where time slows and the world feels gentle for just a breath.
Let me get away. Yeah, I'm running. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake a feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me you wish you could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. 'Cause I won't love. Towns out alone, hood keeps wheeling. The mother willows, I can freeze my time. Yeah, I'm running. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake the feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me you wish you could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. 'Cause I won't love.
That mean? It means you have sinned. It's Latin and a bit melodramatic, don't you think? The sudden insertion of Julia Ferris's dulcet tones into the creepy atmosphere of the room made them both jump. "Sorry, chaps, didn't mean to startle you," she said with a smile. "Oh, this is a macabre little setup, isn't it?" She had gloves on and was suited and booted for the occasion. She picked up one of the dolls and turned it over carefully. As she tilted it, a plaintive little voice wailed from its rosebud mouth. "Mama." "Nice touch," Julia said, placing it back on the floor in its original position. "I take it you got my message. We have a positive ID on our crispy critter. It is Stella Baxter. Ratcliffe nodded. Yeah, I think she must have tried to burn this place too. Looking around, he wished she hadn't. The scene would be far more palatable as a pile of charred wood and molten plastic. I doubt it. Ratcliffe turned to face Julia. Eh? Stella was dead before the fire started. No smoke in her lungs. If the chair in the middle of the room had not been part of a potential crime scene, Ratcliffe would have plopped down into it and held his head in his hands in a fit of despair. Would this never end? How did she die? It looks like she was strangled. Her hyoid bone was broken. It's a typical indication of strangulation, Julia said casually. Great, Ratcliffe said, gritting his teeth. Now he had to look for another murderer who was also a pyromaniac. Given Frances's propensity for burning potential evidence, he would have pointed the finger at her, but she had been in a cell at the time of the fire. Rachel and Charlie had been in London. Peter Haynes, Angie suggested, as if she could see his train of thought. Doubt he would have the gumption, but he was pissed off when we arrested his wife. I suppose we have to go and ask some questions, though. D.I. Benton was so not going to like this.
Chapter 30. I'm surprised your gran didn't want to come with us today, Diana said as she and Amy made their way up Charlie's drive. Oh yeah, she said she had a visit planned. Some old friend in hospital she had to go and see. She'll be round later. Gran wouldn't miss out on a drama if she can help it. Amy laughed, fishing in her pocket for her house key. Hello, it's me. Anybody up yet? Amy called from the hallway. The house was still in darkness, the curtains drawn. Probably having a lie-in. He hasn't had a decent kip in days, she said, by way of explanation to Diana. He's getting too old for all this excitement. She pulled back the curtains and let the daylight flood in. Now that the gloom was lifted, Diana was glad to see that Charlie had not inherited his mother's proclivity for surrounding herself with tacky clutter. His home was clean and modern, not a frill or a flounce in sight. She could breathe easy. Somewhere up above, she heard the creak of floorboards. Amy's voice had woken both Rachel and Charlie with a start. Charlie was shocked to see that the bedside clock said 9:30. They were both shocked to find out that she had been holding his left hand, while his right arm had been draped across her chest. He pulled away from her as if her stunned gaze were an electric current. Sorry, he said hastily, jumping up from the bed and scurrying to the door. Hi, love, put the kettle on, will you? I'll go and wake Rachel, he lied, making a big show of knocking on the door he was holding. Once he was sure the coast was clear, he stumbled to the bathroom and splashed cold water onto his stubbled face. The towel smelled vaguely of Rachel. Rachel lay in the bed, her right side chilled by the absence of Charlie's body heat. Conversely, her leg was throbbing and hot. In fact, her whole left side felt as if it were on fire. She didn't feel good. Charlie had left her tablets on the bedside table, so she took 2 of everything just to be sure. Then she painfully inched her leg out of the bed. She was defeated by the mere thought of trying to get dressed, so instead helped herself to Charlie's dressing gown, which was hanging on the back of the door. Getting downstairs was a slow and painful process, and mostly involved putting her body weight on the banister and swinging the duff leg onto the stair below before gritting her teeth and making it bear her weight for a second or two. By the time she reached the bottom, she was flushed in the face and exhausted. The night's sleep may as well not have happened for all the good it had done. The look on Diana's face as she entered the lounge, red-faced and wearing Charlie's clothes, told her that Diana thought her state was down to entirely different reasons than fever and tiredness, but she felt too lousy to bother explaining herself. She eased herself onto the sofa and took the coffee that Diana held out for her with grateful relief. Charlie and Amy were in the kitchen. Rachel could hear his mobile phone ringing above the noise of the cupboards being open and shut, and to her surprise, he came in and offered her the phone. For you. D.S. Ratcliffe. Hesitating for a moment, she took the phone. She had been dreading this. Hello? Everyone's eyes were on her as she listened to the detective. Finally, she handed the phone back to Charlie. I'm not sure how you turn it off, she said in a voice that sounded too weak and too thin to be her own. Is everything all right? Diana asked, leaning forward. They've had confirmation that it was Stella who was in the house. Apparently it's more complicated than that. Other things have come up. He wouldn't tell me on the phone, but he's coming here later. Apparently I'm not to go anywhere. Just as well, looking at the state of you. In fact, I don't think you should leave that sofa today, Charlie said,
pressing his hand to her forehead and looking concerned. "I'm fine, don't fuss," she said, batting him away. We'll see. Look, Amy and I are going shopping. There's barely any food in the house and we need milk desperately. We won't be long." Amy had hung back, quiet after yesterday's outburst, almost shy, in fact. Rachel gave her a tentative smile and was pleased to have it returned. "I have to go with him, or we could be living on pot noodles for a week," Amy said. Rachel wanted to laugh, but it hurt. After they had gone, Diana turned to her. "So what did the detective really say?" Rachel was surprised. Diana had never questioned her before. "Like I said, he wants to talk to me sometime today. He wouldn't say much over the phone." "But what do you think?" "Look, Rachel, your sister was killed in a fire. Your other sister has been arrested for murder. Your mother died a few weeks ago. Your long-lost husband and daughter have just popped out of the woodwork, and people aren't who you thought they were. Need I go on?" "When you put it all together like that, it's a pretty abysmal catalogue of disasters," Rachel said with a wry smile. Diana nodded vigorously, the expression on her face exaggerated by her raised eyebrows. "Yes, it is. It's a bloody mess. And you're sitting there showing less reaction than someone who has just been told that the post would be late today." Rachel sighed. She didn't feel well. Diana was right, she should be reacting differently, but she was looking at it all as if she were at one end of a long tunnel, and the cataclysmic mess that threatened to engulf her was at the other. She explained this to Diana and added, "So, do you suggest that I rush to meet it head-on?" Diana looked guilty for pushing the matter. "No, of course not. I suppose I'm just a bit shell-shocked by it all. I forget you've been living with a lot of these issues for a long time, though I don't know how you've managed it. I think you've been remarkably strong." Denial is a wonderful thing, Rachel thought to herself. "Anyway, let's change the subject. How did you get on at Delia's last night?" Diana grimaced. "Let's put it this way. I don't think we're likely to become lifelong friends anytime soon." Rachel smiled. "Was she a bit rough and ready for you?" "She can be rather blunt, but she means well. Without Delia, I think we might have all fallen apart a lot sooner. God knows what her reasons were, but she kept the family ticking for a long time. We have a lot to be grateful to her for." "Why was she so loyal to your family?" Rachel shrugged. "I don't really know, other than she had links with my mother that went back to childhood. There was some bond there. She was more loyal than she needed to be, I know that much. Mother treated her like a skivvy. Yet she carried on her involvement with Joel even after what happened to Charlie." "Yeah, but don't ask me to explain it. It's impossible enough to make sense of my family as it is." Now her hand was beginning to throb too. "Do you mind if we don't do any more questions? I think I might be getting enough of that when the police turn up." It was uncharacteristically rude of her, but that tunnel was getting shorter with every word. "Of course. You should rest. You look a bit peaky, to be honest," Diana said, worried that she had added to her friend's stress. She had come here to support her, not increase her burden. However, Rachel's state of calm in the face of so much trauma was quite worrying. The dam had to give way sometime, and she felt she needed to be there when it did. As for Delia Jones, it was clear that no one else had the same reservations about the woman. Still, they all knew Delia a damn sight better than she did, and perhaps she would be wise to reserve judgment. In the meantime, she needed more tea, and Rachel needed rest. Quietly, she left the room to take advantage of Charlie's decent tea bags and the peace and quiet of his uncluttered kitchen. Ratcliffe could feel the beginnings of a headache. His left eye felt twitchy and white light zigzagged around the periphery of his vision. Peter Haynes had a cast-iron alibi for the fire. He had been home at the time, but not alone. His sister and her husband had been with him and could account for his every move since he had left the police station after Francis's arrest. If Ratcliffe had judged Peter as imperious, his sister turned out to be the high priestess of pomposity. She and her husband made Francis and Peter look positively accommodating in comparison. Ratcliffe was just glad he didn't have to interview the Haynes parents. He didn't think his will could have stood it. Those two had definitely learned their high-handedness from someone. One thing that had been abundantly clear from their meeting was that Peter Haynes had no intention of standing by his wife. Bail for Francis was out of the question, and Haynes had been relieved about it, using the reprieve from his wife as an opportunity to get the hell out of Dodge. The only satisfaction Ratcliffe had from the meeting was in finding out that the Limes had not been insured. Fate had made doubly sure that Peter Haynes wouldn't see a penny from the place. "Rough justice," Ratcliffe had commented to Angie as they left. She didn't seem to get it. She was still wittering on about the Dolls of Satan scene back at the flat. They had no clear suspect for Stella's murder. His only chance was to see if Rachel could shed any light on who may have wanted to bump Stella off and burn down the family home. Given that she claimed she hadn't spoken to any of them for 20 years, it was a long shot, yet it was the only chance he had. He might have put Charlie Jones in the frame if he hadn't been with Rachel the day of the fire. Charlie had motive. Stella's testimony had put him away, and he might have had a claim on the house if his marriage to Rachel had panned out. If Stella had ever told him the story she had recounted at the police station, he might have had even more reason to bump her off in a fit of fury. However, Charlie wasn't there and hadn't done it, so all this mindless conjecture was useless, though it was better than thinking about D.I. Benton having his head on the block. By the time they reached Charlie's house and pulled up on the drive, his head was pounding. "Got any paracetamol?" he asked. Women always had stuff like that. Angie rummaged in her bag and passed him a pink box. "Will these do?" "Feminax, what the hell are they?" he said, peering at the box and reading that they were for the relief of menstrual cramps. What the hell, pain was pain. He ripped open the box and took two, swallowing them down with tepid coffee from a polystyrene cup. He had visions of them doing more than dealing with his headache. If he found himself worrying whether his arse looked too big in his suit or discussing the price of leg waxing any time soon, he would swing for Angie Watson. "Ta," he said, handing the box back and ignoring her grin. A woman Ratcliffe didn't recognise opened the door. He held up his warrant card. "D.C. Ratcliffe and D.C. Watson to see Rachel Porter." "She's expecting you, come on through," the woman said with a warmer smile than either of them were used to receiving when they knocked on a door. "And you are?" Angie asked. "Diana Lovell, friend of Rachel's." She extended her hand, obligating Angie to shake it. Rachel was supine on the sofa, wearing a man's dressing gown. She looked like shit. The past few days had taken their toll on her. Her hair was dull, her face puffy, her breathing rapid. Her skin looked clammy, as if she was running a fever. Ratcliffe had quite fancied her when they first met. Now she looked a wreck. "Hello again, Miss Porter, or can I call you Rachel?" She nodded. "Have a seat. I'm sure someone will make you both a cup of tea." Ratcliffe looked hopefully at the others in the room. Charlie Jones, Diana Lovell and the daughter. Amy, looking more like her mother than her mother did at that moment. Charlie Jones didn't look like he was preparing to go anywhere. He was leaning against the mantelpiece with his arms crossed, but the woman, the so-called friend, had cottoned on and ushered the girl out of the room with her. Ratcliffe sat in the chair closest to Rachel, Angie on a dining chair, which she pulled to the end of the sofa so that she was looking directly at Rachel. They both watched as she pulled herself into a sitting position. "I'm afraid we have some more bad news for you, Rachel," Ratcliffe said, the vice that was gripping his head loosening a bit. That girly stuff was quite good, he noted. "I have been told by our pathologist today that Stella didn't die as a result of the fire. It would appear that she was dead before the fire started." He was fully expecting Rachel to descend into a seizure at that point, and had been bracing himself for it. But she didn't. Instead, the red flush in her cheeks began to recede, leaving an ashen grey in its wake. Within moments, she looked like a statue that had been carved from dirty wax. "Are you all right?" he asked. She didn't speak for a moment, just closed her eyes. Charlie stepped forward, but she waved him away. "It's all right, I'm not going to have a fit. It seems that new medication won't let me. If she didn't die in the fire, how did she die?" Ratcliffe explained that they suspected that she had been strangled. "By who? Who would do that?" Rachel asked, clutching her own throat as if she could remember what it felt like to have someone's hands around it. Ratcliffe glanced at Charlie, who looked suitably shocked. "That's what we don't know. Is there anyone you know of who might have held a grudge against Stella, or who she might have had cause to be afraid of?" To his surprise, Rachel laughed, albeit weakly. "Sorry, it's just that Stella was frightened of everyone. But the only 3 people who might have borne her any ill will are all accounted for. You have Francis, Roy is dead, and so is my mother. Other than that, she didn't know anyone. Well, to the best of my knowledge anyway, but that's years out of date, as I told you before." "Why would she have been afraid of those particular people?" "They were her family," Angie interjected. "Where do you want me to start? My mother despised her, thought her weak and pointless, just used her as an unpaid maid. Francis followed suit, ashamed to be related to her, and as for Roy, he resented her. Felt he had married her under false pretenses. Well, once he found out we didn't have any money anyway. I remember he was quite abusive to her. It was pretty unpleasant." She said all this with her eyes closed, as if she were keeping the memories at bay. Given what Ratcliffe already knew about her family life, he didn't blame her. What about your relationship with her? How was that? Her face creased, and she put her hand up to her mouth as if to stifle a cry. It was the first crack he'd seen in her too calm demeanour. "Sorry," she said, her voice cracking. "I'm having difficulty taking all this in." Charlie stepped forward again as if he intended to comfort her, but he appeared to think better of it and went back to brooding near the fireplace. "Sorry," Rachel said again. "In answer to your question, our relationship was as good as was possible, under the circumstances. Stella was the one who looked after me, took me to school, fed me, read to me, put me to bed. She was kind. It was a rare thing in our house, an odd thing. I don't think I was as kind to her as she was to me." Ratcliffe and Angie exchanged glances. "In what way weren't you kind?" he asked. I didn't really know how to respond to her affection. It was a bit alien, more frightening in some ways than the others were. I don't know, it's difficult to explain. And of course I left her there when I went to London. I shouldn't have done that." "Why did you leave her behind?" Angie asked. Ratcliffe felt it was more out of simple curiosity than the chance that her answer might take them forward. Rachel pointed at Charlie. "I still blamed her for testifying against Charlie. She knew as well as I did that he didn't kill Patsy." It was a difficult moment. Awkward. Ratcliffe didn't want things to digress into a discussion on whether Charlie Jones had been wrongfully convicted of his first wife's murder. "That's understandable, under the circumstances. So you can't think of anyone who might have a motive to harm her?" Rachel shook her head. "Have you ever been inside the flat above the shop?" She looked puzzled. "The flat? Not for years. Not since I was little. Why?" "Well, someone attempted to burn that down as well. We were called there this morning," Ratcliffe said, watching puzzlement transmute into complete confusion on her face. "Can you describe the flat to us as you remember it?" Angie asked. "God, it's a long time ago. It's a typical flat, really. I think it was used mostly for storage. But there had been a squatter, some old tramp, so it was locked up and left. I think there was a bit of furniture in the sitting room. Stella used to have her lunch break up there sometimes. But it was pretty grim, as I recall. She stopped going up there after the tramp, I think. Sorry, it's all a bit vague." "Did you ever go into the bedroom there?" Ratcliffe wanted to know. "I don't think so. Why?" "We think someone might have been using the place quite recently. Do you know who had keys to the shop and the flat?" "There was just one set that Stella used. She worked in the shop. I did too, for a little while." "And you didn't go into the flat while you worked at the shop?" "No, like I said, no one did after the tramp. It was always locked up." "Would you say that Stella had strange preoccupations at all? Anything you might have found odd in her behaviour?" Ratcliffe asked. "I think we were all a bit odd. It's a family trait. She was very quiet, timid, I suppose. It's hard to say. None of us is exactly normal, are we?" Both Angie and Ratcliffe had to concede this was true. At that point, Diana came in with a tray of tea and handed out the mugs. "Would you like me to go back into the kitchen?" she asked. "Stay if you like," Rachel said. "You can hear all about just how fucked up we all are." It came out with a tinge of vitriol that surprised everyone. "Sorry, Di, that wasn't aimed at you. It's just that having to talk about all this makes me realise just how weird we really are. I mean, were." As she tailed off, she stretched out her leg and winced with pain. Charlie spoke for the first time. "Have you taken your tablets?" "This morning. I probably need to take more." He nodded and left the room. They all waited while he climbed the stairs and fetched her medication. They drank their tea as she swallowed a fistful of pills. She was looking really quite ill now, and it was seriously unsettling Charlie Jones. "What about your relationship with Francis?" Rachel laughed again, but this time it made her breathless. "Can being treated as an annoying inconvenience count as a relationship? Frances tolerated me because she had no choice." "Yet you came back when she asked you to," Ratcliffe said, remembering the letter Rachel had told them about the first time they'd met. "She didn't ask, she'd commanded," Rachel said dryly. They both saw Charlie nod in agreement. Maybe it was time he contributed to this conversation a little more, Ratcliffe thought. "What was her relationship with Roy Baxter like?" he asked, encompassing Charlie in the question. "As I remember, they sort of got on. They argued a lot, but more like banter. I think she liked him. No, not liked, admired him. She thought he had guts. This was interesting. "Would you agree, Mr. Jones?" Ratcliffe asked, aiming his gaze at Charlie. Charlie shrugged. "I suppose. She used to flirt with him a lot. Mainly because it used to bug Stella, I think, but I suppose you could say they got on." "Any idea why she might have killed him, given that it appears their relationship might have been relatively good?" "How do you know she did? You've been wrong before," was Charlie's barbed reply. "We have sufficient evidence to prove it. Which reminds me, do either of you recognize this?" Ratcliffe pulled out a photograph from his pocket and showed it to them. "It's an earring." Rachel took the photo and peered at the earring. "Frances had a pair like that. They were a birthday present from my mother. I remember them because I borrowed them once. She went mad at me. Where did you find it?" Ratcliffe took the picture back. "In Roy Baxter's hand, along with a handful of her hair. Pretty conclusive, I'm afraid." "Has she confessed?" Charlie asked. "No, and it won't go in her favour." "Then perhaps she didn't do it," Charlie said. Ratcliffe gave him a dismissive look and turned his attention back to Rachel. "Do you remember anything about the day Roy disappeared? Anything at all?" "I've been trying to think back since he was found, and I honestly keep drawing a blank. All I can say was that one day he was there, the next he was gone. I can't even give you a date. I remember knowing he had left Stella, but no one talked about it. Everyone was relieved. Life was calmer afterwards. We were glad." "He was found in the shed, near the house. What do you remember about that shed?" Angie asked. "Nothing. It was just a shed. Always locked. Again, I never questioned it." Ratcliffe looked at Angie. It didn't seem like they were going to get much more than this from Rachel. "I think that's about it for today, but we might have more questions. Will you be here for a while?" "I don't know," Rachel said weakly. He could see sweat trickling down the front of her neck. It was starting to pool in the hollows of her collarbone. "Yes, she will," Charlie said. "One more thing," Rachel said as they stood to leave. "The baby, you haven't said anything about the baby." Ratcliffe sighed. "Still a bit of a mystery, I'm afraid. We do know that he was stillborn, so no one is suspected of murdering him. Someone could be charged with concealing the body, but we suspect that either your mother or Stella was responsible for that, and obviously we have no way of proving it and no one to pursue for a crime. The body will be released for burial at some point. Would you like us to let you know?" She nodded. She had found him. She would deal with it. Back in the car, when they had pulled off the drive and were a little way down the road, Angie asked, "Why didn't you tell her about Stella? About her claims of being her mother? Don't you think she has a right to know?" Ratcliffe had put a lot of thought into this one. "Yeah, I do, but not yet. You saw the state of her. I don't think she's up to hearing that she's the product of incest right at this moment, do you? Besides, Ferris said there's no clear evidence of it. Stella could, but might not be, her birth mother." "But Rachel's got to know, sometime, if it's true." "My plan is to let her get her head around this little lot, then call her into the station. I think we'll let Dr. Ferris explain that one. It's her bag, not ours." Angie shot him a wry smile. "She'll love you for that." Ratcliffe just shrugged. "Got any more of those Femi things? They're pretty good." After they had gone, Diana busied herself by tidying up the tea things. She was good at knowing when to leave well alone. Charlie looked pensive and uncomfortable, not surprising given his history with the police. Amy had explained it to her while they had made the tea, protesting his innocence more than was necessary. Now he was rooting about in the freezer, muttering about making a meal for them all. Diana offered to do the cooking, and he took her up on the offer with visible relief. He was about to go back into the lounge when Diana caught his arm and shook her head, pointing surreptitiously into the other room. Through the half-open door they could see Amy sitting with Rachel in what appeared to be a comfortable silence. A good sign in Diana's book. "Leave them to it. You could peel some potatoes if you like," she said. Charlie nodded and started to run water into the sink. Diane smiled and passed him the peeler. Amy sat next to Rachel. "I don't know what to call you," she said. Rachel looked up at her child, who was not a child, but a younger, better version of herself. "What do you mean?" She knew exactly what Amy meant, but didn't have a solution. She figured she was lucky that the girl was talking to her at all. "Well, I can't call you Rachel, it wouldn't be right, and calling you Mum is strange. I don't mean to be horrible, but it feels weird." You're not being horrible, I understand. I don't know what to suggest, but I won't object to Rachel if it feels more comfortable. Okay. Can I get you anything? You look really tired. Do you want a blanket? Rachel shook her head, though the movement made her dizzy and nauseous. No, thanks. I'm actually feeling really hot. My leg's a bit sore. I probably need to change the dressing again. I think your dad's got some stuff. Would you ask him? Sure. Can I do it for you? I need the practice, wound care and all. Rachel had forgotten that Amy was training to be a nurse. Yeah, if you like. Amy raced off into the kitchen, was back in minutes with Charlie's first aid kit, a clean towel and a bowl of water. She put the towel under Rachel's leg and started to unwrap the bandage that Charlie had put on. Strictly speaking, I should be using a sterile dressing pack, but we'll have to make do with what we have, she said, carefully peeling the old dressing away from Rachel's leg. Heat was radiating from the wound, which was angry and red, the stitches tight. Pus oozed from it, and there was a sweet, nauseating smell. A red line extended along her leg. The inflammation was spreaded. She knew enough to realize that this was a bad sign. Just going to check your pulse rate and breathing. Might as well go the whole hog as I'm here, Amy said, gently grasping Rachel's wrist and measuring her pulse against the ticking of the clock. Rachel already knew it was far too fast, as was her breathing, which was shallow and rapid. She was hot. Too hot. How do you feel? Amy asked. The girl wasn't daft. Rachel could see that she was worried. Pretty lousy, if I'm honest, Rachel said with a thin smile. Okay, I'm just going to go and get something from the kitchen. I won't be long. Amy shut the door behind her quietly. Her dad was at the sink. Diana was peeling carrots next to him. Dad, it's Rachel. She's running a temperature. She's tachycardic. The wound is infected and her respirations aren't right. These aren't good signs. Charlie put the potato he had been peeling into the sink and dried his hands. Say that again in English. I think she might be in sepsis. I mean, she might have blood poisoning, Amy said, her heart pounding almost as fast as Rachel's. Let me look at her, he said, striding towards the door as if Amy was overreacting. Diana dropped the carrot and followed, wiping her hands on her skirt. As Charlie opened the door, they all heard a dull but significant thud. Rachel lay on the floor in the throes of a massive convulsion. Diana rushed past him, throwing herself down beside Rachel. This isn't like a normal fit. You better call an ambulance, she called. Charlie's fingers were shaking as he dialed 999, whilst Amy quietly sobbed at his elbow. Is she going to be all right, Dad? She whispered once the ambulance was on its way. I don't know, love. I don't know. He had a horrible sense of dread that Rachel might have pushed it too far this time, and the thought clutched at his heart like an ice-cold fist. Chapter 31. Ratcliffe's breast pocket started to vibrate yet again. Bloody hell, what now? He demanded of no one in particular as he retrieved the buzzing phone. What's up? Angie asked as they paused their walk across the car park outside the station. Ratcliffe put the phone back in his pocket. Rachel Porter is in hospital, in the ICU in critical condition, apparently. Blood poisoning from her leg injury, he said dully. Angie took a breath. Bloody silly cow. What is it with these people? She had just about had a gutful of the Porter family. They were a bloody nightmare. She couldn't stand self-effacing people like Rachel Porter. Did they honestly think they were being brave and stoic in the face of adversity? Bullshit. They were the most selfish types of all. Half of them killed themselves with self-neglect and left everyone else to pick up the pieces. The other half sucked the rest of the population dry. Shame the whole family hadn't been in that bloody house when it went up in flames. I need a drink, Ratcliffe said. You coming? Does a bear shit in the woods? She said through gritted teeth. When they reached the pub, Ratcliffe sat moodily staring into his pint, and she had to wonder why he'd bothered to ask her to go with him. He wasn't with it. His mind was elsewhere, still on the case, she suspected. Come on, share, she said, waving her hand in front of his face to break his trance. He sat back and let out a long, slow breath. Just thinking that we've missed something. We should at least have a suspect, and we don't have a clue. That room in the flat, do you think Stella did it? Like some kind of weird guilt trip thing over the incest in having a child? I suppose it fits. I mean, you saw her. She was hardly sane. Are any of them? Was Angie's cynical response. What's bugging me is that if she didn't set fire to the flat, who did and why? My guess is that someone else knows the room exists and that person didn't want it found. But that person is also getting sloppy. The fire didn't take, the room has been seen. It stands to reason that it's the same person who killed Stella then, doesn't it? She said. It did stand to reason, but she wasn't entirely sure how or what their motive might be. So what did Stella know that this person didn't want her to talk about? What's in that room that might give the game away? And who haven't we talked to that we should have? Always the same, more questions than answers. Well, we've got Frances Haynes for Roy Baxter. She isn't talking and it's not helping her, so it can't be to do with what happened to him, so it must be to do with what happened to the baby, given what was in that room. But why isn't Frances Haynes talking? Ratcliffe asked, finally taking a large slug of beer. Thank God. Angie was down to the watery dregs of a melting ice cube in her glass. Another, she said, now that he had less than half a pint. She stood to go to the bar. Obviously, she's not talking because she doesn't want to land herself in the shit even deeper, she added. It didn't take long to be served. The bar was quiet and the barmaid wasn't the chatty type. Mind you, they never were when it came to other women in Angie's experience. When she got back, Ratcliffe looked pensive again. Maybe you're right, maybe not. What if she's not talking because she doesn't want to land someone else in the shit? What do you mean? Baxter had half her DNA in his hand and her earring, which has now been positively ID'd. She was glad she'd bought double. She had a feeling she might need it. Well, I've been thinking about that, and I think we've been in too much of a hurry to nail someone for this and get it over and done with. Yes, Baxter had her hair in his hand and the earring, but he was bashed over the head with something from behind. Did he reach behind him and grab her while she hit him, or could it be that he attacked her and got hit from behind by someone else? Are you suggesting she might be innocent? He shook his head. He had a mouthful of beer. Far from it, I think she's in it up to her neck. For instance, I'm pretty certain she knew exactly where that body was and intended to find it that day with a witness. If she hadn't found him, someone else would have, and she would have instantly been in the frame. She knew Stella was barking, and I'll bet she figured that Stella would take the rap and she would be off the hook. But wouldn't she have got rid of the forensic evidence first? Angie reasoned. That guy's been in there for 20-odd years. Back then, the only police show on telly was bloody Z-cars. The public barely understood fingerprinting, let alone DNA analysis. I doubt it even occurred to her that there would be any forensic evidence, and even if it did, I doubt she thought it would have survived. It wasn't an unreasonable thought, Angie concurred. So we're back to Stella or the mother as suspects then? Which is pointless because they're both dead and we can't prove it. No, we're not. You just said it, they're both dead. And Frances may be covering for someone who is very much alive. If the killer was dead, she could tell us any cock and bull story and we'd have to buy it. And the worst she might be facing is a charge for aiding and abetting or concealing the crime. But you're suggesting she is worried enough to face a life sentence rather than tell us what actually happened. He drained his glass. Or I'm talking shit and she did do it. Either way, there's a story there and we need to hear it. Otherwise, this one is going to bug me for the rest of my days. But who's left in the frame? Rachel? She was only a kid at the time. It's not impossible, but I don't think she did it. Though I do think she might know more than she thinks she does. What, like a buried memory or something? She didn't really believe in such things, but it was a thought. Maybe. But we're not going to get that out of her anytime soon. There has to be someone else in the picture, someone else connected to the family that we don't know about yet, Ratcliffe said. So who can we talk to who might know? There's only one option. Delia Jones. Charlie came back into the waiting room. Amy had finally stopped crying and appeared to be dozing on a grubby sofa that dominated one wall of the tiny room. Diana was sitting with Rachel and had stayed with her while he'd gone outside to phone his mother and tell her what had happened. He'd had to explain to her that it didn't look good, that the doctors wouldn't speculate on an outcome, and that a nurse had warned him that 2/3 of the people who were hospitalised for septic shock died. He had told his mother that he was prepared for the worst. Delia hadn't said much, and he had taken her silence as an indication of her shock at this turn of events. She had offered to come to the hospital, but he had told her not to bother. Rachel was out of it, hooked up to a ton of machines that were monitoring her life source in a detached and frightening way. There was nothing anyone could do except wait and see if her body had enough strength left in it to fight the battle. He had his doubts. Even if her body did, he wasn't sure her mind would want to wage war on this never-ending tide of misfortune. He was awash with coffee. It felt like he had done nothing but imbibe gallons of the stuff in the last few hours. Sit with Rachel, get frustrated, go out, drink coffee, calm down, go back and sit with Rachel. It was a caffeine-fueled nightmare on constant loop, and it was all his fault. He should have taken her straight back to hospital as soon as he'd found out she'd discharged herself. He'd said that to the doctor, but had been told that it might not have been the best thing at all. The leg infection had been caused by MRSA, and the chances were she'd picked that up at the first hospital. There had been some mention of amputating her leg. If they could stabilise her, that was. It didn't bear thinking about. Elton John's greatest hits were playing in the background. It had been playing over and over since they'd arrived. If he heard Candle in the Wind one more time, he thought he might go insane. Chapter 32. Frances sat demurely on her thin, plastic-covered mattress, stoically ignoring the paper plate full of congealing food. Never, ever had she eaten off a paper plate or used plastic cutlery, and she did not intend to start now. Over the hours, she had wondered if this was the same cell that had held Stella. Not that it mattered either way. They had all been in the same cell for years, just a different kind, where the bars and the steel door were all in the mind. Peter had proven himself the abject disappointment she had always known him to be. At least that hadn't been a surprise in this whole debacle. She put her fingers to the back of her head and felt gently for the lump and the slight bald spot where the hair would never grow back. If only she hadn't fallen like that and knocked herself senseless for days. Otherwise she might have got away with it. Now it was too late. They had evidence of her involvement with the incident. God knows how. She had no memory of him grabbing at her that day or of losing her earring. She never wore those earrings anyway, they were hideous. But to explain that to the police would be far too dangerous. Would mean pointing the finger in an entirely different direction with not a shred of evidence. All that planning, all for nothing. Now what? Languish in jail for the rest of her days? There had to be a way out of this, a loophole somewhere. She just needed to think. The charred skeleton of the limes looked sad rather than eerie, illuminated as it was by the sliver of moon that glowed weakly above the trees. Angie hardly knew what she hoped to find there, other than some vague wish that the smoke-blackened bricks might have some sentience and would whisper some dark secret that would be key to the whole case. Instead, she just stood on the drive and felt a bit stupid. There was nothing left. Everything the house ever was had been incinerated, if not by Frances in her initial pyromaniacal rampage, then by this second elimination. But why? She agreed with Ratcliffe. There had always been another person in the loop, someone they had completely overlooked. The discovery of an unmissed, unmourned body so many years after death wasn't much of a deal. Just find the culprit, throw the book at them, job done. It was simpler, in fact, to pin it on Frances rather than Stella. If she had still been alive, Stella would have been declared unfit to stand trial, and would have ended up in a secure psychiatric unit at best. No satisfaction for anyone there. Frances would stand trial, be found guilty, go to prison, and they could all move on. She and Ratcliffe could close the case nice and neatly. Everyone happy. A good result. But for some reason, this other element, this third wheel, had ballsed up, re-entering the picture in such a way that their presence could not go unnoticed. But why? There had to be a reason why this person had decided to wipe Stella Baxter and her family home off the face of the planet. There had to be a reason why the same person had tried to do the same thing with the flat. The only explanation in Angie's mind was that all three, Stella, the limes, the flat, could reveal the identity of the third man. Or woman. Yes, definitely a woman. Angie's instincts told her that the whole miserable affair had a woman's touch running all the way through it. Nothing was simple. The things that had happened were cruel, devious, and designed for lasting effect. Men didn't hold on to bodies, they disposed of them. They buried them in woods, or pushed them into rivers in cars, or put them under tons of concrete. They didn't make cured ham out of them and keep them in the shed. Male killers might keep trophies, but not whole cadavers. A recent experience with a friend had set her mind on this course. Her friend had found out that her husband was having an affair. She had packed his belongings into bin bags, dumped them outside on collection day, and had then gone on to carve the word arsehole into the bonnet of his prized possession, his car. Not only had her friend wanted to destroy her husband's most valued things, she had wanted him to know she had done it. She had wanted him to feel the effects of her fury and relish his distress as a souvenir. Whoever had been at work in the Porter family had wanted the same, had wanted to see them suffer, and had wanted them to know the source of it. Not only that, they wanted to be sure the Porters were embroiled in it enough themselves to never be able to point the finger. Angie had once had a debate with her brother. She had been involved in a case where a paedophile had abducted a child. They had caught the man after the damage had been done. Her brother had said that if he were the child's father, he would have found a way to kill the man and would not have turned a hair. Angie had argued that if she were not constrained by the law, she would lock him up forever and personally make every day of his life hell, and she would make sure he stayed alive to experience it. Women are much more cruel beasts, she had explained. Men like to put the sinners out of their misery. Women liked misery to put out the sin. The more she applied all this to the porters, the more she saw a woman's touch. Taking a small torch out of her bag, she made her way into the ruined building, completely ignoring the no-entry signs that the fire service had liberally scattered about. The torch beam brought small areas of destruction into sharp focus. The water that had been used to put out the blaze had been almost as damaging as the fire itself. What the flames hadn't consumed, the blast from the hoses had washed away, finishing the demolition job. A portion of wall had fallen and bits of sodden wallpaper still clung to damp shards of plaster. She shone the torch over it, the last evidence that this ruin had once been a home. The water had washed away some of the soot, and she could still see the ghost of a pattern underneath the grime. There was something else there, part of a word. She stepped closer, almost losing her footing on the rubble. All she could make out were the letters S and U, then the top half of another that may have been an E or an F. The paper below was gone. As she searched around, there were other fragments, but exactly that, just fragments. Nothing complete, no way of divining the meaning. However, something had been written on the walls, and the fire may have been started to make sure that no one ever read it. Either what the fire hadn't destroyed had been washed away, or it had disintegrated as the structure of the building had collapsed in on itself. Nevertheless, she took photographs on her phone of the fragments she had found, and resolved to get someone there the next day to salvage what they could. It wasn't a lot, but it was something. A reason why Stella might have died. Ratcliffe had to go and break the news to Frances Haynes about her sisters. One dead, one as near as, damn it. Not that he expected her to react much. So far, she hadn't shown a sliver of family loyalty, and if others were to be believed, she wouldn't start now. Still, it had to be done. Besides, he wanted to do it before she was moved to the prison, where she would be on remand until her trial. Because, despite his theories, if she didn't talk and he didn't find another suspect, she would go to trial and it would be for murder. His gut was telling him that she didn't do it. Not that anyone else was inclined to agree with his theory. He'd run it past Benton first thing, but she wasn't buying it unless he came up with solid evidence. Until then, Stella's murder was a separate issue, not linked until he could prove it otherwise. Frances was waiting for him in an interview room in the company of a young female officer who looked to Ratcliffe like she had just fallen out of the gates of junior school and into a uniform. Were they getting younger, or was he getting too old? After the past few days, he concluded it must be the latter. He offered Frances a cup of tea, but she refused. Then he explained about the fire, about Stella's death, and about Rachel's critical condition. She didn't say anything, but he saw a range of emotions flicker across her face. Shock at Stella's death, then a knowing frown when he mentioned the fire. Possibly a glimmer of concern for Rachel, but too brief to be sure. Then calculation. She was weighing something up in her mind. "Do you have any questions, or is there anybody you think we should contact?" he asked. She shook her head, as if his words were an irritating distraction to her thoughts. "Right, Officer Kelly, we'll escort you back to the custody suite." He stood up to go, reminded PC Kelly what time the prison transport was due to arrive, and opened the door to leave. "Wait. There is something. Is Rachel safe?" Ratcliffe turned to her. "As I've explained, she's seriously ill. Hopefully she will respond and make a recovery, that's all I know." "Yes, I heard that. I mean, is she safe? Are people with her?" "I don't really understand what you mean," he said. She let out an impatient sigh. "You have just told me that my stepsister was murdered. I am simply asking you if you had considered that there might also be a risk to Rachel from the same source." Given the current physical condition of Rachel Porter, he doubted that a murderer would have much of a job to do. She is in the ICU, receiving constant care. I think she's safe. Only close family are allowed to visit. "Then she is not safe," she said simply. Ratcliffe sat back down. "Do you have something you would like to tell me, Mrs. Haynes?" "Possibly. But only if you will give me a guarantee that you will post an officer in the ICU to maintain Rachel's safety." "I don't really think you are in a position to make demands. Rachel is quite safe, at least from any external risk. Perhaps if you tell me who you think might pose a threat, I can help." Post an officer first, then I'll tell you everything. Ratcliffe shook his head. No deal. Anger flashed across her face. You fail to understand me. There is no time. For you to understand the nature of the threat, you will need to hear a long story. By the time I tell it and convince you to protect my sister, it may be too late. I will tell you, but only if you place an officer in the ICU with Rachel at all times until you make an arrest. Ratcliffe mulled it over for a moment. He wasn't in the habit of giving in to such outright manipulation by a prisoner, but he did want whatever information she could give. Okay, I'll send someone down there. But whatever you got better be good. He stepped out into the hallway and rang Angie, told her to get her ass to the ICU and stay with Rachel until she heard different from him. She asked him why, and he told her he didn't have time to explain. She called him something both unmentionable and deeply unprofessional, and said she had information he might find interesting. Tell me later. Haynes is about to spill, and I don't want the window to close while I'm out here arsing about, he said, losing patience and ending the call by pressing buttons on his phone with more pressure than was absolutely necessary, which resulted in him inadvertently switching it off. Back in the interview room, he told Frances that DC Watson would be with Rachel in 10 minutes and would stay by her bedside for as long as she needed to. Frances closed her eyes and breathed in deeply. Then you had better assemble the cabal. Chapter 33. Angie was deeply pissed off. Ratcliffe was being a complete arsehole. She had just spent half the morning running around piecing together some decent evidence, and now he wanted her to sit in a hospital and babysit an unconscious woman. She'd had enough of that crap when she had worn a uniform. Still, looking on the bright side, it would give her a chance to mull over what information she had and form it into something coherent. She was going to crack this case if it killed her. Even if death did come in the form of an abject boredom by the bedside of a woman she despised. On the ward, she showed her warrant card, explained her mission, and was shown into the waiting room where she found Charlie Jones, looking 10 years older than he had the day before, and in dire need of a good wash and a shave. Rough night, she said, hoping that it sounded like sympathy rather than an indictment. You could say that. Anything I can help you with? Not really. I'm here to sit with Rachel. Orders from above, just thought I would let you know. Is anybody with her now? Diana and Amy, only 2 at a time. Why do you need to sit with her? She shrugged, turned out her palms. Ours is not to reason why, etc. My guess is that as Stella was murdered, there might be some concern from the powers that be that Rachel is at risk too. Charlie snorted in disbelief. What, in the ICU, surrounded by nurses and her family? Like I said, Angie offered, as if it explained everything. Perhaps you could take it as an opportunity to go home and get some rest and, whatever, she said, waving her hand at him. He looked down at himself, ran a hand over his stubble and rubbed his eyes. Fair point, maybe you're right. They say she's stable now, but you're not going to stop us coming back, he asserted. Wouldn't dream of it. Shall I send the others out? Whatever, Charlie said, his voice blurred by exhaustion. Once they had gone, once she had dealt with the protestations of the daughter and the friend, once she had explained to the staff the reason she was here cluttering up the ward, she was finally able to pull up a chair next to Rachel's bed and gather her thoughts. It had been an interesting morning, at least up until Ratcliffe had phoned. She had been asked to get background on the family, find out if there was anyone in their circle who might have been missed. William Porter's family were all dead, but no one had mentioned whether Valerie Porter still had people. Angie had made it her business to find out. Valerie's maiden name had been Mint, and she'd grown up at the rough end of town, a wartime child. Despite the intervening years and the impact of urban regeneration, it was still the rough end of town, and a familiar stamping ground for anyone in the local police force. Angie had been on more call-outs there than she'd had a clean change of knickers when she'd been in uniform. Given that she changed her underwear daily, it had been an average of 2 incidents a day. She still had clean habits, but didn't visit quite so often. It was a place of petty crime and domestics. Serious incidents were rare. A bit of research had told her that there were still 3 families living in the street where Valerie had grown up, who might have known her as a child or young woman. No relatives had come to light, but these places were close-knit communities where people knew each other's business intimately and had long memories and often strenuous loyalties. That could be a good or a bad thing, depending on the information being sought. Given that even her own children had given Valerie a bad rap, Angie was hoping she hadn't been popular as a kid. That way it was more likely someone would choose to dish the dirt. Her first port of call had been number 23, the home of Mrs. Bolan and her daughter. Having rung the bell, she'd waited patiently by the door, her warrant card ready in her hand. It had taken a few minutes, but eventually a small grey-haired woman, who'd peered out past a security chain, had opened the door. Angie had been about to hand over her warrant card and introduce herself when a high-pitched, querulous voice had cut across her words. "Who's there? Who's at the door, Pam?" Pam had given Angie an apologetic look, then turned and called down the passage, "It's a lady from the police." "What does she want? Is it about those thugs who broke the back fence? Bit late, aren't they?" "I don't know what she wants, Mother. I can't hear her over your shouting," she'd called in exasperation, and then turned back to Angie. "Is it about the fence?" Angie had smiled. "No, not the fence, I'm afraid. I wanted to talk to you and your mother about Valerie Mint. She used to live a few doors away." "Valerie Mint," Pam had repeated, rolling the name over her tongue as if it might taste the way it sounded. "Now there's a name I haven't heard for a long time." She turned back into the hallway. "She wants to know about the Mints." "Mints? What Mints?" the inner voice demanded in a pitch that had made Angie want to wince. "Not Mints, the Mints, the family that used to be down the road." There was silence from the back of the house. "Do you think I might come in?" Angie had asked, her neck getting stiff from angling her head to peer through the gap in the door. Pam had shut the door and let off the chain, then ushered Angie through the door with a surreptitious glance down the street to see if anyone was watching. "Mother's in the back room," she'd said, leading Angie down a dingy passageway to the back of the house. It was a typical Victorian terraced house. Stairs straight ahead, front room, back room, kitchen, bathroom. Most houses in the area had been modernised, the rooms knocked through, the kitchens extended, the bathrooms put upstairs. However, this one retained its original layout and looked like it hadn't been decorated since the 70s. Pam's mother had sat regally in a winged-back chair, a rug over her knees made from hundreds of different bubble-textured crochet squares. Her brown-speckled hands had rested nervously on the arms of her chair, and her thin lips were set in a defiant line. Angie had introduced herself, showed her card again, and asked if she might sit down. The old woman had nodded and indicated an uncomfortable-looking cottage-style settee. Angie had sat, the ancient springs groaning with every movement. "I was wondering if you might be able to recall anything about the Mint family. They lived here some years ago. We're currently investigating a case connected to Valerie Mint, or Valerie Porter, as she was after she married. I was hoping to find someone who could tell me a bit about the family. It often helps us if we have some background," she'd explained. The old woman had nodded. "Does it now?" she'd said. It was hardly a conversation opener. "Would you like a cup of tea, officer?" Pam had offered, hovering by the kitchen door. "It's detective, and thank you, that would be lovely." While Pam had bustled about in the tiny kitchen, the old woman just stared at Angie, who'd glanced around the room and given her the occasional smile, hoping to appear undemanding. Finally, Pam came in with a fully laden tea tray, a pot, cups, saucers, milk jug, sugar bowl and biscuits. Custard creams. Angie hated custard creams. Pam had fussed around pouring the tea. She'd looked nervous. The cups had rattled in their saucers as she'd handed first one to Angie, then one to her mother. The old lady had made a great show of stirring it and tapping the spoon on the rim of the cup, as if she'd been about to make a great announcement of some sort. "So you want to know about the Mints?" she'd said, pursing her lips and taking a noisy sip from her cup. Angie had glanced down and noticed there was a chip in her cup. The china was stained yellow where the glaze was missing. "If you can remember anything about them." The old woman had uttered. "I remember them all right, who could forget?" Then she'd launched into her story just as Angie had known she would. "I take it you want to know about Edna Mint, although it all seems to be a bit too long ago to be worrying about what she got up to. She's been dead 30 years. The woman had chuckled wheezily. "She weren't Val's mother, she were an aunt. Took Valerie on when her real mother died. Mind you, rumour has it that were down to Edna," she'd said with a slow, precise nod of her head. What was down to Edna? "Valerie's mother's death. Died in childbirth, didn't she?" the old woman had said impatiently, with a shake of her head that implied Angie might be a bit stupid. "Edna was the local woman." Angie had been completely lost. She'd looked at Pam, afraid of the old woman's censure should she ask for clarity. "Edna was the woman people called on if they were in trouble. She did the laying out and stuff," Pam had offered, adding about as much clarity as a dollop of mud in a glass of water. "Stuff," Angie had queried. The old woman flapped her hand impatiently. Laying out dead people, tending them if they were sick, looking after women in trouble, and she was the local midwife. Not official, but the one most people around here preferred. Cheaper than the doctor, see? She'd taken another noisy slurp of tea. Back before the war, before the health service and that, you had to pay. She was cheaper. Of course, after the NHS, she had to keep up with the times, not a lot of money in just laying out. What did she do then? Angie had asked, sipping her own tea tentatively from the opposite side to the chip. Sorted girls out that had got themselves in trouble. Do it for 3 guineas. That's how she killed off her own sister, dirty habits and infection. Nasty business, the woman had said with a sniff, fueled by her morality. You mean she was an abortionist? The old woman had nodded and Pam had looked away, as if she were ashamed to be associated with such things. Messed a lot of women up, she did. Surprised your lot never caught her for it. Nasty business. Pam, wasn't she in the picture for Elsie Brent, too? I don't know, Mother, I can't remember, Pam had said quietly, unable to look either her mother or Angie in the eye. Of course you do. You, Val and Dee Dee Brent were thick as thieves. It was a long time ago, Mother. We were children. Hardly. You was teenagers when Elsie copped it. Everyone knew she'd fallen again at her age, too. Edna did her in. Her with her gin and knitting needles and her dirty hands. She didn't use knitting needles. It was a tube thing, Pam had shouted, then realised what she'd said, clapped a hand over her mouth and burst into tears. The old woman had been stunned into silence. Pam had leapt up and run into the kitchen, slamming the door. Angie had found her locked in the toilet. Pam, come out, it's all right. No one's in trouble, I'm not here for that. Did something happen with Edna Mint? Did she do something to you? All she'd heard was quiet sobbing from behind the door, so she waited. After a minute or two, Pam undid the door and came out. We were just kids, she'd said, her voice husky with emotion. Whatever had happened, she must have been carrying it around with her for an awful long time, Angie had thought. The woman had to be in her late 60s if she was a day. Do you want to tell me about it? Maybe it would help her if she did. Maybe it would help Angie if she did. Pam had glanced towards the window. Her mother's wizened face had been peering out from underneath the net curtain, which had been draped over her head like a veil. She'll never let up on me till I tell her. Angie had given her a sympathetic smile. Best get it over with, then, she'd said, offering a clean but crumpled tissue. It turned out that it wasn't anything to do with Edna Mint, well, not directly anyway. Dee Dee Brent had been in trouble, not Elsie, her mother. The mother had died of natural causes, ovarian cancer that had swollen her belly so much that everyone thought she was pregnant. Dee Dee hadn't told her family of her own predicament because of her mother's illness, but had sought the help of Edna. Edna had refused to perform the abortion because Dee Dee was too far into the pregnancy, but Val had wanted a new pair of shoes, so took Dee Dee's money and performed the abortion herself, using the equipment her auntie used. She told us it was all right, that she knew what to do, that Edna had shown her how it worked, but she didn't. It was awful and there was blood everywhere. I was only there to help out and look after Dee Dee. The baby was supposed to come away of its own accord, but it didn't. There was just blood. We panicked and I fetched Edna. Then she panicked. Dee Dee was out of it then. Edna and Val, they dumped her in the street and made me phone an ambulance. Told me I would go to prison as an accomplice if I ever said anything. I was terrified. Angie had needed to dig deep into her bag for another tissue to stem Pam's renewed bout of crying. What happened to Dee Dee? They took her to hospital, took the baby away there. They took her womb too. Val had really messed her up. She was 15. We were all 15. Why didn't she report it? Angie wanted to know. She was ashamed. Her mother was dying. She thought her family would disown her. But surely they found out she was in hospital, Angie reasoned. Pam shook her head. Edna went round there, told her Dad Dee Dee was staying with them because of her mother being ill. He was grateful. Edna helped him nurse Elsie right up to when she died. Dee Dee stayed in hospital the whole time, never told a soul, kept her mouth shut even when the doctors called your lot in. She never said a word. Never saw her mum again either. She discharged herself the day her mother died. Of course, the doctor came round, told her Dad all about it. No confidentiality back then. He beat her black and blue and threw her out on the street and never spoke to her again. Wouldn't even let her go to her own mother's funeral. I don't know what happened to her after that, never saw her again, Pam had said with a loud sniff. Angie had handed her another tissue and wondered who the tears were for, Dee Dee Brent or herself. The old woman had just sat in her chair, shaking her head in disbelief. Well, 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 was all she'd said. Angie had been expecting a moral tirade, but Pam's story had shocked her mother into something near silence. What happened to Edna and Valerie after that? To be honest, I didn't have much to do with them. I sort of kept my distance from them. I do know that Dee Dee got money from her, money to keep her mouth shut. I can't say I blame her, she had to live on something. As for Val, I know she had a kid, which was weird given what Edna did for money. Perhaps what happened to Dee Dee put her off, Angie had suggested. Pam had shrugged. Dunno, maybe. She married some rich bloke, I know that much. She got more than she bargained for, though, Angie had thought. What about Dee Dee? What happened to her? Pam hadn't known. Not sure, it's all such a long time ago. We're talking about the 1950s. The old woman had the answer. I know what happened to her. She went on the game. Had a pimp called Barrington Jones, big black fella. She'd shacked up with him, supposed to have married him, but I never believed it. He had women all over, pouncing on all of them. Nasty piece of work he was, rough. Got himself killed in a fight. They found him dumped in an alley with his head stoved in. I remember that like it was yesterday, she'd mused. Ask her what she had for breakfast this morning. She wouldn't be able to tell you, Pam had whispered to Angie with a brave little smile. The cogs in Angie's mind had been on go slow. It had taken several seconds for her to put two and two together. Was Dee Dee short for Delia, by any chance? That's right, Delia Brent. We always called her Dee Dee, Pam had said before blowing her nose loudly into her tissue. Angie had certainly established the link between Valerie Porter and Delia Jones, and quite a disturbing one at that. Now, sitting here at Rachel's bedside, she wondered if William Porter had known that he was marrying an abortionist's daughter. Well, niece, to be correct, but even so. She wouldn't mind betting that Valerie had kept that quiet from her new family. The story definitely explained the connection between the two women, and gave quite a picture of Valerie's early years. What it didn't explain was Delia's loyalty to the Porters. By right, she should hate them. Valerie had ruined her life, might well have killed her. No wonder Valerie had felt obliged to employ her. It would have been the least she could do. It was only at this stage, as she was mulling things over, pitching the story in her head, that an obvious fact occurred to her. Charlie. If Pam had been telling the truth about Delia, how on earth had Charlie come into the picture? She needed to get hold of Ratcliffe, talk it through with him. Surely it wouldn't hurt if she left the ward for a few minutes. After all, she didn't even know what she was doing there in the first place. Did Ratcliffe think Rachel was going to come round and reveal some big secret that would be the final key to the whole case? Chapter 34. Ratcliffe had drafted in another DC to assist with the interview. D.I. Benton wasn't around. Besides, she'd shown a decided lack of interest in the twists and turns of this case. So he'd just nabbed someone out of the office who wasn't doing anything better. The sergeant in question was one Rick Haddon. Nice kid in Ratcliffe's opinion. Not pushy, and that was just what he needed. Someone quiet who would let him do the talking. They were in the interview room. He'd done the blurb for the tape and had explained yet again to Frances what her rights were and what would happen to the tapes. She had responded affirmatively to all his questions, so far. Now, Mrs. Haynes, Frances, you stated to me earlier, in the presence of P.C. Kelly, that you were willing to explain the circumstances of Roy Baxter's death. Yes, she said, leaning slightly towards the recorder, as if she wanted to be sure it had picked up her answer. Ratcliffe wanted to tell her that there was no need. Go on, he urged instead. Frances closed her eyes, giving him the impression that if she had to talk about this, she had to go back to it and rerun it in her head, like a scene from a film. After Patsy Jones's death, Roy had become increasingly unhappy, very aggressive and unpredictable. He was often violent towards Stella, and, though he'd never physically attacked any of the rest of us, we were all very afraid of him. He could send Rachel into a fit just by looking at her. Most of the time we would just stay out of his way. He'd got it into his head that Mother had money hidden somewhere in the house, started tearing the place apart, shouting and yelling at everyone, kicking the furniture, things like that. Mother was yelling back at him, telling him that he'd had everything she had and there was no more. Anyway, he went upstairs and tried to get into her bedroom. She always kept it locked. None of us were ever allowed in there. It was her private space. There was a scuffle on the landing and he hit Mother. He wanted the key to her room, was convinced she had cash hidden in there. I tried to pull him off her, but he pushed me to the ground. He was dragging Mother along the landing by her arm. She was screaming and screaming. Stella was there too. She just curled herself up into a ball in the corner. She always did when he got started. Anyway, I don't really remember how it all happened, but Delia appeared out of nowhere. I didn't even know she was in the house. She had the iron in her hand, must have picked it up from downstairs. I think Stella had been ironing a shirt for Roy. That's what he wanted money for. He wanted to go out. Anyway, she hit him hard over the back of the head. He fell on the floor. I remember getting up and going over to him. He was out cold. I felt for a pulse, but I couldn't find one. I thought he was dead. Ratcliffe interrupted. Are you telling us that Delia Jones killed Roy Baxter? It was hard to keep the incredulity out of his voice. Please, I haven't finished, she'd said impatiently, eyes still closed, still picturing the scene. He lay on the floor, not moving. She stood there with the iron in her hand. Mother was hysterical, I was terrified. It had been bad enough when Patsy had died, now there was another body. I didn't think any of us could face all that again. Mother kept saying, get rid of him, so we did. Delia and I dragged him downstairs. We rolled him onto an old blanket and carried him out on that. I thought we were going to bury him or put him in the boot of his car and dump it somewhere, but Delia said no, there would be too much risk he would be found. She told me how long it would take her to dig a grave, how hard it would be. I had no idea. I'd never disposed of a corpse before. Mother had the idea of using the trunk, so Delia and I dragged him out there and lifted him in. I can remember how heavy he was, a dead weight. Oh, my God, I remember now. She gasped and put her hand over her mouth. Delia had gone outside. I was on my own, trying to force his arms into the trunk, but it was really hard. He woke up. He grabbed my wrist. I screamed. I thought he was dead, but he grabbed me. I think I must have passed out. I vaguely remember Delia with a shovel in her hands. I think she must have hit him again. Anyway, I went inside, made a cup of tea. She gave a slight laugh at the incongruity of this part of the memory. Delia and Mother covered him in salt. Rock salt, the kind used for gritting roads. God knows why, but he'd bought tons of the stuff and it stored in one of the sheds. I think it must have been one of his dodgy deals. Mother thought it would stop him rotting, stop him causing a smell. Like curing bacon, she said, which is what you do with dead pigs. What happened then? Ratcliffe asked. We drank tea, agreed that we would say he'd left. Stella packed his clothes and his things. We put it in the car. Delia drove it somewhere, got rid of it. I don't know where, I didn't care. That's what we told Rachel, that he'd just left. She was the only person who'd ever asked where he'd gone. The next time I saw him was when we cleared the house. But you knew the body was there. You knew he would be found. Yes, of course I knew. Why didn't you report his murder to the police at the time? This was from D.C. Haddon. It wasn't an option. Why not? He demanded. Mother would never have allowed it. Besides, we were all involved, all implicated. We'd all played a part in it. But it was Delia Jones who struck the blow, Ratcliffe said. Delia Jones had struck many blows. She had my mother in the palm of her hand. Stella was more terrified of her than she was of Roy. None of us argued with Delia, not if we knew what was good for us. I don't understand. She was your cleaner, Haddon said, glancing down at the file in his hand. That's what people were told. That's what we allowed them to believe, but Delia was never a cleaner. Not for us, anyway. Mother called her my nemesis. Don't ask me why, I don't know, but she had some hold over her, over all of us. She knew all our secrets, all our weaknesses. She made threats to expose things that would hurt us. Like what? Ratcliffe asked. He was curious now. He still didn't believe a word of it, but he was curious. I don't know what Stella told you when she was here, but it doesn't matter now. It's not going to hurt her or Mother. Her father used to rape her. We all knew, but no one did anything. Mother despised him by then, and so did I. Not that I understood what was happening at the time. I just thought he preferred her to me. Go on, Ratcliffe said, unwilling to let her pontificate on that particular situation. Well, Delia knew too. When Stella got pregnant by him, she and Mother delivered the baby. I can remember sitting on the attic stairs listening to Stella scream for hours. I saw Delia come out of the room with Mother. She had a bag, an old shopping bag, one of those things with the zip across. She put it on the floor on the landing. Father was still there then. He was shouting downstairs. He was drunk. They went down. When they had gone, I crept down the stairs and looked in the bag. There was a towel inside. I opened it up and saw a baby there. It wasn't moving. I hadn't even known Stella was pregnant. I just thought she was getting fat. I was so young. I picked it up, the baby. I was fascinated. I could hear Stella crying in the room, so I went in. She was crying for the baby, so I gave it to her. She told me they had tried to kill it. Delia had held the towel over its mouth when it was born and had put it in the bag. Mother had told her to get rid of it. Stella told me to lock the door, so I did. We locked them out. I asked Stella where it had come from. She told me about her and Father. I didn't know much at the time, but I knew that was wrong. I can't really remember how it all came about, but Mother threw Father out that night. I think he went to the flat above the shop for a while. Stella wouldn't part with the baby. It was dead, but she wouldn't give it up. Mother had to force it away from her in the end. I never knew what happened to it until Rachel found it in the house that day. I guess they did the same to it as we did to Roy. I remember that bloody bag, though, like it was yesterday. Anyway, we all had something on each other then. Delia had something on Mother. We had something on her. We were all tied together in a great big mess. By the time Roy got killed, it was a way of life. What did Delia want from your mother? Money. It's what everyone wanted. Her, Roy, Patsy, they all did. It was why we never had any, too many hands in the pot. What did Patsy Jones have to do with it? Haddon wanted to know. He was still playing catch-up from the file. She found out about Rachel's parentage. She and Roy were going to run off together. She was convinced there must be money to be had somewhere. Roy hadn't managed to bully it out of us, so she did some rooting, put 2 and 2 together and came up with 4. She tried to blackmail Mother. Mother just laughed at her, so she tried Stella. Threatened to have Rachel taken into care. Stella had pretty much lost the plot by then, and Rachel was the only thing she lived for. She panicked. It was Stella who killed Patsy. She got a kitchen knife and stabbed her, left her in the hallway, then went to pick Rachel up from school as if it never happened. Of course, Charlie found her there later, and he was charged with killing her, but it wasn't him. You knew this, and you let an innocent man go to prison? Haddon asked. She was family. He was the son of a woman who had dominated us for years. He was nothing, Patsy was nothing. What would you have done? She said it so calmly, as if it were a matter of fact and it stood to reason. For a fraction of a second, Ratcliffe felt himself inclined to see her point. Did you witness Stella kill Patsy? No, but I knew she had. She was the only one in the house, everyone else was out. I knew it wasn't Charlie. I saw him walk into the house just before Stella and Rachel did. It was as if she was describing an average, normal event, like the dustbin being collected on a Monday. So did you keep your mouth shut to get some kind of vicarious revenge on Delia Jones? Ratcliffe asked. She thought about it for a moment, then shrugged. Maybe. I don't know. It was just simpler to allow things to take the course they did. Ratcliffe was having trouble getting his head around just how fucked up this family was. Haddon was flicking through the file like a mad thing, trying to bring himself up to speed with all the characters in this insane play. Ratcliffe had a macabre image in his head that he just couldn't shake off. So you didn't know that the baby was still in the house? Not until my husband informed me, no. Where is my husband, anyway? Ratcliffe looked away, didn't speak. He's left me, hasn't he? I thought he might, she said with resignation. He never did like a mess. Ratcliffe leaned forward. You've told us quite a story, Francis. There's only one problem. There is no one who can corroborate it. Oh, yes, my mother can. Your mother is dead, Mrs. Haynes, Haddon said coldly. Yes, I realise that, but she kept a diary. I didn't find it in the house, so it must have been with the other body. It's all in there. If there hadn't been a tape running, Ratcliffe would have sworn. He would have uttered the worst, most profane words in his vocabulary. A diary, was all he said. Yes, it's red with a little lock. So we're looking for a red diary in a house that's just burned down, he added. Francis shrugged. She will have left it with the other body. Ratcliffe knew for a fact that there had been no diary with that body, just like he knew there had been no ring on Roy Baxter's finger. He had stuck his neck out to listen to a fairy tale. "So what do you think happened to Stella? And who do you think burned down the limes?" he asked, unable to hide the weariness in his voice. "Delia Jones, of course. It's why I asked you to play someone with Rachel. She's not safe. Now that Roy's body has been found, none of us are safe. She killed Stella. She burned down the house to hide any other evidence. And she's out to get Rachel. She knows we'll talk. None of us has anything to lose. But Rachel doesn't know about any of this. Why would she be at risk? Or was there something Rachel hadn't told them?" Ratcliffe wondered. "No, she doesn't know anything. But she is back on the scene with Charlie. Delia won't allow that. Rachel is a threat." Ratcliffe suspended the interview there. He had heard enough. If he had been allowed to, he would have thrown both tapes in the bin there and then. Back in the office, he apologised to Haddon. "It's all right, Gov. Quite entertaining, really. I always wanted to be in on a case where the butler did it. It was a bit like Cluedo in there, housekeeper on the landing with the iron." He laughed. Ratcliffe sighed and rubbed his hands over his face. "Oh, this bloody case is driving me mad. I have just spent God knows how long listening to a complete fairy tale in there." "Don't worry about it. I've read the file. You have enough forensic evidence to see her away for life. She can say what she likes. She's got no brief, she's off her rocker, and she doesn't stand a chance in court," Haddon said reassuringly. "Yeah, but I still have to find a suspect for the fire and Stella Baxter's murder." "And you think it's a little old lady?" "According to this, Delia Jones is 77 years old," Haddon said, handing Ratcliffe the file. "And Harold Shipman was a GP," Ratcliffe said quietly, fishing his phone out of his pocket to phone Angie and let her off the hook. Chapter 35. Charlie let Amy and Diana have first dibs on the bathroom. By the time he'd had his turn, Amy had disappeared into her room to sleep off the long night, and Diana was tidying his kitchen. "Feeling better?" she asked, handing him a cup of tea. "You look better." Physically, he felt cleaner. He'd had better days with his body, which was shot with accumulated exhaustion. Mentally, he felt like he'd been abducted by aliens and dropped into some surreal parallel universe. "You should get some sleep," Diana said. "I should do a lot of things." He wandered through to the lounge and sat down on the sofa, easing his aching limbs into its softness, and groaned. "I should go back soon, see if there's any progress." "You should get some rest, or you'll be no good to man or beast. They'll phone if there's any change," Diana told him. There was no doubt in her mind that Rachel would recover. There was every concern in her mind about what would happen next. Was it possible that Rachel could stay on with Charlie and Amy and resume a life that had barely started? It was equally difficult to imagine that she could just go back to London and carry on the existence that she had there. Whatever line had been drawn in the past had been overstepped now. There could be no going back either way. Diana's concern was whether any of them were ready for what might come next. What happens when she gets better? What then? "If she gets better," Charlie said with a degree of resignation that surprised Diana. "You don't think she will?" "I don't think she wants to. Why would she?" "For Amy, if nothing else? Maybe even for you?" Charlie shook his head. "I don't know. I can't think about that. I thought things might change when she knew the truth, but I just can't picture a resolution. I certainly can't see a happy ending. None of us are in control of this anymore. It's like watching a train crash in slow motion. More and more crap keeps happening. Things coming back to haunt us, to haunt her, and it's not done yet. There will be more. How can she find a way out of it even if she does get better?" His voice had risen with every sentence, illustrating the escalation of events that had left him feeling so utterly hopeless. "Please don't tell me that time heals and that love conquers all. I'm sure those things are true, but not for us. Time keeps throwing up more and more crap. Time is closing the gaps between events, not widening them. As for love, we might feel it, I feel it, but none of us know how to do it. Not one of us knows how to conduct ourselves as loving people. Look at us. We haven't got a clue." Diana couldn't think of a thing to say. He was right. Every time one of them tried to express love and care, it backfired. Their interpretation of the thing was all wrong. They were so busy trying to protect everyone else, save everyone else, and sacrifice themselves, that they just ended up hurting each other in the worst possible ways. Lies, secrets, death, chaos. Diana was a great believer in the concept that charity began at home. Her interpretation was that one had to take care of oneself first in order to help others. None of these people knew how to be kind to themselves. Consequently, They were inadvertently cruel to each other. Charlie was right. None of them had a clue. Even Amy, the most stable of the lot, had grown up with the lie of her mother's death, an untruth formed to protect her by the people who claimed to love her. If that was her example, how would she manage the next steps? On the train journey they had shared, Amy had explained that she was training to be a psychiatric nurse so that she might understand what made people tick, learn to see what they needed in order to be well again. The girl was looking for a toolkit, one that should have been provided by her family, but they had never had the tools to pass on. With this in mind, she patted Charlie on the shoulder. Let's just concentrate on Rachel getting better for the time being. There wasn't much else she could say. Charlie gave her a weak smile and drank his tea. His jaw ached where he'd been gritting it for so long. All he wanted to do was get in his van and drive anywhere, somewhere, as long as it wasn't here. Knowing that Rachel was in London, that she had left of her own accord, that she didn't want him, had been far more bearable than this. Now the damage had been done and he only had two options. Watch her die in that hospital bed, or watch her live and struggle on. He wasn't sure which would be more painful, but he did know which would hurt for the longest. Instinct demanded that he find someone to blame, and his mind erred towards his mother. She was so certain that she was doing the right thing, always had been. He supposed it was because she'd had a tough life and she'd had to survive the hard way. It had made her a hard woman. She had corners, and you knew all about them if you ran into one. He couldn't remember his father, had never known him, but there were early memories of his mother, indistinct, fleeting, that suggested a softer woman than the one he knew. Memories of a time when she even looked different, when she had laughed sometimes, smelled nice, felt soft. He couldn't picture her back then, but he knew that she was nothing like the tough, determined, single-minded woman he'd grown up with. Delia Jones didn't believe in harping on about the past. You just put it behind you and carried on. You didn't talk about it, you didn't dwell on it. You just kept moving forward. No, he couldn't blame her, she had done her best. She'd put up with Valerie Porter for years just to put food on the table. She had been loyal to that woman through thick and thin. Surely that had to count for something, for some strength of character. He wished he'd inherited her fortitude, however misguided it might have been. That way he might have been able to put the blame at his mother's door and let himself off the hook. He should have taken her advice all those years ago and kept well away from Rachel, kept well away from all of them. That was the only thing he could blame his mother for, binding their lives too closely with the Porters. The rest had been his fault. All his. Diana was right. Perhaps they should just focus on whether Rachel would pull through. Move forward. Don't dwell, he told himself. Delia Jones, however, was busy breaking her own code. It wasn't so much that she was dwelling on the past. It was more that the past was dwelling in her head. Normally, things just unfolded in a logical, orderly manner. All her actions were dictated by events as they came along. She just did what she needed to do and moved on. But something had changed. Things had started to unravel. The past and the future were colliding unpleasantly in her mind, creating disorder and confusion. It felt like as soon as one disaster was cleared up, another one was about to happen. Given that everything she had ever done had been so carefully managed, she couldn't understand what was going wrong. Obviously, when Valerie died, someone would find Roy in the shed, and she had planned for that. Francis's hair and an earring were in his hand. They had been there for a long time. She had put them there herself when the silly bitch had fainted. If that failed, if the evidence had been destroyed by time, she had made sure that the blame would fall on Stella. It had been a lot of hard work over the years to make Stella pay for her part in things. It had taken time and patience to derail her sanity to the extent where no one would give her credibility. It had been a slow drip method, but it had worked. The woman was as mad as a box of frogs, but for some reason, and Delia couldn't fathom why, it had gone wrong. Stella had fought back. Delia had been surprised that the police had let Stella go so quickly. What she hadn't anticipated was that Stella would go back to the house, that she would scrawl all over the walls and tell everyone everything. It had only been chance that Delia had found her there at all. She had gone to the Limes to look for Valerie's diary. It had been obvious that Francis had already looked and had probably burned it, but Delia needed to be sure. With Francis banging her head and ending up in hospital, she hadn't had the chance to check whether it had been found and destroyed. When she got to the house, Stella was there, scribbling over the walls like some demented child doing lines on a blackboard. It had been a split-second decision to kill her, and a split second more to make the decision to burn the house down. If the book was there, it would go up with the house, and with a bit of luck, Stella would go with it. Francis had used petrol to light the bonfire. There had been plenty left in the shed, plus turpentine, meths, old newspapers and rags. Delia had used the lot, spreading them all around the house to make sure it all burned well. Then she had gone to the flat, hadn't thought it through, hadn't been thorough, hadn't taken a key, had panicked and tried to do the job too quickly. Not that it mattered, nothing in the flat would point back, but it would have been better if it looked like Stella had done it. It had all happened in the wrong order. That was the problem when you were under stress. Delia didn't do stress, didn't like split-second decisions, never had, but she'd had to make a few over the years. But this time something had gone wrong. She had been thinking about it for days, trying to track things back to the point where it had all started to fall apart. Everything linked to Rachel coming back. If she hadn't come back, if Charlie hadn't seen her, if Amy hadn't found out, everything would have panned out fine. Delia didn't do panic, didn't react wrong, but she had that night. When she'd foreseen the loss of Charlie and Amy because of Rachel, her talent for thinking on her feet had lapsed. She had told Charlie the truth, or a version of the truth, and she couldn't believe she had laid herself open like that. Everything had collapsed so fast, and the words were out of her mouth before she'd realized. Stupidly, she had sent him running. Only after he had gone had she realized that Rachel might tell a different story. Might tell him that it was Delia who had told her he was the father, not Valerie. This was the problem where lies strayed too far from the truth. She had to tell Rachel that Frances was her mother for 2 reasons. First, Rachel would never have believed Charlie would sleep with Stella. And second, Rachel and Frances hated each other. They weren't likely to talk. Rachel had already turned her back on Valerie and Frances. She might not have felt so strongly if she thought that Stella was her real mother. But that hadn't been the point. Delia's mind was mixing it up again, getting confused. Rachel had been about to take Charlie and the baby away, move them to London, away from home, away from Delia. That couldn't happen. Rachel had to go. It was easy to kill people who wouldn't be missed, like Roy, like Barrington, like Molly Kerr. Rachel would have been missed. There would have been trouble. It had been a risk, but it had paid off. A calculated gamble that Rachel, meek and pathetic, wouldn't question what she was being told. A low self-esteem was a powerful thing in Delia's experience. A useful tool when you wanted to convince a girl she only had a ring on her finger because a man felt guilty about an unplanned baby. The more she went over it, the less sense it made. Everything was disjointed. She couldn't remember the logic of it all anymore. It used to fit. Everything had fitted perfectly. Now it didn't. Pieces were missing. Things had gone wrong. If Rachel hadn't come back, if Rachel hadn't done the sensible thing and topped herself like anyone else would have in her shoes, and God knows Delia had hinted at it enough over the years. Like with Stella, she had drip-fed guilt and shame and doubt into the kid, only to see the little shit grow up and try to take her son. In sheer rage, she swept her arm across the mantel and sent its contents flying. No one took what Delia didn't want them to take. No one. Chapter 36. Angie tried Ratcliffe's number yet again. Still no answer. The stupid git must have switched his phone off. She left yet another message and ended the call with a sigh. How was she supposed to help solve this thing if she was stuck at a hospital, minding an unconscious woman, and, for that matter, why exactly was she minding Rachel? Ratcliffe knew something she didn't, and the fact that he was pushing her out of the loop was making her really, really angry. Frustrated, she returned to the ward and resumed her vigil by Rachel's bed, and watched the hypnotic movement of the respirator as it forced oxygen in and out of the woman's failing lungs. "What's so special about you, then, that you deserve a babysitter, eh?" she asked the inanimate woman quietly. "Know something you haven't told us? Is that it?" All she got in response was the dull thunk of the machine. Angie knew she shouldn't be there. She should be following up on the information Pam and her mother had given her, working out the links between Delia Jones and Valerie Porter. More to the point, working out the link between Delia and Charlie. If what Pam had told her was true, there was no way that Charlie could be Delia's son. So who was he and how did he fit into the picture? Decisively, she stood. Sod this, there was no way she was hanging around in a hospital for nothing. Ratcliffe could bawl her out later if he wanted. Besides, there were plenty of staff in the ICU, so it was hardly likely that anything would happen to Rachel anytime soon. Angie decided that it was worth the risk and left. To her relief, as soon as she switched her phone on, there was a message from Ratcliffe telling her she was free to leave. She headed back to the station, only to find that Ratcliffe had buggered off to get his car cleaned and had left Haddon to fill her in on the interview with Frances. She sat at her desk and mulled over what she had just been told. It sounded like a complete fantasy designed to divert attention from Francis. But Angie already had suspicions about Delia and decided a little more checking wouldn't go amiss. She fired up her computer, found the screen she needed, and typed in the name Barrington Jones. What's so special about you? Rachel heard the question, but couldn't for the life of her work out where it was coming from. She appeared to be in a waiting room, dressed in a hospital gown. There was some reason she was there, but she couldn't remember it. Though the room she was in was bare to the point of starkness, it was strangely peaceful. If she wanted to, it felt as though she could just drift off to sleep and be peaceful forever. So nice, so tempting. Somewhere outside the room there was noise and activity, but she didn't need to worry about it. It didn't have anything to do with her, she was just waiting. However, the question that had floated through the air bothered her. There was nothing special about her, nothing at all. No point to her existence, in fact. But she guessed whoever had asked the question already knew that, was being rhetorical. What was it she was waiting for? Chapter 37. Amy reached her grandmother's house and was surprised to find that she couldn't get in. Strange that Delia hadn't mentioned that she was going out. Nevertheless, with a confident shrug, she lifted up the garden gnome that hid the spare key and let herself in. The kitchen was a mess, the crockery from breakfast still languishing on the table. The fridge was wide open, the milk on its side slowly dripping onto the floor. Someone had ripped open a box of tea bags and had just let them spill all over the floor, and loose sugar glittered the worktops like early morning frost. Amy had never seen Delia's house in such a state, and it made her panic. "Gran?" she called, running through to the next room expecting to find her grandmother collapsed somewhere with a broken hip or something. The mess in the lounge was even worse than the kitchen. Broken china and glass lay everywhere, as if someone had taken a baseball bat to all the ornaments and swept them from their shelves in a fit of violence. Drawers lay open, their contents spilling on the floor. The cushions on the sofa had been slashed, their foamy innards disgorged. Adrenaline coursed through Amy's body as she surged through the rest of the house, convinced that she would find Delia beaten and bloody somewhere. The house was empty. Frantic with fear, Amy dialed 999, sure that the house had been burgled. Gran would go apeshit, all her things were trashed. God knows how Amy would tell her. She waited agitated while she was put through to the police. The calm female voice on the end of the phone wanted to know if anything had been taken. It was such a mess that Amy found it hard to tell. The obvious things were still there. The TV was present, though it had been tipped over, and Delia's jewellery was scattered all over the bedroom. It didn't look like anything had been stolen at all, just wrecked. The woman wanted to know if there were any signs of forced entry, but Amy had to use a key to get in, and all the windows were shut and unbroken. She was advised to go and sit with a neighbour until the police turned up, but she didn't fancy tea and questions from anyone just then. She just wanted to find Delia and phone her dad. Charlie's phone cut straight to the answer service, meaning he was probably at the hospital and had switched it off. When she tried Delia's phone, she heard it ring from somewhere under the debris in the sitting room. She had an overwhelming urge to sit down and cry. She had no idea what on earth she should do. Feeling frightened and alone, she half sat, half leaned on the edge of a shredded armchair, clutching her phone and praying that Charlie would ring. The woman at the control centre had told her not to touch anything in the house, but it was difficult to just sit amidst the chaos and do nothing but wait. Who on earth would do this to an old lady's home? Everything that had represented Delia was gone, smashed and ruined. A whole life trashed in the blink of an eye. It felt like a whirlwind had whipped through the house and turned it upside down. Everyone knew that Delia loved junk, but to see it all shattered like this just made it look all the more ridiculous and tawdry. Headless kittens, limbless glass clowns, an eye here, a tail there, photographs torn apart in a frenzy, china dolls grotesquely disfigured by the destruction, their faces chipped and cracked, their dresses torn. Now that it was all broken, it had taken on a sinister feel. There was a creeping doom about the place that Amy started to find disquieting. Instinctively, she got up and picked her way back through the mess, deciding to wait for the police outside where the air was cleaner and she could shake off the sense of impending threat. The gnome that hid the key grinned up at her with big Disney eyes. It made her shudder, so she kicked it, figuring one more broken thing wouldn't make much difference today. Just as Pam's mother had said, Barrington Jones had been a pimp. He was well known to the police, and before his death, wanting for questioning in connection with the disappearance of Molly Kerr and her son. Molly had been working for him, and had been reported missing by one of his other girls. No trace of her or the child had ever been found, and when they had finally caught up with Barrington, he was beyond giving any account of himself. He was found in an alley, his body bloated with drugs and his skull caved in. Technically, the case was still open, but no one bothered too much about pimps and whores, especially back then. The loss of Barrington Jones had been a good thing for the town, and one less whore and her kid was no great loss to anyone if the attitudes of the time were to be believed. Angie found no record of him ever marrying Delia, or of Delia ever marrying anyone for that matter. She had just taken his name and become another anonymous-sounding Jones. It also seemed like she had just melted away into the ether for a year or so afterwards, just like the other woman who had worked for Jones. The next time Delia had popped up was over a year after, with a 3-year-old child in tow. The people she had associated with back then had loose morals, loose tongues, and unfortunately loose memories too. No one had cared that Delia had acquired a child of 3. The only thing that had mattered to Delia's old associates was where their next drink was coming from. Besides, Delia had become respectable, so what was she to them anymore? Angie had found most of this out from a retired officer who had worked the case. She had tracked him down to his allotment and had shared a cup of tea with him in his potting shed while they talked over old times. He had been amused by her interest in a case that only received cursory attention at the time. His attitude had been that sometimes it was better to let sleeping dogs lie. She had asked him what he had thought of Delia back then. He had laughed and referred to her as a hard-faced cow. Delia's career on the game had been brief, and she hadn't caused them too much trouble, as he recalled. Somehow the picture didn't tally with the cuddly granny image presented by Delia now. Angie had asked him if they had ever considered that Charlie Jones might be the son of Molly Kerr. He'd shrugged, mulled it over, and asked her if it really mattered anymore. Angie had thanked him for his time and made her exit, deciding that it mattered a great deal. She got back to the station just in time to find Ratcliffe extracting himself from an extremely small courtesy car. "Don't you dare laugh, Watson," he huffed as she approached him. "Wouldn't dream of it, sir. Want to know what I've been doing while you've been playing in your naughty car?" While she was filling him in on her day's work, a memo was placed on his desk, informing them that Delia's house had been the target of an apparent burglary. A computer program had flagged up the name and address, linking it to their case. A conversation with the uniformed officers who had attended told them that nothing had been taken and that there were no signs of forced entry to the property. "What the hell?" Ratcliffe asked as he put down the phone. "Are we really considering that a 77-year-old woman is a serial killer who is still active?" he asked Angie, looking as though he was sincerely hoping that she was going to firmly disabuse him of the notion. Angie nodded slowly and watched him sigh heavily and hold his head in his hands. "I don't effing believe this," he said through his fingers. "So where the hell is she now? According to uniform, she hasn't been back to the house all day." Angie shrugged, and then realization dawned. "Why exactly did you make me stay at the hospital earlier, boss?" Ratcliffe waved his hand dismissively. "Some stupid deal I had with Frances Haynes to get it to talk. A precaution, really. She was convinced Rachel was at risk because of what happened to Stella." His words trailed off, and he shot out of his chair. "Shit, she was telling the truth!" he yelled. Angie was already walking towards the door. Charlie had left Diana in the hospital canteen, claiming that he needed some fresh air and to stretch his legs. Besides, he needed to put another ticket on the van, which reminded him that he'd thrown the London parking ticket into the footwell. He ought to retrieve it and sort it out before the fine escalated. Anything to distract him from the oppression of sitting next to Rachel's bed, feeling as though he was waiting for her to die. Instead, he'd left his mother there. She could deal with these situations better than anyone. It had been a long time since he wanted to cry. The last time had been the day after Rachel had left, when the shock and anger had subsided and the sense of rejection had set in. Now she was threatening to leave them again, and he just didn't think he could take it. Not that he would blame her if she just gave up the fight, but it would break him all over again. Wearily, he bent down to rummage in the van, groping under the seat for the screwed-up ticket. His hand found something unexpected. It felt like a small book. Confused, he pulled it out, sure that it didn't belong to him. It looked like a diary, an old one. The binding worn, the small brass catch that held it shut, scuffed and tarnished. He vaguely remembered seeing it in Rachel's bag at the hotel, but hadn't paid much attention to it. He figured that she must have dropped it in the van when he'd taken her back to London. Dare he look inside? Find out what she had written over the years they'd been apart? Or was he better off not knowing? He weighed it in his hand. It smelt of damp and dust, and the thick stench of old secrets that he was never meant to be privy to. For some reason he couldn't fathom, he felt repulsed by it, as if the weight of the past might be contained in its pages, ready to consume them all. Melodramatic though that was. He tossed the thing onto the seat, glad to be rid of it. He would give it to Rachel later, if she ever woke up. He figured he had better check his phone whilst he was out the hospital. God knows how much work he had lost in the last few days because of all this. The number of missed calls from Amy sent a cold chill through his gut. What else was life going to chuck at them? Hadn't they had enough? The message service connected him to Amy's panicked voice, telling him that his mother was missing and that someone had trashed her house. Immediately, he rang Amy's number. She answered on the second ring. "Dad, did you get my messages? We can't find Gran. I don't know where she's gone and the house is a mess. The police just left me here and I don't know what to do," she sobbed. "Wait there, I'm on my way," he said, ramming his keys into the van's ignition before he had even ended the call. By the time he pulled up outside his mother's house, the police were back. Lots of them. Amy was outside sobbing her heart out, being comforted by a female PC who was plying her with tissues. Another was keeping the neighbours back. People in white paper suits were walking in and out the house with what looked like evidence bags. "Amy, what the hell is going on?" he shouted, half pushing the policewoman out of the way to get to her. "Dad, thank God. They came back just as I was waiting for you, but no one would tell me what's happening. Something bad's happened to Gran, isn't it?" she sobbed, clutching at him. Someone waved a warrant card in front of his face. "DC Haddon, would you mind coming with me, Mr. Jones? We have some questions." "Oh my God, you can't arrest my dad!" Amy shrieked hysterically, throwing herself in front of Charlie. Haddon smiled. "I'm not arresting anyone, but I do need to ask some questions. All we're going to do is sit in the car and talk for a minute, okay?" Charlie didn't cope well in such situations. Being forced to sit in the back of a police car, even without handcuffs, was stressful. In his experience, the police rarely listened to reason, and in these situations acted like hounds with the scent of blood in their noses. Haddon slid into the front seat and turned to him with a smile that Charlie assumed was meant to be reassuring. It wasn't, it just made him want to punch the smug bastard. "Do you know the whereabouts of your mother, Mr. Jones?" Haddon asked. "Why?" "I'm not able to tell you at this point, but we do need to know where we can find her. It's extremely important." Charlie wanted to mull it over, wanted a chance to work out what might be happening here, but he knew that the more he stalled, the worse it would look. "She's at the hospital visiting my wife. Are you going to tell me what's going on now?" "Just a moment, sir," Haddon said, climbing out of the car and moving swiftly towards a colleague, who nodded at him and pulled out his radio. Charlie strained to listen but couldn't hear anything. Haddon brought Amy over to the car. "Please wait here with your father, miss. I'll be back shortly to let you know what's happening." Bemused, Amy sat next to her father in the police car and stared out at the scene. Chapter 38. Rachel awoke abruptly, still in the waiting room but aware that she was no longer alone. A familiar figure stood over her. "Delia, what are you doing here?" she asked, puzzled. Delia wasn't smiling. "It's time that you were gone," she said, but her voice was distant, as if she was speaking through a long tube. "Where am I going to go?" Rachel asked, still sleepy, still bleary, still not with it. "Time you went where you belong, lady." Rachel felt confused. "What do you mean?" "You just won't give in, will you? After everything, you just keep bouncing back like a bad penny. I should have done this years ago." "Done what? What's wrong, Delia?" In one brief flash, the waiting room was gone and Rachel felt herself being sucked into darkness. Darkness so thick, so tangible that it felt like black velvet, folding itself about her and choking out all sense of reality. In sheer panic, she fought against it, tearing at it, pushing it away from her, struggling to breathe and sucking nothing but more and more blackness into her lungs. She was drowning in nothingness and fighting thin air. In all her years of nursing on the ICU, staff nurse Jane Buckle had witnessed some things, but she had never been confronted by the act of an elderly woman ripping out tubes and holding a pillow over the patient's face. In utter shock, she found herself absently observing the event as if it couldn't be happening, until a tall woman swept into the room, launched herself across the ward and blatantly bashed the old woman across the back of the head with a chair. Then all hell broke loose. DC Haddon and his colleagues had patiently sifted through the debris in Delia's house and had come up with absolutely nothing, other than a receipt of a salutary lesson in the dangers of ordering goods from Sunday supplement magazines. The general consensus was that Delia had trashed the place herself, but only God knew why. Frustrated, he wandered out onto the seat, stood next to Charlie's van and rummaged in his pockets for cigarettes, managed to drop his lighter in the process. As he bent to retrieve it, something on the seat of the van caught his eye. Something that looked suspiciously like an old red diary with a little lock. To Diana's shock, the chair just bounced off the old woman, who then immediately turned around and aimed a surprisingly powerful punch to the centre of Diana's face. The impact sent her reeling, and a starburst of pain flooded her head. It took 3 nurses, 2 of them male, to bring Delia Jones down. And that was how Mike Ratcliffe and Angie Watson found her, pinned to the floor, face down under the weight of a 6-foot charge nurse. Chapter 39. Amy opened the wardrobe and ran her hand along the satins, silks and furs. My God, Dad, have you seen this? This place is like vintage heaven. These clothes must be worth a fortune. The fur is a bit dodgy, though. Charlie sighed and threw her another black sack. Whatever, Amy, can we just get this place sorted out? The activity of clearing out Rachel's flat had been profoundly depressing. It was like archiving the contents of a museum. All except Rachel's room, which had been as Spartan as a nun's cell and twice as depressing because of it. He would be glad when they were done and he could close the door on the place and let the next tenant deal with the ghosts. It was a shame you couldn't ram all aspects of the past into a bin bag and take it to the tip, where it would be out of sight and out of mind. He sat on the bare mattress and watched his daughter shovel Chanel suits and Dior dresses into a black plastic sack, realizing that he felt as old and tired as the reject clothes. Amy glanced at him and paused what she was doing. You okay? He shook his head. Just tired, that's all. She tied the sack. We should have got a house clearance firm in to do this, really. No, I wanted to do it. I wanted to be the one who shut the door on it once and for all. Closure, as you so charmingly put it, he explained with a weak smile. Speaking of closure, have you thought any more about what I said? About some kind of service, a memorial or something? He shook his head. I can't face it, too public. You wouldn't get people who genuinely wanted to pay their respects, just a bunch of voyeurs who wanted to pick over the past and speculate. There's been enough of that already. She sat down next to him. I know. People are pretty sick, really. All they want are the gory details, but we need to mark it somehow. I'm going to arrange a burial, and Diana is going to give a service. Nothing religious, just a few words, and only us. I don't want anyone else there. She nodded in agreement and laid her head on his shoulder. When will they release the body? I don't know. Soon, I think, once they've got all the evidence they need, I suppose. Angie Watson said she would ring and let us know. Anyway, can we change the subject now? We've still got a lot to do, he said, slapping his hands on his knees and rising wearily from the bed. Fair play, the charity shop is going to be chuffed to bits with this lot. Are you absolutely sure this is the right thing to do, for us to just get rid of all of this? She hung on to it all for so long. It seems a bit odd, just bagging it all up and dumping it. Didn't do her any good, did it? Just anchored her to misery as I see it. Let's just get it over with, shall we? Amy just shook her head, shrugged and opened another bag. Charlie pulled up 2 full bags and heaved them out of the flat and down the stairs to the van. As he opened the back doors, he noticed the curtains of the ground floor flat twitch, and the face of a small bichon frise appeared. That meant that Miss Barnes-Harmon was watching his every move. Despite everything that had happened, she still looked at him as if he were the devil incarnate, as if elderly women were a benign force for good sake. For good measure, he gave her a polite wave. Amy came down the steps carrying another bag. Di just rang, we need to go home. Ratcliffe has just rung up and he wants to talk to us about Gran. He's coming round tomorrow morning. She said the word Gran hesitantly, still worried about how he might react to it, still unable to find a better descriptor for the woman who had pretended to be his mother. Okay, whatever. Give me that, I'll pack it in the van. You run up and get some more. She did as she was told and ran back up the steps as he wedged the bags into the van. When he went back into the house, he was surprised to find Miss Barnes-Harmon hovering in the hallway, her little dog panting at her heel. Such a terrible, terrible shame. I was so sorry to read about what happened. It's the end of an era, and for those of us who dislike change, it always comes as a shock. Can I offer you and your daughter a cup of tea? I imagine it's thirsty work up there, she said, nodding towards the stairs where Amy was descending with another bag. Charlie didn't know what to say. Much as he was gagging for a cuppa, he didn't feel entirely comfortable about accepting hospitality from a woman who'd called the police on him. That would be lovely, thank you, Amy said, before Charlie could open his mouth to refuse. She pointedly ignored the censorious glance he gave her when Miss Barnes-Harmon had turned away to lead the flat into her house. Once again he found himself stepping through a portal into the past. This one a more genteel, refined era, where time had been suspended in a soft, protective manner, befitting a woman who confessed that she didn't like change. She made a decent cup of tea, though, he'd give her that, even if the piddly little cup was a pain in the arse to drink from. She'd even given them biscuits, which Charlie didn't eat, mainly because the ruddy dog was salivating and haunting his every move. Amy was making polite conversation about the antiques and how beautifully the old lady had kept them. All family pieces, heirlooms, I suppose you'd call them. All I have left now. I don't know what it is about this house. It makes one cling to the past, she said with a wan smile, and it has quite a past. I often wonder if poor Miss Porter knew the extent of it, and how it came to be in her possession. If she did, she'd never mentioned it. I'd like to have known her better, in all honesty. I was very fond of her mother, despite her reputation. Charlie nearly choked on his tea at that. He glanced at Amy, who was blinking in shock, too. You were fond of Valerie, she blurted. Miss Barnes-Harmon laughed. Good gracious, no. I only met Valerie once, an atrocious woman in every way. A complete social dilettante, quite repulsive, she said with a shudder. Why Lillian ever made the decision to send the child to her, I will never know. I think I'd have made a better mother for poor Rachel, in all honesty. Still, I suppose someone of her persuasion couldn't be a mother, and of course the father absolutely forbade it. Much as I liked Lillian, and was of course grateful to her for providing me with this home, I have to admit she chose her lifestyle over her child. She'd never have acquired this place if she hadn't, though I always felt that the fur coats and champagne cocktails never quite filled the hole that Rachel left in her life. I don't think she ever forgave him for making her give the child up. Charlie was aware that he was opening and shutting his mouth like a landed guppy. Forgave who? Amy asked. Charlie was convinced he'd brought her up to be a mite more polite, but he wanted to know too. Her fancy man, I think they used to call them. Lillian was a kept woman, his mistress. He gave her the deeds to his house when she agreed to give Rachel up. He didn't want that kind of albatross around his neck. It wasn't conducive to the nature of their arrangement. I'm not sure she ever forgave him or herself. I'm not sure she atoned for it by leaving it to Rachel either. It did her no favours. It was Amy's turn to sit open-mouthed. Have I shocked you, dear? I was never inclined to such shenanigans myself, but we did do those things back then. We might be old, but we weren't Victorian. Far from it, the old lady laughed. Who was he? Charlie asked, finally finding his voice. Miss Barnes-Harmon tapped the side of her nose. I always knew him as Mr. Clark, but of course that wasn't his real name. I always suspected he was a minor royal. He had that air, but I honestly couldn't tell you. I wish I could. Charlie glanced at Amy. She looked back at him over her teacup, an amused look in her eyes, and her brows raised so high they were disappearing under her fringe. He had to fight the urge not to snigger himself. Rachel, the illegitimate daughter of a minor royal. Chances were Mr. Clark had been some bluff businessman with delusions of grandeur to go with his bid on his side. But if the old lady wanted to soften it with a bit of romance, why disabuse her? Charlie was just relieved that the porter gene had been suitably diluted, both Rachel and his daughter. Thank goodness. For some reason it made him feel much better. Ratcliffe wedged himself awkwardly on the edge of Charlie's sofa and accepted a cup of tea from Diana. I'm dying for this, he said gratefully. Tea was always a welcome prop. It had the property of being able to normalise even the most bizarre situations. You're welcome, Diana replied. So now that we're all here and we've all got tea, you can tell us the news. Ratcliffe glanced at Charlie. Are you happy for me to talk about this now? Charlie nodded. I think Diana has as much right to know what's going on as the rest of us by now. Damn right. Bloody woman nearly broke my nose, she said, leaking some residual umbrage. Ratcliffe sighed. Okay, here goes. The Crown Prosecution Service are not going to take it to trial. After extensive psychiatric assessment, it has been deemed that Delia Jones is unfit to stand trial. She has been assessed as mentally unstable and therefore cannot be held responsible in a court of law for her actions. Charlie hung his head. Diana nodded sagely, and with the passion of youth, Amy vented her spleen. You mean that evil woman is going to get away with it? I don't believe it. She has utterly and completely ruined all our lives, and you're telling me that it's not even going to court. Unbelievable, she huffed, her voice saturated with disgust. No, she's not going to get away with it at all. Under the circumstances, she will remain, for an unspecified length of time, in a secure psychiatric unit. The chances are she will never come out. If at 77 she is still capable of murder, it's unlikely she will ever be able to be treated, and she still poses a threat. She's going to be put away for the rest of her life. The lack of real justice rankled with him, too. Amy looked away. For all her bravado and rhetoric, they all knew this had hit her hard. There were only so many skeletons a girl of her age could cope with when a battalion of them came marching out of the closet. Delia Jones had dragged them out kicking and screaming, not to mention what she'd done to the girl's mother, both in the past and all too recently. Ratcliffe wiped his brow. I wanted to come and tell you myself. It means that certain aspects of the case that would have normally come out in court won't now be given in evidence. I figured you guys might have questions. What about Frances? Will she go down for her part in things? Charlie demanded, teeth gritted. The case against Frances Haynes is proceeding as planned. Between you and me, she's a stony bitch, but she's not mad. No get-out clause for her. It was a touchy subject for Charlie, and Ratcliffe knew it. Valerie's diary had revealed the true circumstances of Patsy's murder, and Charlie had, rather too late in everyone else's estimation, been exonerated. It had been Frances who had stabbed Patsy, in a fit of jealous rage over Roy, who had been sleeping with both of them but planning to leave with Patsy. Valerie had witnessed the whole thing, and had gladly passed the buck to Charlie, who as usual had found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time that day. Ratcliffe felt bizarrely responsible for the failure of the criminal justice system in this instance, finding it difficult to look Charlie in the eye. No comfort, I know, he mumbled apologetically, noting the tension in Charlie's jaw. What about Molly? Diana asked, gamely steering the subject away, not that there was an easier topic to divert it to. Ratcliffe glanced quickly at Charlie, relieved to find that he was now looking out of the window, avoiding everyone's gaze. Her remains are ready for release whenever. Just let us know, and we'll make the necessary arrangements with whichever funeral director you choose. He could feel Charlie holding in the emotion. How hard must it be for him? Finding out that the woman who raised you had killed your own mother and abducted you. In fact, I have something for you. D.S. Watson managed to track it down. And as it's not going to court now, we thought you might like to have it. He pulled out a faded photograph of a young, pretty woman holding a small baby. She was squinting shyly at the camera, showing off the child. He held it out towards Charlie. It's a picture of her. With you. He didn't want to say that they had found it among Delia's smashed belongings. It would feel like rubbing salt into a wound. Charlie started to reach out for it, but let his arm drop. Instead, Ratcliffe put it on the coffee table. I'll leave it with you. Amy picked it up. On the back, it said in faint pencil, Molly with Philip, 1963. She stifled a sob. Charlie wasn't even Charlie now, he was Philip Kerr. Somehow this small photograph summed up the utter mess they had to sort out, and it pained Ratcliffe deeply to see them have to face it. She put it back on the table and pushed it towards her father. We need to discuss the other remains, the baby Daniel, Diana interjected, steering the topic again. We'd like to place them with Molly. It seems symbolic somehow. Is that possible? Ratcliffe couldn't see why not and agreed to look into it. He would never say at this juncture, but he had a sneaking suspicion that Delia had been responsible for Daniel's death too, though Julia Ferris was adamant that the child had never drawn breath and had been stillborn. Valerie's diary had mentioned Delia's role as midwife on that occasion, and Ratcliffe wouldn't have been surprised to find that Delia had stifled the poor mite as he was born, as revenge for the botched abortion Valerie had performed on her. Everything Delia had done had been about revenge, and in Ratcliffe books that meant insane actions from a sane mind. It stuck in his throat that there would be no trial, that she would never be called to account for the lives she had destroyed, whether her victims were alive or dead. On that note, that brings us to Rachel, he said cautiously. What about her? Charlie demanded, suddenly defensive. Ratcliffe closed his eyes for a moment. Of all the things that had emerged from this case that had harmed Charlie, what had happened to Rachel was the thing that had affected him most. He supposed she was the only one who truly mattered. I know how difficult this is for you, but we need to discuss what happens next. Not now, Charlie said through gritted teeth. If you've finished, I have something I need to do. With that, he stood up, grabbed his van keys, and walked out of the house. Amy shifted uncomfortably, as if she was making space for the elephant in the room. Diana, ever the diplomat, said gently, I think you'll have to leave that one for a while. It's the one aspect of all of this that he is truly bitter about. The rest he seems able to live with, but I'm afraid Rachel is a very sore subject. Ratcliffe nodded. I understand, but we'll have to deal with it sooner or later. I know. I'll ring you when he's ready. Ratcliffe sighed, stood up, and offered her his hand. Thank you for the tea. We'll be in touch. He smiled at Amy and glanced around the pleasant living room. Only then did he notice that the photograph of Molly was gone. Charlie swung the van into the car park and switched off the engine. Checking his watch, he realised he still had 10 minutes to wait. He picked up the photograph from the dashboard and studied it, staring intently at the tiny face of the baby. Was it possible that the miniature scrunched-up features were his? When he looked at the face of Molly Kerr, he felt the vaguest, softest stirrings of memory, just a whisper of warmth. Nothing concrete, nothing real, just a sense of something that might have been. He'd found out a little more about this woman, his birth mother, in recent weeks. Angie Watson had been good at unearthing ancient history and old memories. In fact, Angie had been quite good at a lot of things lately. He was surprised to find himself liking the detective quite so much. Molly Kerr had been regarded as a nice kid, a nice girl from a nice home who had got herself pregnant and thrown out of her nice home. She had been young, broke, and friendless, and had ended up selling herself to get by. He wasn't sure how it made him feel. Amy had asked him if he minded that Molly had been a prostitute. He didn't. Better than a murderess. Delia had killed her for 2 reasons, from what they could gather. 1, that she had been jealous of Molly's relationship with Barrington Jones. 2, she wanted Molly's child. That was the most difficult aspect of all this. He knew that Delia had loved him in her way. She had been a good mother. A psychopath, but a good mum on face value. She had consistently destroyed his happiness in each and every way, but... he could scream sometimes. He dared not think about it much, too messy, by far. But it all kept on pinging up in his head, like some demented game of nightmare whack-a-mole. Bash one thought down and another would pop up in its place, just to make him feel like he was teetering on the brink of insanity. He was so lost in his thoughts that he jumped when the passenger door opened. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. I was miles away, he said. He started the engine. You didn't let on to Ratcliffe you were meeting me, did you? Not a chance. Are you sure you want to carry on with this? Angie asked, reaching for her seatbelt. Yeah, I'm sure. Enough is enough. Time for everything to come out now, don't you think? No more secrets and lies. Angie sighed and nodded her assent. Okay, let's go. At least now that there wasn't going to be a trial, her over-involvement with this would just be matter of disapproval in certain quarters. Even so, she knew that by embarking on this venture with Charlie Jones, she was risking her reputation and possibly her career. Ratcliffe would not be a happy man if he ever found out what she'd been up to. Charlie began to drive. So tell me, before we get there, I need to know so that I can be prepared. I want to know what kind of reaction to expect. Pushing aside her last thread of reluctance, Angie embarked on her story and began to explain to Charlie the pattern of their investigation and how it had culminated in the arrest of his mother. A lot of this you already know, so excuse me if I'm repeating stuff, but it helps to tell it in a logical sequence. Valerie and Delia knew each other as kids. Valerie, as you know, was brought up by her aunt, who was the local abortionist. We can only suppose that Valerie was supposed to take up the mantle at some point. Anyway, we know that there was a botched abortion which left Delia unable to have children of her own, and the scandal of which alienated her from her family. From what we can gather, they're a pretty brutal family anyway, so it's likely that whatever damage was done to Delia's psyche was done a long time ago. Of course, she blamed Valerie for her misfortunes, and when she found out that Valerie had married, she approached her and more or less blackmailed her into financially supporting her. According to Valerie's diary, it was the threat of revealing her past to William Porter that swung it. When William died, Delia had already been involved in assisting the birth and likely the death of Stella's child, so by then their fates were equally intertwined. Neither would gain anything by betraying the other. They both had enough dirt on each other to bring each other's worlds crashing down. Of course, Valerie knew you couldn't possibly be Delia's child, and Delia knew not only about Valerie's history but also about William's incestuous relationship with Stella. They were locked together in it like a stalemate. Tell me more about the baby, Charlie asked. Why did they do what they did to it? As I said, he was Stella's. It appears that Valerie had the idea of preserving the body and hiding it. She wrote about having read something about mummified remains in Sicily and had applied the process to keep him. We don't know, but our guess is that she just thought it was a good way of disposing of him. We know from both the diary and Francis that Stella had fixated on the body and kept it for days. I suppose Valerie felt she had to hide it somehow. She noticed Charlie wince at the thought. I know, it's pretty sick stuff. We think that she was pretty far gone mentally even at that stage. We know that William had syphilis, and it's likely he passed it on to her. It's a disease that can have a profound effect on mental health in the long run, apparently, so it might explain some of the more bizarre behaviour she displayed. Did my mother... Delia... Did she kill the baby? Honestly, we don't know. Stella stated that she did, but she wasn't exactly reliable. The pathologist thinks not. Ratcliffe has his suspicions, and I just have to accept that we will likely never know now. Charlie gritted his teeth. Okay, so what about Rachel? Why was she told that she was the result of incest? What the hell was all that about? Stella claimed that Rachel was hers, but the story you told me from the London neighbour makes more sense. She and Stella shared some DNA, but not enough to let us believe that Stella was her mother. Cousins fit the bill perfectly, though. We think, and this is sheer guesswork based on what little Francis choose to tell us, and what we can piece together, that Stella fixated on Rachel when she was a baby and convinced herself she was hers. Bizarre, I know. You know about the room in the flat with all the dolls? Yeah, grim, but it does show us that she remained obsessed with and oppressed by motherhood, babies and guilt. We do know that Lillian paid money on a regular basis to Valerie. We assume it was to finance Rachel's upbringing. She waited a moment while he digested the information. It seems that Rachel served a purpose for everyone, one way or another. So it's not so much of a mystery why they lied to her about me, is it? He said bitterly. I don't suppose they thought there was anything unusual in it by then. The diary tells us that Delia and Valerie hatched that plan between them. Valerie because she thought it would bring Rachel and her money home, and Delia because she wasn't prepared to let Rachel take you and Amy away from her. Given recent and past events, I don't get why she tolerated my relationship with Rachel at all. Why not try and put a stop to it sooner? Why let it go on so long? They were pretty effective at disposing of people by then. This was the part that Angie hadn't been looking forward to. Not that she had been relishing any of it. She took a breath. Because they both knew that Rachel had witnessed what really happened to Patsy. She actually saw the whole thing. She paused. Charlie swung into a side road and stopped the van. What? Before you go on, she interjected rapidly, Rachel never hid anything from you. They doped her up with her epilepsy medication. The only bit she could ever recall was seeing you come in after the event. She had no memory of the events before, well, no accessible ones anyway. In short, they were terrified of her, that one day she might remember what had really happened. They all became very frightened of what Rachel might do, say, or remember. She had the heads up on them all. While she was a child, they could discredit her, but as an adult, it was much more difficult. Jesus Christ, was all he could say. Like I said, she had no conscious memory of the event itself, only seeing you afterwards. As this story had unfolded during the investigation, Angie had often wondered if it was this single happening that had brought Charlie and Rachel together in later years, the two innocents clinging together. Charlie was getting angry, she could sense it. Tell me about William, about the flat and what you found, he said, changing the subject but not necessarily into more comfortable territory. William left the day after Daniel was born. He had been in tacit agreement with the arrangement that Delia should dispose of the issue, as Valerie described it. As it transpired, Francis and Stella closed ranks for once, and as Francis had learned a lot from her mother about how to make people pay for what they'd done, William couldn't take the thought of facing the results of his actions on a daily basis, so he left. I can't even begin to explain to you why Stella maintained a connection with him. I don't get it, so don't ask me to make sense of it. Anyway, it seems the dolls were down to him. He used to get them for Stella, God knows why. We can't work out whether it was to torture her or compensate her. Some warped, conscious thing, we think. Put it this way, I personally never thought Delia was likely to have a working knowledge of Latin, so it was always likely to be someone else. Charlie had known about the thing with the dolls for a while. They had interviewed him about it when Delia had been arrested, shown him a shudder-worthy and chilling photos of the scene. It had been like looking at the stills from a bad 1980s horror film, both faintly ridiculous and the stuff of nightmares. Given Delia's penchant for collecting dolls, he had assumed it was she who had staged the Chamber of Horrors, though God knows why. So why did she try and burn the place down? We think Delia thought that the diary might be in there. That's what she told us anyway. Charlie nodded. Answer me this. Why would someone with so much to hide, so much shit to cover up, keep a diary? Angie shrugged. I have no idea, but she did. I agree that it's totally odd. The only explanation I could think of was that she wanted it as some kind of insurance policy, that if anything happened to her it would all come out and that she wouldn't be painted as the sole bad guy. Leverage, I suppose. Charlie started up the van again. What was it again? Pecari Pegavisti? Yeah, something like that. It's bloody right, though, eh? They didn't speak for a while, just drove. Eventually Charlie said, How much of this do you think Rachel knew? Angie shrugged again. Not much as a child, not consciously anyway. Frances is adamant that Rachel knew nothing, never suspected that Valerie wasn't her real mother. Didn't know that William existed, though she had seen him several times hanging around the shop. They told her that he was an old tramp. Charlie nodded as he pulled the van up in the hospital car park. He switched the engine off. So the question is, how much should I tell her? Do I tell her at all? Angie turned to look at him. This had aged him, but there was still an appeal about Charlie Jones. I don't know, Charlie. What would you achieve? Charlie screwed his eyes shut and shook his head. Rachel had barely survived the attack by Delia, but for some reason she had found the will to live and was now almost well enough to come home. She had come out of the experience a changed person, better in some ways, at least willing to let go of the past and move on. She had asked him to clear the flat, and he had felt as if she were asking him to cut down the bars of her prison. He'd been glad to do it. Maybe she was just clinging to him because there was no one else. Maybe it was because he had Amy, and it was clear that she very much wanted a relationship with her child. Her legitimate, unsullied child. Whatever. She was back in his life, and it was better than it might have been under the circumstances. Part of him felt that she was owed the truth too, but now he had heard it for himself, he had to wonder if the lies were mildly more palatable. He shook his head from side to side as if the movement might shake something loose, and everything would fall into some logical order. Angie watched him for a moment. Can I ask you some question? Of course. What? Do you still love her, or do you just have some warped sense of responsibility towards her? Though Angie's feelings of antipathy towards Rachel had mellowed somewhat in recent weeks, she still had reservations. Frankly, women like Rachel scared her. Too much damage. Charlie frowned at her and started to climb out of the van. What kind of question is that? He said, irritation peppering his tone. What are you going to do? She called, scrambling out after him. I'm going to tell her what I think she needs to hear. And which bits do you think she should hear? Angie asked, aware of her apprehension. Charlie paused and slammed the van door. That everything is going to be okay, and whatever bits of all this bullshit that will prove it. Rachel watched them from the window of her hospital room. Her bag was packed, her medication lay on the bed ready for her to take away, and the jagged scar that ran down her leg throbbed in time with the beating of her heart. There had been a moment when she had contemplated making her escape, but she hadn't been able to think of anywhere to run to. Now Charlie was coming, ready to save her, to take her back to his cosy little life where they could coyly play at happy families, whatever one of those was. She wasn't sure she could be saved, or that he should even try. But now that she'd found Amy, she didn't want to let go. Whether what she and Charlie had was love, she didn't know. Part of her felt she wouldn't recognise love if it leapt up and bit her skinny ass, but Diana kept saying that where there was life, there was hope. Most of her wasn't buying it, but there was a tiny stirring of something inside, like the unfurling of wings. It was the merest flutter of possibility, and that was enough. If you enjoyed My Mother the Liar, then keep listening for an exclusive extract from Anne Troop's debut thriller, The Lost Child. Chapter 1. It all began with the dead badger. Elaine had spotted it on the road to Hallow's End, lying stiff and cold near to the grass verge that edged the narrow lane. Ordinarily, she would have ignored it, just swerved past and put the sight out of her mind. However, faced with an oncoming tractor, she had no choice but to drive over the poor thing. As the rear wheels bumped over its now thrice-crushed corpse, she gave absolution to its lingering spirit with an apology, made insincere by the shudder of revulsion that accompanied it. Rural Devon seemed to be inordinately littered with roadkill. Driving over the badger had caused a jolt to the suspension, which in turn dislodged the lid of an urn. The three events set the contents of the urn, the ashes of Elaine's recently cremated mother skittering across the boot in a cloud of gritty detritus. Remnants of the dead woman worked their way into every surface as the car rumbled over uneven tarmac. The tumbling, rolling motion helped to embed the very crumbs of Jean Ellis deep into shoes and coats and bags, where she could cling unseen. Even in death, Jean could cleave to the daughter she coveted. In this powdered state, she could nestle against Elaine's skin, work under her fingernails, and linger in the air that she would breathe. Jean had become an ethereal cloud which no one could escape. When the car drew to a halt, Jean settled for a moment, a dust storm in waiting. At the eye of that storm, a burdened soul smouldered. Elaine knew none of this as she negotiated the lanes, diligently following the signs to Hallow's End and looking out for the fork in the road that would lead to the cottage she had rented. Just past the village, she took the right fork as instructed on the booking confirmation, and within 100 yards saw a cottage which matched the photograph from the website. Sure enough, the sign on the gate read Meadowfoot Cottage, and Elaine knew she had found the right place. A gravelled pull-in formed the parking space, and she pulled up there. Once out of the driving seat, she stretched her stiffened limbs and walked to the back of the car. A girl had emerged from the cottage next door and was walking towards her. "Miriam says I've got to help you with your bags," she said. Elaine smiled at her and opened the boot. She was forced to watch, helpless and appalled, as a gust of wind seized the remains of her mother and delivered them into the unsuspecting face of the teenager who was waiting to her side. "What the hell was that?" the girl demanded, spitting. She wiped at her dusty skin with the sleeve of her hoodie. Elaine quickly pulled a coat over the urn, trying to ignore the grime that sugared the fabric. "I'm so sorry. I've been having some building work done. I had a bag of plaster in here, and some must have spilt." She had to think quickly. The confabulation was in lieu of the truth. She could hardly tell the girl she'd just received a face full of cremains. Mortified, she told the girl to go inside and clean herself up. She would unload her own bags. The girl scowled and sloped off towards the neighbouring cottage, unknowingly patting clouds of dead women from her clothes. "If that had been anyone else but you, Mother, it might have had a funny side," Elaine muttered as she shook out her coat and dusted off her luggage. She wondered how appropriate it would be to sweep one's parent into a dustpan. "I should have had you buried. Even you couldn't have got out a coffin." She scooped what she could back into the green plastic urn and screwed on the lid. She groped around the boot for a bag which she could wrap around the urn to stop it disgorging its contents again. When she had finally enclosed Jean inside a Tesco's carrier, she felt a flush of guilt. "Sorry, Mum, but you never could resist embarrassing me, that poor girl. And I know you hated Tesco, but this will have to do." To her continuing shame, her muttering was interrupted by a small cough, forcing her to turn around and face a cheery-looking, apple-cheeked woman who had been standing behind her for God knows how long. "Hi," Elaine said, acutely aware of the blush that had crept across her own cheeks. The woman took a long, appraising look at both Elaine and her car. "You must be Miss Ellis. Welcome to Hallow's End. Good journey." Elaine hastily checked the open boot. "Not too bad, thanks, though the road up here is a mite bumpy." Thankfully, the remains looked more like unused cat litter than anything else. "Is the girl okay? I think I might have upset her when she came to help me unload." "You mean Brodie?" "Oh, don't mind her. She's always like that. Hasn't stopped moping since she got here." The woman bent to pick up one of the bags. "Righto, follow me and I'll show you into the cottage and let you know how everything works. I'm Miriam Davies, by the way. I live next door, so any problems and I'm on the doorstep. I come in twice a week to clean and change the linen, but anything you need in the meantime, don't hesitate to ask. I look after my sister, you see. She's had a stroke, poor woman. Can't do a thing for herself, so I'm always in. And now we've got Brodie to worry about too, poor waif. Got to feel for her, really, what with her mum being poorly in the hospital." Miriam scrunched up her face as she pronounced the word hospital, making it sound like a profanity, and leaving Elaine in no doubt about which kind of hospital it was. "So all in all, I've got my hands full, but nothing's too much trouble for guests." By the time Miriam had finished talking, they were inside the holiday cottage, and she was busy straightening cushions and twitching curtains, as if she hadn't already made the place spotless. "So, what brings you to Hallows End then, Miss Ellis?" she asked, pausing her activity. Her ruddy face was expectant and smiling. Elaine took a quick glance around the room where she was to live for the next few weeks. She was looking for the clock, the source of the incessant ticking which was already grating on her. There it was, on the dresser, its face taking on the essence of a Cheshire cat. She turned her back on it. "Oh, it's Elaine, by the way. Well, I'm having some building work done at home, so need to be out of the way for a couple of weeks, and Hallows End is where my mother was born. She died recently, so I thought I'd come and see where she grew up." She hated explaining Jean's death. It felt as though she were asking for sympathy. The anticipation of the mawkish reaction which most people heaped upon her was beginning to turn into a feeling of mild dread. She braced herself for Miriam's anticipated compassion. "I'm sorry to hear that, Elaine. That must have been very difficult for you. Still, life goes on, doesn't it?" Miriam said evenly. The matter-of-fact response was oddly refreshing. "Yes, I suppose it does. You might have known her. Her maiden name was Jean Burrows." Miriam gave the name a moment or two's thought. "No, doesn't ring a bell, and I've lived here all my life." Elaine was surprised. The village hadn't seemed exactly extensive when she had driven through, and she'd always imagined that there was an intimacy in rural communities that dictated everyone would know everyone else. But her mother had told her that the family had moved away when she was young, so perhaps it wasn't so unusual after all. "I know the family moved to Bristol a long time ago, but I'm sure there was an aunt still here. Ruby, I think." Miriam stiffened slightly. "Ruby Tyler." She stated the name with a tone of grim disapproval. The unexpected change in Miriam's efficiently cheerful persona was quite disconcerting. "I think so. I never knew her surname. She was just someone who was mentioned once or twice." It was true. Jean had never talked much about her family, or her childhood, but the never-met Aunt Ruby stood out in Elaine's memory as the lady with the cottage garden where Jean had liked to play. It was one of the few things she had been able to imagine from the snippets of information her mother was always so unwilling to share. From Miriam's reaction, it seemed that Aunt Ruby might not be the warm and cosy woman that Elaine had always pictured. "Well, I'm ever so sorry to tell you, but Ruby's been gone a long time. Must be 20 years at least now." Miriam had adopted a more conciliatory tone, as if she had consciously decided not to speak ill of the dead. "Oh, well, never mind. I'm sure I'll enjoy my stay anyway." "I'm sure you will," Miriam agreed with a degree of warmth that Elaine hadn't been expecting after the mention of Ruby. To her surprise, Miriam leaned forward and patted her on the hand. "None of us can help our family, can we?" she said. "But you seem like a nice girl. Anyway, I must get on. Esther will be wanting her tea, and God knows what Brodie's been up to since I've been gone. Well, here's your key, and don't forget I'm across the way if you need me." As the curious little woman waddled away, her floral apron flapping against her legs, Elaine was reminded of Jemima Puddle Duck and found that she was smiling at the comparison. Despite the fact that it really did have roses around the door, the cottage wasn't quite the bucolic ideal she had imagined when she'd booked. It wasn't so much how it looked. It was quaint enough, even twee in places, right down to the wood-burning stove in the ingle nook and the horse brasses over the mantel. Now that she was alone with the mismatched furniture, the chintz and the ticking clock, it all felt slightly oppressive, as if the cottage was waiting for her to do something that would bring it to life. Though the wind buffeted the windows and forced the trees outside to look as if they had to bow and pay homage, it wasn't cold enough to light a fire, so she cast around for another way to drive the shadows out. The place needed light, it needed noise, and it needed movement. She found a radio in the kitchen and tuned it to Radio 4. Voices flooded the 2 rooms, and she felt herself begin to relax. Having filled the kettle and set it on the stove to boil, she was happy to discover that Miriam had been kind enough to leave milk in the fridge and tea and coffee in the cupboard. She switched on a couple of lamps, letting puddles of light the colour of orange squash illuminate the gloom. Satisfied, she hauled her bags upstairs and into the whitewashed bedroom. By the time she'd put her toiletries in the bathroom and had wedged that damned clock into a cupboard, she felt as though she'd made a dent in the moribund atmosphere. Hiding the clock had established the fact that she would mark her own time in this place. It had felt like a small act of rebellion, and left Elaine feeling stupidly victorious at taking matters into her own hands. She laughed at herself for being so pathetic and settled herself onto the sofa, where she toasted Jean with a cup of tea. "Cheers, Mum. Sorry about the rough journey, but we're here now. I've brought you home." Jean lay still and quiet in the boot of the car, fortuitously unaware that she had been wrapped in a cheap plastic bag, a fact that would have offended her sensibilities no end, or that she had been returned to the last place on earth she would have chosen for her final resting place.
That was My Mother the Liar by Anne Troop, read by Jenny Bede. This programme was produced by ID Audio, an audiobook from HQ, an imprint of HarperCollins. Text copyright Anne Troop 2018. Production copyright 2018 by HarperCollins Publishers, all rights reserved. Anne Troop asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.